The campus is buzzing because the college radio station just dropped a new voice that has everyone's ears glued to the speakers. Little do they know, the smooth, professional voice belongs to fan Yilin, who is currently wrapping up a broadcast about finding that one special person to trust. She signs off with a polished smile, officially ending her shift for the day. Her friend, Xiaoch, is already there to hype her up, claiming the microphone basically has a crush on her voice. Xiaoch tries to recruit her for a karaoke session, but Yilin isn't biting. Even the guys at the station try to get her to stick around, but she's got a no ready for everyone. Internally, she's already checked out, thinking, sorry guys, but my social battery is at 1%. Her friends are left wondering who could possibly be important enough to make her rush like that. It turns out, Yilin is heading out to meet her friend Ruoxi. Later, the scene shifts to a cozy cafe, where Yilin is trying to be a top-tier tutor for her friend Su Jian. But Jian has the attention span of a goldfish, and is way more interested in the vibes than the math formulas. Yilin has to get serious because classes start tomorrow and this homework isn't going to finish itself. Suddenly, Jian leans in with a look that says she's about to spill some tea, asking Yilin what she thinks of her. Yilin is completely lost, wondering if she missed a page in the textbook or a chapter in life. Jian points out the waitress, a literal ice queen, who looks like she just walked off a high-fashion runway. Jian admits she's been low-key camping out at this cafe for days just to get a chance to talk to her. Yilin thinks the girl looks way too unapproachable, but Jian is convinced the waitress has that boyfriend energy that's impossible to ignore. Before they can finish their gossip session, the idol herself walks over, catching them totally off guard. Yilin is internally screaming because the waitress heard every word, but the girl is surprisingly chill and starts flirting back with Jian. The waitress even tells Jian to bring her little buddy along next time, giving Yilin a playful smirk. Yilin feels like she's just been marked by a predator, realizing she's officially on the Ice Queen's radar. As they leave the cafe at sunset, Jian is on cloud 9 after promising to come back soon. She notices Yilin has gone completely silent and asks what's up. Yilin is spiraling, convinced she's been labeled as a backstabber for talking behind the waitress's back. Jian tries to tell her she's overthinking it, but Yilin's brain is already busy imagining the waitress as some sort of legendary romantic lead. That night, Yilin is trying to relax when her phone pings with a message from Jian. It's a cursed, hilarious photo of the Ice Queen making a goofy face, completely shattering her cool image. Yilin realizes she totally misjudged the girl and starts dying of laughter at the group chat. She spends the rest of the night scrolling through messages, realizing the waitress is actually a total dork. Zayun is already demanding they go to the cafe every day, but Yilin is still trying to play hard to get. The next morning, the sun is shining, but Yilin is definitely not. Her phone is vibrating off the table, but she's still in a deep sleep. She's buried under her blankets, completely oblivious to the time. 10 minutes later, she finally wakes up and realizes she is about to be catastrophically late for the first day of school. It's a full-on panic mode speedrun as she scrambles to get her uniform on. She sprints toward the school gates, praying the disciplinary teacher isn't waiting to end her whole career on day one. She makes it to the entrance huffing and puffing, relieved she didn't get locked out. She's feeling pretty good about her narrow escape, until she sees a student getting roasted by a teacher. The teacher is losing it because the student is wearing a tracksuit instead of a uniform. Yilin watches the drama, thinking it's way too hot for that kind of outfit anyway. The transfer student calmly hands over her papers, looking like she doesn't have a single care in the world. The teacher checks the documents and lets her in, while Yilin does a double take. Her jaw hits the floor when she realizes the tracksuit transfer is actually the idol from the cafe. Jian is absolutely losing her mind because her idol has been spotted on campus, and she's demanding a full report. Yilin confirms she saw the girl, but she's pretty sure she managed to stay off the scary redhead's radar. Yilin is 100% certain it's the same girl since she saw her getting chewed out by a teacher, which is a major reality check for someone they thought was a college student. Jian is still coping, insisting the girl has major older sister vibes, but Yilin points out they never actually checked her ID. Instead of focusing on class, Jian decides it's time for a scouting mission to track her down. Yilin is totally over the drama, but Jian is already in full detective mode. They start prowling the hallways like a pair of suspicious NPCs, and Yilin is dying of secondhand embarrassment, because every student in the hall is staring at them. Internally, Yilin groaned, "Can we just run into her naturally instead of acting like stalkers?" Jian isn't just doing this for the fan service. She's got a hidden motive. She wants to recruit the idol to her club, and she's not taking no for an answer. If she can snag a top-tier beauty for the roster, the club's popularity will skyrocket. Yilin realizes her friend is basically a mini-capitalist, dreaming of a world where club funding pours in like rain. Suddenly, they spot their target through a classroom window, and Jian nearly jumps out of her skin. She's already calculating the profit margins of having a bankroll like this on her team. Zayn is still reeling from the shock that her legendary waitress is actually a fellow student. Yilin breaks the news again. Their supposed college goddess is officially a transfer. While Yilin tries to be a responsible student and prepare for class, Jiayun is ready to risk it all for a face-to-face meeting. Jiayun's determination is peaking, while Yilin just gives her the ultimate side-eye. Jiayun drags her friend through the building, ignoring Yilin's pleas to stop the madness. It's a total cringe fest as they sprint past other students who are definitely judging them. Yilin begs her to let it go, arguing that it's not that deep. But for Jian, this is the most exciting thing to happen all semester. Yilin finally calls her out, realizing this is all just a ploy to fill the club's ranks. Jian's predatory instincts are tingling. She knows a main character when she sees one. She's already imagining the mountains of cash and members that will follow if she recruits the redhead. They finally corner the girl at the window, and Jian lets out a victory cry. The Ice Queen turns around with a casual "what's up?" and completely blindsides them with her chill attitude. Jian starts her frantic sales pitch, but the school belle decides to be a total buzzkill. Yilin warns that their next teacher, Professor X, has a massive hate boner for tardiness, forcing them to make a break for it. Jian is hyped that fate is finally smiling on her, while Yilin is just worried the girl thinks they're total weirdos. They realize the girl's name, Ao Xiang, literally sounds like the word for idol, which is almost too perfect. Jian starts to wonder if she was played into using that nickname from the very beginning. Either way, she's sticking to the plan, leaving Yilin to hope that more interaction will fix their awkward reputation. Back in the classroom, the vibe is a total snooze fest as the teacher drones on about Greek history and body hair. Yilin is completely checked out, staring out the window to escape the boredom. She notices the PE class lining up on the track outside. Suddenly, a blur of motion catches her eye. It's the idol, absolutely dusting the competition with main character energy, leaving everyone else in the dust. The school is currently losing its mind because the new transfer student, Ao Xiang, just turned the track field into her personal runway. Fan Yilin can't help but stare as the redhead gets swarmed by a literal fan club offering her water and praise. Yilin is so deep in her own head that she completely misses the world moving around her. Of course, the teacher isn't about to let her daydream for free and puts her on blast in front of the whole class. Once the bell rings, Jian reveals she wasn't just spacing out, she was busy being a DIY queen and crafted a handmade invitation to recruit their new star. Internally, Yilin sighed, "So that's why you didn't take a single note today." They head out to hunt down their target, but a random student informs them that the idol already dipped to grab some food. Jian starts throwing a tantrum, calling her a liar, only for Ao Xiang to spawn right behind them like a stealth assassin and start patting her head. As they walk, Yilin feels like a total third wheel until Ao Xiang gives her a look and tells her to keep up before she gets lost in the hallways. They finally sit down for a meal where the recruitment pitch begins. But Ao Xiang is more interested in why Yilin isn't the one doing the talking. Jian finally realizes they've been stalking this girl without even saying their names and introduces herself. When it's Yilin's turn, Ao Xiang cuts her off, proving she already knows exactly who the school's idol is. Finally dropping the mysterious act, the redhead introduces herself as Yilin and Ruoxi. Later back in class, Yilin is already dreading the next physical education lesson. She watches Ruoxi dominate the track again, realizing this girl is just built different. But she gets caught in 4K by the teacher for zoning out yet again. The lecture is brutal, and Yilin can only apologize while her brain short-circuits from the embarrassment. Jian isn't giving up on the club dreams, though, waving her invitation around and dragging Yilin on another hunt. Once again, Ruoxi manages to sneak up on them, making the girls jump out of their skins. Fast forward to the evening, and a girl named Xiao is waiting outside a building, checking her phone and wondering if she's been stood up. Just as she's about to give up, Yilin and Ruoxi show up looking like absolute snacks. Xiao is completely blindsided by the glow-up, noting that Ruoxi actually looks like she discovered what conditioner is for once. Ruoxi is clearly uncomfortable in the high-effort outfit, admitting that Yilin was the one who forced her into the clothes. While they walk, Xiao tries to get the tea on whether the two of them have finally cleared the air. They arrive at the KTV, and even though there's some playful bickering about nicknames, the vibes are high. Xiao barges into VIP room 308, announcing to the group that the hottie delivery service has arrived. The room is filled with people Yilin barely knows, and she immediately feels the social anxiety kicking in. Xiao introduces Ruoxi as Yilin's bestest gal pal, which earns her a look of pure judgment from the redhead. Ruoxi leans in close to Yilin, warning her to stay nearby because with this many people, she might get snatched up. Yilin just laughs it off, telling her she'd just have to kidnap her back, leaving Xiao wondering when these two became such smooth talkers. Ruoxi isn't just a track star, she's a certified menace when she needs to be. She corners a girl who's been acting tough, slamming her hand against the wall with enough force to make the girl's lash before her eyes. As the girl starts tearing up, Ruoxi leans in close, asking what she would have done if Ruoxi were actually a bad person instead of just a student. Seeing the girl is genuinely terrified, Ruoxi softens up and wipes away her tears, apologizing for the scare. She drops some heavy truth, telling the girl to stop hiding behind a fake, vain facade, and to actually value the face God gave her. Before leaving, Ruoxi gives the group a stern warning to stop acting like degenerates and to quit smoking for the sake of their health. Unbeknownst to them, Yilin is hiding around the corner, absolutely convinced she's just discovered that Ruoxi is a secret delinquent. She tries to stay hidden, but Ruoxi's senses are top tier, and she feels someone watching her. When Ruoxi turns around and calls her name, Yilin looks like she's about to have a heart attack. Overwhelmed by the bad girl vibes, Yilin screams that she didn't see anything and sprints away at max speed, leaving Ruoxi completely confused. Later, the drama escalates when a group of actual thugs tries to press Ruoxi for having a snippy attitude as a newcomer. They demand she keeps a low profile and orders her to dye her red hair back to black by tomorrow. Ruoxi isn't having any of it, bluntly stating she isn't bored enough to change her look just to satisfy their weird preferences. She tells them they aren't kids anymore and needs to stop this nonsense, but as she tries to walk away, the leader loses his mind. He swings a punch while calling her a bitch, thinking he can teach her a lesson in humility. Big mistake. Ruoxi counters instantly with a savage kick to the chest that sends him flying. Yilin, who is once again caught in 4K watching the chaos, is left speechless by the raw power. The next morning, Ruoxi catches up with Yilin and gives her a casual greeting. When asked why she ran away the day before, Yilin goes into full panic mode, rambling about a fake home emergency and insisting she definitely didn't see anything. Their friend looks on, wondering what kind of fever dream Yilin is currently living in. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, Yilin claims the morning announcements are starting and bolts for the classroom. Back at their desks, the atmosphere is heavy as Jaeyun stares Yilin down. Yilin is sweating bullets, praying her friend hasn't figured out the truth about the alleyway fight. The silence stretches on, and the tension is high enough to short-circuit a robot. Finally, Jaeyun breaks the silence, demanding to know what Yilin is hiding. Yilin tries to play it off with a nervous laugh, but her face is twitching so hard she might as well be confessing. Jaeyun slams the desk, calling her a total liar. She accuses Yilin of secretly following Ruoxi home after school yesterday. Jaeyun's imagination goes off the rails as she pictures Yilin sneaking into Ruoxi's house as a guest. She spins a wild theory that Yilin went into stealth mode, while Ruoxi was changing to get her measurements for the club. Jaeyun is practically glowing, calling Yilin her BFF for life for going on such a dangerous recon mission. Yilin just stands there, her brain completely lagging at the sheer absurdity of the accusation. While Jaeyun celebrates her mind-reading skills, Yilin is internally screaming, "What is actually wrong with this girl's head?" Jaeyun begs for the sweet deets on Ruoxi's sizes, looking way too excited. Fed up with the nonsense, Yilin calls her a dummy and heads for the bathroom to clear her head. But her luck has officially run out because she ends up bumping right back into Ruoxi, the one person she was trying to avoid. Ruoxi catches Yilin in the hallway, greeting her like they're already besties. Yilin's brain immediately short-circuits as she screams out Ruoxi's full name in a total state of panic. Instead of being weirded out, Ruoxi is actually touched that the popular radio host remembered her name. After a painful moment of awkward silence, Yilin just shouts a random apology, clearly looking for any exit strategy. She drops the most legendary excuse ever, claiming she's super incontinent, before zooming away at max speed toward the restrooms. Yilin locks herself in a bathroom stall, finally catching her breath after that close encounter. Internally, she is sweating bullets, thinking, she actually came looking for me. I'm totally cooked. She starts second-guessing her fear, wondering if she's just overreacting since Ruoxi looks so friendly, and she didn't actually hear the context of the fight. Suddenly, she hears a voice outside the stall calling someone a redhead bitch, and the vibe immediately goes south. It's a salty girl applying lipstick, clearly fuming about getting her ego bruised. Her friend agrees, complaining about being embarrassed in front of the whole school by the transfer student. Yilin realizes these are the same thugs Ruoxi folded earlier, and they are definitely looking for round 2. The sidekick asks what the plan is, sensing some major drama incoming. The leader isn't letting the loss go, vowing to teach Ruoxi a lesson she won't forget. They decide to jump her when she's finally alone and vulnerable to ensure they get their revenge. Yilin realizes Ruoxi is about to walk into a trap and starts a frantic search through the hallways, asking everyone where she went. She finally spots Ruoxi's red hair in the canteen and rushes over like her life depends on it. Ruoxi is just chilling with Jaeyun when Yilin slams her hands on the table, startling the entire lunchroom. Out of breath and shaking, Yilin tries to warn her about the impending gank, but the words won't come out right. In a moment of pure desperation, she accidentally blurts out that they should walk home together after school. The table goes dead silent as the two girls stare each other down in total confusion. Ruoxi smirks and asks if this is some kind of confession, which makes Yilin immediately go into a defensive meltdown. Jaeyun is absolutely loving the drama, teasing Yilin for having a hidden bold side she never knew about. Yilin ignores the teasing, dead serious about not letting Ruoxi walk home alone and vulnerable. She shouts that they'll protect her, leaving Ruoxi wondering what kind of weird vibe she just walked into. The next morning, the school looks peaceful, but the tension is still high for our radio host. Yilin arrives early, still stressed about the literal death flags surrounding her new clubmate. Someone calls out to her, breaking her train of thought as she enters the gates. It's Jaeyun, who is already yapping about how the other club members are secretly jealous of her being close to their new idol. Jaeyun starts talking about club perks and uniform measurements, but Yilin is clearly trying to bring up the actual danger. Right on cue, Ruoxi joins the group, greeting both of them with a casual, cool girl smile. Yilin looks like she's about to have a nervous breakdown just by standing next to her perceived delinquent friend. Ruoxi singles her out, calling her by her full name to get her attention. She drops a smooth good morning, looking way too calm for someone being hunted by a squad of mean girls. Ruoxi then confronts her, asking why she pulled a disappearing act and ignored her calls yesterday. Yilin goes into full damage control mode, making up a story about a family emergency and insisting she definitely didn't see anything during the fight. Xian is left completely blindsided and confused, wondering exactly what Yilin is so scared of. Yilin is currently in peak panic mode, shouting that she'll escort Ruoxi safely to the cafe no matter what. This sudden outburst leaves everyone else completely speechless and wondering if she's finally lost it. Ruoxi can't help but laugh, telling Yilin she'd be more of a burden than a bodyguard and that she should just be a good girl and head home. Feeling like a total clown, Yilin apologizes for being a bother while her soul basically leaves her body. She turns to walk away, internally crying, "I'm so stupid, why'd I even say that?" But before she can make her grand exit, she's stopped dead in her tracks. Ruoxi reaches out and snags her skirt to keep her from bolting. Yilin jumps like she's been electrocuted, demanding to know what Ruoxi is doing. Ruoxi softens up, immediately apologizing for her bluntness and hurting Yilin's feelings. She explains that she was just blindsided by how much Yilin suddenly seemed to care and didn't know how to react. In reality, Ruoxi isn't annoyed. She's just worried that Yilin will get dragged into a dangerous situation on her account. She admits it would be a huge blow if Yilin got hurt because of her, so she'd rather she stay away from the drama. To lighten the mood, Ruoxi places a hand on Yilin's head, telling her she'll count on her to take care of things. She starts treating Yilin like a literal puppy, praising her for being a brave girl. Yilin snaps, shouting that she's not a child while swatting the hand away. After a moment of silence, Yilin decides to be bold and demands Ruoxi's phone number so they can stay in touch. Ruoxi is caught completely off guard, staring back in total confusion. The weather has been gloomy all day, looking like it's about to pour at any second. Ruoxi and her friend decide to head back to grab a textbook, thinking they have plenty of time before the clouds break. Ruoxi's friend is confident they'll be fine, even offering an umbrella and a ride back to the hostel if the weather turns. Naturally, the universe decides to prank them, and they end up sprinting through a literal monsoon while some old guy watches them, with a smile. They barely make it inside, soaked to the bone and nearly nursing a sprained ankle from the mad dash. Ruoxi's friend immediately starts drying her off with a towel, telling her to hit the shower before she catches a cold. Ruoxi tries to be polite, suggesting her friend goes instead, since she's also wet. But her friend isn't taking no for an answer, pushing her toward the bathroom and promising to handle the wet laundry. Ruoxi stands in the bathroom, staring at the tub, while her hair drips everywhere. Internally, she's feeling a bit awkward, thinking, "This is actually my first time taking a bath here." Meanwhile, her friend is outside stripping down and tossing the wet clothes into the washer, complaining about how much of a hassle rainy days are. Back at school, the vibe is getting dark as one girl asks another what her next move is regarding the revenge plot. The blonde girl has zero chill, declaring she's going to recruit more people for a serious beatdown. It's a total eye for an eye situation, as she prepares to ambush Ruoxi for what happened before. Overhearing the death flags, Yilin starts spiraling, frantically searching the halls and asking students where Ruoxi is. She finally spots her in the cafeteria, acting like a total idol while hanging out with Xian. Yilin rushes over, breathless and sweating, barely able to get Ruoxi's name out. Without any context, she screams at Ruoxi to go home with her after school. The entire room goes dead silent as the two girls stare at each other in a total stalemate. Xian immediately assumes Yilin is making a romantic move, teasing her for being a wild one undercover while Yilin dies of embarrassment. Despite the cringe and her hands shaking, Yilin stands her ground, determined to make sure they leave together to avoid the trap. We're back with more chaotic school life and misunderstandings that would make a rom-com writer cry. The school is currently buzzing because it's club recruitment season, and everyone is out for blood or at least some new sign-ups. Stalls are packed everywhere as students hustle their way into getting people to join their ranks. From the dance club promising you can jiggle to the chess club basically calling you a lonely loser if you don't join, the options are endless. Xian pops up looking like she just stepped out of a Victorian tea party and spots Yilin in the crowd. Yilin is actually impressed by the look, which is a rare win for Jaeyoon's fashion sense. But the real mission is finding Ruoxi, who is currently MIA among the festivities. Turns out Ruoxi is in the makeup chair getting the full idol treatment for the club's showcase. Xian hands her the costume, acting like she's the greatest manager to ever live. She even offers to help Ruoxi change, but gets shot down immediately before things can get weird. Internally, Xian was probably thinking, worth a shot. She's just out here making big moves for the club's wallet and her own personal stan list. Meanwhile, her clubmates are just watching her flex her ego in real time as she claims she's doing it all for the money. Switching gears to a rainy afternoon where a different kind of tension is brewing, since the storm is a total vibe killer. The girls decide skipping afternoon classes is the only logical choice. One of them tries to play hostess, offering to whip up a meal to break the silence. But the other is just confused because they literally just finished a massive lunch. Things start getting awkward fast as they realize they're stuck alone together. They try to blame the comatose weather, but the air is thick with official couple energy. The redhead decides if she can't be productive, she'll be a pillow, letting her partner take a nap on her lap. She gets bold, claiming they smell exactly the same now because of the shower gel. Internally, she's screaming, "Suck it, Jiashi." How's this for being proactive? While simultaneously wanting to bolt out the door from embarrassment. The other girl just stares down, blushing into a different dimension, realizing just how cute and awkward this whole situation has become. Back to the Yilin and Ruoxi drama. Ruoxi tries to be sweet, calling Yilin her guardian angel while giving her the dreaded head pat of doom. She tells Yilin she's really brave, which is basically the kiss of death for anyone trying to act like a cool protector. Yilin snaps back that she's not a kid, but Ruoxi just laughs it off like she's talking to a spicy kitten. Determined to stay in the loop and keep her safe, Yilin demands Ruoxi's mobile right then and there. Ruoxi is caught in 4K, completely blindsided by the sudden, aggressive request. She stands there buffering like a Windows 95 computer, while Yilin waits for the digits. Later that evening, Ruoxi is walking home solo, or so she thinks. In reality, Yilin and her friend are lurking behind a pole like total amateur spies. Ruoxi knows exactly what's happening and is basically questioning her life choices as she stares at the escort team. Yilin tries to justify the stalking over the phone, saying the visuals are better from a distance. Ruoxi just sighs, realizing her friends are cute, but definitely need a hobby that doesn't involve following her in the shadows. They finally reach a doorway, and for a second, it seems like the mission was a success. But the silence is deafening as they stand there in the dim light of the hallway. The friend is just relieved they arrived in one piece without any drama. But the peace is short-lived, as a voice from the shadows tells them they've waited long enough, and just like that, the thugs have finally made their move. After a long day, Ruoxi finally opens her eyes only to find Yilin hovering over her on the couch like a concerned bodyguard. When asked why she's sweating buckets, Ruoxi claims she just woke up from a total nightmare. She immediately hits Yilin with the ultimate cheesy line, saying her nightmare was simply a world where Yilin wasn't by her side. Yilin is completely blindsided by the smooth riz and wonders where the heck she even learned to talk like that. Their romantic moment is immediately killed by a loud stomach growl because apparently being a smooth talker doesn't actually fill the tank. They start bickering over dinner plans, arguing over who gets to cook and who's stuck with the dishes like an old married couple. Yilin tries to act tough and tells her to stay out of the way while she handles the chores, internally scoffing, "I'm the pro here, just watch and learn." Later at the cafe, Yilin reflects on how Ruoxi purposely chased Jiayan away, though Ruoxi just plays it cool. Things get serious at the counter as the tension between them starts to feel a bit too real. Ruoxi tells her straight up that she doesn't care if Yilin thinks she's a villain or a bad person. Yilin looks like her brain just short-circuited trying to process this sudden edgelord energy. Ruoxi vows to change her perspective in the future, claiming Yilin will eventually feel ashamed for ever doubting her. Yilin calls her out for being incredibly thick-skinned, while her own face turned to a literal tomato from the embarrassment. Ruoxi actually shows a rare moment of gratitude, thanking her for keeping her secret safe since the school year is just kicking off. She tops it off by saying they're a perfect match, flashing a smile that's way too bright for comfort. Yilin is left standing there speechless, wondering how she got roped into this mess. Meanwhile, Jian is off somewhere having a total meltdown because she realized she was being lied to the whole time. They wrap things up at the cafe, officially looking forward to the big event happening next week. As they walk home under a sunset sky, the vibe is surprisingly peaceful for once. Yilin starts to think that maybe, just maybe, Ruoxi isn't the total menace she originally thought she was. Jiayan asks Yilin for a massive favor, wanting her to help out during the upcoming school festival. She claims to have the perfect job lined up for her, which usually means Yilin is about to suffer for the plot. The day of the festival finally arrives, and the school building is looking more crowded than a department store sale. The campus is packed with stalls and students ready to blow their entire allowance on snacks. Jiayan shows up in a full-blown princess outfit to announce the start of the annual club event. The rest of the crew is dressed in everything from maid outfits to literal star costumes, looking ready for chaos. Jian starts scanning the crowd, wondering why her favorite target hasn't shown her face yet. Yilin finally makes her entrance, looking like she's already regretting every life choice that led her here. The place is a total zoo with people running in every direction to check out the booths. Every club from dance to basketball is out here fighting for recruits like their lives depend on it. Yilin wanders through the madness, desperately trying to locate where Jiayan is hiding. Jiayan finally spots her and comes charging over, looking way too excited about her frilly costume. When Yilin asks where the main attraction is, Jiayan points her toward the changing room where Ruoxi is currently getting ready for the show. The school festival is finally popping off, but Yilin finds herself standing in front of a fitting room wondering what she's getting into. Before she can make a run for it, Jiayan pops out and drags her inside, refusing to let her as promise she made. While Ruoxi is already getting her makeup professionally done by the club's resident glasses girl, Jiayan tells Yilin it's time for her glow-up as well. Jiayan shoves a suspiciously frilly dress into her hands, leaving Yilin completely blindsided by the fashion choice. Internally, she's screaming absolutely not, but Jiayan is already handing her off to an assistant to make sure the change happens. Jiayan then moves on to the next victim, handing Ruoxi her specific costume for the day. When the leader graciously offers to help her change, Ruoxi immediately shuts that down and disappears behind the curtain to handle it herself. The club's glasses girl watches the chaos and notes that their leader is actually pretty clever when she wants to be. She's impressed that Jiyun actually managed to convince someone as thick-headed as Yilin to agree to this mess. Jiyun's ego goes through the roof as she brags about how much she sacrifices for the sake of the club's future. With the prep work done, she calls out to see if the girls are finally ready to reveal their looks. Yilin steps out first, looking like a total main character in a gothic princess gown, though she's blushing like a tomato. The club members are absolutely floored, realizing the outfit is a total 10 out of 10. Jiyun starts gushing, telling Yilin she looks exactly like a princess. However, the vibes get weird fast when Jiyun points out how well-fitted the dress is in the chest area, earning her a swift verbal beatdown from an embarrassed Yilin. Yilin tries to keep it practical, asking what the actual point of this elaborate dress even is. Jiyun bluntly admits it's pure fan service to bait more students into joining the club, and the glasses girl is totally on board with the marketing strategy. Jiyun finally finishes the last touches on Yilin's hair, declaring the job done. The final result is an angelic transformation that's honestly illegal. Jiyun tries to bribe her with a free dinner if the festival is a success, while Yilin realizes she basically just sold her soul for a meal. Suddenly, Jiyun realizes Ruoxi is taking forever and shouts for her idol to show herself. When the curtain finally opens, Jiyun's jaw hits the floor in pure shock. Ruoxi steps out looking incredibly handsome in a sharp, masculine prince-style suit. Jiyun immediately loses her cool and glues herself to Ruoxi, screaming that the clothes chose the perfect person. Ruoxi's eyes finally land on Yilin, and for a second the room goes silent. Yilin assumes a roast is coming and tells her to just go ahead and laugh. Instead, Ruoxi hits her with a soft smile and tells her the dress actually suits her perfectly. She calls Yilin an angelic beauty, causing Yilin's brain to start lagging. Ruoxi doesn't stop there, adding that she has the body of a devil to match, which has Yilin internally screaming about how Ruoxi can say such bold things so lightly. With the squad fully assembled, the club members can't get over how good the prince and princess duo look together. Ruoxi leans in with a smirk, joking that since they're matched up, they're basically wearing couple clothing. Yilin completely short-circuits as the rest of the club starts teasing them for flirting in 4K. The tea is boiling over as Jiyun sits across from a mysterious blonde guy, looking way too comfortable. He flashes a smile that screams main character energy, leaving everyone wondering what their deal is. Meanwhile, Yilin and her friend are lurking in the shadows, absolutely shook to see their idol out in the wild. Internally, Yilin's friend was screaming, "Is this a secret date? My ship is sinking." The idea of a secret boyfriend has them both short-circuiting as they watch the pair from a distance. Suddenly, gossip mode is fully activated, and they decide to go full Sherlock Holmes to uncover the truth. Jiyun plays it cool, acting like it's just a casual reunion with someone from her past. Turns out they haven't seen each other in years, and the blonde guy is actually surprised she ended up at the same school. He notices she's still rocking the red hair, wondering if he still has an influence over her. Jiyun just laughs it off, asking about his martial arts awards and ignoring the heavy tension. Her friend recognizes him as the president of the martial arts club and mourns the fact that such a top-tier face belongs to a guy who probably just wants to punch things. Their stalking session is cut short when a waitress awkwardly asks if they're actually going to order something, causing Jiyun to spot them immediately. Back at school, the drama continues as Yilin worries about keeping secrets from her close friend Xiaoqi. She's not mentally prepared for the fallout if the truth about her living situation gets out. Of course, her other friends are already making cohabiting jokes and imagining a whole happy family scenario. They're practically planning the wedding and suggesting she quit school to manage the household. Jian just laughs at the chaos, telling Yilin she's being way too shameless about the whole thing. When Yilin mentions moving her stuff over that evening, Jian can't help but tease her for being so enthusiastic about the big move. Internally, Yilin was fuming. Can you not make it sound so suggestive for 5 minutes? Later in class, the professor is rambling about the expressive power of sculptures, but Yilin's mind is clearly elsewhere. Instead of taking notes, she's busy doodling a cute little cat version of someone special. She's caught red-handed when a classmate leans over to ask what she's drawing, making her jump out of her skin. Fast forward to the festival, and the prince and princess duo is absolutely slaying the recruitment game. Yilin is showing off a clever calculator trick she found online to impress the crowd. She wonders if this fate thing is actually just a well-timed gimmick. Ruoxi suddenly appears behind her, catching her in the middle of her tech support Riz session. He teases her about using the trick to snag someone's phone number, leaving her completely flustered. The booth is a hit, but not everyone is a fan, as one girl walks up wondering what kind of weird club this is. She looks at the drama club flyer with pure judgment, clearly not vibing with the aesthetic. Yilin tries to be helpful, asking if she wants to know more, but the girl just scoffs. She starts trash-talking the club, calling their outfits weird and basically hating on their hobby. She's about to walk away until a certain prince decides to step in and shut it down. Ruoxi defends the club with a cool, calm demeanor that everyone has their own hobbies. The girl's attitude flips in an instant as she starts simping for the handsome prince, desperately asking for his number. But the real plot twist happens when she turns around and sees a very familiar face. It's Jian in her normal track jacket, looking absolutely done with the disrespect as she asks if the girl even recognizes her without the makeup. Moving day is finally here, and as the sun sets over the city, the tension between our two leads is reaching a boiling point. Yilin is playing it low-key, admitting she can't bring all her stuff at once, because the dorm manager is basically a human lie detector. Ruoxi notices Yilin looks like she just crawled out of a construction site, and Yilin explains she got into a literal scrap during sculpture class over a clay nose. Flashback to the chaos where Yilin was throwing hands over artistic innovation, while her teacher just wanted them to move muddy water, making Ruoxi realize her life will never be boring with this one around. Ruoxi decides to be a total smooth talker, offering to carry the load and insisting they hold hands the rest of the way. Internally, Yilin is definitely feeling the heat as Ruoxi flashes her a smile that could melt a glacier. Ruoxi confesses she can't help but grin like a dork because the idea of them finally living together is a total dream come true. Night falls, and they finally step into their new home sweet home. When Yilin tries to act like a polite guest, Ruoxi shuts that down immediately, telling her to get comfortable, because this is officially her territory now. Meanwhile, back at the festival, things are getting weird as a guy in a cape corners the group, asking if Yilin is feeling guilty about something. He starts glazing her, saying she's not like other girls because she's always so chill and never complains about the grind. He claims she has a specialty that makes her stand out from the crowd. He then drops a massive bombshell, claiming he's been studying the same thing for 5 years, leaving the girls absolutely blindsided. But Psyche was just trolling them and heads off to the bathroom, while they're still processing the fake news. As he walks away, he catches a glimpse of someone through the fence, looking sharp and totally handsome. He does a double take, wondering if that's actually Ruoxi-lan out in the wild. Xiaoqi is currently in her own world, celebrating the fact that they're friends with such top-tier visuals. She's so hyped about their club's success that she promises to foot the bill for a massive dinner feast. Internally, she's thinking, who cares about the drama when we've got this much funding? However, Yilin is totally distracted, glued to her phone and ignoring the celebration. Her friend catches her red-handed browsing for a gift for Ruoxi, and Yilin is definitely caught in 4K trying to hide her domestic vibes. Back at the apartment, Ruoxi has the romance starter pack ready with red wine and steak, telling Yilin to hit the shower while she finishes cooking. Ruoxi then reveals she's been planning this cohabitation gift for months, which has Yilin's brain totally short-circuiting. She hands over a mystery package, insisting Yilin wear it after her shower, despite Yilin's major hesitation. Once she's alone in the bathroom, Yilin realizes the gift is a spicy piece of lingerie, and she's currently having a full-blown internal crisis. She starts spiraling, wondering if Ruoxi is a secret player or if she's just overthinking a very awkward congratulations outfit. Yilin is having a full-blown identity crisis, staring off into space and contemplating the true meaning of maturity. It doesn't help that Ruoxi is a total smooth talker, dropping lines about how she could never forgive herself if Yilin ever got hurt. Ruoxi has a habit of treating her like a literal toddler, patting her head and calling her a little warrior, while Yilin tries to throw hands to prove she's a grown-up. Internally, Yilin is fuming because she feels like no matter what she does, she's always stuck in the kid zone. Even their friend Xiaoqi notices the vibe, pointing out that anyone who gets close to Ruoxi eventually feels like a child, because she takes everyone for a fool. But behind the teasing and the tricks, Xiaoqi reminds her that Ruoxi is actually an incredibly strong person who shouldn't be underestimated. Ruoxi just smiles through the conversation, playfully wondering if Xiaoqi's influence is still rubbing off on Yilin after all this time. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Yilin's head as she realizes she's been missing the bigger picture. She stares at Ruoxi with a new sense of curiosity, finally seeing the girl behind the playful mask. Ruoxi, meanwhile, is busy stretching out after a workout, showing off that martial arts flexibility. She catches the two of them whispering and demands to know what kind of tea they're spilling behind her back. Xiaoqi is currently fighting for his life, complaining about muscles he didn't even know existed after doing the splits, while Yilin holds onto his sweaty gear like a reluctant assistant. Ruoxi checks her phone and realizes she's late for her shift at the caf, surprising Yilin by moving to head out immediately. Ruoxi can't help but troll one last time, asking if Yilin wants some alone time with Xiaoqi, leaving Yilin absolutely stunned and short-circuiting. The drama reaches a peak when Yilin and her friend are caught red-handed eavesdropping on Ruoxi's private conversation. Xiaoqi finds the whole thing hilarious, but the girls are busy interrogating Ruoxi about why she's secretly meeting up with the club president instead of being at her own club. Ruoxi explains that they've been bros since middle school, and that he's actually a high-level martial arts athlete with state awards. She respects his grind, noting that he really followed through on his goals while she kept up her own intense practice. As they walk home under the moonlight, the friend jokes about Ruoxi falling in love with extreme sports, while Ruoxi looks unusually pensive. Yilin asks if her interest in fighting came from being inspired by her old friend. Ruoxi just gives a soft smile and admits she just genuinely happens to enjoy the thrill herself. She then pivots back to being a menace, teasing the girls for having the nerve to creep on her earlier. The conversation turns to safety, with Ruoxi insisting on walking them home because she's worried about creeps stalking Yilin, even though Yilin insists she's perfectly fine on her own. Fast forward to the apartment, and the tension is high enough to cut with a chainsaw as Ruoxi leans in close to a blushing Yilin. Without warning, Ruoxi takes charge, tilting Yilin's chin up and sealing the deal with a kiss that confirms they are definitely more than just roommates. It's a total caught in 4K moment as the two get lost in the heat of the second. Afterward, Yilin is a total wreck, her brain completely fried as she wonders if the romantic dinner is actually going to continue or if she'll just die of embarrassment. Ruoxi, ever the flirt, points out how the dim lighting and the wine create the perfect atmosphere for a beauty like Yilin. She laughs it off and suggests they watch a movie to kill the awkwardness, though Yilin is still clearly processing the glitch in the Matrix. Ultimately, Yilin decides she's had enough excitement for one night and suggests they just sleep early before things get even more out of hand. Yilin is trying to act cool, claiming she's just curious about Ruoxi's hobbies, but Ruoxi sees right through the act, calling her out for being obviously interested in her. Internally, Yilin is already hitting a wall, thinking that there is absolutely no being reasonable with this girl. Ruoxi doubles down on the mysterious girl trope, telling Yilin that keeping secrets is the only way to keep the spark alive before the charm eventually wears off. While stuffing her face with snacks, Ruoxi casually invites Yilin to the martial arts club later. Even though Yilin gives her a hard pass immediately, Ruoxi is shamelessly playing mind games now, basically telling Yilin she's already fallen for her tricks, and should just say yes without thinking. As the bell rings for class, Ruoxi walks off with a confident wave, leaving Yilin fuming and insisting that she's definitely not going to show up. Fast forward to later that afternoon, and surprise, Yilin is standing right in front of the clubroom door. She even brought a bottle of water like a devoted girlfriend, despite her face screaming that she'd rather be anywhere else. She's having a full-blown internal crisis about why her legs actually carried her here after she talks so much smack. Taking a deep breath and trying to find her courage, she finally reaches out to push the door open for the very first time. Switching gears to the nighttime vibes at home, Yilin is currently buried under her covers, suffering from a massive case of foot-and-mouth disease. She's panicking that her "let's go to bed early" comment sounded way too suggestive, and now she's convinced Ruoxi thinks she's looking for something more than just sleep. Internally, she's blaming the wine for her flirtiness, wondering if she should just fake being asleep to avoid the world's most awkward encounter. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Ruoxi is having her own mental breakdown, trying to breathe through the stress of actually leaving the room. She's pacing around like a nervous wreck, trying to convince herself they're just going to sleep, even though her heart rate is definitely redlining. She eventually convinces herself that Yilin probably just wants a good night kiss or a cuddle and decides she needs to be the one to man up and get the romantic vibes going. Back in the bed, Yilin hears the door open and realizes the moment of truth has finally arrived. But before the romance peaks, we get a flashback to a much darker time when Ruoxi's martial arts skills were a literal lifesaver. A girl finds herself blindsided by a group of thugs who are clearly looking for more than just a chat. The girl is screaming at them to wait, realizing the situation has spiraled out of control as the guys surround her with bad intentions. These goons are definitely not playing around, pulling out knives and looking to do some permanent damage to anyone in their way. The leader has a total psycho look on his face, claiming they need to make sure their lesson sticks forever. When the girl tries to back out of the deal, the thug just gives her a creepy, caught in 4K stare, reminding her she was the one who asked for their help in the first place. She realizes she's messed with the wrong crowd, screaming that she never intended for anyone to actually kill. The thugs just mock her, calling her a mouthy brat and telling her to stay out of the way while they do their dirty work. They even threaten to let her take the fall if things go south, leaving her completely paralyzed with fear. That's when Ruoxi steps out of the shadows, looking absolutely done with these jackals. One guy thinks he's tough and lunges at her with a blade, ready to show her what real fear looks like. Big mistake. Ruoxi delivers a high-speed kick that sends the knives flying and leaves the guy's brain short-circuiting. She stands her ground as the rest of the gang watches her shadow loom over them like a literal grim reaper. With a cold, piercing gaze, she tells the remaining thugs to show her their fear, looking like the absolute final boss of the streets. The thugs are absolutely blindsided when they realize this duo actually knows how to throw hands. One overconfident idiot thinks bringing a knife to a fistfight is a big brain move, but he's about to get a reality check. A massive high kick connects perfectly, sending the knife wielder's jaw into orbit. Another goon tries to sneak up, but Ruoxi is already 2 steps ahead, whipping off her jacket to use as a makeshift shield. The blade slices through the air, narrowly missing a fatal blow but leaving a sharp crick across Ruoxi's cheek. Her partner watches in silence, realizing the stakes just got way higher than a simple schoolyard scrap. The discarded jacket lies on the floor, bearing the literal scars of the encounter. Ruoxi stands her ground with blood trickling down her face, looking like she's ready for round 2 without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, the sound of sirens fills the air, and the thugs decide it's time to ghost the scene before they end up caught in 4K. Ruoxi calmly picks up her gear and asks the terrified girl if she's okay, acting like she didn't just survive a lopsided ambush. Fast forward to the present, and Yilin wakes up in an empty bed, wondering if her roommate pulled a disappearing act. She stumbles out of bed in her slippers, only to find Ruoxi returning with breakfast like the ultimate provider. Ruoxi explains she was in a rush and wasn't sure what to get, while Yilin just stands there admiring the morning view. While they're getting ready in the bathroom, Yilin starts rambling about buying matching toothbrushes, but Ruoxi decides to shut her up with a surprise morning kiss. Yilin's brain completely short-circuits as her face turns a shade of red that rivals Ruoxi's hair. She tries to act indignant about the sudden affection, but internally she's screaming, "How am I supposed to focus on brushing my teeth now?" The scene shifts back to the golden hour of the past, where the sky is painted in hues of orange and impending drama. The girl Ruoxi saved is wandering the school grounds, hoping to find her mysterious protector to say thanks. She spots something in the distance and her eyes go wide as she realizes the trouble isn't over yet. She follows the path, her mind racing with questions about why anyone would target someone as cool as Ruoxi. The hallways are quiet, but she can feel the tension lingering in the air as she searches for any sign of the redhead. She finally spots Ruoxi and her blonde friend, who look like they've walked straight into another massive trap. A huge crowd of students has them cornered, led by a girl who clearly has a major grudge and a lot of backup. The blonde guy is genuinely impressed, wondering out loud how Ruoxi managed to annoy this many people in a single afternoon. The leader of the pack tells everyone else to beat it, making it clear they only have beef with the redhead. Ruoxi stares them down, realizing that Yilin's warnings about the local bullies were actually 100% facts. The lead bully rants about how Ruoxi's arrogant face is triggering her, but Ruoxi just reminds her who actually provoked who. A thug with a pipe joins the roast, mocking Ruoxi for being an arrogant tomboy who doesn't know when to back down. The blonde friend can't even take the threat seriously, holding back a laugh at how cliché these villains are acting. The mean girls start picking on Ruoxi's fashion sense, claiming her tracksuit is just a cover for a skin condition, which is a total reach even for them. Yilin tries to play it cool on their date, dropping smooth lines about a hottie in the frame, but Ruoxi is way too dense to realize she's the one being complimented. Ruoxi is basically on a caffeine high, sprinting toward the raccoons and pandas while Yilin begs her to slow down before she teleports out of the zoo. The romantic vibe takes a nose break when a llama decides Yilin is its new mortal enemy, nearly taking her out while Ruoxi stands there looking completely bewildered. After escaping the llama's wrath, Ruoxi focuses on taking turtle selfies and laughing at a legendary photo of Yilin looking terrified next to a bear. The duo stops at a convenience store for a pit stop, where Yilin realizes she's totally out of shape because her legs are absolutely screaming. As she flips through a magazine, the action shifts to a high-stakes flashback where Ruoxi and her blonde ally are looking like they're about to end someone's whole career. They're caught in a massive street brawl, absolutely styling on a group of thugs with some serious main character energy. The bullies are completely blindsided, realizing they brought a regular attitude to a professional martial arts fight. Even the girl they're protecting can't believe the level of carnage unfolding right in front of her. The bully leader is fuming, his ego taking more damage than his face as he realizes he's losing to two students. One idiot decides to charge in anyway, screaming about how they're total bastards for ruining his day. He swings a wild punch, but Ruoxi's friend is basically moving in slow motion, dodging the attack like it's a minor inconvenience. He mocks the guy's weak form, looking bored out of his mind while holding the bully's hand. The blonde ally starts dropping truth bombs, lecturing the mob about how they're losers who didn't study or get jobs, choosing to spend their lives as bottom-tier thugs instead. The gang is officially triggered, wondering why this random teenager is trying to give them a life lesson in the middle of a fight. Ruoxi's friend makes it clear he's not going anywhere, because he doesn't leave his partners behind to deal with trash. Desperate to regain some ground, the lead bully pulls out a knife, thinking a blade is the only way he's surviving this encounter. Back in the present, the pair hits up Walmart for some hate-your-life-on-the-cheap shopping. Ruoxi is on an intense mission to find the perfect cup, looking way too adorable for a grocery store run. They debate over ceramic versus plastic, with Yilin trying to keep things practical for their bathroom. Internally, Ruoxi is completely short-circuiting, thinking, how is Yilin acting so normal after she kissed me last night? She starts spiraling into a mental breakdown, calling herself a bad girl for being the only one who can't stop thinking about their intimacy. Then, Ruoxi bends over to check the bottom shelf, giving Yilin a view that has her sweating and questioning her sanity. Yilin gets caught in 4K and immediately goes into full denial mode, shouting that she definitely wasn't checking Ruoxi out. As they walk home during a golden sunset, Yilin decides to stop playing games and firmly grabs Ruoxi's hand. Ruoxi's brain officially melts, her face turning bright red at the sudden skinship. Yilin gives her a smug, knowing look, clearly enjoying the fact that she's finally won this round of romantic chicken. However, the moment is immediately ruined by two kids nearby who spot them and loudly announce that they found Yuri in the wild. The older kid explains the concept of being super gay to his little brother, mentioning how his mom usually makes him leave the room when these videos start. The little brat then looks at Yilin and suggests she might actually be a femboy since long hair is in right now, causing Yilin to snap and give them a look that promises a very painful future. The confrontation at the zoo takes a petty turn when Ruoxi decides she's had enough of the bratty kid's attitude, She leans in close, dropping a savage truth bomb that if he keeps talking like that, he'll be single for the rest of his life. When the kid tries to deflect by pointing at his brother, Ruoxi pulls a pro-gamer move and accuses him of having a naughty crush on his own sibling, causing a total system error in the boy's head. The kid absolutely loses it, screaming for his mom and running away like he's just seen a ghost while Ruoxi watches him flee, internally thinking, "Don't dish it out if you can't take it, kid." With the trash successfully taken out, Ruoxi turns back to Yilin, who is still trying to process the absolute savagery she just witnessed. Ruoxi tells her there's no need to listen to that little pipsqueak, while Yilin can't help but feel a surge of affection for her fierce protector. Later that night, the vibe shifts to pure domestic bliss as they settle into their apartment, complete with matching blue and pink polka dot house slippers. Ruoxi admits the place finally feels like a real home thanks to the warmth Yilin brings, though she quickly gets flustered and tells Yilin to just take the compliment already. As Yilin heads to the kitchen to test out the new gear, Ruoxi watches her with a look that suggests she's falling harder than a server during a peak sale. Suddenly, we get hit with a flashback to their high school days, where a panicked Yilin is frantically running toward Ruoxi as alarms blare in the background. Yilin is horrified to find Ruoxi covered in blood, realizing the fight she just got into was way more serious than she let on. She panics over the bleeding wound on Ruoxi's face and the fact that her favorite coat has been completely shredded. Ruoxi tries to play it cool, claiming it's just a common garment, but Yilin isn't buying the tough guy act for a second. Yilin calls her out for lying, pointing out that she wears that limited edition coat every single day, even in the middle of summer. Internally, Ruoxi is stunned that Yilin noticed such a small detail, but Yilin just smiles and says the coat doesn't matter right now. She promises to mend the clothes herself and starts frantically looking for tissues to clean up the mess. Yilin is so worried that she even considers dragging Ruoxi to the hospital, hovering over her like a dedicated medic. As she gently dabs at the wound, the romantic tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. Back in the present, Ruoxi realizes she's a bit out of shape after their long day of zoo dating and domesticating. Yilin, ever the optimist, suggests they head out for a night walk to keep the good vibes going. The streets are quiet and the lanterns are glowing, setting the perfect stage for a late-night stroll. They walk hand in hand toward the school campus, with Ruoxi finally enjoying the rare peace and quiet away from the crowds. Ruoxi teases her about suitors being miffed if they saw them, mentioning how their friend Xiaoch keeps pressuring her to be more proactive before someone snatches Yilin away. Speak of the devil, Xiaoch literally spawns out of the shadows like a ghost, nearly giving them both a heart attack. Xiaochi explains she was just finishing up a report, but then immediately pivots to teasing them for making her feel like a total third wheel. She jokes that they're already acting like a married couple, leaving Ruoxi blushing and shouting for her to mind her own business. Before she leaves, Xiaoch wears a devious grin and suggests a really nice place nearby for the couple to check out. It turns out Xiaochi's idea of a nice place is a park filled with couples aggressively making out in the dark, leaving our duo standing there in stunned, awkward silence. Realizing they've accidentally walked into a public display of affection war zone, Ruoxi suggests they head literally anywhere else before they see something they can't unsee. Yilin agrees, but when she tries to push her luck with another cute gesture, Ruoxi snaps back into Sunder mode, warning her to cut it out or she'll actually be pissed. Back in high school, Ruoxi is shook when she sees the bandage on Yilin's face, realizing Yilin wasn't even the one starting the drama. Yilin just shrugs it off, thanking Ruoxi for the heads up before trying to bounce. Not wanting to be left on red, Ruoxi screams that she's officially cut ties with her bad influence squad. This actually catches Yilin's attention, making her stop in her tracks. Instead of giving her the cold shoulder, Yilin gives her a tiny, genuine smile. Ruoxi tries to play it cool, acting like it's no big deal while her heart is probably doing backflips. Then Yilin drops a total compliment bomb, telling Ruoxi she's way prettier without all that heavy makeup. Ruoxi is absolutely blindsided, her face turning into a literal tomato. Yilin just casually waves goodbye, leaving Ruoxi in the dust. As Yilin walks away, Ruoxi is left standing there, completely short-circuiting. She can barely process what just happened. Internally, she's losing her mind because her crush finally smiled at her, and it's basically the best day of her life. She starts running off with a sudden burst of energy, wondering why she's so ridiculously hyped. Meanwhile, the former mean girls are watching from a distance, realizing their old leader isn't so scary anymore. Fast forward to the present, and domestic vibes are off the charts as Yilin carefully dries Ruoxi's hair. Yilin notices Ruoxi is actually wearing the gown she bought her, which is a massive win since she thought Ruoxi hated it. Once the hair is dry, things get awkward fast when Ruoxi brings up last night with a super serious face. Ruoxi admits she feels like a total failure for her reaction and thinks she disappointed Yilin. Yilin is basically a walking question mark, having no idea why Ruoxi is being so hard on herself. She immediately panics, trying to explain that she wasn't upset at all, but Ruoxi isn't backing down, claiming she's spent the whole day mentally preparing for round 2. She looks Yilin dead in the eye and tells her they should continue where they left off. Yilin remembers how Ruoxi was crying from nerves last night and tries to tell her they don't have to rush. Ruoxi gets even bolder, confessing that she's ready now because she actually liked the intimacy. Yilin pins her down to the bed, but Ruoxi gets the last word, saying Yilin's intense gaze makes her want to eat her right up. Ruoxi is visibly shaking with nerves, her face beet red as she waits for the next move. She squeezes her eyes shut and gives Yilin the green light. After a heated moment, Yilin pulls back and jokingly thanks her for the hospitality, leaving Ruoxi completely dazed. Ruoxi tries to recover her dignity by teasing Yilin for looking like a pouting octopus. Yilin keeps it real, telling Ruoxi she loves her and doesn't want her forcing herself before she's truly ready. She promises she can wait for as long as it takes, which earns her a sweet, unexpected kiss from Ruoxi. They end the night with some playful banter about who's more of a lure, proving that their bond is stronger than ever. Ruoxi is staring at Yilin with those big puppy dog eyes, clearly wanting to dive into some deep lore. Yilin notices the look and realizes Ruoxi is dying to know more about her past, even if she's trying to play it cool. Trying to be smooth, Ruoxi decides to test the waters and asks to hear some of those old memories. She figures they have some time to kill before their friend Zayun shows up, so why not get a little sentimental? But the vibe immediately hits a brick wall when Yilin just says sorry with a blank face. Yilin admits it's not something she likes to talk about, leaving Ruoxi absolutely mortified that she overstepped. To save the mood, Ruoxi pivots to the most relatable distraction ever, room temperature cookies. She tries to play it off, but Yilin stays in her own world, leaving Ruoxi wishing the floor would just swallow her whole. The silence is deafening as Ruoxi realizes they might not be as close as she thought. Internally, she was screaming, "I made things so awkward. I should have just kept my mouth shut." She's spiraling, convinced that Yilin officially hates her now. Yilin just sits there looking bored, which only makes Ruoxi's anxiety skyrocket. Suddenly, Yilin breaks the tension with a total curveball, asking Ruoxi if she's even wearing a bra. Ruoxi is instantly caught in 4K, turning beet red as Yilin shamelessly comments on her assets. It turns out Yilin was just being a massive troll to fix the awkward mood, and Ruoxi realizes she's been played by a professional. After the mini heart attack, Ruoxi asks if she's really not mad, and Yilin just gives her a chill-out smile. Flashback time to the high school club recruitment fair, where the squad is wandering through a sea of booths. Their friend Yuan China is on a mission to find a boyfriend, completely ignoring the actual academic clubs. When the girls roast her for being a thirsty main character, she's ready to throw hands. That's when they stumble upon the photography club, which is apparently a goldmine for attractive guys. A guy named Ni Fengyuan spots them and treats the girls like a high-grade smorgasbord of new recruits. He tries to recruit them with a pitch that Yilin immediately rejects with a world of nope. But Yuan China is down bad and signs up instantly, hoping to mingle with photography hunks. Things get weird when Ni finds out Ruoxi is a martial arts champ and starts begging her to be his shifu. Yilin is just done with the whole situation, especially when Ni suggests she'd make a great model because of her figure. He hypes them up and then dips for class, leaving the girls in the dust. The trio realizes Ni and Yuan China are basically the same person, only here for the vibes and personal gain. Once they get what they want, they're gone faster than a free trial subscription. Later, Yilin asks Ruoxi if she wants to head home since class is over. But Ruoxi has other plans and asks if she can sneak into Yilin's art lecture instead. Yilin finds it hilarious that Ruoxi wants to sit through a class she didn't even pay for. Ruoxi insists she just wants to be Yilin and learn what she learns. Even Yilin warns her the lectures are straight-up lullabies. Of course, Ni Fengyuan shows up in the same class to cause absolute chaos, acting way too loud and annoying everyone sitting behind them until they get scolded. Ruoxi is currently fighting for her life against the ultimate final boss, Flappy Bird. She's completely locked in, staring at the screen like her entire future depends on a pixelated bird not hitting a pipe. Yilin notices her partner being unusually quiet and peeks over to see she's actually studying a photography manual to prep for their new club. Internally, Yilin scoffed. It's literally just clicking a button. Why is she doing homework for a hobby? When she mentions their club leader Ni Fengyuan would be disappointed by her lack of effort, Ruoxi basically tells her that the guy is too airheaded to even feel sadness. Suddenly, Yilin gets a great idea. She asks Ruoxi if she's got any plans for later, and Ruoxi's brain immediately takes a one-way trip to the gutter. When Yilin suggests things get physical, Ruoxi is ready to risk it all, only to be hit with the ultimate betrayal. It's just an invitation for an evening jog. Ruoxi is visibly short-circuiting because her research has her mind in a very different place, but she eventually agrees to stop the awkwardness. The physical activity begins, but it's mostly just heavy breathing and sweat. While they're pounding the pavement, Yilin tries to be a supportive partner by commenting on Ruoxi's heavy breathing and physical stats. She even tries to ease the burden with a little unwanted touch, earning her a threat of a swift kick to the rear and a challenge to a sprint. The next day at school, Ruoxi is paying the price with major shoulder pain. Her friend China spots her wincing and immediately assumes the worst, leaving Ruoxi red-faced and wishing she could just disappear. Back at the apartment, Ruoxi is a total puddle on the couch, refusing to ever run again. Yilin suggests a professional massage to fix the damage, but Ruoxi is suspicious that this is another one of Yilin's traps. Yilin explains she's actually an expert because she used to tag along with her old crew for post-training recovery. Ruoxi finally gives in, though she warns Yilin to keep her thirsty thoughts to herself before they head out to Mama Xiexie's house of rubbin. The place is surprisingly high-end and the receptionist suggests a lymphatic drainage package that sounds way too fancy for a simple muscle ache. Once they're in the back, the masseuses arrive, and Ruoxi starts looking like she's about to face a firing squad. Yilin tries to play it cool and tell her to relax, but the second the lady says it's time to strip, Yilin's own poker face completely evaporates. Flashback time. We see a younger Ruoxi showing up at Yilin's place unannounced, catching her right out of the shower. Yilin is baffled that this girl didn't even use the doorbell and just appeared like a ninja. Ruoxi doesn't care about social norms, she's just there to admire Yilin's elegant room. When questioned about how she found the place without getting lost, Ruoxi flexes her superior sense of direction. She immediately makes herself at home, face-planting onto Yilin's bed, because it's so soft. Yilin has to remind her that this is supposed to be a study session, not a nap. She breaks out the homemade cookies to keep her guest happy. Ruoxi takes a bite and is so blindsided by the unusual taste that she asks where they were bought only to realize Yilin baked them herself and quickly pivots to save face. The mood shifts when Ruoxi notices the bandage on Yilin's face. Yilin tries to play it off as a minor scratch, but the vibe is heavy. Ruoxi expresses her gratitude, admitting Yilin was the real MVP who saved them and even fixed her favorite jacket. It finally clicks for Ruoxi just how much that piece of clothing means to Yilin. Yilin goes quiet, staring off as the weight of the past settles in. She admits that the jacket isn't just fabric, it's a vessel for memories she's not quite ready to let go of yet. After getting out of the taxi, the air between the two is thick enough to cut with a knife. Ruoxi is trying to play detective, asking Yilin why she's been acting so salty since the night began. Yilin finally snaps, claiming Ruoxi doesn't actually care about her at all, leaving Ruoxi completely blindsided by the sudden drama. The awkwardness follows them right into the elevator, where Ruoxi calls out Yilin for being weird. Yilin isn't having it and tells her to explain herself clearly or prepare for some serious attitude. Suddenly, Yilin pulls a pro-gamer move and pins Ruoxi against the wall in a textbook kabedon, finally ready to spill what's actually bothering her. Internally, Ruoxi is short-circuiting, but Yilin starts teasing her about health tips and blocked lymph nodes like a total weirdo. Ruoxi tries to swat her away, shouting that her health has nothing to do with this intense hallway standoff. Yilin drops the logic bomb, asking why Ruoxi lets strangers touch her but treats her own girlfriend like a biohazard. Seeing Ruoxi's face turn beet red, Yilin decides to back off, realizing her girl is just terminally shy when it comes to her. But Ruoxi decides to step up, pulling Yilin into a hug and promising she won't resist anymore. Yilin locks eyes with her, asking if she's absolutely sure about this before things go past the point of no return. Ruoxi gives the green light, and the distance between them disappears in an instant. They finally lock lips in a heavy, cinematic kiss against the door, letting all that pent-up tension explode. It's a total main character moment as Yilin pulls her closer, making sure Ruoxi knows exactly who she belongs to. They eventually break for air, and a blushing Yilin checks in to see if Ruoxi is still alive after that intense session. Ruoxi manages a weak yes, her hands still trembling from the heat of the moment. As they lean back into each other, Ruoxi admits she's been dreaming about this for a long time. We then jump back to their high school days, where the drama club is struggling to get through a table read. Gaofan is narrating a story about a king and his 3 daughters, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Yilin is cast as the youngest princess, the one so beautiful she's literally the main character of every poem ever written. Meanwhile, Ruoxi is stuck reading for the frog, looking absolutely miserable while surrounded by a background of cartoon lily pads. Yuan China, the director from Hell, stops everything to scream about Ruoxi's lack of emotion. Ruoxi tries to argue that frogs aren't exactly known for their range of facial expressions, but Yuan isn't buying it. She rants that the frog is actually a handsome prince and demands Ruoxi start acting like a total heartthrob immediately. Ruoxi tries to negotiate her way out of the spotlight, suggesting she play a rock or a background servant instead. Yuan shuts her down instantly, claiming Ruoxi is the only one fit to be the prince since Gaofan is already locked in as the king. Gaofan just shrugs, leaning into his role because being the king is a total power move. Seeing Ruoxi's soul leaving her body, Yilin steps in and offers to switch roles with her. Ruoxi is so shocked she starts laughing like a maniac, her face turning a bright shade of help me. Yilin just smiles, while the others joke about how Yilin is way too pretty to be a frog, and that she's a natural-born princess. Ruoxi gets all defensive, realizing that Yilin was actually paying attention to her feelings this whole time. Internally, she's screaming. She actually noticed I was struggling. After cooling down, Ruoxi looks at Yilin and realizes that if Yilin is the princess, then she's more than happy the prince to her heart's content. After the high-voltage tension of their kiss, Ruoxi stands there wrapped in a towel, looking like she's seen a ghost while Yilin rushes in, panicking about whether her partner is actually okay. It turns out Ruoxi isn't dying. She's just dealing with some sudden, intense stomach cramps. Yilin goes through a mini existential crisis, thinking she broke her girlfriend, until Ruoxi drops the bombshell that it's just her period starting. Once the death flags are cleared, they retreat to the safety of the blankets, with Yilin laughing off the massive misunderstanding. Ruoxi isn't having the teasing and tells her to shut up, though internally she's probably glad the mood didn't stay heavy for long. Suddenly, Ruoxi hits her with a suspicious look, questioning how Yilin is so knowledgeable about certain things, and if she's been binge-watching spicy content behind her back. Yilin realizes her secret stash of knowledge is under threat and thinks she must never know, before pivoting to some high-tier riz about how her love guides her. Ruoxi immediately short-circuits from the smooth talking and hides under the covers to nurse her blushing face. Flashback time. Back in high school, Ruoxi was basically the school idol, getting greeted by every girl in the hallway. Zion watches from the sidelines, noticing that Ruoxi is getting way closer to certain people than she used to be. Even though Ruoxi is the friendly type that most people find easy to approach, Ziyun can't help but feel a little bit of the third-wheel blues. Watching Ruoxi walk off with someone else leaves Ziyun standing in the spotlight of her own internal drama, wondering why she feels so left out. But Ruoxi isn't just a pretty face. She's a beast in the gym, landing heavy hits that would send most people to the hospital. Even the guys in the club are baffled that she's out here training in a school skirt, though Ruoxi is quick to point out she's got shorts on underneath. Internally, she's thinking, it's called efficiency, look it up, while the guys are just trying to process the visual. Her classmates are basically her biggest fans at this point, admiring how she manages to be pretty athletic and actually nice to be around. Seriously, she's the ultimate safe space for everyone in the school. Naturally, the conversation turns to what kind of person would actually be her type. Ruoxi looks off into the distance, looking like she's contemplating the mysteries of the universe, or maybe just what's for lunch. Ziyun wonders if there's already someone special taking up space in Ruoxi's head from her past. While Ruoxi is lost in thought, a cold glass is pressed against her cheek to snap her back to reality. She looks up, completely blindsided by the sudden contact. It's Yilin, sporting a bandage on her face and a smirk, telling Ruoxi she looks way too distracted. Yilin's gaze is intense, like she's trying to read Ruoxi's mind in real time. Ruoxi immediately panics and tries to act like she was totally focused on the upcoming rehearsal. Internally, she's screaming, "Why am I acting so weird around her?" While Zion drags her away to get back to work. Zion is still on her mission to find out Ruoxi's type, but Ruoxi just trolls her by saying, "I like you, Zion." Zion is absolutely living for the attention, blushing like a protagonist who just won the lottery. But the good vibes are cut short when she spots something suspicious at the door. Standing there is a dark-haired girl, looking like she's ready to start some major drama. The club members are immediately on guard, wondering who this intruder is. Zion isn't about to let someone ruin the mood and demands to know what she's doing there. The girl isn't even looking for Ruoxi, she's looking for Red, which is obviously Yilin. Ruoxi is caught off guard, wondering why this girl is hunting down her friend. Apparently, she's been asking all over campus and decided to camp out by the Wuxia club until Yilin showed up. Ziyun tries to gatekeep, telling the girl that the idol is way too busy with drama rehearsals to hang out. But the dark-haired girl isn't taking no for an answer, ignoring Ziyun's screeching entirely. As the group looks over the script for the school festival play, the newcomer drops a bombshell. She's joining the drama club too, just to stay close to the action. And for those wondering about the weird gender-bending claims in the notes, the translator basically says they'll get back to us once the facts are straight. It's a total mess of misunderstandings and high school drama. Ruoxi is finally back in her element, and the local gym bros are absolutely not ready for this smoke. After a 2-year hiatus, she's finally dusting off the boxing gloves, much to Yilin's surprise. She squares up against a guy who thinks this is just a friendly little bout, but he's about to realize he's way out of his league. As soon as the bell rings, Ruoxi is a blur of motion. Dodging hits, she's got ultra instinct and landing a clean counter that leaves her opponent reeling. Watching from the sidelines, her new #1 fanboy is absolutely losing it, convinced he's found the ultimate master to teach him the ropes. Even the guy in the ring is starting to sweat, realizing her reaction time and counters are actually cracked. Ruoxi isn't just winning. She's styling on him with a confident smirk that's internally, "You really thought you had a chance, didn't you?" Yilin is basically a walking heart eyes emoji at this point, watching her girl absolutely dominate the ring with main character energy. Seeing Ruoxi like this brings back all the high school feels, reminding Yilin exactly why she fell for this athletic goddess who used to practice until she was perfect every single day. After the match, the opponent offers his respect, while the fanboy begs Ruoxi to take him as a disciple, clearly ready to worship the ground she walks on. Ruoxi eventually caves and signs up for a membership, but the mandatory fitness assessment from balancing on one leg to lung capacity test turns out to be more of a workout than the actual boxing match, leaving her completely drained by the time she gets home. While recovering on the couch, Ruoxi admits she wanted to try new things to move past the trauma of the past and focus on the person right in front of her. She teases Yilin that getting in shape has other benefits for their private time, which earns her a playful pinch for being a total menace. Later, the pair heads to the cinema for a movie date, unaware that Ziyun is also there on a date with a guy who has absolutely zero reads. Xian is bored out of her mind by her date's movie choice and heads to restroom to escape the awkwardness for a few minutes. However, walking in high heels on a polished movie theater floor is a dangerous game. She nearly wipes out on the slippery tiles, only for Yilin to suddenly appear and offer a helping hand, leaving Xian caught in 4K looking completely flustered. After hiding in a stall to die of embarrassment, Xian walks out only to find Yilin still waiting for her, looking way too cool for someone who just witnessed her almost eat the floor. Night falls on the city, but for some the mental drama is just waking up. Gongya is busy doom-scrolling through her phone, her thumb working overtime as she lurks on social media. She stares at her screen with a blank expression, her brain slowly short-circuiting over the latest updates. She sees a post where Ruoxi is acting like the ultimate Riz Lord, claiming she'd be a better prince than anyone if Yilin were the princess. Internally, Gongya is screaming, "Get a room," while aggressively kicking her blankets in total frustration. She can't handle these weird conversations and finds the whole couple dynamic living rent-free in her head. Seeing Yilin buy Ruoxi fitness gear makes her realize she's just been watching their romance movie from the sidelines like a background NPC. Ruoxi's grateful smile in the photo is basically a flashbang to Gongya's single soul. The jealousy is starting to peak, and her face is turning a shade of red that definitely isn't a cute blush. She goes full toddler mode, throwing a tantrum in bed because the secondhand embarrassment is just too much. She screams into the void that this is all Ruoxi Land's fault for being so effortlessly cool. The next morning at school, Gongya is a total zombie, barely keeping her eyes open after a long night of hating. She spots some familiar silhouettes in the distance and her avoidance sensors immediately go off, seeing Ruoxi again so soon as the last thing her tired, sleep-deprived brain needs. Internally, she scoffs. "Please don't see me, I am literally a ghost right now." She watches Ruoxi from behind, hoping to sneak past without a confrontation or another awkward moment. But the mere sight of her rival just brings back all those third-wheel memories from the cinema. Ruoxi is busy being the popular girl, getting greeted by other students while Gongya continues to lurk in the shadows. Her mind flashes back to that cinema date where Ruoxi and Yilin were being peak goals, while she suffered nearby. Gongya remembers being caught in the middle of their flirtatious banter, feeling like she was invisible. Her friend asks if she knows the couple, and she tries to play it cool, claiming they just met. But just doing a lot of heavy lifting for a girl who almost died of embarrassment in the restroom. By Monday, Gongya is back to her queen of ghosting routine, telling her friends she's blacklisting every guy who dares to breathe her way. She eventually hits the library to escape, wondering why every guy she meets is either a pretentious flop or totally clueless. Suddenly, a familiar face appears. It's Yilin, holding a photography guide and looking way too friendly for a Monday. Yilin realizes they go the same school, and the coincidence hits Gongya like a freight train. Gongya tries to play it off, but internally she's screaming, "Why is this world so small?" Yilin decides to sit down right next to her, even though there are roughly 1,000,000 empty seats available elsewhere. Yilin drops a massive compliment, telling Gongya she looks elegant and totally different from their messy restroom run-in. She even asks if Gongya is a model, which has the girl's ego doing backflips despite her initial annoyance. Gongya starts feeling herself a bit, getting all smug because her fashion sense was finally caught in 4K. Yilin explains she's just trying to learn new things, specifically about photographic composition. The tension starts to melt as they bond over being students who actually have hobbies outside of dating drama. They trade info, revealing Gongya is a music major while Yilin is over in the broadcasting school. The conversation dies out for a second, and the silence is so loud it's physically painful for both of them. Yilin breaks the ice by realizing she's the senior, officially making Gongya her junior in the campus hierarchy. Gongya is left wondering if this is the start of a friendship or just another awkward encounter she'll regret later. Finally, Yilin heads off to grab more books, leaving a very confused and flustered Gongya behind to process everything. The drama club gets a massive shock when a rich girl decides to join just because she's interested. Even though there are no roles left, she pulls the ultimate power move by offering to sponsor all the club's expenses out of her own pocket. Yilin's brain is basically short-circuiting as she wonders if this girl is actually serious about dropping that much cash. Seeing her friend looking completely blindsided, Ruoxi asks if she's okay, but Yilin tries to play it cool despite her confusion. The club president wraps up the first part of rehearsal, telling the cast it's finally time to add some actual movements to their lines. While the crew works on the background and props, the president calls for everyone's attention for a major announcement. Everyone, meet Xiaojidai, the new club member, and more importantly, the sugar mommy sponsor paying for the whole production. Yilin and Ruoxi share a look, internally wondering if this rich girl joined specifically because she has a crush on Ruoxi. Xiaojidai immediately zeroes in on Yilin, confirming she's the one playing the role of the princess. As the sponsor, she makes it clear she has a specific request for how this play should go down. Yilin starts sweating bullets, internally screaming, "Please don't let this be a trap." But it turns out the request is simple. Yilin just needs to make sure she plays the princess role perfectly. Xiaoji warns them not to let everyone's hard work go to waste, and Yilin can already feel the massive pressure mounting. During the next run-through, Xiaoji suddenly calls an aggressive timeout. She goes full critic mode, complaining that everyone is acting without any real emotion, and that the whole performance is just boring. She starts roasting everyone from the trees in the background to the guy playing the king, calling his performance totally undignified. She then turns her sights on Yilin and the narrator, calling them stiff, dull, and completely lacking any vibes. She basically tells them to dream on if they think they can win first place with such a mid-attitude. When the crew nervously asks about the prince's acting, Xiaoji's entire personality suddenly flips. She claims the prince played by Ruoxi is doing amazing, showing some blatant favoritism that leaves the rest of the cast feeling like they were caught in 4K being irrelevant. Ruoxi, being the only one with actual social skills, steps in to tell Xiaoji that while her intentions are good, her straightforward advice is a bit much for the team. She suggests Xiaoji wait until the end of the rehearsal to give her notes so she doesn't ruin the flow. And surprisingly, the sponsor listens. Even though she's pouting like a brat, Xiaoji tries to act like she's only doing this for the sake of the team. Yilin watches Ruoxi take control of the situation, internally noting how her friend is way more mature than any of them. However, Ruoxi immediately ruins the moment by teasing Yilin about whether she regrets not fighting for a better role than a frog. Yilin immediately takes back her thoughts about Ruoxi being mature, realizing her partner is just a massive troll. Back in the present day, the two are enjoying a sunny park date where Ruoxi is trying her hand at photography. After some initial struggles, Ruoxi manages to get some decent shots, though she jokes that she's a natural at everything, because she's just that good. The flirting hits a high point when Ruoxi teases Yilin about wanting to see her at the gym later, accusing Yilin of just wanting to ogle her body while she works out. Yilin gets all flustered, but the mood shifts when they start reflecting on their high school days together. They realize how much of their early connection was tied to Ruoxi's martial arts, even if they totally misread her feelings back then. Ruoxi admits she almost quit fighting because she didn't want to see Yilin cry anymore, leading to a playful argument about actually fell in love first. The gym date is off to a smooth start, but the nostalgia is hitting harder than a heavy bag today. Ruoxi tells Yilin that she won't get bored as long as she's watching her, before Yilin tells her to park it and wait while she gets ready. The vibe is immaculate as Ruoxi reminisces about their high school days, specifically remembering how Yilin used to be her dedicated water girl during training. With a playful tata, Ruoxi heads off to get her sweat on, leaving Yilin with her thoughts. Watching her go, Yilin can't help but smile, touched that Ruoxi actually remembers the tiny details from their past. But the fluffy mood doesn't last long as Yilin suddenly gets a bad gut feeling that some drama is lurking right around the corner to ruin her vibe. Internally, she scolds herself, "God, I can't let myself get wrapped up in my own head," as she tries to stay present. That's when she spots Ruoxi's phone on the table, which is currently being blown up by a landlord demanding a massive payment for rent and utilities. Seeing those eye-watering numbers, Yilin's face drops as she realizes Ruoxi might be struggling way more than she's letting on. This reality check triggers a major flashback to where it all began back in high school. A younger Yilin is just trying to mind her own business on the way to class when Ruoxi suddenly spawns in right behind her. Ruoxi is already a professional flirt, acting like their morning encounter is pure destiny while holding out her hand for a mysterious favor. Yilin just stands there looking confused, wondering what kind of scheme is cooking this time. Internally, she scoffed. What does she want now? Turns out, Ruoxi wants a bandage and starts a whole dramatic monologue about how her face will literally rot from bacteria if it isn't treated immediately. Yilin, being the ultimate overthinker, starts spiraling as she imagines a full-blown medical emergency involving pus and infections. Terrified by the mental image, Yilin finally snaps and agrees to hand over the bandage just to stop the madness. But Ruoxi isn't done playing games. She demands that Yilin actually apply the bandage for her right there in the middle of the schoolyard. It is peak embarrassment as Yilin awkwardly sticks the bandage on while other students watch them like they've lost their minds. Ruoxi just smirks, teasing Yilin for being way too kind and unable to ever say no to anyone. Fuming and flustered, Yilin tells her to drop it because early study is about to start. But before Ruoxi can walk away, Yilin calls out her name one last time. She reaches into her bag and sheepishly hands over a mysterious gift she's been hiding. Ruoxi is completely blindsided, her smug attitude vanishing in an instant. She stares at the package in total shock, her brain seemingly short-circuiting from the unexpected gesture. Yilin is blushing harder than a sunset, refusing to make eye contact as she stands there awkwardly. Ruoxi tries to regain her cool, jokingly asking if this is just some bonus gift that came with the bandage. Yilin totally loses it, screaming that it's a custom-made gift just for her, which only makes Ruoxi's specially made grin grow even wider. Unable to handle the teasing, Yilin bails for the classroom, telling Ruoxi to save the surprise for the end of the day. Back in the present-day flashback, the teacher is busy droning on about English grammar and the nuances of design. Yilin is physically in her seat, but she's mentally checked out, staring at her notes while her mind loops back to Ruoxi. The lecture about disturbing versus interrupting becomes the literal background noise to her internal crisis. She remembers Roxy's smug face and realizes she's being treated like a total pushover, which only makes her more annoyed. Her daydreaming is officially caught in 4K when the teacher calls her name, leaving Yilin panicking as she's dragged back to reality. Yilin's friend Xiaoqi is totally confused why a girl with a seemingly stable life is suddenly hunting for a side hustle. Internally, Yilin is just trying to fix Roxy's financial disaster without making it weird, but she claims she's just bored and needs to kill time. Xiaoqi gives her the "are you for real" look, wondering if she's actually being serious about working for fun. She assumes Yilin is just being a simp and saving up for a Valentine's gift, since couples are always extra about those monthly anniversaries. She mentions a restaurant hiring students, and Yilin is so hyped she wants to start the very next day. She's basically treating Xiaoqi like a savior, though the friend is mostly just hoping for a staff discount the next time she eats there. But there's a catch. Yilin begs her to keep this job a total secret from Roxy for the time being. Back at the apartment, the interrogation begins as soon as Yilin walks through the door. Yilin panics and pulls a classic lie out of her hat, claiming she's joined a performance program at school that requires extra rehearsals. She tells Roxy she'll be rehearsing a lot more often, which is really just code for grinding for tips at the restaurant. Roxy is a supportive queen and immediately wants to know what the program is so she can visit. Internally, Yilin is short-circuiting, so she claims her instructor is a total nightmare who is super strict and bans all visitors. Roxy doesn't give up and asks for the performance date so she can be in the front row to watch. Yilin just keeps dodging the questions, while Roxy insists on taking over the cooking because Yilin looks exhausted from training. Roxy is genuinely sweet, thinking that any effort for Yilin is a total win, while Yilin feels like a complete fraud for lying. Meanwhile, Gong Ye is busy being the local piano prodigy in the music room. After her performance, her classmates act like her personal fan club, showering her with compliments on her skills. They try to drag her out for afternoon tea to celebrate after class. The friends suggest a cheap place with free refills, but Gong Ye is definitely not about that budget life. She wants somewhere high class with better food, which earns her some side-eye for having such demanding tastes. Eventually, she folds and agrees to go anyway, pretending she isn't actually a total diva about her tea. The group ends up at a place called Roman Holiday, and Gong Ye is about to get blindsided. Who's there to take their order? None other than Yilin, who is looking very official in her new server uniform. It's Yilin's first day on the job, and she's genuinely surprised to see her first guest is a familiar face from school. Gong Ye is acting super awkward while her friends try to figure out how she knows the cute server. One of the girls recognizes Yilin as the broadcasting senpai who hosts the new radio show. Then she drops the ultimate tea. She knows Yilin is taken because she's met her girlfriend. The table is stunned as she confirms that yes, Yilin is definitely into girls. Yilin drops off the fruit juices, totally unaware that her personal life is the main course of their conversation. She gives them a polite smile and heads back to work, leaving Gong Ye staring at her in shock. The classmates immediately start gossiping, with one saying it's a waste for such a pretty girl to be gay. They identify the girlfriend as the tall redhead, which we all know is the martial arts master Ruoxi. They wonder how the friend even figured out their relationship status in the first place. Apparently, her gaydar is finely tuned because she's seen plenty of WLW couples around her. The gossip goes into overdrive as they discuss the different types of girls in these relationships and why some change their appearance. The expert friend claims people in these relationships are usually just looking for fun and end up breaking up eventually. She laughs it off, saying women are just more skillful at flirting with each other, and even jokes about what would happen if Gong Ye confessed to them. They all start laughing at the idea of Gong Ye having a secret preference, but Gong Ye is left in a total daze, finally processing the fact that Yilin is a lesbian. Gong Ye and her squad are still buzzing about the restaurant where they spotted Yilin working her secret shift. They can't stop talking about how the senior waitress was a total sweetheart, and how they definitely need to go back. They remember Yilin introducing herself with a bright smile, looking nothing like the girl they usually see at school. She was so polite, even inviting them to visit more often whenever they were free. But Gong Ye is stuck in her own head, wondering why a girl with such a great personality would fall for a delinquent like Ruoxi. Just as she's questioning Yilin's taste, she spots something that sends her brain into a tailspin. Ruoxi is walking nearby, but she's not alone. She's hanging out with a tall, athletic guy. Ruoxi looks totally relaxed, flashing a smile that Gong Ye rarely sees. The two of them start sparring playfully in the street, with Ruoxi throwing some sharp punches to show off. The classmates immediately start the rumor engine, wondering if they've been wrong about Ruoxi's relationship status this whole time. They start pitying Yilin, theorizing that her love might be unrequited, and that she's destined to be the pitiful third wheel to this tall couple. As night falls over the apartment complex, the double lives continue to clash. Ruoxi is heading home when the elevator doors open to reveal Yilin still in her work clothes. Both of them are surprised to see the other out so late, but Yilin is the one sweating bullets. Ruoxi gives her a suspicious look, wondering what kind of school rehearsal keeps a student out until the late hours. Internally, Yilin is praying her lie holds up as Ruoxi asks if she's going to be this busy for the rest of the term. Later that night, the two get on a phone call after Ruoxi discovers a little secret in her backpack. Ruoxi teases Yilin about her bad memory, while Yilin tries to play it cool. The teasing ramps up when Ruoxi mentions that the gift Yilin gave her came with a little something extra. It's a handwritten note, and Ruoxi offers to read it aloud just to be a menace. Yilin realizes she's been caught in 4K and begs her to stop before it gets weird. But Ruoxi reads it anyway, a heartfelt apology where Yilin admits she misunderstood Ruoxi and thinks she's actually a nice person. Ruoxi immediately calls her out for being jealous earlier, sending Yilin straight into tomato mode. Ruoxi isn't letting her off the hook, asking if Yilin is secretly happy that she liked the gift. Internally, Yilin is short-circuiting, screaming about how Ruoxi is way too confident and annoying for her own good. But then Ruoxi drops the act and gives a genuine thank you, admitting she really loves the gesture. Yilin's heart does a backflip, and she realizes she can't stay mad at her even if she tried. Ruoxi finishes the call with one last blow to Yilin's ego, asking if she's been stealing glances at her this whole time. The next day at school, Yilin is staring at her notebook like she's trying to decode the secrets of the universe. The classroom is empty and quiet, but her mind is a chaotic mess of romantic tension. She's completely spaced out, lost in a daydream about the girl who occupies all her thoughts. She imagines Ruoxi leaning in close, looking absolutely ethereal in the sunlight. Internally, she's thinking about how a frog can only become a prince with a kiss from a princess. Suddenly, her best friend Xiaoqi jumps into frame with a loud yell dog, scaring the soul out of her. Xiaoqi tells her to wipe the drool off her face because school is out and they've got places to be. They head to the gym where a high-intensity sparring match is going down between Ruoxi and the club president. It's a total battle of the titans, with both fighters looking incredibly sharp and focused. The peanut gallery is losing their minds, with students simping for both of them because the scene is just too cool. Xiaoqi is basically ascending to heaven, wondering if fights are always this seductive. Even the other girls are moved to tears by Ruoxi's skill, while Yilin watches from the sidelines, completely mesmerized. Xiaoqi then gathers everyone, announcing they are entering the final phase of rehearsals and need to put all their feelings into the climax. But as the club's script reader looks at the pages, her face goes pale as she realizes exactly what kind of climax the script is calling for. The gym atmosphere is electric as the sparring session kicks off with high-speed intensity. Yilin is absolutely stunned by the raw power on display. Ruoxi is out here handing out smoke like it's a clearance sale, landing a brutal knee to her opponent's gut that looks like it belongs in a pro highlight reel. She's basically Neo in the Matrix, dodging high kicks with zero effort while keeping her eyes locked on the target. Even the onlookers are caught in 4K simping over her perfect form and athletic build, calling her the ultimate idol. Watching from the sidelines, Yilin is feeling like a total genius because that high-quality gear she bought Ruoxi's curves perfectly. As the sun sets, the crew is feeling hyped about their progress, convinced they're going to be #1 at the festival. Though some think their level still isn't quite there yet, Ruoxi tries to act nonchalant about following them, claiming she's just taking a shortcut, even though her cool girl act is starting to slip. But the vibe shifts instantly when a luxury Bentley pulls up at the curb, stopping the group in their tracks. A pair of high heels hits the pavement, and the atmosphere gets heavy fast as everyone turns to see who's pulling up in such a flex. A mysterious blonde in a power suit steps out, addressing Ruoxi with formal respect, like she's some kind of undercover heiress. Meanwhile, Gong Ye is having a rare moment of clarity, thinking Yilin is actually a decent person who shouldn't be treated poorly. She decides to blow off some steam with her friends through some serious retail therapy. While her friends head to the shops, she ducks into restroom, humming no scrubs, and feeling herself. She finishes her makeup and gets ready to slay, but nearly ends her own career by slipping on a wet floor and almost eating the tile. Before she can pull a total fail, a familiar face catches her, asking if she needs help. Gong Ye freezes, realizing this is the same girl she saw working that secret part-time job, and the awkwardness is off the charts. Her friends are totally confused when she suddenly cancels their shopping spree with a suspicious vibe. She claims she has a last-minute beauty appointment, but her friends aren't buying the sudden change of plans. Internally, she groaned, "Why am I even doing this?" as she finds herself sitting in Yilin's cafe, getting served coffee and treats by the very girl she was supposed to be avoiding. Cut to PE class, where the sky is clear and the stakes are high on the basketball court. The game is intense, with players scrambling for the ball in a high-speed defensive play. Ruoxi is once again the main character, styling on everyone and calling out plays like a seasoned pro. The girls on the sidelines are basically a fan club at this point, admitting that Ruoxi is better than all the boys on the court. She sinks a three-pointer like it's nothing, leaving Yilin and the others absolutely floored by her coordination. The club members start joking that they should ditch the Frog Prince play for a Battletoads action movie just to utilize Ruoxi's combat skills. But they realize the festival is way too close for a script change. However, some thirsty guys from Class 2 are busy scouting the hottie on the court, completely ignoring the actual game. One of them bets his buddy that he can snag her number, thinking his Reese is top tier. He approaches Yilin with the world's cheesiest pickup line, thinking she's just an innocent target who won't see him coming. But karma hits faster than a viral tweet as a stray basketball comes flying out of nowhere and clocks Yilin right in the face. The entire court goes silent as the players realize they just sniped an innocent bystander with a direct hit. Yilin is left clutching her face with a massive nosebleed while Ruoxi rushes over, her protective instincts going into full-blown overdrive. Back in the infirmary, the school nurse is busy patching up Yilin's face after that brutal basketball encounter. Ruoxi is hovering like a helicopter parent, looking way more stressed than the actual patient who took the hit. She's basically apologizing on repeat, feeling like she failed her one job of catching the ball. Internally, Yilin felt the secondhand embarrassment peaking, thinking, it's just a bruise, girl, not a terminal diagnosis. Ruoxi suddenly flips the switch from worried mom to certified troll, joking that Yilin has officially become her successor in the getting smacked in the face department. Yilin isn't having it, immediately calling her out for gloating the second the vibe gets light. The nurse just watches the chaos with a smile, probably thinking these two are a whole sitcom. She even tells Yilin to keep this good girl close, which Ruoxi is more than happy to agree to. We see how they even got here. Some random guy tried to be the hero and carry Yilin to the nurse, but Ruoxi shut that down faster than a 404 error. She insisted on the piggyback herself, showing off that insane main character strength. While carrying her, Ruoxi tells Yilin her face better stay pretty, leaving Yilin wondering what kind of nonsense she's yapping about now. Fast forward to the hallway where a classic mean girl showdown is brewing. A blonde student with zero chill is harassing another girl, demanding to know where she's been hiding lately. The target, a black-haired girl named Dai, tells her to get lost just as Ruoxi and Yilin walk into the blast zone. Yilin freezes, recognizing the tension immediately. The blonde isn't backing down, clearly looking for a fight to boost her ego. She spots Ruoxi and immediately starts tugging on Dai's clothes like a bratty toddler. She even throws shade at Ruoxi, basically saying she didn't hit her hard enough last time if there aren't any permanent marks. Dai finally snaps, telling the blonde to grow up and stay the hell away from her. She's tired of being followed by a human headache and tells her to stop being a pain. But the blonde has one last card to play, sporting a smirk that screams drama. She drops the bomb, asking if Dai is only acting tough because she's down bad for Ruoxi. Dai turns into a blushing, stuttering mess while Ruoxi just stands there with a new phone who dis? Expression. The blonde keeps pushing, accusing Dai of playing the innocent lamb for her new crush. Ruoxi finally decides she's heard enough of this Wattpad tier dialogue. She tells them if they want to scrap, they should take it off campus because school is for studying, not soap operas. Dai is left speechless before storming off, nearly taking the blonde out on her way out. The blonde screams a generic villain threat, but Ruoxi's memory is already deleting her in real time. Yilin, ever the investigator, asks if that girl was the reason Ruoxi got injured in the first place. Ruoxi just gives a soft smile, claiming that drama is ancient history. Yilin is skeptical, wondering if Ruoxi is actually capable of not holding a grudge. Ruoxi explains that grudges are just a waste of time and energy, and there are better things to focus on. But of course, she can't stay serious for long, immediately teasing Yilin about whether she's falling for her too, leaving Yilin totally short-circuited as she realizes the flirtatious bullshit is back on schedule. After the chaos on the court, Yilin's friend rushes over check if she's still in one piece. But Yilin plays it cool, claiming she's totally fine. Her friend isn't buying it, noting that the way Yilin dropped after getting hit was enough to give anyone a heart attack. But she gives major props to idol Ruoxi for instantly whisking her away to the infirmary. We get a quick flashback of the legendary piggyback ride, where Ruoxi was busy teasing Yilin about her soft weight, while Yilin was internally fuming, thinking, keep joking and I'll literally bleed all over your uniform. The girls start planning an ice cream run after school to celebrate Yilin not being broken-faced, but they decide they need to go into full stealth mode to avoid Daishiaji. Ruoxi finally admits that now that they mention it, Dai really has been spawning in the most random places lately. A quick montage reveals Dai has been playing professional-level hide-and-seek in the hallways, the cafeteria, and even cornering Ruoxi in the bathroom, leading the friend to conclude that this girl is straight-up stalking her. Ruoxi, being the densest protagonist alive, just asks why, with a blank stare. Her friend looks like she's about to have a mental breakdown over Ruoxi's lack of awareness. Ruoxi tries to rationalize it, claiming Dai is probably just looking for a new squad after ditching her old toxic friend, but her friend isn't having any of this dense MC energy. Finally, the friend can't take it anymore and shouts Dai Xiaoji's name while Yilin watches the drama unfold. She drops the ultimate truth bomb. Dai Xiaoji likes you, idol. While the vibe is tense enough for a crane kick to the face, the revelation seems to miss the mark entirely. Ruoxi's reaction is a legendary level of okay, which leaves her friend completely short-circuited. The friend goes on a full rant about how bathroom stalking is way worse when it's another girl, because there are no boundaries, practically begging Ruoxi to be at least a little bit bothered. Internally, Ruoxi is just vibing, convinced that Dai is simply putting in the work to be a top-tier bestie. The friend finally screams it at the top of her lungs. Dai Xiaoji is in love with you. She asks if Ruoxi is even remotely surprised that another girl has caught feelings, but Ruoxi just gives a nonchalant, not really. Apparently, this isn't Ruoxi's first rodeo, as she reveals she dealt with a girl liking her at her old school before she transferred. This news has the other two looking like they just saw a ghost, while Ruoxi just sighs at drama. They wait with bated breath for some deep wisdom, But Ruoxi's take is purely logical. She explains that love at first sight is usually just a superficial fixation on something shiny and new, and it's basically impossible to catch real feelings in just a few weeks. She dismisses Dai's feelings as a temporary infatuation, jokes that everyone loves her because she's great, and bounces to class before they can ask more questions. Yilin realizes that maybe Ruoxi isn't just dense, she's just playing a completely different game than everyone else. Her friend, however, is clearly drinking the Kool-Aid now, admitting she's starting to get a little infatuated with the idol herself. Later that day, the mood shifts as Yilin checks her phone, looking a bit pensive. She makes her way up the quiet school stairwell, heading toward a private meeting. Out on the rooftop, the wind is howling as Yilin finds Ruoxi waiting for her by the fence. Ruoxi catches sight of her out of the corner of her eye. She flashes a warm smile and greets Yilin, clearly glad she actually showed up. Yilin stands there in silence, looking like she's bracing for a boss fight. She cuts straight to the point, asking why she was called out to the roof of all places. Ruoxi keeps that soft, unreadable expression on her face. She starts walking down memory lane, asking Yilin if she remembers the first time they crossed paths. Ruoxi laughs about the time Yilin accidentally slammed a door into her head, and then wouldn't stop apologizing, making Ruoxi look like the villain of the story. Yilin is visibly confused, wondering why they're recapping the pilot episode of their friendship right now. Ruoxi points out that it's already been 3 months since that fateful door-slamming incident. Yilin is blindsided by the realization, internally thinking, wait, has it really been that long? Ruoxi notes that they've been spending way more time together and have obviously gotten a lot closer than they were at the start. Yilin admits that her impression of the Ice Queen has definitely changed since those early days. Ruoxi's expression turns serious as she drops the ultimate cliffhanger, telling Yilin she has something very important to say to her. Ruoxi and Yilin are hanging out when Ruoxi drops a truth bomb. She thinks Yilin's friend, Dai, is a total creep who's been popping up everywhere like a bad omen. Yilin tries to stir the pot by asking if this is just a classic case of jealousy, but Ruoxi shuts that down immediately, claiming she has total trust in her girl. Internally, Ruoxi smirked. You're already mine, so why would I worry? While explaining that their mutual friend, Na, got kidnapped by a mob of thirsty fangirls. The conversation shifts to a potential club trip to the beach to film a commercial, which means skipping class with a free pass. This news hits Yilin like a freight train, sending her straight into a delusional daydream about bikinis, sunset splashes, and a moonlit kiss that would make a K-drama lead sweat. When she snaps back to reality with a face redder than a tomato, Ruoxi catches her in 4K, teasing her about whatever spicy thoughts just crossed her mind. Later that night, Yilin wakes up in a daze, heart still racing from the vivid mental cinema. She takes a breath, relieved that the romantic beach scene was just a product of her own thirst. But the relief is short-lived because Ruoxi is literally lying right next to her, calling her sleep-talking cute. Yilin's eyes nearly pop out of her skull as her brain starts lagging. She goes into full panic mode, screaming Ruoxi's name while clutching the blankets like her life depends on it. She demands to know why Ruoxi is invading her personal space. The realization that they are sharing a bed has her voice trembling as Ruoxi leans in closer for the kill. Ruoxi casually explains that she supposedly forgot her keys at school and Yilin was the one who offered her a place to crash, though Yilin has zero memory of this convenient plot point. As Yilin tries to process the data, Ruoxi reaches out and cups her cheek. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Ruoxi offers to give her a refresher on exactly what went down earlier that evening. Rewinding a bit, we see the tension brewing at school where Yilin is caught in the middle of a messy confrontation. Dai is looking absolutely pressed, while Ruoxi watches the drama unfold with a look of pure "I'm over this." Ruoxi stares back with a cold, unbothered expression. A blonde classmate calls Dai out for being a total fake, claiming she's only acting nice to get in Ruoxi's good graces. Before a catfight can break out, the blonde girl tells everyone to chill. Ruoxi steps in with peak Ice Queen energy, telling them if they want to scrap, they should take it off campus. Dai looks like she just got slapped with a cold fish, completely blindsided by the rejection. She storms off, shoving past the other girls in a huff. The blonde girl yells after her to remember this moment, but the damage is done. Ruoxi watches her go, sighing that some things are impossible to forget even if you want to. Yilin, sensing the heavy vibes, asks if Ruoxi is still haunted by being hurt in the past. Ruoxi just flashes a calm smile, though Yilin is internally screaming. Is she going to go full villain on me for my ignoring attitude? Ruoxi admits that holding on to a grudge is a massive L to her. Hating someone continuously is just a waste of energy that brings zero benefits to her life. She tells Yilin to focus on things that actually matter, but then immediately pivots back to being a tease, asking if Yilin's nervousness means she's caught feelings, leaving Yilin's brain completely fried. The drama at school is reaching a boiling point because Dai Jiaji has officially gone MIA after getting rejected. Ziyun starts cooking up some wild theories, wondering if Dai is hiding from a gangland debt, or if she got her clock cleaned for betraying the thug life code. After letting the imagination run wild, Ziyun pivot to a more reason for the disappearance, leaving Yilin completely lost. Recalling Ruoxi's sacred idol image, Ziyun claims the real reason Dai is ghosting everyone is simple. She's down bad and blinded by love. Apparently, Dai only joined the club to simp for Ruoxi, and getting rejected by her crush absolutely crushed her spoiled trust fund heart. Now she's likely soaking in a bath of pure embarrassment, unable to face the object of her infatuation. Yilin thinks it's all too complicated, but Zian snaps back that they need to track the brat down immediately, mostly because they need her to pay for the expensive play costumes they already ordered. Internally, Yilin sighed. I should have known it was about the money. Just as they're planning the raid, the main culprit, Ruoxi, appears, surprised to hear that Dai has actually gone missing. The translation notes even get a shout-out here, nodding to the Big Papa energy of the scene. When Ruoxi asks why they're bothering to go to Dai's house, Zian hits her with the finger point and shouts that it's all for the sake of love. Ruoxi is skeptical, but Zian insists that as long as the idol shows up, Dai will definitely open her door and, more importantly, open her wallet for those period piece outfits. Ruoxi agrees but wants to make sure Yilin is tagged along for the ride. Yilin tries to look small, but Zian catches her instantly, accusing her of trying to wriggle out of the mission. In reality, Yilin is just struggling to keep her cool because she can't stop thinking about the dream where she and Ruoxi shared a bed. Ruoxi gives her a knowing peek, probably sensing the internal chaos. Yilin is basically short-circuiting at this point and can't even look her in the eye while Zian handles the club logistics. As the sun begins to set over the city, the trio checks the address for Dai's place in the fancy Manhwa district. On the packed train ride, Ruoxi notes that the rich girl lives incredibly far from school. Yilin's getting second thoughts, wondering if showing up at someone's front door unannounced is a total creep move. Ziyun isn't hearing it, arguing that Dai signed up for this the moment she decided to disappear. Ruoxi suggests a more practical theory, maybe it's just monthly cramps keeping her home, which Yilin finds weirdly logical for once. Suddenly, Ruoxi reaches out and grabs Yilin's shoulder to steady her in the crowd. The sudden physical contact has Yilin frozen like a deer in headlights. The narrator even takes a moment to remember the old Manhwa style memes from back in the day. Yilin's brain is melting from the hug, and she starts questioning if she's actually still asleep and dreaming all of this. They finally make it to the suburbs at sunset, where Zion starts complaining about a geezer on the train who was eyeballing Yilin the whole time. Turns out, Ruoxi was playing bodyguard and scared the creep off, jokingly claiming Yilin is standard perv bait because she's so soft and round. They start the long trek up a winding road, but Ziyun is struggling to find the exact spot even with a navigation app. Yilin is confused since they're following the GPS, but the house is nowhere to be seen. Ruoxi starts teasing them, suggesting the mansion might only appear at night like a ghost story, earning a quick whoosh from Ziyun. Huffing from the climb, Yilin wonders why rich people insist on living on top of mountains like they're in a cultivation manhua. Ruoxi just smiles, guessing that people pay the big bucks specifically for what they see when they look out the window. They reach the summit and are greeted by a breathtaking, cinematic view of the city lights glowing under the twilight sky. Yilin is completely stunned by the scenery just as Ziyun finally spots their destination. Looking out over the horizon, the city is a neon playground filled with hidden Easter eggs like Peacopi and Lily glowing in the distance. Yilin is currently drowning in a thick, suffocating atmosphere. She finds herself trapped in a weird, empty void where the conversation feels way too intense for her comfort. As she wanders through her own mental pink fog, the reality of her situation starts to sink in. Her brain starts buffering as she asks herself the ultimate question. Is this actually happening? Is she really about to get a confession? Internally, she's screaming, "Why it? I am 100% not prepared for this level of drama." She's convinced it's impossible for someone like her to get a romantic confession, especially from someone like Ruoxi. But in the real world, the tension is so high you could cut it with a knife. Remembering their night together in bed, Yilin is practically begging for the words to stay unsaid. She stares into Ruoxi's eyes, waiting for the killing blow to her single status. Ruoxi leans in, calling out her name with a look that says she means business. Yilin is straight up short-circuiting as Ruoxi prepares to drop a truth bomb. The words "I've always liked" start to escape Ruoxi's lips, and Yilin's heart is doing marathons. Cut to the actual mission at Dai's mountain mansion, where the group is looking at their host with pure confusion. Dai is standing there looking sparkly, which only makes Ziyun more suspicious. Ziyun wastes no time roasting her, asking why she bothered to go and change clothes just for them. Dai gets defensive immediately, claiming she can wear whatever she wants in her own home. Trying to defuse the bomb, Yilin offers a sweet compliment about the outfit. This completely blindsides Dai, leaving her speechless and blushing. After a shy thank you, the housemaid Miss Man steps in to guide the guests to the living room. Ziyun is internally seething, calling Dai a brat while the others try to be polite. They settle in for tea, but the atmosphere is heavier than a lead weight. It's a total standoff between the club members and the rich girl's household. The silence is deafening as both sides sit there awkwardly, not knowing who should speak first. Ruoxi is just trying to survive the second-hand embarrassment of the whole situation. When Miss Man offers to get snacks, Ruoxi jumps a chance to escape the tension. With the buffer gone, Ziyun goes straight for the jugular, demanding to know why Dai is ghosting school. Dai tries to deflect, promising that the club funds are safe and will be paid. But Ziyun isn't here for the money anymore. She's here to solve the mystery of Dai's crush on Ruoxi. Dai gets caught in 4K, stuttering out a denial that convinced absolutely nobody. Ziyun lays it out plain. Dai is skipping school because she's in love and can't handle being called out on it. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the truth comes out about Dai's massive meltdown over how Ruoxi must hate her. Miss Man tells Ruoxi that it's rare for the young miss to actually have friends over. Ruoxi realizes that Dai has been talking about her behind her back frequently. It turns out Dai's sick leave was actually just a massive panic attack over her feelings for the redhead. Miss Man explains that Dai used to be in a bad crowd and was totally shut off from the world. She looks at Ruoxi with hope, seeing her as the key to Dai's happiness. Since the parents are never around, Miss Man has been the only real family Dai has. Ruoxi finally understands the weight of the situation and respects the maid's loyalty to the lonely girl. Drama is peaking in Class 2-2 as the hunt for the missing rich girl begins. Club leader Zayun is dropping major truth bombs about why Dai Xiaoji has gone completely ghost. First on the list, the bad friends theory, where Dai felt totally betrayed when her former ally turned into an idol fangirl, leading to some classic high school bullying that sent Dai into hiding. But the real plot twist, Zayun claims the second reason is love, referencing the time Ruoxi told Dai to take her fights off campus. According to Ziyun, the pampered miss is currently digging a hole to hide in because she's mortified about being teased in front of her crush. Ruoxi is skeptical that it's that simple, but Zayun insists that for someone like Dai, it's a big deal. Plus, she ghosted on paying for those insanely expensive stage clothes, and the club is officially broke. Since the club funds are dry, they decide to storm Dai's mansion, and Zayun insists on bringing the culprit herself. Ruoxi. Back at home, the domestic vibes are incredibly awkward as Ruoxi admits she thought Yilin might be mad at her. Yilin explains that a girl named Gong Yao literally camped at her restaurant just to walk her home, looking like she's about to short-circuit from the stress. Yilin is clearly distressed, her face a mix of guilt and exhaustion. Ruoxi just gives her a cold side eye, making the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Yilin retreats to the shower while Ruoxi mentions she bought some wontons, telling her to eat them while they're still hot. While Yilin is scrubbing away the day, Ruoxi is soaking in the tub, replaying the school drama in her head. She remembers Zayun's warning about Dai having her eyes set on the prize. Then there's the rumor that Yilin thinks Ruoxi was sharing a bed with someone else. Ruoxi reflects on the time Yai stayed over at her place. She remembers clarifying that they definitely slept in separate beds. Seeing Yilin's flustered face from back then makes it all click. In the bath, Ruoxi whispers a quiet thanks for the info, realizing how deep the understanding goes. Ruoxi steps out of the bath, hoping to clear the air. But Yilin just walks right past her, giving her the total cold shoulder without a single word. Ruoxi's brain is doing gymnastics, wondering if Yilin was actually about to join her in the bath, before telling herself to get her head out of the gutter. Internally, she's kicking herself, wondering if she was way too harsh on her girl earlier. The sight of the untouched wonton sitting on the table only makes her feel like more of a villain. Later that night, the silence in the bedroom is deafening as they lie back to back. Ruoxi reaches out to touch Yilin's shoulder but chickens out at the last second. She facepalms in the dark, realizing this is a terrible time to be timid, and that she needs to coax Yilin out of this mood. Finally, she breaks the silence with a soft, "I'm sorry." She admits she should have been way more considerate of how Yilin was feeling about everything. Suddenly, Yilin turns and asks if Ruoxi can forgive her this time instead. Ruoxi is blindsided, thinking she's the one who messed up, and pulls Yilin into a tight hug while internally screaming, "I am the literal worst." But Yilin starts sobbing, admitting she was just being selfish and jealous because she loves Ruoxi so much, leaving Ruoxi absolutely stunned by the confession. The search for the reclusive rich kid is finally coming to an end as the group reaches their destination. Yilin and Ruoxi are absolutely blindsided by the scale of the property standing before them. It's less of a house and more of a fortress, leaving them wondering just how deep Dai's pockets actually go. Zayun figures if she lived in a place this decked out, she'd never step foot in a classroom again either. Ziyun steps up to the intercom and hits the buzzer, hoping for a warm welcome. She tries the polite schoolmate approach, claiming they've brought notes to help Dai catch up. But Dai isn't having it and tries to ghost them through the speaker, not realizing her voice is booming loud and clear to everyone outside. Ziyun realizes she hit the jackpot by bringing the club's secret weapon, Ruoxi, who manages to strong-arm their way in. The massive golden doors finally swing open, revealing a level of luxury that's totally off the charts. They're greeted by a secretary who looks like she stepped straight out of a high-end fashion magazine. As they head inside, the vibes shift from mansion tour to fever dream when they see the drama club's latest disaster. Ruoxi is currently stuck in a ridiculous frog costume, and the rest of the crew is absolutely losing it. Internally, Ruoxi was fuming. Laugh it up while you still can. She grabs the guy in the prince outfit by the throat, telling him to pipe down if he values his safety. Yilin is confused why the prince outfit is hidden under a literal amphibian, but Ruoxi confirms she's ready for the big reveal. Apparently, the suit is a high-tech, quick-change masterpiece design, so they don't have to stall the play for a costume change. Zayun brags that having a proper sugar mama makes even the impossible task surprisingly fast. Yilin is dying to see the final look, her eyes practically sparkling with anticipation. Ruoxi leans into the bit, teasing Yilin about her naughty side for wanting to see her take her clothes off. The director shuts down the fun, insisting they save the reveal for the actual play to ensure Yilin's heart is properly swept away. They decide to decapitate the frog head just to fix Ruoxi's hair before the time runs out. Cut to the school festival building, which is officially buzzing with energy as the crowds gather. Backstage, a rival with a major attitude shows up to stir the pot. She claims she's there to lend some positivity, which the club leader finds hard to swallow. She drops a bombshell, promising to sweeten the deal if the Kami Club manages to take first place. Meanwhile, the main couple is heading out, looking way too cozy to be just friends. They walk through the campus, completely in their own world as the sun starts to set. Yilin is still processing the shift in their relationship after the recent drama. Internally, she felt conflicted. This is exactly what I wanted from her. So why does it still feel so weird? Ruoxi suddenly drops a bomb, telling Yilin she needs to quit her part-time gig immediately. When Yilin agrees without a single argument, Ruoxi is the one who ends up caught in 4K, totally stunned by the compliance. Ruoxi doubles down on the cool boyfriend energy, telling her she doesn't need a job when she can just rely on her for everything. Their friend Xiaoqi has to literally fake a coughing fit to remind them she still exists in this dimension. Ruoxi prepares to head off, giving Yilin a soft look before they part ways for the noon meeting. Then she decides to go full main character mode and pulls Yilin in for a bold, public kiss. Xiaoqi is left short-circuiting, realizing that the normally reserved Ruoxi just marked her territory in front of half the campus. The school festival is finally popping off, but the theater department might actually be a crime scene in the making. Our girl Ruoxi is already losing it, rambling about a literal mountain of cookies while wearing a budget frog suit that's definitely not doing her any favors. On stage, the drama is reaching peak levels of cringe as a girl screams for someone named Luo Yi. The guy looks like he's about to enter his villain arc, begging her not to go. It's basically a low-budget soap opera, and the audience is already roasting them, wondering when the singing starts or why the French characters look like they just crawled out of a discount bin. The dialogue is just as unhinged, with one dude pulling out a blade and claiming his only purpose in life is to grow the world's longest rat tail. Even the blonde lead looks like she's questioning her life choices as she delivers lines that make zero sense. Between the god-awful Cats parody and a version of Chicago that forgot the female cast entirely, the audience is basically being held hostage by bad acting. Xian is sitting in the crowd looking absolutely done with the competition, internally thinking these other clubs aren't even trying. She's busy glazing Ruoxi, telling everyone that her acting powerhouse is about to sweep the floor with these amateurs. The announcer finally steps up to put the audience out of their misery, hyping up the next performance by the Kami Club. This is it, the big reveal of the Frog Prince, featuring Yilin as the princess and Ruoxi in the most questionable frog costume in history. Rewinding to 5:28 a.m., Yilin is already up and shivering in the autumn chill, looking like she's regretting every decision that led to this moment. Ruoxi suddenly appears out of the shadows, having set 10 different alarms just to make sure she didn't miss her chance to be the early bird. Seeing Yilin freezing, Ruoxi pulls out a warm drink. She plays it off like she's a total romantic, claiming she brought an extra just for her. But the second Yilin gets touched by the gesture, Ruoxi ruins the vibe by revealing it was just a buy one, get one free deal at the convenience store. Internally, Yilin is probably thinking, of course, why did I expect anything else? They finally arrive at the massive school auditorium, which is already buzzing with activity. A girl dressed as a literal star intercepts them, yelling that the president is waiting. They get dragged into the makeup room, where the club is in full prep mode. Ziyun takes charge of the makeup, while everyone starts wondering what the legendary frog suit actually looks like. Ziyun keeps it a secret, giving them a mysterious wait-and-see vibe. Ruoxi starts sweating, worrying that mysterious is just code for absolutely ridiculous. Yilin, however, is actually excited to see her girl in green. Ziyun is more focused on the acting, hoping Ruoxi doesn't short-circuit on stage. Noticing Yilin is vibrating with anxiety, Ruoxi leans in to check on her. Yilin admits she's terrified of performing in front of such a massive crowd. To help her out, Ruoxi tells her to just imagine everyone in the audience as a bunch of delicious cookies. Yilin actually tries it, imagining a sea of little cookie people, and the result is so cute that the entire room starts laughing. With the mood lightened, Ziyun gets to work with her pro makeup skills. She gives Ruoxi some thick, bold eyebrows that actually make her look surprisingly attractive and sharp. The girls are impressed, but they suddenly realize the king is missing. It turns out guys don't need nearly as much prep time, and Fan Gao makes his entrance in full royal regalia, looking ready to take the crown. Backstage, the tension is high as the Kami Club prepares for their big debut, and Fan Gao is the first to show off his transformation into a majestic king. The girls are absolutely floored by the fit, though Gao is already complaining about how he's basically slow cooking inside all that fur. Yilin is obsessed with the craftsmanship, praising every noble detail of the costume. Ziyun, the resident director and makeup artist, reminds everyone that this drip was pricey before she gets to work sticking a fake mustache onto the king's face. Next up is Yilin's turn for a glow-up, and she's finally ready to step into her role. Ruoxi is also heading to the changing area, casually asking if her costume is going to look as cool as the others. Behind the curtain, the atmosphere shifts from chaotic to sentimental. As she prepares to transform, Yilin looks back on how far they've come. Ziyun points out that Yilin used to be a nervous wreck about the stage, But now she's actually looking forward to the spotlight. Yilin realizes that even the stoic Ruoxi has changed, trading her martial arts intensity for stage-ready dedication. Internally, she thinks about how hard Ruoxi has worked to make this play a success. With a final boost of confidence, the two girls hype each other up for the performance of a lifetime. When the curtain finally drops, Yilin emerges as a stunning princess, leaving the rest of the club completely starstruck. However, the vibe immediately shifts when Ruoxi walks out in a giant, derpy frog suit, leaving everyone in a state of absolute stunned silence. The play officially kicks off with a massive castle backdrop that sets the stage for the drama. We open on Princess Yilin, who is mid-meal, enjoying a steak that looks suspiciously like a prop. She's vibing with her dinner, even if it only came with 4 fries. King Gao brags about his legendary grilling skills, but the family dinner is interrupted by a heavy tomb at the castle door. Yilin gets up to answer it, though she breaks character for a second to wonder why a royal princess is the one doing the heavy lifting for the chores. She opens the door to find Ruoxi's smiling frog face staring back at her and immediately slams the door shut in a panic. Back at the table, the king gives her a suspicious, "I see what you did there, look." Yilin stomps back to her seat, clearly annoyed by the persistent tapping at the door. She tries to go back to her meal, but the king demands to know who was at the gate, threatening to throw hands if it's a giant. Yilin sighs, explaining it's even worse. A talking frog that wants to settle down in their magical land. The king mentions their weird ancestral history with furries while Yilin explains she dropped her ball in a cursed well. She admits she might have promised to be the frog's friend if it helped her out, but she's playing the "I don't remember" card. She scoffs that the frog is semi-competent, but stupid for thinking a princess would actually hang out with a dumb animal, just as the loud thumping starts again. Switching to the real-world drama after the festival, Gong Ya shows up with a serious look in her eyes. She runs into a purple-haired girl, who seems to be lingering near Yilin. Yilin is caught right in the middle, looking a bit overwhelmed by the sudden encounter. Gong Ya hits the girl with a smirk, asking how it's going with a voice full of hidden meaning. The purple-haired girl is clearly blindsided, barely managing to stammer out a greeting. Gong Ya doesn't hold back, asking if the girl was hoping to steal Yilin away for another library date. With a confident gaze, Gong Ya makes it clear that she's already snagged Yilin for the rest of the day. The rival is left speechless, completely outmatched by Gong Ya's aggressive energy. Gong Ya basically tells her to hold this L and try again another time. Without waiting for a response, Gong Ya starts leading Yilin away. The purple-haired girl can only wave goodbye, realizing she's been totally sidelined. She stands there watching them go, feeling like she's the only one who didn't get the script. As Gong Ya puts an arm around Yilin, the power dynamic is undeniable. The rival tries to cope by judging Yilin's fugly shirt, but the jealousy is real. She finally realizes that the person Yilin actually likes is Ruoxi, and she's glad she didn't embarrass herself by asking. Walking away into the sunset, she realizes she's been oblivious to the obvious ship sailing right in front of her. The vibes are high as Ruoxi and Yilin walk through the park, discussing an online order they're hoping arrives before the big deadline. They eventually make it to the studio, finding the place totally deserted and ready for some peace and quiet. Ruoxi suggests they kill some time playing with clay, but Yilin looks like she's buffering, unsure of how to handle the sudden one-on-one time. Breaking the silence, Yilin drops a random apology that leaves Ruoxi completely confused. To make things right, Yilin promises to stop hanging out with Gong Ya, but Ruoxi isn't having it. She pins Yilin against the door in a total power move, telling her not to ditch friends just because of some petty drama. Internally, Yilin is probably short-circuiting as Ruoxi leans in for a hug, realizing her behavior has been a bit off lately. Ruoxi explains that she's only acting this way because she wants Yilin to feel secure in their relationship. She feels like a total failure for letting Yilin cry the night before, thinking their bond was in shambles over a simple misunderstanding. After admitting her jealousy was a major L, Ruoxi jokes that if she were actually to be a hater, she'd have kicked Xiaoch to the curb a long time ago. This finally gets Yilin to stop overthinking, her face turning beet red as she looks at her partner. Of course, the romantic tension is immediately nuked when a club member bursts into the room, shouting about how lucky he is the door wasn't locked. Switching gears to the big stage, the Frog Prince play kicks off with a classic narrator introduction about a king in a faraway castle. The story introduces a princess so stunning that even the sun would stop moving just to catch a glimpse of her. The audience is already losing it, laughing at the Mary Sue energy of the script, but they can't deny the production value is peak. As the narrator describes the sacred forest and the mysterious well, the students in the crowd continue to roast the monotone delivery like it's a primary school recital. The plot thickens when the princess fumbles her favorite golden ball, watching it disappear into the dark depths of the well. Yilin starts crying on cue, and honestly, her acting is so good she deserves an Oscar for this performance. Backstage, the crew is whispering about how Yilin is absolutely carrying the show despite it being her first time on stage. In the seats, the guys are collectively simping, wondering which class this top-tier princess actually comes from. Even the local rivals are caught in 4K being impressed, realizing Yilin has officially leveled up her game. Back in the story, the heartbroken princess is still sobbing over her lost treasure when she hears a mysterious voice calling out to her. She pauses the waterworks, looking totally blindsided by the sudden interruption. She glances around the forest, waiting to see who's about to slide into the scene and fix her problem. Flash forward to the present day, and the squad is heading out on a trip, but Ruoxi is looking absolutely cooked in the backseat. Our resident martial artist is officially defeated by motion sickness, and the driver is low-key blaming it on some questionable gas station sashimi. Ruoxi is sweating buckets, and when Yilin tries to be a supportive girlfriend by wiping her forehead gong, yeah, it looks like she's about to hurl from the second-hand cringe. Trying to distract everyone, Yilin brings up their old high school trip from back when they won the play competition. The group starts spilling tea about how Ruoxi used to be a menace, like the time she trolled a seat stealer on a train or used the PA system to announce that Gao Fan was a bedwetter. The girls in the front seat immediately perk up, wanting to know if this legendary Gao Fan guy is actually hot. When Ruoxi mentions he was the handsome president of the martial arts club, the girls start begging for an introduction. Though Ruoxi knows their friend Achen would probably go on a rampage if that happened, they finally arrive at their destination and Gong Ye is left staring up at a massive skyscraper of a hotel, feeling completely dwarfed by the scale of the place. While Ruoxi struggles to keep her lunch down, the rest of the crew meets up in the parking lot, ready to kick off their vacation in style. Flashback time. We're diving into the legendary school play that basically cemented Ruoxi and Yilin as the school's ultimate power couple. Ruoxi is stuck in a budget frog suit, shamelessly hitting on the princess by asking to share her bed and wine. The thirsty frog promises to fetch the princess's golden ball, but only if she agrees to these high-stakes conditions. Internally, Yilin is totally over it, thinking this frog belongs at the bottom of a well rather than acting like a main lead. Still, she gives a reluctant okay just to move the plot along. Yilin promises the frog literally anything to get her treasure back, and Ruoxi dives straight into the well without a second thought. Yilin waits on the surface, looking smug and fully expecting a total fail. But then Ruoxi actually pulls it off, emerging with the golden ball and asking for her reward. Instead of being grateful, Yilin pulls a pro-gamer move and bolts, leaving the frog screaming and tripping over its own flippers in the dust. The audience is instantly confused because, wait, isn't there supposed to be a romantic scene here? Backstage, the director is absolutely fuming, ready to catch a felony and mount Yilin's head on a trophy if she ruins the club's reputation. The crowd starts whispering that the Kami Club totally botched the ending, while Yilin stands there sweating under the spotlight. Ruoxi, ever the professional, stays in character and reminds her that a princess is only as good as her word. She leans in close, demanding that kiss to break the curse while the audience holds its collective breath. Suddenly, the world slows down, and Yilin catches a glimpse of the real Ruoxi behind the goofy mask. Her heart starts doing gymnastics. Then it happens, the kiss that officially broke the school's internet. The girls in the front row are completely blindsided and don't know how to react. Backstage, the crew is caught in 4K, staring with their jaws on the floor. Even the guys in the audience are blushing, feeling a strange awakening they weren't prepared for. The two leads share an intense look that says way more than the script ever could. Suddenly, a smoke bomb goes off, signaling the big transformation scene. Yilin is left short-circuiting, covering her mouth as her brain tries to reboot. When the smoke clears, Ruoxi is standing there, having ditched the frog suit for a top-tier prince outfit. Yilin can only stare in awe, looking like she just saw a literal angel. Ruoxi is serving pure main character energy, looking way too cool for a high school stage. The fangirls in the audience are officially down bad, screaming their lungs out for the new prince. One girl is even questioning her entire identity, admitting that Prince Ruoxi is making her feel some type of way. The crowd is a chaotic mix of confusion and pure hype, wondering if the prince is actually a girl or if they've just been blessed by a miracle. Backstage, the director is crying tears of joy at the absolute masterpiece of a save. For a brief moment, Yilin truly believes in the magic, feeling her hand being taken by her knight in shining armor. Ruoxi leans in with a smooth thank you that probably ended several people's heartbeats. And just like that, the frog became the prince, and the play ended with the most iconic duo in school history. The curtains finally fall, and the club members are absolutely losing it over the performance of a lifetime. Even the director is out here crying buckets of joy, because the prince transformation was straight out of a movie and perfectly executed. The crew is high on adrenaline, convinced they just floored the entire audience and secured that first-place trophy. The director starts thanking everyone from the academy to the devil himself, but the celebration is cut short when the sunhead kid decides to ask the one question everyone's actually thinking about. Did they actually swap spit during that kiss? The entire room goes dead silent as the cast realizes they've been caught in 4K by the star-headed kid asking the real questions. Ruoxi, being the ultimate chaos agent, decides to dodge the bullet and tells everyone to ask the shy princess instead. Yilin is basically short-circuiting at this point, stuttering through an explanation that isn't helping her case at all. Ruoxi eventually steps in with a smooth save, telling the crowd to leave it to their imagination so they don't spoil the magic of the moment. Internally, Yilin fumed. This girl is literally just playing with me again. The scene shifts back to a hilarious flashback where Frog Ruoxi is invading Yilin's princess room set like she owns the place. She stares down the door, ready to cause problems on purpose. Yilin is absolutely not having it, screaming at the frog to get out of her bed while Ruoxi complains about broken promises. The night continues with a sarcastic little song about a cute but mean princess. Yilin tries to get some sleep, but it's hard when there's a giant green mascot hovering nearby. Ruoxi starts narrating their happily ever after like a budget fairy tale, refusing to leave the princess alone. She leans over the bed, singing about their happy life while Yilin just wants to vanish. Finally, Yilin snaps, calling the frog the most annoying thing on the planet. Ruoxi doesn't miss a beat, teasing that it's cold in the corner and she just wants a princess hug. When Ruoxi threatens to snitch to the king, Yilin finally loses it and kicks the frog straight off the bed. Back in the present, we see a much more mature and mysterious vibe as an ashtray sits on a bedside table. A woman named Dylan is lounging in bed after a good performance of her own, while a pink-haired girl clings to her. The pink-haired girl is trying to be all cute, but Dylan is giving off major Ice Queen energy, smoking a cigarette and looking totally detached. Dylan claims she'd never be cruel to a beautiful girl, but immediately gets up to leave for cigarettes, leaving her partner behind. She warns the girl not to get too clingy because that's a total turnoff, before heading out into the night. Meanwhile, in room 33310, the atmosphere is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Yilin is standing there, her brain completely fried thinking about how experienced the club president sounded earlier. Ruoxi isn't doing much better, sweating bullets as she remembers the weird comments Ni made about their relationship. Both of them are overthinking everything, wondering why being alone in a hotel room feels a million times more awkward than being alone at home. Ruoxi finally breaks the silence by calling Yilin's name, making the poor girl jump out of her skin. She awkwardly asks if Yilin wants to take the first shower, and Yilin quickly agrees just to escape the tension. But then Ruoxi makes it 10 times worse by telling her to be thorough while she's in there. Ruoxi immediately regrets her life choices, internally screaming about how she made a normal suggestion sound incredibly lewd because she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Yilin is currently having a total meltdown, face-palming so hard she might leave a mark, because Ruoxi's blushing was way too intense for her heart to handle. Ruoxi just stares off into the distance, probably wondering how they ended up in this classic rom-com trope. Internally, Ruoxi is doing the math on the sleeping situation, realizing that while there are 2 beds, they usually share one back home anyway. So why is it suddenly weird now? Her brain is a mess of conflicting thoughts, jumping from her friends teasing about a romantic seaside evening to the rumors about the student council president being a total player. She sits on the edge of the bed, trying to act cool, but she's secretly a little rattled by everything. Finally, she decides to stop overthinking and focus on the girl right in front of her. Right on cue, Yilin emerges from the bathroom in a bathrobe, casually drying her hair and asking if Ruoxi is ready to hop in. The air in the room instantly turns to lead as they lock eyes, the will they won't they energy reaching a boiling point. Ruoxi goes silent, her predator instincts finally overriding her social anxiety. Without warning, she lunges forward, pinning Yilin to the mattress and catching her completely off guard. Ruoxi leans in, closing the distance for a moment that's definitely not PG rated. They're tangled up on the bed, and for a second, it looks like they're finally crossing the finish line. Their hearts are absolutely hammering against their ribs as the tension reaches a fever pitch. Both of them are blushing like crazy, caught in a loop of, oh my god, this is actually happening. But then, Ruoxi's brain short-circuits. She suddenly bolts upright, screaming about how she forgot to get a drink and needs to hit the store immediately. She starts rambling about finding some specific Moo Moo brand milk for Yilin before practically teleporting out the door. Left behind in the dust, Yilin is just sitting there in a daze, wondering what the hell just happened to her romantic moment. The elevator ride down to the lobby feels like an eternity as the floor numbers slowly tick down. Ruoxi is internally screaming at herself, feeling like an out-of-control beast for attacking Yilin like that while she questions if the girl was a witch in her past life. She hits the convenience store, staring at the fridge and debating if she needs a beer or 2 for a little courage to survive the rest of the night. Suddenly, she spots a familiar face at the checkout counter, the legendary president, Dylan. Ruoxi's mood immediately shifts to cautious as she recognizes the Ice Queen. She remembers the warnings about the president's legendary roster of girls and thinks Yilin might want to watch her back around this one. Honestly, Ruoxi would rather avoid the drama, so she just grabs her milk and hopes to stay invisible. Too late, the president's radar is top tier, and she spots Ruoxi instantly. The president greets her with a casual smile, asking if she's out for a late-night snack. She brings up their meeting at dinner, acting like they're old pals. Ruoxi just gives her a silent, awkward look, feeling the tension peak once again. They stand there in the aisle, 2 power players having a very mundane conversation in their pajamas. The president admits she's just there for cigarettes and milk, while Ruoxi clarifies that her milk is actually a delivery for someone else. The president smirks, correctly guessing that the milk is for the pretty little thing in the blue dress from earlier. Ruoxi doesn't miss a beat, confirming it, and then firing back a shot about the president's own wandering eyes, considering she's already got a girl waiting upstairs. The president just laughs it off, claiming Yilin would make a great model and that she was just messing with her. She then reveals that the milk she's buying is actually for her own aforementioned girlfriend, confirming she's not as single as she looks. Ruoxi grins, realizing they have something in common when it comes to being whipped for their partners. She jokes that not everyone catches on to the relationship vibes as quickly as they do, Noting that some idiots take years, as they wrap up, the president drops a final truth bomb. The hotel seems to have skimped on the soundproofing, so Ruoxi might want to keep the noise down. With that savage parting advice, the president heads out, leaving Ruoxi to process the fact that everyone in the building might hear her tonight. The school play was a massive dovey, and the crew is absolutely losing it over the performance. Yilin is getting all the flowers for her top-tier acting skills, looking like she just walked off a professional set. One crew member is practically in tears, claiming the finale with the idol was basically a cinematic masterpiece that hit like an explosion. They're already manifesting that championship trophy, thanking everything from the wind to Mother Nature herself for the success. But then, the guy dressed as the sun decides to drop a tactical nuke by asking if the stage kiss was actually on the lips. Suddenly, the whole room is caught in 4K, leaning in to hear the spicy details while Ruoxi and the idol stand there like deer in headlights. The idol decides to be a total menace, passing the mic to Ruoxi to answer instead of just being a bro and helping her out. The pressure is on as the crew gets right in her personal space, demanding to know if the lip lock was the real deal. Ruoxi is completely short-circuiting, trying to find the right words to explain the situation without dying of embarrassment. In the end, the idol pulls a classic move and tells everyone to use their imagination, because the truth might ruin the vibe. Internally, Yilin scoffed. She's literally just trolling us for her own personal gain. Fast forward to the beach, where the team is grinding out a commercial shoot under the blistering sun. Ruru is absolutely slaying her scenes, delivering lines that would make even Florida jealous while the petals fly. As soon as the director calls it a wrap, the magic disappears and everyone starts melting into the sand from the heat. The crew is all about that fan service, literally, as they try to keep the stars cool with portable fans while planning a post-shoot swim. Ruoxi is just ready to clock out, standing around while the rest of the production winds down for the day. President Dylan keeps things professional, promising ice water and handling the fans who are lining up for Ruru's autograph. She even hooks the group up with a friend of the president discount at a local shop for some cold drinks. Ruru tries to be clingy with Dylan, but gets sent off to lead the group to the shop while the president handles hotel business. Internally, Ruoxi noted, the president definitely needs some bug spray for all this clinginess. Later, on the ride back, Yilin is struggling to reach her cat-themed bag in the overhead bin. Ruoxi steps in to provide that tall person energy, effortlessly grabbing the bag for her like it's no big deal. But karma hits fast when a heavy water bottle falls out and thunks Ruoxi right on the forehead. The guy in the seat over can only watch the awkward disaster unfold in real time. Ruoxi is convinced she's suffered a concussion, but Yilin just roasts her, saying she probably already had a few screws loose to begin with. Ruoxi fires back with a low blow, asking if Yilin needs all that water to maintain her floaties, sending Yilin into a total blushing frenzy. The chaos continues when Ruoxi gets caught red-handed snatching someone else's imported snacks. Instead of starting a war over the stolen food, the girl actually offers Ruoxi a taste of the treats. To end the bickering, Ruoxi pulls a pro-gamer move and sticks a snack right in Yilin's mouth, effectively silencing the floaty rant with some sugary peace. The stage play was a total hit, but the real drama is just heating up behind the scenes. Yilin catches Ruru at the sinks and asks why she's struggling to wash her face. Being a total sweetheart, Yilin offers her a brand new towel, explaining she brought it along since the crew is heading out for a swimming trip later. Ruru is hesitant about ruining a fresh towel with makeup stains, but Yilin hits her with a smile and says she can just get another one. The vibe quickly shifts from friendly to investigative journalist when Ruru confirms Yilin's name and gives her the side eye. She starts digging, asking if Yilin is new to the photography club before dropping a massive bombshell. Is that redhead, Ruoxi, actually her lover? Yilin is caught in 4K and can only manage a blushing, while trying not to pass out. Ruru doesn't let her off the hook, leaning in to ask if she loves her a lot. Internally, Yilin is screaming, "What is this? An interrogation?" But she gathers her courage and admits she loves Ruoxi very much. Ruru keeps it 100, warning her that she better not even think about playing around with another girl. Yilin is completely blindsided by the accusation and shouts that she would never do such a thing. She gets defensive, declaring loudly that she would never do anything to hurt Ruoxi. Ruru just stares at her for a beat, probably realizing she's dealing with a total simp. Finally, she tells Yilin to relax, claiming she was just double-checking her loyalty. Internally, Ruru is already plotting, thinking she'll just have to spend more quality time with Lanlan herself. She laughs the tension off, calling Yilin baby and promising to replace the towel later. They head back to the group, with Ruru joking that they need to finish their ice cream before it melts faster than they did on set. Meanwhile, back at the meeting spot, a super fans her idol from a mile away. Ruoxi finally shows up in casual clothes, apologizing to the waiting crew for being late. The fan is absolutely living for the casual look, practically vibrating with excitement over how great her idol looks. She calls Ruoxi out, mentioning a little bird told her that Ruoxi almost forgot about their plans entirely. Ruoxi realizes she's been caught and starts sweating under the pressure. To cover her tracks, Ruoxi spins a wild 10 out of 10 lie about aliens breaking into her house and brainwashing her for human experiments. Most people would see the death flags on that story, but Shui actually buys it, begging for more details on the alien abduction. When asked if she can remember anything from the brainwashing, Ruoxi claims the only thing she forgot was to set her alarm clock. The fan laughs at how gullible Shui is, while the rest of the group wonders if Ruoxi's brain is just permanently set to creative mode. Student President Dylan takes charge of the chaos, asking if there's a specific plan for the trip now that Gao Fan has disappeared to the restroom. She announces that she's covering all the crew's expenses, so everyone just needs to focus on having fun. The squad is hyped, already dreaming about BBQ, karaoke, and hot springs. They're even planning punishment games and adventure activities to spice things up. Gao Fan finally shows up at the ticket gates, looking like he's already exhausted by this group's energy. They finally arrive at their holiday sanctuary, and the place is a total vibe. The floral shirt girl is absolutely losing it, screaming "Whoa, mama!" at the sight of the villa. It's stylish, awesome, and way more high-end than they expected. Dylan tries to maintain some dignity, begging the girl not to embarrass her as she sprints for the entrance. It's time for the most dangerous part of any group trip: room assignments. There are 5 rooms for 9 people, which means things are about to get crowded. Ruoxi suggests drawing lots, making sure the boys and girls draw separately to keep things PG. Since there are only 3 guys, one of them is destined to be a lone wolf in his own room. Ruoxi immediately points at Gao Fan, roasting him by saying he's doomed to be alone his whole life anyway, so he should just take the single room. Dylan prepares to run the lottery, but the girl with glasses is one step ahead with the sticks ready. Dylan is internally fuming because she was totally planning to rig the results to get what she wanted. The fan sees right through her, teasing the president for trying to match herself with her idol. As the lots are drawn, the pink-haired girl drops a bombshell, casually mentioning she's a nude sleeper. Gao Fan wins the single room and is treated like a fallen king by the other guys, while Ruoxi draws her number and realizes she's sharing with Dylan. Finally, Ruoxi looks at a faceless background character and cracks a joke, asking who invited a murdral to the vacation. Everyone is settled, but with this group, the holiday sanctuary is about to become a chaotic battlefield. The beach vibes are in full swing as the crew hits the sand, but the peace doesn't last long when Ruru spots a hermit crab and starts geeking out over how cute it is. While Ruru is busy showing off the tiny crab she caught, Yilin can't help but notice the massive difference in vibes between the bubbly idol and the sophisticated president, Dylan. Yilin gets caught in 4K staring at the duo, leading her friend Xiach to tease her about being jealous of their blatant flirting, or maybe even catching feelings for the president herself. The joke hits a bit too hard, and Ruoxi looks absolutely devastated, looking like her entire world just collapsed until Xiach reveals she was just trolling to see her panicked face. Meanwhile, the rest of the beach is pure chaos, with freshmen being stuffed into inner tubes while Ruoxi is out here catching a cold in the middle of a heat wave. As Ruru collects a literal bucket of crabs, the group decides it's time for a drink run, leaving Ruoxi and Dylan alone under the umbrella. Ruru heads off to help fetch the supplies, but the president stays behind, claiming her back is sore from the morning's activities. As the others walk away, Dylan notes that Ruru is basically a giant kid, which is the total opposite of Roxy's supposed little girlfriend, Yilin. The conversation turns toward Roxy's history, and she reveals that she and Yilin have been a duo since their high school days. President Dylan has absolutely zero chill, though, immediately jumping to the spicy stuff by asking if they've tried every position in the book yet since they've been together so long. Roxy's brain is officially short-circuiting, internally screaming about how the president needs to learn what a filter is. Dylan just smiles it off, claiming she isn't the type to beat around the bush and prefers to keep things 100% transparent. Ruoxi tries to play it cool, stating that physical intimacy isn't really their priority right now. This leaves the president looking skeptical, as if she's found a glitch in their relationship logic. She drops a heavy truth bomb, wondering out loud how they are any different from just friends, if that intimacy is missing. Ruoxi is left speechless, the weight of the question hanging in the salty sea air. To understand why Dylan is like this, we have to look back at her past as a lonely rich kid whose parents were always too busy with work to actually be a family. She grew up as a total snob, demanding that any suitor be better than her while judging everyone's bank account. She essentially bought her popularity, using her massive allowance to keep friends around who treated her like a queen just to get a piece of the pie. Her squad was basically a group of wannabe delinquents who thought smoking and karaoke made them look tough. At the time, she actually believed she had the best friends money could buy. That all changed when she saw a new girl on campus who had everyone's admiration without spending a single cent, Ruoxi. Jealous and wanting to assert dominance, Dylan brought her entire squad to an alleyway to show Ruoxi just how loyal her friends were. She tried to act like a big-shot gang leader, surrounding Ruoxi to intimidate her. Ruoxi wasn't impressed at all, telling Dylan to stop acting like a degenerate and to find better people to hang out with. That comment pushed Dylan over the edge, but before her friends could even land a hit, Ruoxi went into full main character mode. She absolutely dismantled the entire group in seconds, shattering Dylan's fake reality and showing her what real strength looked like. After the beatdown, Ruoxi pinned Dylan to the wall, seeing right through the tough girl act and telling her she'd hate to see her actually get hurt. Dylan wraps up her interrogation with a smug look, basically telling Ruoxi there's nothing left to discuss now that she's poked holes in their perfect relationship. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, the rest of the squad rolls back from their beach stroll, completely oblivious to the drama they just missed. Ruoxi quickly switches gears to cool friend mode, claiming they were just talking about boring hobbies, while the group hands out lemon tea and popsicles to survive the heat. Eventually, the sun sets and the crew heads back to the villa, feeling absolutely drained and ready for a pre-dinner nap. While getting ready, Ruoxi catches Yilin off guard by asking why she didn't rock a more slay swimsuit at the beach to show off her figure. Yilin admits she didn't want to show too much skin to the public, leading Ruoxi to tease her about saving the good goods for her eyes only before telling her to hop in the shower. Fast forward to the night, and the squad hits up a club that is absolutely packed to the rafters with people looking to party. Yilin takes one look at the menu and her soul nearly leaves her body from the sticker shock of the drink prices. Internally, she's calculating her life savings and decides that a regular juice is the only thing her wallet can handle. Ruoxi tells her to stop being such a buzzkill and live a little, even if the juice is priced like it's made of liquid gold. Ruru isn't helping the budget either, pushing everyone to try a depth charger, drink that'll basically knock them into the next dimension. After the cocktails arrive, the MC announces it's time for some spicy club games to get the crowd's hearts pumping. Before Yilin can even process the situation, Ruru drags her onto the stage to compete as the hotties of the night for some prizes. The rest of the group is stunned to see them getting so buddy-buddy, but Ruoxi just watches from the sidelines with a drink in hand. Dylan approaches Ruoxi, looking way too composed for someone in a strobe-lit club, and offers a toast. They clink glasses to a happy life, though the subtext is heavy enough to sink a ship. Things get chaotic when Ruoxi starts aggressively defending Yilin's natural curves, loudly clarifying that there is no padding involved. Meanwhile, a very tipsy Ruru is busy clinging to Dylan like a koala, professing her undying love for her senior. The rest of the group decides to hit the dance floor to escape the awkwardness, leaving Ruoxi and Yilin to head toward the restrooms. In the hallway, Yilin comments on how the others aren't shy about showing affection in public, which makes Ruoxi ask if she's feeling a bit jealous of the PDA. Ruoxi leans in close, whispering that their relationship is actually on a whole different level than everyone else's. Yilin is basically short-circuiting at the proximity, her face turning a bright shade of red. She tries to maintain her composure by pointing out that Ruoxi smells like she's been bathing in wine. The romantic vibes are instantly killed when two random creeps from the beach show up to talk trash about them being together. They start dropping some majorly toxic and homophobic comments, but Ruoxi and Yilin decide that these losers aren't even worth the effort and just walk away. Back on the water, Yilin gets all nostalgic, mentioning how her parents used to keep her away from the waves because they thought she'd pull a disappearing act in the deep end. Ruoxi asks if she's actually a decent swimmer now that she's all grown up. Ruoxi keeps it real and admits she's actually trash at swimming, but she's a certified pro at chucking a life preserver if things go south. The peaceful vibes are immediately interrupted when the rest of the squad rolls up in their own swan boat, challenging the pair to a high-stakes race. Ruoxi isn't about to lose, claiming that cardio and leg strength are basically her personality traits at this point. While the girls get hyped, a lone guy nearby is just trying to enjoy his single-for-life energy and peace. Ruoxi goes full beast mode on the pedals, absolutely drenching the poor guy as they zoom past. Meanwhile, Dylan is experiencing a different kind of torture, stuck listening to a guy explain why the Star Wars prequels are actually cinematic masterpieces. Internally, she's wondering exactly how much salt water she needs to swallow to reach the sweet embrace of oblivion. The scene shifts back to club drama where a total creep is getting aggressive after being rejected, calling the girls every name in the book. Ruoxi is visibly fuming, looking like she's ready to catch a battery charge right then and there. Dylan steps in before things get physical, calling out Ruoxi's name to keep her grounded. Dylan keeps her cool, giving the situation a cold, calculated look. Ruoxi tries to hold back her martial arts instincts, but the disrespect is clearly testing her limits. Yilin watches from the sidelines, looking worried that the night is about to end in a police report. Dylan smooth talks the aggressors, playing the drunk friend card for Ruoxi while subtly threatening to call the cops and let them handle the harassment claims. The threat works, and Dylan gracefully herds the group back to their table like the boss she is. One of the guys tries to ask Ruoxi if she really threw the first punch, looking skeptical. He's met with a very short and dry response. Ruoxi declares the matter settled and tells everyone to just get back to having a good time. Dylan isn't finished yet, inviting Ruoxi to keep the drinks flowing. A very tipsy Ruru is already light years ahead, shouting about getting absolutely ripped. When Ruoxi tries to tell Yilin to slow down, Yilin hits her with a rebellious "I will not." The crew eventually makes it back to the villa, where the nighttime scenery is much more chill. It's time for the mandatory fan service hot springs trip, but Yilin is feeling super shy about the no clothes allowed rule. Her friends aren't having it, insisting that a tight swimsuit ruins the whole point of the soak. The The B-Cup squad starts feeling some serious jealousy once they see Yilin's vitamin double D stats in full display. They realize the idol of the group is missing, only to find out she's coming back with snacks, meaning the ladies are about to get a full eyeful of a superstar in the buff. Back at the villa, the atmosphere is heavy as Ruoxi and Yilin finally have a heart-to-heart about the club drama. Ruoxi admits that even though she tried to stay cool, she completely lost her cool when those creeps got in their faces. Seeing Yilin so upset, Ruoxi drops a bombshell, telling her she'll respect whatever decision she makes about their future together. She knows it's easy for outsiders to say, just ignore the haters, but it hits different when you're the one being targeted. Yilin immediately starts leaking tears, confessing she was spiraling the whole night, thinking Ruoxi was getting tired of her baggage. Since they've always had a supportive circle, Yilin was blindsided by the sudden hostility and feared Ruoxi's anger meant she was done with the relationship. She was paralyzed by the thought of public shame and Ruoxi's potential reaction to it all. Internally, Yilin was screaming, terrified that Ruoxi would just shrug her off and leave her behind in the dust. Ruoxi is caught in 4K looking absolutely stunned, asking if Yilin really thought she was being abandoned. Yilin admits she was basically waiting for the "it's over" speech, fearing Ruoxi hated her for the drama. She's been trapped in her own head, terrified of what Ruoxi was actually thinking the silence. Ruoxi pulls her in for a hug, telling her she just took the words right out of her mouth. It turns out Ruoxi was also worrying that being with her was only going to cause Yilin more trouble. She gently wipes away Yilin's tears, giving her a soft look that says everything is fine. The two share a deep embrace, officially confirming that their bond is still rock solid. The scene shifts to the hot springs where Ruoxi is chilling on the sidelines, snacking on an apple. Ruoxi, who is busy multitasking with a banana in the water, asks why the idol isn't joining the soap. Ruoxi admits that while she's a fan of drinking water, being submerged in it is a total death flag for her. She reveals she's a natural-born sinker who can only keep her head up for about 7 seconds before going under. Dylan thinks it's suspicious that she won't even go for a short dip to relax her muscles. Ruoxi insists she's perfectly happy just dipping her feet and watching everyone else enjoy the steam. Ruoxi starts splashing around like a toddler, while Ruoxi just watches the chaos with a smirk. Ruoxi then turns her attention to Yilin, questioning if she's also a bottom-tier swimmer. She cracks a sarcastic joke, suggesting Yilin's massive chestiological region probably creates way too much drag to move through the water. Fed up with the teasing, Yilin yanks Ruoxi into the pool, but the martial artist disappears beneath the surface instantly. After a few seconds of silence, Yilin starts looking around, her playful mood quickly evaporating. She tells Ruoxi to quit playing, but Dylan realizes the clock is ticking and Ruoxi hasn't come up for air. Just as panic sets in, a hand suddenly breaches the surface like a scene from a horror movie. Ruoxi explodes out of the water with a massive splash, catching everyone off guard. Dylan is left speechless, clutching her face in shock at the sudden jump scare. Ruoxi laughs it off, gasping that she almost mermaid her after that surprise dunk. She starts teasing Yilin for trying to drown her after she literally gave a warning, but her smile dies when she sees Yilin's expression. Instead of laughing, Yilin is standing there crying her eyes out, completely traumatized by the joke gone wrong. Gongya is officially malfunctioning because her brain has been hijacked by the word hotel. Internally, she screamed, "Wait, they stayed together for days." Her friends snap her back to reality to ask about her music appreciation final, while Xiaoru wishes she had any actual talent besides eating. Gongya tries to play it cool about her piano skills while the others bicker about whether giving speeches or sculpting is more of a nightmare. The lunch hang ends with Ruoxi heading to the studio and Yilin needing to grab a book from the dorms. Ruoxi gives her a look that's way too soft for someone who claims they're just friends. She even hits Yilin with a head pat and tells her not to go running around like a lost puppy. This public display of affection is so loud that random students nearby start shipping them immediately, leaving Gongya to wonder how they aren't caught in 4K yet. Yilin doesn't care about the gossip, claiming that as long as she's with her person, the haters can stay mad. Internally, Gongya sighed. Must be nice to have that much main character energy. She stares off into the distance, feeling like the ultimate third wheel. Ultimately, she just gives a weary smile, accepting her fate as the group's resident single Pringle. Fast forward to the evening, and the vibes are immaculate under a crescent moon. Zion is hyped up and ready to turn the night into a Michael Bay movie with a massive haul of fireworks. The squad is genuinely impressed. She managed to lug all that back from the boats without blowing herself up. A classic argument breaks out over who actually gets the credit for the show, but Yilin is too distracted by the shiny objects to care about the drama. Ruoxi, being a total smooth operator, decides to hand over her entire stash of fireworks to Yilin. Yilin is blindsided by the sudden generosity. Ruoxi claims it's an official apology for that traumatic drowning prank she pulled in the hot springs. She then should drop some poetic riz about fireworks blooming for the people who love them most. But Yilin isn't buying it. Internally, she scoffed. Is she reading from a script, or is this just natural bullshit? The stage is set, the camera is on the tripod, and everyone is ready for the big boom. But then, the ultimate fail happens. They realize they don't have a lighter. The group immediately starts roasting Zion for having a platinum card but zero common sense. Ruoxi offers to save the day, but the group decides the president needs to do the walk of shame back to the villa to fetch one. Cut to a few weeks later, and the girls are cruising on a high-speed train for the winter break. Yilin is checking her phone, excited that the whole squad is finally back together for the holidays. She casually asks if Ruoxi's family is coming back for Chinese New Year, and Ruoxi immediately teases her for being so thirsty to meet the in-laws. It turns out Ruoxi's parents are elite workaholics who are staying in Canada, and Yilin finds it wild how little they actually see each other. Ruoxi just shrugs it off, saying she's been independent for so long that she's used to the solo life. Yilin looks at her with those "I need to adopt this girl" eyes. She officially invites Ruoxi to spend the new year at her place. Ruoxi thinks it's just a casual drop-by, but Yilin clarifies it's a full-on, meet the parents and eat dinner invitation. Then Yilin drops a reality check, asking when the last time Ruoxi actually cleaned her apartment was. Ruoxi starts short-circuiting as she realizes her place is probably a biohazard. Internally, she thought, if I just shake the blankets hard enough, the dust disappears, right? Yilin offers to help her deep clean and stay the night, but Ruoxi gets hit with a massive wave of social anxiety about being a bother to Yilin's parents. Yilin doesn't see the big deal since they basically live together anyway. Ruoxi still looks like she's about to face a final boss battle. Yilin admits that, okay, maybe she's a little nervous about the whole thing too, but they share a laugh knowing that as long as they're together, they'll survive the holiday drama. After a wild villa vacation, things are getting way too sentimental for our martial arts queen. Ruoxi is visibly confused why everyone is acting so formal, while Ziyun is absolutely living for the drama. Deciding to break the tension with some top-tier cringe, Ruoxi announces she's about to drop some legendary wisdom passed down from her great-uncle Larry. She strikes a pose and screams JTRDUN at the top of her lungs, leaving the guys in the group wondering if she's finally lost her last 2 brain cells. Ziyun isn't about to let her bestie hang, immediately joining in on the redneck war cry with peak energy. Even the usually composed student president, Dylan, finds herself holding a bundle of sparklers and questioning every life choice that led her to this moment. Not wanting to be left out of the brain rot, Gong Ye joins the chant, screaming the catchphrase like her life depends on it. The rest of the girls look on with pure amusement, realizing their group dynamic is officially beyond help. A fuse is lit, signaling that the real show is about to begin. Everyone piles in for a chaotic squad photo, waving their sparklers and yelling "Cammy" as they capture the perfect core memory. As the crescent moon hangs high over the villa, the adrenaline finally starts to wear off. The stars are out in full force, creating a suspiciously romantic atmosphere that's basically a massive death flag for anyone's composure. Inside the villa, the lights are still buzzing as the girls head to their rooms. A door shuts, locking in a high-stakes situation that's about to get very awkward. While Ruoxi is busy scrubbing off the day in the shower, Dylan is sitting on the edge of the bed, looking like she's about to short-circuit. Internally, she's screaming, "Oh man, I finally have her alone and I have zero game." She's terrified that if she actually spills her guts, Ruoxi will think she's a creep and end their friendship right then and there. Suddenly, she gets a brilliant idea to test the waters with some hypothetical questions to see where Ruoxi stands. She pumps herself up, convinced that this plan is totally foolproof and not at all transparent. Ruoxi finally strolls out of the bathroom rocking a camo shirt and a towel on her head, looking completely unbothered. Dylan tries to play it cool, claiming she still has a little bit of energy left for a chat. Ruoxi just smiles, agreeing that everyone had a total blast today, which only makes Dylan's heart race faster. Realizing it's now or never, Dylan tries to be bold. Even though she's shaking like a leaf, she starts to ask what Ruoxi thinks about 2 women being in love, but the universe decides to gatekeep the confession as Ruoxi turns on a loud hair dryer at that exact moment. Ruoxi didn't hear a single word and asks if she said something, leaving Dylan internally crying. Fearing she's about to be caught in 4K, Dylan panics and pivots, asking a boring question about the fireworks instead. She laughs it off like a dork, completely unaware that she has a tiny hitchhiker chilling on her head. Ruoxi's eyes go wide when she notices a literal bug has claimed Dylan's hair as its new home. She tells Dylan not to move, which of course makes the poor girl think things are finally getting romantic. But as soon as Ruoxi mentions the bug, Dylan loses her mind, screaming about a tragic bug death, while Ruoxi leans in close to save the day. Fast forward to a few days later, and the scene shifts to a massive shopping mall where the girls are out for some post-vacation retail therapy. Yilin notes that the place has changed a ton, and that a brand new shopping center has popped up since she was last around. It's clearly been a hot minute since they've had a proper city outing. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over them, and the girls sense a presence. They find themselves blocked by a unit of a mascot bear that looks like it's straight out of a fever dream. The bear aggressively shoves flyers into their hands, and Yilin tries to usher them away, assuming it's just another underpaid worker. But this bear is built different, and it starts leaning in with a very suspicious vibe. It tilts its head, staring them down like it's calculating its next move. Before they can escape, the bear starts moving with a speed that definitely shouldn't be possible in that suit. In a move that catches everyone off guard, the bear lunges forward and traps the girl in a massive, suffocating hug. Yilin is totally blindsided, internally huffing, "Hey, being the one who gives the hugs is my job, buddy." The bear's eyes sparkle as it realizes it's found its target. It squeezes even tighter, refusing to let go despite the public spectacle. Finally, the mascot head comes off, revealing a familiar face screaming "Idol." At the top of her lungs, the squad gathers in a circle on the rug, ready to ruin each other's reputations with some late-night shenanigans. Gaofan is already over it, wondering what he did to deserve this, while Zion and Yilin try to hype him up and cheer him out of his funk. Ruoxi doesn't miss a beat, roasting his empty room by comparing it to his even emptier love life. But Gaofan just claims she's jealous of his solo vibes. The resident Ice Queen just wants to know what game they're actually playing so they can get the torture over with. Zion breaks out a Pikapi box, announcing a high-stakes game of truth or dare, though the group isn't exactly thrilled by the basic choice. Little do they know, Zion handwrote every single card to remove all free will, adding a brutal penalty game to ensure maximum chaos and zero escapes. The tension rises as they prepare to see who the first victim will be. Gaofan is barely holding back his laughter when Ruoxi, the group's idol, ends up drawing the very first penalty card of the night. The dare is a total cringe fest. She has to find a boy, point at his chest, and say, "You are like so bad," in the most pick-me voice possible. Internally, she's screaming, "I regret every choice that led me to this rug." But she follows through, leaving Gaofan absolutely blindsided and confused. The rest of the group thinks it's the funniest thing they've ever seen, though Gaofan looks like his soul just left his body from the sheer awkwardness of the interaction. As the night continues, the villa becomes a house of horrors for anyone trying to keep their dignity intact. One girl is left staring into the abyss, her axe glasses practically short-circuiting from the madness unfolding around her. Another guy is just sitting there with a towel wrapped around his head, questioning the meaning of life. Even Yilin is looking a bit dazed with red circles drawn all over her cheeks like a budget Pikachu. Gaofan tries to flex his supposed luck, claiming that ladies finally like him, while Ruoxi sits there with a curly mustache drawn on her face and a towel headpiece. Meanwhile, the dark-haired girl is fuming because she got a Biaigi Simpin tag stuck to her forehead, and she's ready to throw hands with Zion for writing such a targeted insult. But Zion is just getting started, revealing her master plan. The come-up-pants round. The person who drew the same number most often now has to tank 5 penalties at once, and both Ruoxi and Yilin are already sweating. With a dramatic drumroll, the unlucky winner of the massive penalty stack is about to be revealed. It turns out Gaofan's luck finally ran out in the worst way possible, and he's hit with a laundry list of punishments, stripping to his shorts, quacking like a duck, hopping on one foot, wearing a towel bow, and rocking a fresh unibrow. Internally, he groaned, "Karma is a real piece of work." The girls decide to just ignore his pathetic quacking and hopping for the rest of the round to make him feel even more ridiculous. Ruoxi gives him a mocking thumbs up, noting that while his follow-through is okay, her image of him was already in the gutter to begin with. Yilin steps up to draw her next card, while a salty Gaofan tells her to bite him, since he's already reached peak embarrassment. She pulls a truth card that gets surprisingly personal. "Have you ever been really close to someone that you're no longer in touch with? What were they like?" Yilin's expression goes serious for a split second as the question hits home. She admits that, yeah, there actually was someone like that in her past. Zion is immediately shook, demanding to know if this mystery guy was someone from their school that she somehow missed. When Yilin says it's someone Zion has never met, Zion has a full-blown meltdown about Yilin having a life outside of their friendship. Ruoxi, still rocking her mustache, joins in on the hounding, acting like Yilin was hiding a major secret. Yilin looks back fondly, describing the guy as tall, thin, handsome, and incredibly friendly. Ruoxi points out that he sounds a bit like Gaofan's height, while Zion continues to cry like Yilin just revealed she's moving to Mars. Zion tries to play it cool by saying she doesn't care, but she immediately gets back in Yilin's personal space to demand more tea. Gaofan, looking like a budget ninja in his towel wrap, asks if this guy was a first love or an ex-boyfriend. Yilin shuts that down immediately, looking totally flustered by the suggestion. Zion keeps screaming for answers until Ruoxi finally tells them to stop hounding her, so the game can actually move on before it gets boring. Ruoxi decides they should all take a moment to point and laugh at Gaofan one last time for the culture before she draws her next card. She pulls a spicy one that reads, "Do something you have always wanted to do to the person on your..." She slowly turns her head to look at the person sitting directly to her left. It's Yilin. Ruoxi stares her down with a predatory look, wondering if she should finally indulge herself and do exactly what she's been wanting to do to her friend this whole time. The truth or dare game is officially spiraling into chaos as Ruoxi locks her sights on Yilin. Looking absolutely ridiculous with a drawn-on mustache and a makeshift turban, Ruoxi demands that Yilin stand up for the next part of the dare. Yilin is totally blindsided, shaking in her boots as she slowly rises, wondering why on earth she needs to be upright for this. Ruoxi gets right in her face, telling her to look her in the eyes because she's never been more serious in her life. The rest of the squad is caught in 4K, sweating because the vibes just got way too intense for a casual hangout. Zion, being the resident chaos gremlin, starts making kissy faces and trolling the moment until her friend literally has to muzzle her. Meanwhile, Yilin is practically short-circuiting, her face turning into a literal tomato as the pressure mounts. Ruoxi leans in even closer, asking if Yilin has ever guessed what she's always dreamed of doing to her. Internally, Yilin is screaming for an adult while Ruoxi goes for the full predatory Kabidan move against the wall. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as Ruoxi moves in for the kill. This high-voltage moment triggers a major flashback to their high school days, back when they were busy passing snarky notes instead of studying. Back then, Ruoxi was already acting like she was too cool for school, claiming she wasn't a kid anymore, just because she could write a mean note. She'd admit she wasn't exactly an adult yet, but she would follow it up by saying she simply hadn't done anything adult just yet. Yilin would just stare at her, probably wondering if her friend was a total chunabiu. Ruoxi would just give her that "I know something you don't" smirk. In the quiet of the bedroom, they'd lean towards each other, the air crackling with that more-than-friends energy. Of course, the mood was immediately nuked when Yilin's mom barged in with a plate of peaches. Yilin panicked, hiding their secret notes like they were contraband while her mom roasted her for being a little weirdo. Ruoxi, ever the professional, just played it off with a polite smile, though she was definitely feeling the heat. Later that night, tucked into bed, Yilin actually asked if they should come clean to the parents about the true nature of their relationship. Back in the present, Gaofan is watching this drama unfold with his soul leaving his body. Yilin is bracing for impact, fully expecting a romantic confession that will change everything. But Ruoxi is a master of the bait and switch, revealing that the person who has the biggest impact on her life is Willis Carrier, the guy who invented air conditioning. Yilin is absolutely fuming because she got played by a dad joke, while the others are just relieved the awkwardness is over. Gaofan, realizing he's reached his limit for weirdness, decides to call it a night before anyone else reveals a strange fetish for household appliances. The group finally signs off, ending a night that was way more stressful than any dungeon raid. As the bedroom door shuts, the house finally goes quiet. But while the others are catching Z's, Ruoxi is stuck in a dream world. She's back in a boxing gym, training like a demon with a mysterious guy named Axon. They were competitive as hell, trading blows and banter like a real battle couple. As she looks up at him with a smile, the mystery of this Axon and his connection to her past only deepens. After the high-octane truth or dare session, Ruoxi is back home just vibing on the couch, probably rethinking every life choice while the laundry dries in the sun. Her brain is on a loop, replaying high school memories of bed talk, and should we tell them, questions that she definitely hasn't processed yet. Internally, she groaned, "Stop living in the past, Ruoxi. It's embarrassing." Cut to the next day at the school gate, where Yilin is playing the waiting game until Ziyun shows up looking like she's ready for a high-budget field trip. Ziyun immediately asks why the doll isn't glued to Yilin's side, but Yilin tries to keep it professional, claiming they don't live together outside of school. Ziyun isn't buying the inconvenient excuse for 1 second since basically roommates 24/7 anyway. She goes full Cat Ya's gremlin mode, asking if there's any pillow talk, or kiss and cuddle action happening behind closed doors, sending Yilin into a total blushing meltdown. Ruoxi finally shows up with that main character energy, but the group is still missing Gaofan until they spot a suspicious student approaching. It's actually Gaofan, but he's rocking a full-on school uniform during winter break like he's lost his mind. The girls can only stare in deadpan silence at the fashion disaster standing before them. Gaofan is already over their judgment, announcing he hates everyone, while Ruoxi and Ziyun troll him by asking if he's actually just his own little brother. Internally, Gaofan was screaming, "I seriously need better friends." The squad hits up a massive amusement park, and Yilin is practically glowing at the sight of the roller coasters. Ziyun claims she knows a secret attraction that's totally legendary, the haunted house. She breaks down the science of fear romance, explaining that haunted houses are just excuses for couples to get handsy when the lights go out. She's already manifesting a scene where Ruoxi protects a terrified Yilin in the dark, forcing them to get closer. Even the usually chill Shaoji is 100% sold on this plan, looking like a total villain plot armoring her way to victory. The energy is peak as they charge toward the attraction, ready for some spooky matchmaking. But the universe has other plans, and they're greeted by a giant under repair sign. The massive cave entrance is blocked off, leaving the whole group standing there like NPCs whose main quest just glitched out. Total silence follows as the disappointment sinks in. Ziyun goes into a literal depression corner, refusing to be comforted because her master plan just went up in smoke. Luckily, Yilin spots a roller coaster with 0 wait time, snapping Ziyun out of her funk while Xiaoji wonders if the short line means someone actually died on it. Later, Ruoxi leans in, asks Yilin if she's actually a fan of haunted houses, claiming she was just curious about something. Yilin gives her the side-eye, smelling a trap from a mile away. Ruoxi gets way too close for comfort, dropping her voice to a whisper. Whatever Ruoxi whispers absolutely wild, because Yilin's eyes nearly pop out of her head while Ruoxi just laughs at her top-tier reaction. After the ride, Ziyun and Xiaoji are seeing stars from the G-Force, while Ruoxi continues to tease a super-embarrassed Yilin about being sweet together. The aftermath is messy, with Ziyun literally about to hurl in the bushes from motion sickness. They hit the gift shop where Gaofan finds a sun head mask to commemorate his high school peak. While the girls look at cute plushies, Gaofan actually shows off some hidden skills, hitting 10 bullseyes at the dart game, and winning a mystery lottery prize. The prize is a romantic weekend getaway for two, which is a massive L since Gao Fan is single and everyone immediately starts roasting for it. Ruoxi does to end the day on a high note, leaning in to tell Yilin they can hold hands in the open, leaving Yilin absolutely short-circuiting in the middle of the shop. Internally, Ruoxi smirked. Caught you in 4K, Yilin. The squad finds themselves at the base of an ominous set of stairs for the ultimate cliché, a test of courage. Zian, acting like she's the main character of a horror movie, explains they have to hike up to a specific spot to complete a task, even though Yilin is wondering if they're actually about to get kidnapped. Internally, Zian was doing backflips because she thought the lottery system would finally pair her up with Ruoxi for some clinging action. Instead, the universe sends her plans into the trash as she ends up stuck with Xiaoji, while Ruoxi and Yilin get paired together as if the plot itself was playing matchmaker. Meanwhile, Gao Fan is trying to be a gentleman for his partner, the girl in the glasses, offering to turn back if things get too spooky. He notices her staring at a device and makes the mistake of asking what it is, probably hoping for a GPS or a flashlight. She casually drops the bomb that it's a soul attractor designed to lure ghosts right to their location. As she explains the high-frequency tech and starts recording EVPs, the temperature suddenly drops and Gao Fan realizes his safe walk just became a paranormal investigation. He nearly loses his soul when she informs him that he's currently standing inside a ghost's personal space. Internally, Gao Fan screamed, "Why me?" But out loud, he just pulled the classic, "I tripped on a rock," excuse while shaking like a leaf. Back with Ziyun and Xiaoji, Ziyun warns her partner not to cling to her because she'll only slow her down. But the second things get dark, the roles reverse, and Xiaoji is the one white-knuckling Ziyun's clothes. Ziyun tells her to quit pulling because it's not cute, looking totally done with the drama. Xiaoji is visibly rattled, wondering how Ziyun can be so unfazed by the creepy atmosphere. Ziyun scoffs, claiming the only thing scary in these woods is a starhead kid wandering around. To mess with her, Ziyun starts telling a fake legend about ghosts that target women in red shirts, which is exactly what Xiaoji is wearing. She laughs at how easily Xiaoji fell for the bait, feeling like a total genius. That confidence evaporates instantly when a real-life blue spirit flame materializes right behind them. The two of them let out a synchronized scream and book it, proving that they are both equally terrified. Meanwhile, Ruoxi and Yilin are having a much more romance novel experience, even though Ruoxi hears voices in the wind. A hand reaches out in the moonlight, and Roxy's eyes widen as she's caught off guard by the gesture. Yilin offers her hand, telling Ruoxi to take it so they can keep moving forward together. The scene shifts to a sunny afternoon where Xiaoji is absolutely roasting Ziyun for being penniless, suggesting she start an OnlyFans for lolicons to pay her bills. Xiaoji claims she only came back early because of a lapse in judgment, forgetting that she'd have to deal with Ziyun's bratty energy again. Ruoxi joins the table and greets Xiaoji, who seems to have finally returned from her travels. Ruoxi is shocked by the glow-up, realizing the girl has actually grown into a proper adult while she was away. Xiaoji keeps it cool, acknowledging that it really has been a long time since the squad was all together. Apparently, her return was a last-minute decision, which is why she didn't give anyone a heads-up. Ziyun immediately tries to hype them up for an arcade visit, but Ruoxi points out that despite the years, Ziyun still has the maturity of a toddler. Xiaoji reveals she's studying hotel management because her parents forced her into the family business, leaving Ruoxi and Yilin as the only artsy dreamers in the group. Ruoxi and Yilin's chemistry is so thick you could cut it with a knife, even when they're teasing each other about crying. Xiaoji can't even handle the PDA, begging them to tone down the lovey-dovey vibes in public before she gets sick. She then suggests they hit up an escape room, though she doubts Ruoxi can escape a building when she can barely find the exit of a Starbucks. The day ends on a cliffhanger as Xiaoji gets hit with a barrage of texts that look suspiciously like she's got a boyfriend waiting in the wings. Ruoxi and Yilin are wandering through the woods at night, and things are getting way too cozy for a simple stroll under the moon. Ruoxi is gripping Yilin's hand like her life depends on it. Yilin is totally blindsided by the sudden PDA and tries to figure out what's going on. Before she can even ask, Ruoxi hits her with a desperate plea to not leave her alone. Yilin stares into those wide, watery eyes and starts putting the pieces together. Internally, she wondered, is the resident badass actually losing her cool right now? Yilin calls her out, asking if she's actually afraid of the dark. Ruoxi tries to play it off, claiming she was just worried Yilin would get lost, but her poker face is absolute trash. Yilin isn't buying the tough girl act for a second and suggests they split up to find the others. Seeing Ruoxi short-circuit, Yilin gives her a head pat and tells her it's okay to be a scaredy cat. Yilin offers to go ahead alone, which is the exact opposite of what Ruoxi wants. Ruoxi finally folds, tackling Yilin into a hug and admitting she's terrified. Little do they know, the rest of the squad is crouching in the bushes, catching the whole romantic drama in 4K. Fast forward to an escape room, where Gao Fan is trying to crack a code involving a wall of moons. Yilin, being the group's resident brainiac, realizes they need a UV light to see the hidden numbers. Ruoxi tries to jump scare Yilin to regain some dignity, but Yilin doesn't even blink. Yilin basically tells her she's being boring and needs to try harder if she wants a reaction. Yilin just stares back with a blank expression, completely unfazed. Then, Yilin turns the tables by mentioning Kani's ego, which somehow strikes more fear into Ruoxi than any ghost could. Ruoxi clings to her again, while Xian watches from the side, realizing that Ruoxi actually has a vulnerable side after all. The group starts bickering about who's moving too slow and who's too short to find clues on the ceiling. While the others take goofy pictures with props, Xian decides to skip the 90s references. Xian and Ruoxi have a moment, reflecting on how much they've matured over the last 2 years, even if some things never changed. Ruoxi starts thinking back to a time she was left crying in a haunted house as a kid. Back then, she was throwing a tantrum at her brother for ditching her in the dark. He just patted her head and told her to wait at the exit if she couldn't handle it. Back in the present, Ruoxi opens up about her brother, Sin. She explains that since her parents were always workaholics, her brother was basically her entire world. She admires him more than anyone else because he was the one who raised her. Even though he used to tease her and scare her constantly, she knew it was his weird way of showing love. He wanted her to be independent, even if his methods were a bit traumatizing. Yilin finally realizes that Ruoxi wasn't being protective earlier. She was genuinely reliving that childhood fear. Yilin reassures her that she's actually the most cool, calm, and collected person she knows. Ruoxi looks off into the distance, thinking about the man who shaped her. She reveals that her brother eventually moved far away, forcing her to finally stand on her own 2 feet. The walls are finally coming down as the resident tough girl, Ruoxi, gets uncharacteristically deep about her life story, leaving Yilin completely blindsided by the sudden vulnerability. Ruoxi admits she was actually moved by Yilin's serious vibes earlier, but she immediately flips the switch back to her teasing self to keep her cool girl reputation from short-circuiting. Sensing the mood is right, Yilin drops a surprise apology for almost ruining their school play, feeling like she nearly fumbled the bag for the entire group. After they reminisce about the high-stakes drama of the performance, Ruoxi pivots the conversation with a spicy question, asking Yilin if there's actually someone she's simping for. Internally, she smirked. Let's see if she's brave enough to say it. Ruoxi claims whoever Yilin likes is lucky because she's so attentive, though she can't resist one last joke that earns her a playful smack for being a total troll. Back at school, Yilin is trying to focus until she hears her name echoing down the hall like a death flag for her sanity. Ruoxi pulls up to the classroom looking like a total heartthrob, causing the students to whisper that Yilin's boyfriend from the play has officially arrived to claim her. Ruoxi decides to choose violence and loudly mentions their wonderful 3-day hot spring getaway, forcing a red-faced Yilin to physically eject her from the room before the rumors get caught in 4K. Once they're away from prying eyes, Ruoxi asks Yilin for a private post-school date, making it very clear she wants 0 third wheels this time around. Ruoxi explains that she wants to properly thank Yilin for being her literal shield during that embarrassing moment on their trip. A flashback reveals that Yilin actually took the fall for Ruoxi's fear of the dark, pretending to be the terrified one so Ruoxi wouldn't lose her street cred in front of the others. Yilin brushes it off like it's no big deal, proving she's the ultimate wingman for her own crush. Ruoxi admits that Yilin's ability to read the room is exactly why she felt comfortable sharing her deepest secrets in the first place. Of course, the sentimental moment doesn't last long before Ruoxi teases her about having ulterior motives for the invitation. Internally, Yilin scoffed, "Two can play at that game." She tells Ruoxi she better get her wallet ready because she's ordering the most expensive drink on the menu as compensation for all the teasing. Later, the squad gathers to debate their next move, and Ruoxi suggests a massive New Year's Eve countdown party to ring in the year. However, Yilin drops a bomb by reminding Ruoxi she's already invited to dinner with her parents, causing the friends to immediately start shipping them as future in-laws. Once the group clears out, Ruoxi notices Yilin is pouting with a major chipmunk face, realizing she's definitely in the doghouse for forgetting their plan. Yilin admits she was hoping for some quality family bonding time, but Ruoxi worried that her intense personality might be too much for the parents to handle in one sitting. She suggests they go for a walk instead to avoid tempting trouble, while under the same roof as Yilin's folks. Ruoxi then drops the smooth talk, admitting that she really just wants to milk every possible second she can spend with Yilin. As the sun sets, the atmosphere gets incredibly sappy, leading Yilin to call Ruoxi out for becoming a total softie since they got back to town. Meanwhile, Ziyun is back at home on the phone, dealing with the logistics of the upcoming New Year's bash while trying to stay sane. Her friend gives her the classic, just get drunk and vent advice, which is basically the universal solution for all their friendship drama. Finally, the narrator notes that while one villain was lurking, the legendary Starhead Kid was on duty the whole time, ensuring no one else's school life got ruined. Yilin is currently stuck in a dream loop, whispering Ruoxi's name while she's dead to the world. She finally blinks her eyes open, realizing she's back at home base instead of being by her girl's side. The first move is obviously checking her phone, where she finds a wholesome good morning text waiting for her. Her mom immediately kills the vibe by banging on the door, dragging her out of bed for breakfast. While getting ready, Yilin starts the morning routine by filling up her water cup. She's basically having withdrawal symptoms because it's been 3 whole days since she saw Ruoxi. Internally, she's reflecting on how last year was totally different since they weren't official, and she didn't want to be a clingy pest. But now that they've confirmed their feelings, the dynamic has completely shifted. Over a bowl of noodles, she starts overthinking her next move like a grand strategist. She wants to ask Ruoxi out but doesn't want to lose her mysterious aura, eventually deciding that a date is worth the risk of being a bit thirsty. Her mom pops in to check on her, sensing that Yilin's mind is miles away. Before Yilin can even send a text, she gets hit with the ultimate death flag for her free time: year-end house cleaning duty. Cut to the school grounds, where the winter sun is hitting the trees. Yilin is being a model student, helping out the faculty with a stack of papers. She's determined to level up her own grades so she can actually be useful when she helps Ruoxi study later. While rushing through the hall, she pulls a total klutz move and drops everything. But a random guy swoops in to help her clean up the mess. He notices the study materials and asks if she's prepping for the upcoming exams. He hands the papers back with a smile that's a little too friendly for a stranger. Yilin gives him a quick thanks, trying to keep it moving. As he walks off, she's left with a weird sense of déjà vu, wondering why this guy's face feels so familiar. The scene shifts to the bright blue sky above the sports complex. Behind these doors, someone is putting in serious work. Ruoxi is in full beast mode, absolutely obliterating a punching bag with a massive right hook. She follows it up with a high kick that would probably send a normal person to the hospital. From the sidelines, Yilin and her friend are watching the show, completely blindsided by how cool Ruoxi looks when she's focused. Her friend decides to stir the pot, asking Yilin how fast her heart was racing when Ruoxi held her the other night. She keeps teasing Yilin, claiming Ruoxi has way more riz than most guys and could make anyone fall for her. Yilin tries to play it cool, but her friend points out that Ruoxi definitely gives Yilin a special kind of attention that no one else gets. Just as Yilin is about to short-circuit from the teasing, Ruoxi finishes her set and walks over, looking like a total boss while asking what the gossip is about. New Year's Eve is the ultimate vibe check for any couple, but for Yilin, the night is starting to look like a total ghosting situation. Her parents are in full protective mode as she prepares to head out, warning her about the dangers of wandering around in the middle of the night. Yilin tries to play it cool, telling them that Ruoxi will be there to walk her home. Her mom hits her with a reality check, reminding her that Ruoxi is also just a girl, but Yilin isn't having it. Internally, she's fangirling hard, thinking, my girl is a literal martial arts weapon, she's got this. Her dad just wants her to be careful, while her mom admits that Yilin has become pretty dependent on the reliable Ruoxi. Still, the old man is worried the kids are going to toss back a few many drinks and overindulge. Yilin finally makes it to the party, where the high school squad is already halfway to a hangover. The first question on everyone's lips is the whereabouts of the group idol, Ruoxi. Yilin explains that Ruoxi is currently stuck on a FaceTime call with her family over in Canada. This sparks a classic semantics debate among the group about time zones, proving that some people never really graduate from their high school loser status. Scanning the crowd, Yilin notices Xiaoji is missing and wonders if she's actually going to show up. Her friends joke that maybe Xiaoji found a new boy toy to keep her warm for the countdown. Speak of the devil, Xiaoji spawns in right behind them, catching the trash talk in 4K. After a bit of banter, she greets Zayun, noticing that her hair has gone full main character mode since they last met. Yilin is just soaking in the wholesome energy, happy to have the whole gang back together. She keeps checking her watch, counting down the seconds until she can finally ring in the new year with her favorite person. The drinks are flowing and everyone is clinking glasses, even if a few people are jumping the gun on the celebration. But as the clock ticks closer to midnight, the mood starts to sour because Ruoxi is still a total no-show. The conversation takes a turn when one of the guys asks if the rumors are true and if Yilin and Ruoxi are actually dating. Zian confirms the ship has officially sailed, leaving the guys to realize those cringe vibes they felt back in the day were just first love jitters. Meanwhile, Yilin is staring at a wall of her own unanswered texts, feeling her heart sink. This isn't just a party foul. Ruoxi even flaked on a dinner promise to Yilin's parents. Xiaoji wonders if Ruoxi is just going to leave them hanging, which definitely doesn't help Yilin's growing anxiety. With only 60 seconds left, the group starts hunting for the best fireworks angle, feeling a massive bummer that the person who planned the reunion isn't even there. The fireworks finally explode in the sky, but for Yilin, the celebration feels empty. She looks at her watch one last time, mourning the missed moment, when a familiar voice suddenly cuts through the noise. Yilin turns around, completely blindsided to see Ruoxi standing there, holding a flower and looking a bit out of breath. The rest of the world fades away as Yilin sees her girl. Without a single word of complaint, Yilin launches herself into Ruoxi's arms for a massive hug. Ruoxi holds her tight, the stress of night finally melting away. She leans in and softly says, "Happy New Year, Yilin." While the main couple is busy being adorable, Xiaoji is off to the side, looking like she just took a massive L. One of the girls catches her looking melancholic and decides it's time for some tough love. She calls Xiaoji out for still being hung up on Ruoxi, even though the relationship is set in stone. Xiaoji tries to act defensive, but she's clearly caught in her feelings. When she snaps at her friend to mind her business, the girl calmly explains she doesn't have a dog in this fight. She tells Xiaoji that torturing herself by holding it all in is a losing game. If she ever wants to move on, she needs to finally get those feelings off her chest once and for all. Yilin is feeling the pressure, trying to stay cool while her brain is basically melting from exam prep. She heads to the library to get some serious studying done. But once she's inside, the sheer complexity of the material starts to hit her like a freight train. Internally, she panicked. I thought I was a second year, not a NASA candidate. How am I supposed to turn Ruoxi into a rocket scientist in a few weeks? She's actually more stressed about her girlfriend's grades than her own when a random guy interrupts her downward spiral. He asks if she remembers him from a few days back, but Yilin is clearly drawing a blank. He explains that he's a library regular, basically living among the stacks. Seeing her struggle with physics, he pulls a total pro-gamer move and offers her a much better textbook that actually explains things in plain English. Yilin takes the book, thanking him for the academic lifeline. She starts flipping through the pages, and it's like a light switch finally flipped in her head. Internally, she was losing it. Finally, a book that doesn't feel like it was written in ancient runes. When she tries to compliment his intelligence, he plays it off as just hard work, making Yilin tell him to just take the win for once. Feeling a bit more confident, she decides to pick his brain for some more study tips. Fast forward to the New Year's party where Ruoxi finally shows up, much to everyone's relief. The group is debating whether standing closer to the fireworks actually makes your wishes come true, or if it's just a recipe for hearing loss. Some of the friends aren't buying the superstition, joking that it sounds like a cheesy lyric from an obscure blues CD. Ruoxi isn't worried about the distance-to-wish ratio, though, and playfully pets Yilin's head while the others laugh at their cute dynamic. The teasing doesn't stop, as the guys joke about Yilin's only wish being love, which sends her into an immediate blushing frenzy. As the clock strikes midnight, the group cheers to the new year, though they're already wondering who's going to be the biggest lightweight of the night. It turns out Ruoxi is an absolute beast at dice games, cleaning house and leaving her friends wondering what exactly they're teaching her at college. However, the party vibe hits a small speed bump when Ruoxi has to step away for a family call, leaving Yilin to wonder why her family is still stuck in Canada during the holidays. Seeing the opening, Ziyun nudges Xiaoji, telling her it's now or never if she wants to finally get some closure with Ruoxi. Back at the library, the mystery guy reveals he knows exactly who Yilin is because he saw her on stage. He gives her the ultimate ego boost, telling her she was a very pretty princess during the performance. Yilin realizes he's talking about the school play and walks away thinking he's actually a pretty sweet nerd boy. Cut to another night study session at school, specifically room 2. Ruoxi is actually putting in the work, and Yilin is genuinely impressed by her sudden focus. Of course, Ruoxi can't help but joke that she's officially debunking the big boobs, no brains theory. Yilin tries to offer more help, but Ruoxi claims she's already got the material down. Yilin is absolutely blindsided when she realizes Ruoxi mastered the problems after only one look, something that usually takes Yilin hours to process. Internally, she fumed, "I work my butt off to get to this level," and she just catches up like it's nothing. She's definitely doing this to spite me. Ruoxi is ready to call it a night and head home. But Yilin, the ultimate academic weapon, insists they stay and push for even better results. As Yilin stands up to keep going, Ruoxi is left wondering where the sudden burst of energy is coming from. Yilin announces she's just heading to the restroom, while Ruoxi warns her to watch out for the resident school ghosts. Yilin isn't falling for the scaredy cat bait and fires back a retort about who's really the brave one before leaving. Left alone in the bright classroom, Ruoxi just smirks, totally unfazed by the spooky atmosphere as she waits for Girl to return. Yilin stares into the mirror, surprised that teaching Ruoxi is actually a total breeze. She's feeling pretty confident that boosting Ruoxi's grades won't be a mission impossible after all. While washing her hands, she hopes this academic glow-up is enough to keep Ruoxi's family from pulling her out of school. Suddenly, the lights start flickering like a low-budget horror movie before going pitch black. Yilin stands there in the dark, internally wondering if the school's electricity bill finally bounced. She navigates the dark hallway using her phone light, passing classroom 2. Ruoxi tries to pull a classic jump scare, but Yilin sees it coming from a mile away. Even though she caught her in 4K, Yilin still looks a little rattled by the sudden ambush. Ruoxi stands there looking disappointed that her prank didn't send Yilin through the ceiling. She asks if she got her, but Yilin hits her with a hard no while her heart is probably doing the 100 on the highway. Realizing the power is dead, they decide to call it a day and head out. Walking through the empty, dark corridor, it's clear that the study session is officially over. Outside, the night sky is clear as they make their way back home. Ruoxi praises Yilin for being a top-tier tutor, but Yilin admits she's been getting some secret coaching herself to stay ahead of the curve. Ruoxi is immediately curious, wondering who exactly is behind this sudden academic power-up. Meanwhile, things get heavy when Xiaoji suddenly tackles Ruoxi into a hug, leaving Ziyun absolutely blindsided in the background. Xiaoji is deep in her feelings, apologizing through the tears for the sudden emotional outburst. She begs for just one moment, promising this is the final time she'll let her guard down like this. In the middle of the hug, she asks the ultimate death flag question: if Ruoxi is going to hate her for being this vulnerable. While Ruoxi tries to process the drama, Ziyun watches from the sidelines, feeling like a total third wheel. Ruoxi tries to bring up Yilin, but Xiaoji pushes back, finally finding the strength to stand on her own. Xiaoji claims that getting it all off her chest has finally given her the closure she needed. She smiles, saying she's proud to have loved someone like Ruoxi. While Ziyun's jaw hits the floor at the confession, the atmosphere is awkward enough to cut with a knife as Xiaoji stands there, looking slightly embarrassed. She laughs it off, realizing how rude it might have seemed to dump all that info at once. Blaming her liquid courage, Xiaoji tells Ruoxi to just forget this ever happened by tomorrow morning. She makes a quick exit up the stairs, leaving the heavy vibes behind. Fast forward to the next morning, where the grind continues with some routine cleaning duty. Yilin shivers in the morning chill, regretting her life choices as she heads to the bins. She's about to dump the recycling when someone catches her attention. She turns around, surprised to see a familiar face in the trash area. It's the library boy from before, greeting her with a smile that's way too bright for this early in the day. He explains he swapped shift to be there, making the whole coincidence seem a little sus. Yilin mentions she hasn't seen him around much before, which seems like a bit of an understatement. He gets poetic, suggesting that maybe fate is finally switching up the game for them. Before things get too deep, he pivots and asks if she's had breakfast yet. Yilin is caught off guard, her face flushing slightly as she admits she's currently running on empty. He invites her to the food cart, clearly seizing the opportunity for a breakfast date. He offers to help with her heavy bin, but Yilin is a strong, independent woman who's got it under control. They arrive at the stand, staring down some classic morning milk and snacks. He offers to treat her, but Yilin isn't about that life and insists on paying for her own meal. He tries to insist, thinking it's no big deal, but Yilin isn't budging. The shop lady watches the back-and-forth struggle, probably wondering if they're ever going to actually order. Yilin shuts down the treat and pays separately, leaving the guy thinking she's just being shy, but internally, she probably just doesn't want to owe a stranger any favors. Yilin is out here grinding harder than a pro gamer, telling her friend that she's hitting the library every weekend just to keep up with Ruoxi's tutoring. Her friend isn't buying the self-improvement act for a second, teasing Yilin for working so hard just to impress her idol. She even drops a weirdly suggestive wish for a cozy study session, leaving Yilin totally baffled by the vibe. With a quick wave, the friend bounces, leaving Yilin to her own devices. Yilin is hyped to go see her favorite martial artist, mentally preparing for their session. But she gets immediately blindsided by Lucen, the library boy, who's suddenly standing right in her path. He plays it off as a total coincidence, though he's definitely been camping out for this encounter. He wastes no time and asks where she lives, probably hoping to secure a walk home. Yilin, being the dense protagonist she is, just casually mentions she lives in the S district. Lucen suggests they walk together since they're neighbors, but Yilin shuts that down by revealing she's heading to the Wuxi Club first. This news catches Lucen completely off guard, as he definitely didn't peg her for the combat sports type. She quickly clears the air, laughing off the idea of being a member and explaining she's just waiting for a friend. Lucen starts overthinking the situation, wondering who could possibly be worth waiting for at a fight club. He decides to go for the kill and asks if this friend is someone she actually likes. Yilin's brain instantly short-circuits, and she starts stammering about how they're just normal friends who study together. She's about to point out that they're both girls, which should settle the debate, but she stops herself. Lucen flashes a charming smile, claiming he was just worried about causing a misunderstanding by talking to her too much. They pivot back to the tutoring, and Yilin admits she's struggling to stay ahead of the material. Lucen pulls a classic move, saying he's jealous of her friend for getting all that dedicated attention. Then, he drops the ultimate play. He offers to join their tutoring sessions to help Yilin out. At first, Yilin is thrilled at the prospect of some expert help, but then the death flags go off in her head as she realizes she's about to invite a total stranger to Ruoxi's private training ground. Internally, she scoffs. Ruoxi would literally kill me if I brought a random guy along. She manages to stay polite, telling him she needs to check her friend first to make sure everything is chill. Lucen's expression shifts for a split second, but he keeps his cool. He tells her to just let him know whenever she decides, leaving the ball in her court. They say their goodbyes under a sunset that's honestly way too romantic for this awkward conversation. Lucen watches her walk away, looking like a man who's playing 4D chess with his feelings. Yilin finally makes it to the Wuxi Club, but the atmosphere inside is pure tension. The club president is currently tearing into Ruoxi, screaming that her kicks are slow and her strikes have zero power. Ruoxi is drenched in sweat and looking exhausted, but the president isn't letting her off the hook, telling her to stop pussyfooting around. That was the wrong thing to say, because Ruoxi unleashes a Ka-Pao kick that nearly takes the president's head off. The training session turns into a high-octane blur of movement as the president demands more focus. Ruoxi is a total beast, landing heavy hits on the pads that echo through the entire gym. Seeing Ruoxi in her element makes Yilin flashback to Lucen's question about whether she likes her. She tries to convince herself that she doesn't like Ruoxi like that, but she definitely doesn't dislike her either. She settles on the idea that they're just good friends, though her blushing face says otherwise. Even the other club members are in awe of how cool Ruoxi looks when she's focused. But then, Yilin's thoughts take a wild turn as she wonders what would happen if Ruoxi was actually a boy. She immediately catches herself in 4K, screaming internally that her brain is going in a weird direction again. She tries to blame Ruoxi for being not feminine enough, and throwing her normal train of thought out of whack. Her internal monologue is interrupted when Ruoxi leans in way too close, asking what's with the funny faces she's making. The drama is reaching a boiling point as Zion realizes she's been sidelined in the great romance of the century. She admits that whatever Ruoxi and Yilin have isn't fragile enough for a third wheel to break, even if she tries to play it cool. Her friend doesn't let her off the hook, laughing about how Yilin caught her trying to kick an idol in the head, while Zion threatens to do the same to her. The mood shifts instantly as a taxi blurs through the city streets, carrying a heavy silence between its passengers. Inside, Ruoxi and Yilin are sitting as far apart as the backseat allows, looking like they've both just survived a mental war zone. Yilin stares out at the passing lights, her face a mask of uncertainty. The neon glow of the city does nothing to brighten her mood as she gets lost in her own head. Ruoxi looks equally drained, her eyes fixed on nothing as she processes the day's chaos. She's still haunted by the memory of Xiaoji breaking down and clinging to her, a moment of pure emotional damage that she didn't know how to handle. Ruoxi steals a sideways glance at Yilin, sensing the wall that's built up between them. Internally, Yilin is absolutely short-circuiting, screaming at herself to stop running away from the obvious. She knows she loves her, so why is she still acting like a glitching NPC and second-guessing every feeling? She realizes that while she's busy being indecisive, someone else could easily swoop in and snatch her girl right out from under her. If she waits until she feels ready, she's going to end up being too late and watching from the sidelines. Clutching a small bouquet of flowers, she feels the weight of the unspoken words pressing down on her. Cut to the next day at school, where the sun is out and the vibes are supposedly better. Yilin is busy regretting her life choices after devouring a massive pile of taquitos for lunch. She and Ruoxi take a walk to settle their stomachs, though Yilin gets defensive when Ruoxi warns her about getting food baby belly. Ruoxi tries to flex by saying her daily exercise keeps her safe, but then gets a bit too bold by wondering what Yilin usually rubs after a big meal. This earns her a sharp elbow to the ribs, because Yilin is definitely not in the mood for that kind of teasing. The conversation turns to Xian, who has been ghosting the group lately like she's on a secret mission. Yilin recalls her friend's weirdly intense, "go eat with your idol" speech and realizes she was being dodged in 4K. Ruoxi figures everyone is just drowning in end-of-term stress, which seems like a solid excuse. But the mood turns somber when Ruoxi mentions she's often too tired to even order takeout when she gets home. Internally, Yilin is blindsided by the realization that Ruoxi doesn't have anyone waiting at home with a warm meal, making her feel a sudden wave of sympathy. Back in the classroom, Ruoxi tries to break the tension with some absolute nonsense English lyrics about a melting cake in a park. Yilin stares at her, wondering if her girlfriend has finally lost her last 2 brain cells. Ruoxi admits she was just trying to make her laugh before dipping out to the WC, leaving Yilin to cringe at her outdated slang. As night falls, the two find themselves alone again, and the atmosphere is thick with tension. Ruoxi suddenly pulls Yilin into a tight, desperate hug that catches her completely off guard. She finally drops the L-bomb, whispering a soft, "I love you" that echoes in the quiet air. Yilin whispers it back, but her mind is still a mess of insecurities. She wonders if Ruoxi is only saying it because she feels guilty about the drama with the other girl earlier. She remembers the sight of Xiaoji hugging Ruoxi and can't help but compare the two moments. Even though it feels amazing to be held, she can't quite shake the feeling that she's being soothed rather than loved. Internally, she scolds herself. "Snap out of it, Yilin! She's literally holding you right now." She focuses on the warmth of the embrace, trying to convince herself that they really are deeply in love. Yet, despite the romantic setting, her heart is still aching for reasons she can't fully explain. Ruoxi pulls back, sensing that Yilin is about to spring a leak. Yilin tries to laugh it off, blaming the emotional hug for her tears while she wipes her eyes. Ruoxi stares at her with a look that says she's not buying the fake-out for a second. Taking a massive leap of faith, Yilin tells her she wants to stay the night, wanting to settle things once and for all. Ruoxi's expression is unreadable, but the silence between them is louder than any confession. They decide that some things are better left unsaid because words would just get jumbled and misunderstood. Back at the apartment, the rose sits on the nightstand as the two of them finally face each other without any distractions. They lean in for a passionate kiss, deciding to let their actions do the talking and making sure there's no doubt left about who they belong to. Tensions are high as Yilin confronts Ruoxi about hiding something major, basically accusing her of keeping secrets. Ruoxi isn't having it, firing back that if Yilin can't trust her decisions, there's a serious lack of confidence in the relationship. Yilin looks absolutely stunned, caught in the crossfire of her own insecurity and fear of being left behind. Ruoxi tries to explain she's just looking out for both of them, but the vibes are totally rancid at this point. Yilin snaps, calling bullshit on the whole protective act and accusing Ruoxi of just trying to avoid feeling guilty if she messes up. The silence that follows is deafening as Ruoxi shuts down completely, her expression going cold. Realizing the conversation is a total train wreck, Ruoxi walks away, leaving Yilin shouting for her to come back in a state of pure panic. Suddenly, Yilin bolts upright in bed with tears in her eyes, realized that toxic memory was just a nightmare haunting her. She looks over to see Ruoxi fast asleep right beside her, looking peaceful and totally unbothered by the dream world drama. Yilin reaches out, gently stroking Ruoxi's face to ground herself in the reality that they're actually okay now. Internally, she's breathing a massive sigh of relief, thinking thank God she's still here. Ruoxi wakes up with a sleepy smile, calling Yilin her love and giving her the best morning view she could ever ask for. Fast forward to school, and Yilin is totally lagging in real time until a classmate has to snap her back to reality. She apologizes for drifting off, clearly still riding the high from her morning cuddle session. The classmate mentions it can't be helped and they'll catch up next time. Noticing Yilin is acting a bit sus. As they part ways, the classmate tells her to enjoy her free time, leaving Yilin alone in the hallway. She stares out at the sunset, the sky looking like a literal painting, while she waits for her girl to finish up. Another student asks if she's not with her idol today, and Yilin explains that Ruoxi is stuck in a late meeting for the Wuxi Club. Left alone in the classroom, Yilin stares at a snack bag she prepared, debating whether to wait a little longer just in case Ruoxi finishes early. Meanwhile, over at the club meeting, the advisor Mr. Yuan is droning on about legalizing some winter break brawls between area students. Ruoxi is standing in the back, looking bored out of her mind, waiting for the magic to happen so she can finally bounce. She realizes this meeting is a total drag and thinks back to Yilin's smiling face earlier that day. Thinking fast, she leans over to a no-name classmate and asks him to do her a massive solid. Outside, the campus is buzzing with students heading home as the day officially ends. We even spot a couple of background characters holding hands, proving that romance is definitely the theme of the day. Back in the empty hallway, the sunset is hitting the windows just right, creating a perfect cinematic moment. Yilin sighs, feeling like a bit of a moron for making so much food when she's seemingly going to end up eating it alone. Just as she's about to give up and head out, a familiar voice chirps, a hi from right behind her. It's Ruoxi, grinning like she didn't just ditch a mandatory meeting to find her favorite person. Yilin is blindsided, asking why she's there since she was supposed to be busy, but Ruoxi just claims the meeting was way too boring to stay. When Ruoxi asks if Yilin was waiting for her, it's a direct hit to Yilin's heart, making her blush instantly. Ruoxi notices Yilin getting a little cocky with her questions and teases her about whether she's actually headed back out. Then she spots the bag Yilin is clutching and starts teasing her about being super protective over a bag of nothing. Back at the meeting, things are going south fast as the group realizes their star fighter has vanished into thin air. Mr. Yuan is absolutely losing his marbles when he hears Ruoxi claimed she had to use the restroom but never came back, while the poor student caught in the middle just wants to escape the wrath. Yilin is running behind schedule, hopping into the car with her parents after a quick sprint to grab her forgotten phone. As the car pulls away, she is already glued to her screen, looking soft while she stares at her messages. She shoots a quick update to Ruoxi, letting her know she's heading to her grandma's place and will be gone for 2 days. Her dad isn't blind to her smiling at the screen, immediately betting she's texting Ruoxi, while her mom jokes that the two of them are clingier than a ball of sticky rice. Her parents keep the praise coming, calling Ruoxi the gold standard for independent kids while warning that any guy trying to date her is in for a rough time. Yilin stares out the window, internally admitting that Ruoxi is basically a human cheat code for emotional stability and always knows how to calm her down. She catches herself realizing just how hard she's fallen, never expecting her first real love to be another girl. But honestly, it's Roxy's unique vibe that makes her so attractive in the first place, and Yilin can't help but wonder what Ruoxi sees in her. Meanwhile, Ruoxi is lounging in bed, catching Yilin's text about the sticky rice comment. She smirks at her phone, rocking a Route 66 case while thinking of the perfect chaotic reply to mess with her. Back in the car, Yilin's phone dings, catching her off guard. Ruoxi takes the sticky rice analogy and cranks it to 11. Comparing their bond to a bedazzled thong, leaving Yilin short-circuiting in the backseat over the mental image. Flashing back to a moment at school, Yilin looks completely stunned while standing in the hallway. The vibe is tense as Yilin looks like she's about to have a breakdown over a little accident. Ruoxi looks down at the scattered chopsticks and bits of food on the floor, probably thinking about the 5-second rule. Yilin can only watch in silence, her face flushed as she wonders if Ruoxi thinks cleaning this up is going to be a total pain. Ruoxi actually picks up a piece of broccoli and starts raving about how delicious the food is. Yilin panics because the food was literally just on the ground, but Ruoxi shrugs it off, claiming the stuff still in the box is perfectly clean. When Ruoxi asks if the meal was for her, Yilin tries to play it cool with a weak lie, but she's caught in 4K as a terrible liar. Ruoxi drops the charm, telling Yilin she'd be happy to eat her cooking anytime. She flashes a blinding smile, claiming she'd love to eat this healthy and nutritious stuff every single day, which is basically a low-key proposal. Back in the present, Gao Fan and his buddy are awkwardly lingering outside a ladies' restroom, feeling the cringe of their situation. A janitor with zero chill recognizes them from a viral hot scandal and starts blasting them for being perverts in the ladies' room. Gao Fan is basically wishing for death while his friend, No Name, prepares to book it before they get dragged into a janitor's closet for a lecture. Later that day, Gao Fan finally shows up to meet Ruoxi, looking absolutely exhausted from the run. Ruoxi isn't having it, roasting the Wuxi president for sleeping past noon on a Saturday when they have shopping to do. Elsewhere, Yilin is being escorted through the city by a male classmate who's acting way too friendly. He starts gushing over how much her grades have improved lately, noticing all the hard work she's put in. He keeps the compliments flowing, telling her she's mastering her equations so fast she might actually pass him up soon. Yilin smiles, genuinely appreciating the help he's given her, totally unaware of the drama brewing nearby. Ruoxi is still checking her phone by the railing, wondering if Gao Fan is actually a girl because he's taking so long to get ready. She hears her name and turns around, only to get completely blindsided by the sight of her girl hanging out with another guy. Ruoxi just dropped a massive truth bomb, and her old friend is literally short-circuiting, spitting out her drink like she's in a 90s sitcom. After a coughing fit that definitely caught everyone's attention, the friend is still processing the news, wondering when the heck this whole official romance even started. Ruoxi stays cool as a cucumber, confirming that the relationship technically became official earlier this year. The friend laughs it off, claiming she actually saw this coming all the way back when they were in high school. She immediately goes into gossip mode, demanding to know who confessed first and every single juicy detail, but Ruoxi hits her with a no comment and shuts that down fast. The friend gets real for a second, asking if Yilin was the one who finally pulled Ruoxi into the lady pond, since she seemed totally straight back in Canada. Ruoxi just stares back with a blank expression, letting the silence do the heavy lifting. Internally, she's not about labels, simply stating that she doesn't really care about the pond or any of that. To her, it's not about gender, it's just Yilin that she loves. Hearing Ruoxi drop the L word is a total shock for her friend, who jokes that it sounds almost foreign coming from someone who usually acts like a robot. The friend even tries to flirt a little, wondering how Ruoxi wasn't tempted over to the sapphic side by the hottie sitting right in front of her. Ruoxi isn't having it, calling her out for trying to rob cradles, and reminding her that the girlfriend position is very much filled. When asked where her better half is, Ruoxi explains that Yilin is currently off visiting family for a few days. The friend suggests they head out for a real drink later to catch up properly. Ruoxi shuts that down instantly, calling it a recipe for disaster and a total pass. She knows the vibes and admits she'd rather avoid any misunderstandings if Yilin ever found out. The friend looks a bit dejected for a moment, realizing how much things have changed. She quickly covers it up with a laugh, swearing her intentions were totally pure. They pivot to talking shop, with the friend revealing she's still grinding in graduate school, while Ruoxi reflects on her lone wolf days in Toronto. Ruoxi gives a rare, soft smile, thinking that this casual lifestyle suits her friend perfectly. They sit in the cafe for a while, the conversation dying down into a quiet, heavy atmosphere. Internally, the friend feels a pang of sadness, realizing she's drifting further and further away from the girl Ruoxi used to be. Text from the family finally breaks the tension, and the friend stands up to leave, asking if Ruoxi will ever move back to Canada. Ruoxi keeps it vague, saying she'll probably head back at some point, that's where her family is. Before she disappears, the friend scribbles something down, telling Ruoxi to hit her up whenever she's back across the pond. She hands over a scrap of paper with her address, keeping it old school. Ruoxi is surprised she still carries a physical notebook around in the age of smartphones. The friend just shrugs, arguing that phones can be hacked or lost, so paper is the ultimate backup. Ruoxi finally waves her off, telling her to take it easy. The friend flashes one last smile before heading out, leaving Ruoxi alone with her thoughts. Later that night, the city lights are buzzing, but Ruoxi is tucked in bed, staring at her phone. She's texting Yilin, but the conversation is hitting a bit of a weird note as she tries to act casual. She finally works up the nerve to tell Yilin she has a specific question for her. After some stalling with frog emojis, Ruoxi finally asks the big one. How exactly did she meet that guy, Lucen? Yilin explains it was a total accident involving a school play, and some slow joggers knocking papers out of her hand in the hallway. Ruoxi's jealousy flares up, and she sends a snarky text wondering if the guy recognized her face or just her giant cans. The next day at school, Ruoxi is actually in a great mood, joking that the terrible cafeteria food will only make Yilin's cooking taste better later. But the good vibes are killed instantly when Lucen himself appears, greeting them with a big smile. He ignores the tension and invites Yilin to join him for lunch, acting like they're the best of friends while Ruoxi stands right there, ready to throw hands. Communication is a two-way street, but Yilin and Ruoxi are currently navigating a highway full of what-ifs and hidden feelings. While staring at her phone, Yilin gets hit with a sudden question that makes her double take. Ruoxi is feeling bold and asks what Yilin's family actually thinks of her, noting that her own family is already Team Yilin. Yilin's brain hitches for a second, her expression turning totally blank as she processes the weight of that question. She admits she hasn't breathed a word about Ruoxi to her parents yet, but when Ruoxi suggests she could at least call her a good friend, Yilin drops a nuke. She won't introduce Ruoxi as a friend, because that would be a total lie. Internally, Ruoxi probably did a victory lap, sending back a simple heart emoji while wearing a smirk that says she knows she's winning. Later, Ruoxi is back in the kitchen, looking like she's fighting for her life against a steaming pot of braised pork. She realizes she can't keep her eyes off her phone and decides to use the ruined dinner card, telling Yilin the food is charcoal just to bait her into coming over sooner. Yilin isn't falling for the trap, though she admits it was worth a shot before her mom yells at her to quit doom scrolling and actually eat. Fast forward to the school cafeteria where the real drama is served hot. Ruoxi is minding her own business, enjoying a meal when Yilin decides to be the ultimate protein provider. She starts piling meat onto Ruoxi's tray, insisting she needs the energy for all that martial arts training. Ruoxi isn't fooled by the generosity, suspecting Yilin is just offloading the fatty pieces she doesn't want to eat herself. Their domestic bickering is interrupted when a classmate asks about the meat situation, only for Yilin to guard her tray like a hawk. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as they both look up to see a wild Lucen appear. He's standing there with his tray, flashing a smile that screams, "I'm about to ruin your peaceful lunch." Yilin, being too nice for her own good, tells him to grab a seat, while Ruoxi's face says she'd rather be anywhere else. Lucen plays it cool, claiming the other tables are full, though we all know he's just here to poke the bear. He looks at their trays and comments on how closed they seem, trying to sniff out the vibe. He even cracks a joke about Ruoxi swiping Yilin's food, trying to act like one of the girls. Then he notices a bandage on Ruoxi's hand, but she brushes it off like it's nothing, clearly not interested in his concern. The table falls into a state of peak chibi awkwardness as everyone tries to pretend this is normal. The silence is absolutely deafening, and Yilin is internally screaming about the suffocating tension Lucen just brought to the party. To break the ice, Yilin makes a hilarious linguistic slip-up while talking about her diet, accidentally calling herself a vegetarian instead of a vegetarian. Switching gears, Yilin is later seen chilling in the back of a car while her parents step out for a bit. She pulls out her phone to text Ruoxi about some fruit her mom got for her, acting like a total girlfriend. Internally, she realizes her mom was right. She's developed a massive habit of reporting her every move to Ruoxi. But her cozy thoughts are cut short when she looks out the window and sees a familiar head of pink hair. It's Yae, Ruoxi's ex, looking bright and bubbly while chatting with someone in the parking lot. Yilin is shook, remembering that Yae is actually from this area and wondering if she's back for the holidays. Yae looks exactly the same as she did before, which is a major red flag for Yilin's peace of mind. Memories of how Ruoxi brutally dumped Yae flash through her mind, reminding her of the messy history between them. Yilin sits there frozen as her phone buzzes with a thirsty text from Ruoxi about being starving for her cooking. She watches as Yae walks away, the pink-haired ghost of Ruoxi's past disappearing into the distance. Yilin's eyes are wide with realization, her brain short-circuiting over whether she should mention this sighting. She starts to type, "I just saw Yae," but her finger hovers over the delete button before she decides to keep it to herself and just tells Ruoxi to stay alive until she gets there. Secrets are starting to pile up, and the vibes in this house are officially sus. Yilin is playing it cool, but her internal radar is pinging like crazy. When Ruoxi tries to check in with a casual "what's up?", Yilin is already miles deep in her own head. Internally, she's scoffing. Ruoxi's been acting so weird lately. Does she think I'm blind? She brushes it off with a classic nothing while Ruoxi tries to get a read on her. The tension pulls back to a sunset study session from a while ago, where Ruoxi was actually locking in for once. She starts feeling herself, acting like she just discovered fire, because she solved a few math problems. Yilin heads to the bathroom to take a break, leaving a bear-themed lunchbox on the table as a reward. Ruoxi is ready to feast, thinking Yilin is the absolute goat for making her favorite meal. She starts inhaling that food like it's her last meal, while Yilin watches from the hallway with a soft smile. Yilin's just happy her girl is fed and happy. But then, Ruoxi stops eating and stares at the lunchbox, deciding she'd rather wait for Yilin to come back so they can eat together. Back in the present, the wholesome vibes are dead and buried as Yilin finds a suspicious scrap of paper with an English address. She stares at it like it's a murder mystery clue, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Ruoxi breaks the silence, realizing they're out of drinks and offering to run to the store. She sneaks up on Yilin, who practically jumps out of her skin. Ruoxi asks if the dishes are actually that confusing, trying to figure out why her girl is lagging. Yilin caps immediately, saying she was just planning her next move. Ruoxi isn't buying it since Yilin literally coached her through the same thing last night. She tells Yilin to stop hovering and asks what she wants to drink. Yilin just gives her the whatever treatment. Yilin teases she'll pick up some wine, which is definitely a mood. Ruoxi is totally blindsided by the sudden shift, wondering if she stepped on a landmine. As Ruoxi heads out, she knows Yilin is acting way off today. The second the door shuts, Yilin hits up Google and realizes the address on the note is in Toronto, Canada. She realizes the handwriting is way too neat to be Ruoxi's chicken scratch, which means someone else wrote it. A vision of the pink-haired ex, Yae, pops into her head, and the death flags are officially waving. When dinner is finally served, Yilin tries to play the part of the supportive partner, complimenting the meal. But the air is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Ruoxi tries to lighten the mood with a nose boop, asking what's really on her mind. She even offers up the prime fatty meat as a peace offering to get back in Yilin's good graces. Yilin finally drops the bait, asking if Ruoxi went out while she was away. Ruoxi lies through her teeth, claiming she stayed home the whole time. That's when Yilin pulls the receipts, mentioning she saw Yae on the drive-in. Ruoxi gets caught in 4K and immediately pivot shifts, admitting she ran into her the other day. Yilin calls out the cap, pointing out that Ruoxi just said she didn't go anywhere. Ruoxi tries to downplay it, saying the meeting was too short to mention. But Yilin isn't letting her off the hook for the secret address. She demands to know why Ruoxi is being so sus, comparing the secrecy to the drama with her other ex, Xiaoji. The final blow lands hard. Yilin is tired of Ruoxi hiding her exes while simultaneously refusing to even mention Yilin to her own family. Things are getting awkward in the hallway as Yilin tries to figure out why Ruoxi is acting so distant. Ruoxi looks like she's carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders, barely making eye contact. Yilin is just standing there, completely lost in the silence. Finally, Ruoxi breaks the tension by calling her name. She drops a random warning, telling Yilin to keep a close eye on that Lucen kid. Yilin is blindsided by the comment, wondering why Ruoxi is suddenly worried about him. Ruoxi pivots to weird questions, asking if Yilin has ever had to clean a bathroom. Then she asks if Yilin has ever been caught drifting off in class. Yilin admits that history class usually puts her to sleep, but she's still confused about where this conversation is going. Ruoxi checks in on her physical state, asking if she's still hurting from her fall earlier. She then makes a savage comment, wondering if Yilin's center of gravity is off because she's so top-heavy. Internally, Yilin is probably screaming, "Is this a roast or a compliment?" The vibe remains heavy as Ruoxi winces in pain from her shoulder. She tells Yilin they have to cancel tomorrow's tutoring session because her parents are demanding she come home for dinner. Later at the gym, Ruoxi is absolutely gassed after practice, looking like she's about to keel over. As the sun sets over the city, the mood turns cinematic. Ruoxi and Lucen walk home together, and he notices that her shoulder is still completely cooked from practice. Lucen is full of himself, claiming they're going to dominate all of Asia in the upcoming competition. He brags that they only made it to provincials last year because he wasn't on the team yet. Ruoxi gives him a skeptical look, not entirely buying his hype. Lucen gets unusually quiet for a moment. Ruoxi mentions that winning the tournament would definitely make Sin happy. Lucen just stares at her, his usual cockiness fading. He closes his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. He eventually agrees, though the mood has shifted. Ruoxi laughs it off, picturing Sin weeping tears of joy over a victory. To keep the good luck going, Lucen offers to buy her a drink whatever is most expensive. Meanwhile, Yilin is having a total meltdown and calls Zine for a vent session. Zine is just chilling on her couch, wondering why Yilin is calling to liven things up. She asks what's going on and where the idol is. Yilin looks like she's about to break down right there on the sidewalk. Ziyun is confused when Yilin says she's at home, but her voice says otherwise. It turns out Yilin is wandering around outside by herself in the dark. This sends Ziyun into a state of sudden dread. Internally, Ziyun is panicking, praying that Yilin didn't find out about her secret meeting with Ruoxi the other night. But the real tea is much worse. Yilin explains that Ruoxi refuses to tell her family about their relationship, making Yilin feel like she isn't taken seriously. Ziyun breathes a sigh of relief that she isn't the target of the drama, but she quickly switches back to being a supportive friend. She offers to come find Yilin to comfort her. Ziyun tells her to grab a cab because it's way too cold to be wandering the streets. Yilin starts spiraling, crying that Ziyun cares more about her safety than her own girlfriend does. The chapter ends with Yilin completely losing it, sobbing into the phone because she has no idea what to do next. Yilin is currently stuck in her own head, staring at the ceiling while her brain runs on a loop. Ruoxi's cryptic warning about Lucen is living rent-free in her mind, but she honestly has no clue what she's supposed to be looking out for. Internally, she's skeptical, wondering, is Ruoxi just a hater? Because Lucen is basically the poster boy for top students and good vibes. Still, she decides she can't just ignore the red flags and vows to keep her eyes peeled for any sus behavior. Later, the two are out on the town, and Lucen is playing the role of the perfect gentleman to a T. The peaceful walk gets blindsided when a bratty kid with a bowl cut slams into them and starts screaming about his dropped ice cream like it's a national tragedy. Instead of losing his cool, Lucen stays incredibly chill, offering a sincere apology and promising to buy the little menace a brand new cone. Watching him handle the situation like a saint makes Yilin think Ruoxi is definitely capping about him being a problem. Lucen tries to be extra sweet by handing Yilin a cone of her own, claiming winter ice cream is a total vibe. When Yilin turns it down, he immediately jumps to conclusions about it being that time of the month, forcing Yilin to shut that down and explain that lactose intolerance is the real villain here. Meanwhile, Ziyun is walking with a purpose, her purple flats clicking on the tile. She's rocking a cute frog keychain and carrying a bag of goodies, clearly on a mission. She looks like she's ready to win the Best Girl award today. Ever since her parents got back from their trip, she's been on a total tutoring lockdown, unable to catch a break. She finally manages to finesse her driver, Miss Man, by faking a bathroom emergency just so she can sneak off to see Ruoxi at the Wuxi Club. Knowing Ruoxi has been training like a beast, Ziyun brought pastries from a top-tier bakery, imagining herself as the supportive hero. In her head, the fantasy is going K-drama, with her gently feeding Ruoxi a treat. Ruoxi would be all smiles, practically glowing from the attention. Then, the dream gets a little spicy as she imagines Ruoxi grabbing her wrist and turning up the heat. Fantasy Ruoxi looks at her with those bedroom eyes, asking if Ziyun is just as delicious as the cake. Ziyun is absolutely short-circuiting at the thought, internally screaming, "My body is ready." She bursts through the doors of the training hall, ready to make her romantic debut. However, the reality check hits her like a freight train. She stops dead in her tracks as the door opens, and the scene inside isn't exactly what she pictured. Her delusions are caught in 4K by the actual vibe of the room. Completely dejected, she heads back out into the sunset, her plans for a secret romantic moment totally cooked. Back inside the gym, Ruoxi is actually putting in that work, looking focused while grabbing her water. She's in the middle of a high-speed sparring match with a male teammate, and the exchange is intense. These two are the heavy hitters of the club, and it's clear why they're the main competition for the upcoming tournament. They spar together because, frankly, nobody else in the room can actually keep up with their level. Ruoxi catches him with a perfectly timed kick, sending him straight to the floor in a cloud of dust. He tries to cope by claiming he just slipped, but Ruoxi isn't letting him off the hook, roasting his shattered ego while Ziyun watches from the side, totally simping for badassery. After the beatdown, Ziyun hands over a fresh bottle of water, trying to act natural. Ruoxi is feeling herself, joking about being an unstoppable force, while Ziyun just sighs and tells her to make sure she uses those lethal hands for the good of mankind. The drama is heating up as Yilin stares at her phone, realizing it's already noon and her social life is in shambles. She can't stop thinking about Ruoxi's terrifyingly serious expression during their last fight, realizing she's never seen her friend look that cold before. Internally, she's spiraling, convinced that Ruoxi must be absolutely fuming at her. She turns to her chat with Ziyun, noting that the girl was apparently pulling an all-nighter based on her 1 a.m. messages. Ziyun is on her phone 24/7 and replies instantly, catching Yilin off guard with how fast she's camping on the app. Yilin admits that the silent treatment is still in full effect since Ruoxi hasn't reached out to say a single word. Ziyun reacts with a shocked emoji, looking like she just heard the world's hottest tea. Then Ziyun drops a voice note playing the role of a relationship guru, explaining that it's totally normal for couples to snap at each other to relieve the stress of living together. Yilin thinks Ziyun is surprisingly good at this emotional support stuff, even though Ziyun claims that even an airhead like Dai Xiaoji could have figured it out. Yilin isn't buying it, thinking to herself that Dai Xiaoji is definitely not on the same level of emotional intelligence as Ziyun. Even though Yilin knows she's being a bit of a mess, her head and heart are totally short-circuiting over her anger toward Ruoxi. She wonders if Ruoxi is just sitting around waiting for her to come crawling back first. We then cut to the emergency department at Ausit Hospital, which is packed with people waiting for their numbers to be called. Ruoxi is spotted in the waiting room, looking totally drained and bundled up in a massive scarf to hide her face. Just when things couldn't get more awkward, Lucen appears out of nowhere, asking why he's even there. Meanwhile, Ziyun is sitting on a park bench during a cinematic sunset, looking like she's the main character in a heartbreak montage. She's clutching a small gift box, probably a peace offering that she's too nervous to give. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as a realization hits her like a truck. She flashes back to all the times Ruoxi and Yilin were acting like a literal K-drama couple. Her brain starts doing backflips as she tries to convince herself that a top student like Yilin couldn't possibly be into girls. However, she can't shake the memory of the specific, soft look Yilin always has when she's looking at Ruoxi. She starts panicking, wondering if Yilin is playing for the same team as her. Looking back, it seems so obvious. She realizes she should have suspected something way sooner. After all, those two have a massive head start, having been co-stars in a play long before Ziyun even showed up. From feeding each other on trains to romantic swan boat dates, Ziyun realizes she's been watching her crush get stolen in 4K this entire time. Suddenly, the duo appears right in front of her, catching her completely off guard. Ziyun goes into full panic mode, screaming a greeting and shoving the gift at Ruoxi before she can even process what's happening. She flees the scene immediately, leaving Yilin and Ruoxi standing there confused with a box that turns out to be cake. Later on is still moping around school, feeling like she missed her chance to get close to Ruoxi while she was away. She's about to give up on her romantic fantasies until she spots Yilin chatting it up with a random guy in the courtyard. She recognizes Yilin's hair instantly and stops in her tracks. Ziyun is absolutely blindsided by what she's seeing. She stares at the guy, wondering who this new challenger is. Her brain starts cooking up a new plan if Yilin is actually into guys, then Ruoxi is officially back on the market. She goes full gremlin mode, snapping a photo of them to keep as evidence for her master plan. Back at the school cafeteria, Ruoxi and Yilin are sitting together, totally unaware that Ziyun is stalking them from behind a pillar. Luck is on Ziyun's side when Yilin's lunch gives her an emergency and she has to bolt to the restroom. Ziyun sees her opening and decides this is the perfect moment to unintentionally mention the new guy to Ruoxi and destroy Yilin's chances for good. After surviving her hospital stint, Ruoxi finds herself being shadowed by Lucen, who's playing the concerned friend card a bit too hard. Ruoxi isn't having any of it, insisting she's not some fragile doll before telling him to beat it. She gives him a quick thanks as they part ways, though she's clearly distracted. Lucen watches her go with a look that screams, "I'm not done yet." He walks off with a smug little smirk, while the city skyline looms in the distance. Once she's alone, Ruoxi's main character energy evaporates as she stares at her phone, totally down bad for Yilin. She scrolls through WeChat paralyzed by the awkwardness of their current silent treatment. Her face is practically glowing red as she tries to figure out how to end the ghosting. Internally, she groaned, "Just hit send, you coward," as she starts tapping out a massive wall of text. She begins a full-blown essay apologizing for acting like a lone wolf. She spills all the tea about Yai and Daishiaji, trying to explain that she wasn't trying to be shady, but then the overthinking hits her like a truck. She starts mashing the delete button, convinced she sounds like a total clown. She tries a different approach, typing out some super cheesy lines about how Yilin is always on her mind. Internally, she scoffed, "This is so cringe, I can't," and deletes the whole thing again. She even drafts a massive confession about telling her family and how much she loves Yilin, but her thumb is hovering over the backspace like it's a detonator. She stands there in the cold, staring at the empty text box and feeling like a complete loser. After another round of aggressive deleting, she's basically short-circuiting. Closing her eyes, she realizes that a text isn't going to cut it for this level of drama. Meanwhile, Yilin is moping at home, staring at her phone like it's a ticking time bomb, until it finally dings with a message. "I want to see you." She's caught in 4K looking desperate as she sits up, staring at the screen in shock. Her heart is doing gymnastics as she realizes Ruoxi is actually reaching out. Another message pops up. Ruoxi is literally downstairs waiting in the cold. Yilin doesn't even think. She just rushes to the window to see if it's for real. Down on the sidewalk, Ruoxi is looking like a bundled-up potato, feeling beyond embarrassed. Yilin watches her from above, her anger melting away instantly. She rushes out to meet her, seeing Ruoxi standing there looking all pouty under her scarf. As soon as their eyes meet, the tension finally snaps. They stand there awkwardly for a second, two disasters realizing they can't stay mad at each other. Ruoxi tries to keep her cool girl mask on, but she's clearly relieved. Without saying a word, Ruoxi reaches out and starts unwinding her own scarf. She wraps it around Yilin, scolding her for coming out in the cold without being bundled up. Ruoxi warns her about catching a cold, but Yilin is already starting to tear up. The waterworks start flowing and Ruoxi pulls her into a massive hug, officially ending the Cold War. Later, at the radio station, Xiaoqi is absolutely blindsided that the two of them made up so fast. Yilin just gives her a "what of it?" look, clearly back in her happy place. Xiaoqi thinks Yilin is way too soft, claiming that if it were her, the lanky-ass Ruoxi would be in the doghouse for at least a week. Yilin defends her girl, saying that Ruoxi eventually came clean about everything, so it's just a minor hiccup. She then drops the bombshell about Ruoxi's family being richness tycoons in Canada. Xiaoqi's eyes practically turn into dollar signs as she realizes Ruoxi is a total golden goose. Yilin realizes that despite the family wealth and pressure, Ruoxi's only real focus is her. Xiaoqi points out that those big business parties are usually just hunting grounds for eligible bachelors. Speak of the devil, Ruoxi waltzes into the studio with the most smug grin imaginable. Xiaoqi starts roasting them immediately, while Ruoxi points out that the broadcast is over anyway. Ruoxi tells Yilin it's time to bounce, leaving Xiaoqi to complain about being the third wheel. Cut to the library, where Yilin is getting some help with her math homework from Lucen. She claims she's only asking because Ruoxi asked her about the problem first. Lucen is playing the helpful senpai role perfectly, though it feels a bit sus. He's more than happy to explain it again, acting like a total saint. After dropping some standard math bullshit logic, Yilin finally gets it and thanks him. Lucen then plays the pity card, mentioning that he knows Ruoxi isn't his biggest fan. Yilin tries to play it off, saying Ruoxi doesn't hate people and will definitely appreciate the help. As they wrap up, Lucen reminds her that exams are only a week away. He then makes his move, asking if he can join their after-school tutoring sessions. He claims it'll save Yilin the trouble of running back and forth to relay info to Ruoxi. He flashes a fake nice smile, saying he just wants to solve the misunderstanding between him and the martial arts queen. Yilin notices he seems weirdly obsessed with Ruoxi's opinion of him. He doubles down, asking Yilin to put in a good word for him one more time, leaving Yilin looking pretty unsure about this whole setup. The hustle never stops. And today the squad is playing dress-up for a professional photo shoot. Ruoxi is trying her best to look playful and smiles for the camera, but she's clearly struggling to channel her inner model. Once the photographer wraps up the first set, everyone breathes a sigh of relief, though Ruoxi is internally screaming that she never signed up for this level of spotlight. Dylan doesn't hold back, pointing out that Ruoxi looked like she was suffocating in front of the lens, while Yilin tries to defend her girlfriend's camera-shy energy. The conversation shifts to Dalan's future, as she reveals she's planning to go freelance to support her mysterious and very busy model girlfriend. Meanwhile, Ni is found lounging on the floor looking like he's been through a war zone. He explains his lack of energy is due to a massive hangover, after helping a friend drown his sorrows because some girl treated him like a seasonal subscription and canceled him after 1 week. Apparently, this girl only agreed to a pity date before dumping the poor guy, but Ni admits she was top tier in the looks department. Naturally, the nosiness of chicks takes over, and the entire group crowds around Ni's phone to catch a glimpse of this legendary heartbreaker. The mood shifts instantly when Ruoxi sees the photo and realizes she's already had to kill this girl with kindness for sniffing around Yilin before. Yilin immediately starts short-circuiting, frantically insisting the girl wasn't sniffing around her at all. The group starts joking that mentioning this girl's name is basically a ritual to summon a demon to steal your girl, while Ni just wants to know if they're ever going to get back to work. Daylin finally puts an end to the gossip session, promising to make the day's hard work worth their while. She delivers on that promise by taking everyone to a restaurant called Here Food, where the spread of dumplings and spicy dishes is absolutely elite. Daylin keeps the compliments coming, though Ruoxi and Yilin are more focused on the food than her charming personality. It turns out Daylin has developed a serious taste for spicy Sichuan food all because her girlfriend, Ruru, is from that region. She admits she's a total simp, working overtime and traveling just to keep her high-maintenance girlfriend happy. Watching this, Yilin's practical inner thoughts kick in. She would never do anything to hurt Ruoxi, but she's definitely glad she doesn't have to fund a luxury lifestyle. Daylin explains that Ruru just signed a major streaming contract, so their schedules are constantly clashing, which is why she isn't there to join the feast. Ruoxi thinks it's a shame Ruru isn't there to hear Daylin gushing like a total fanboy. When Ruoxi gets a bit too quiet, the group starts roasting Ni again, leading to more chaotic banter at the table. Later at school, the atmosphere gets a bit more grounded as Lucen finishes up in the classroom and heads out for the day. Ruoxi watches him leave with a look that says she's still not entirely sold on his nice guy act. As the sun goes down and the moon takes over, Ruoxi and Yilin start their walk home through the city. Ruoxi doesn't waste time pointing out that Yilin and Lucen seem to have become besties behind her back. She even offers Yilin a clean exit, saying she'll tell Lucen to beat it if Yilin actually feels uncomfortable with him joining their study sessions. Yilin panics for a second, offering to cancel on him immediately just to keep the peace. However, Ruoxi decides to be the bigger person, admitting she might have misjudged him, and is willing to give the guy a fair shot at being a friend. Yilin mentions that Lucen was actually the one who brought up studying together in the first place, but she was too scared to ask Ruoxi about it earlier. Ruoxi finds the whole situation hilarious, laughing at how stressed Yilin was getting over something so small. She claims she has a big heart, and isn't the type to hold a petty grudge, but then she follows it up with a spicy comment about Yilin's heart's size that earns her a very painful and very physical response. As they bicker and walk into the night, it's clear that while the drama is simmering, this couple is still as chaotic as ever. Ruoxi tries to be helpful by bringing Daylin a pack of cigarettes, even though she has no clue which brand is the good one and just picks the coolest-looking box. Daylin actually appreciates the gesture, claiming that good is relative and accepting the gift with a rare smile. She quickly apologizes for the awkwardness, feeling bad that Ruoxi had to witness her messy relationship drama earlier. When Daylin asks if she was genuinely trying to offer comfort, Ruoxi deadpans that she was basically just volunteered for the job. Daylin tells her she's free to head back inside while she stays behind to finish her smoke. It's clear she's hurting, as she admits she can't exactly run over and demand an explanation for the things she saw. Ruoxi realizes that Daylin isn't just blindsided. It feels like she's been expecting this fallout for a long time. Looking at the chaotic social media comments and the backlash surrounding her partner, Daylin admits she can't blame Ruru for wanting things she simply can't provide. She confesses that her own desire to change has cooled their romance, and she's actually a little jealous of Ruoxi's life. Ruoxi is caught off guard, but Daylin explains that Ruoxi's perspective taught her the real value of platonic love. Meanwhile, Lucen is off on his own, dealing with some absolute bottom-tier cliches. Two delinquents smoking in a corner recognize him as the Wuxia Club president and start getting nervous about his reputation. They accidentally let it slip that they've been using illegal substances, which is a massive red flag and an immediate caught in 4K moment. Lucen stares them down with zero chill and demands they hand over the drugs right now. The idiots completely misread the room, thinking he's trying to buy from them and bragging about their high prices, which sends Lucen's patience into a short circuit. One of the tweakers gets cocky, assuming a martial artist is just a pushover who can't handle a real street fight. They start laughing and threatening to break his gorgeous face, but Lucen is definitely not finding any of this funny. He moves like a total blur, showing these thugs exactly why you don't mess with a Wuxia expert. In seconds, the thugs are floor ornaments, and Lucen casually pockets their pills while wondering where Ruoxi ran off to. Back at the dance studio, the gossip mill is in full swing as Ruru's friends are shocked to hear she actually had a boyfriend. They tease her for being a ghosting queen who dumped the last guy after only 5 minutes of effort. Ruru doesn't even bother explaining her reasons, because she knows they won't understand her standards. Her friends start getting suspicious, wondering if she's just playing with guys' hearts for the fun of it. She snaps back that she isn't a player. She just wants to find someone she can actually fall in love with for real. This sentimental speech gets her roasted by her friends, who find the queen of rejection acting all soft absolutely hilarious. Walking home later, Ruru fumes about being mocked and wonders why falling in love feels like such a chore. She reflects on the fact that her previous dates just didn't feel right, even if the guys weren't total losers. She remembers the genuine look of happiness on Roxy's face and realizes that's the kind of in-love energy she's missing in her own life. Internally, she sighed, "I can't even describe the feeling because I simply haven't felt it yet." But just as she's feeling like the main character in a sad movie, she spots Ruoxi walking toward her. Ruoxi isn't playing games today, cornering Lucen and demanding to know what he's hiding. She tells him to drop the innocent act because she's already figured out his shady business. Lucen plays it cool, claiming his bag is just full of library books like a model student. But Ruoxi isn't buying it, straight up asking him where he's keeping the drugs. Before he can flip the script, she lunges forward and snatches the bag right out of his hands. Dalen watches in horror as Ruoxi prepares to expose the truth. She dumps the contents onto the pavement, expecting a massive haul of illegal substances. Instead, out rolls a bunch of books and a single, suspicious-looking pill bottle. Internally, she cheered, "Gotcha now, you're going down." Lucen just stares the bottle like he's never seen plastic before. He keeps a perfect poker face, making Ruoxi wonder if she actually caught him or if he's just that good at acting. Meanwhile, at the library, Ruru is busy trying to serve looks and maintain her goddess status. She's still salty about Ruoxi calling her outfit a quilt, internally fuming. That sentient fashion disaster has no taste. She takes some deep breaths to keep her cool, just in case she runs into her rival again. She realizes she needs to stop obsessing over Ruoxi and start hunting for a high-quality boyfriend. To secure a man, she decides she needs to max out her girlfriendability stats. Her master plan: learning how to Western desserts to trap a man through his stomach. But as she reaches for a cookbook, she's blindsided by a familiar face staring back at her through the shelves. Ruru nearly jumps out of her skin, her heart doing a backflip. She goes into a total spiral, terrified that Fan Yilin just telepathically heard her entire desperate inner monologue. Yilin greets her like everything is normal, while Ruru is basically short-circuiting. He notices her interest in pastries and gives her a compliment, making things even more awkward. He looks at her with an intense, unreadable expression that makes her sweat. Suddenly, his eyes widen like he's just realized something spicy. He asks if she's already moved on to a new boyfriend, catching her completely off guard. Ruru stammers through the interrogation while Yilin suggests they browse the books together, turning her solo mission into an accidental date. Back at the confrontation, a witness steps in to explain what actually went down in that alley. It turns out the drug dealers were actually just two idiots selling chewable vitamins in cartoon shapes. They were targeting stressed-out nerds who were terrified of catching a cold before exams. They even thanked the guy for beating them up, saying the bruises made their fake drug deal look more authentic. Lucen starts laughing, admitting he knows those two morons and warned them they'd get caught. Ruoxi is still skeptical, but the witness drops a bombshell that changes everything. He tells her that even though she shouted at him, he never actually saw Lucen in that alley. Dalen chimes in, suggesting that Ruoxi might have just been mistaken, because Lucen isn't type to break the law. Lucen pulls the victim card, asking why she always views him in such a bad light. Ruoxi is left standing there, looking like she just lost a bet. While the witness wants to clear the air, Lucen smirks, knowing he's managed to wiggle out of another tight spot. Lucen plays the ultimate nice guy card, telling Ruoxi he wants them to get along while he walks away with his bag of vitamins. Ruoxi is left standing there looking like a total hater, while Ruru gives her a look of pure disappointment. Ruru drops a massive reality check, telling Ruoxi she went too far by throwing out accusations without any proof before walking away. Ruoxi tries to punch away the humiliation at the gym, going ham on the pads. Her sparring partner Ni notices she's playing like a total scrub and tells her to hit the bench and get her head in the game. Internally, she's fuming. Since when did I become the villain here? She sulks under her towel, replaying Ruru's harsh words on a loop. Even when Ni tries to offer some hydration, she's too busy short-circuiting to notice. Cut to the food court, where Ni is getting roasted for being a nepo baby with 0 brain cells. Gongya is busy overanalyzing Yilin, convinced the girl is asking questions just to mark her territory. She tries to convince herself she isn't catching feelings, thinking, me in love? That's actually delusional. Yilin catches her daydreaming and snaps her back to reality. Then Yilin drops a bombshell asking if Gongya is free to hang out that afternoon. Gongya is completely blindsided. Her brain goes into overdrive, wondering if she's being asked out on a date right in front of her friend. The bubble bursts immediately when Yilin explains it's just a group trip to a bakery for lessons with Ruru. Gongya quickly pivots to save face, claiming she's only going because she wants to see the eye candy at the gym later. He tries to secure some snacks for himself, but Yilin shuts down his greed real quick. While Ruru wonders what Ruoxi is up to, Gongya realizes she's once again a professional at misreading the room. Back at the dorms, Gongya goes into full main character mode, tearing through her closet for the perfect fit. Yilin and Ruru are waiting outside for the final member of the squad. Gongya finally spawns in, wearing a pink frilly dress that looks like it belongs in a Victorian dollhouse. The entire group is absolutely floored by the fashion choice. While Ni is living in domestic heaven, Yilin is internally screaming, "Are you flipping kidding me right now?" An awkward silence settles over the sidewalk. Yilin finally asks the question on everyone's mind. You're actually going to wear that? Ruru tries to be the diplomat, telling Gongya she looks adorable but expressing concern about the dress surviving a messy kitchen. Gongya reveals she's prepared with an apron, while Ni continues for treats like a stray puppy. The girls finally head off to start their baking arc, leaving the guys behind. Ni questions why Yilin is so relaxed about Gongya, sniffing around her girl. Yilin keeps it 100, explaining that she trusts Ruru and isn't about to start gatekeeping who her friends can hang out with. The tension in the classroom is reaching a boiling point as Yilin tries to clear the air about the recent drama. Lu Sen, playing the part of the ultimate nice guy, jumps in to tell Yilin she shouldn't be mad, because the whole thing was just a big misunderstanding. Yilin starts feeling bad, thinking she overstepped with her words, but Lu Sen keeps up the act, insisting she did absolutely nothing wrong. He even doubles down on the self-pity, claiming it's his own fault that Ruoxi hates his guts so much, basically fishing for sympathy points. Yilin is totally falling for the bait, telling him there's no reason for Ruoxi to even apologize. But Ruoxi isn't about to let this manipulator slide, coldly stating that she has zero intentions of ever apologizing to him. She makes it crystal clear that her opinion of him is in the gutter, and she doesn't trust him as far as she can throw him. Yilin finally snaps, yelling at Ruoxi to stop, but Ruoxi is determined to expose whatever game this guy is playing. Seeing her friend actually get angry makes Ruoxi hesitate, and she offers a tiny, forced apology for the outburst. Before things can get even more awkward, Ruoxi grabs her bag and heads for the exit, ignoring Yilin's pleas to stay for their meeting. Internally, she scoffed, "I'm better off handling this trash on my own," as she stomps down the empty school hallway. Meanwhile, in a much more wholesome setting, the sound of a whisk hitting a bowl fills the air. It's a group baking class where Yilin is joined by Gong Ye, who true to form is dressed in a full-blown maid outfit like she's ready for a Victorian tea party. The instructor tries to give Gong Ye some pointers on her clockwise stirring technique to keep things moving. While Yilin gets praised for her perfect consistency, Gong Ye watches her with stars in her eyes, wondering if there's anything her friend isn't a pro at. Gong Ye gets totally lost in thought while staring at her. She's basically zoning out as the lesson continues around her. Suddenly, the scent of fresh waffles hits the air, and Gong Ye is ready to risk it all. Yilin explains that the secret ingredient is just making food for someone you love, which makes the whole process feel like a hobby instead of a chore. This hits Gong Ye right in the feels because she realizes she doesn't have anyone special to cook for. She gets so depressed by her own single status that she almost lets her waffles burn to a crisp. Internally, she's malting, thinking, if I'm just cooking for myself, this food has no soul and I'm officially over it. That's when she spots Yilin's waffles, which look like they belongs in a 5-star brunch spot. Yilin, being her own worst critic, thinks they look a little mid and boring. Gong Ye's brain nearly short-circuits at the sight of the perfect pastry, and Yilin asks if she wants to give it a try. Yilin holds out the plate with a sweet smile, completely unaware of the internal chaos she's causing. Gong Ye is absolutely floored, feeling like she just won the culinary lottery by getting the first bite. She's basically ascending to foodie heaven, ignoring Yilin's warning that she might have gone overboard with the sugar. Back in the present, the vibe between Ruoxi and Yilin is still completely trashed. Ruoxi's eyes are full of a mix of suspicion and genuine hurt. She looks away, unable to deal with the heavy atmosphere of their falling out. A memory of Yilin watching Ruoxi walk away under the autumn trees flashes through her mind. Yilin bites her lip, looking down as she struggles with the weight of everything unsaid. She's clearly trying to find a way to bridge the gap, but the words won't come. It's a lonely scene, with both of them feeling isolated in their own separate worlds. Suddenly, a classmate spots Yilin looking like she's seen a ghost and asks what's up. The girl points out that Yilin's knee is actually mangled and insists on taking her to the school nurse immediately. The physical pain finally breaks Yilin's dam, and she starts crying, her face flushed with a mix of exhaustion and hurt. She admits it hurts a bit, while the bright blue sky outside seems totally disconnected from her internal meltdown. Finally, Ni finds Ruoxi and asks what's up with the crowd of students passing around a viral photo of some idiot in front of a women's hot spring, before dragging her off to practice because their coach is about to have a literal stroke. Gong Ye is currently having a total meltdown after asking Yilin if she's dealing with an unrequited love situation. Yilin just looks at her, completely oblivious to the fact that she's actually the target of Gong Ye's affection. Gong Ye tries to play it cool, stuttering about how she likes someone but is positive they don't feel the same way. Internally, she's screaming at herself for being an absolute clown and potentially blowing her cover. Yilin, being the supportive bestie, insists that any guy would be insane to turn down someone as sweet as Gong Ye. She suggests just coming out and saying it. But Gong Ye is already preemptively mourning her certain rejection. Yilin keeps the pep talk going, claiming that guys are secretly happy to get attention from wonderful girls. Gong Ye just sighs, noting that her crush hasn't even noticed her existence yet. Gong Ye feels like a total fraud for discussing her guy troubles with Yilin when she doesn't even understand her own heart. She knows that if she actually told Yilin the truth, there's no way she'd get the answer she wants. Yilin then drops a bombshell about her own past, mentioning how she had to take the initiative to confess to Ruoxi just to make sure she didn't lose her. She tells Gong Ye to find her own special way to let this mystery guy know how she feels. Gong Ye, desperate for a connection, asks if Yilin can teach her how to be happy like that. As they walk outside, Yilin assumes this mystery crush is some senior from the arts course, and Gong Ye just leans into the lie to save face. Internally, she's short-circuiting, thinking, if this lie gets discovered, I'm actually finished. She tries to convince herself that her feelings for Yilin aren't actually love, but just a desire to be near her. Still, she can't explain the tightness in her chest whenever she sees Yilin and Ruoxi together. They eventually arrive at a high-end gym to check out the facilities. Inside, it's a total mythed paradise with guys hitting the weights hard. Gongya is completely intimidated by all the huge guys, but Yilin seems totally unfazed by the testosterone-heavy environment. Meanwhile, Lucen corners Yilin in the school hallway, looking like the typical model student. He mentions seeing her exam scores and notes she did way better than she expected. Yilin thanks him for his help, but he insists it was all her hard work. He casually flexes that he got the second highest score in the school. He tells her he felt more focused when studying with her, leaving Yilin a bit stunned. Seizing the moment, he invites her to a celebration dinner. Yilin is caught off guard, thinking she should be one inviting him, but Lucen quickly locks it in. He flashes a winning smile and Yilin reluctantly agrees to the date. On the other side of the building, Ni is looking at Ruoxi's scores and is absolutely blindsided. He was ready to talk trash, but Ruoxi completely shattered everyone's low expectations by crushing the exams. However, Ruoxi is totally spaced out, her mind clearly elsewhere until Ni snaps her back to reality. He reminds her that winter break starts tomorrow and it's time to kick their martial arts training into high gear. As the two pairs stand in separate hallways, the rift between the former friends feels wider than ever. Things are getting messy. And it's not just because of the workout. Ruoxi looks completely blindsided when she hears the latest gossip. Ni is back to his usual loser status, complaining that he's so hungry he could eat a horse after their grueling training session. Yilin comes to the rescue with plenty of food, but Ruoxi isn't impressed, warning Yilin that if she keeps feeding stray idiots, they'll never leave. Meanwhile, Gongya and Yilin are having a very awkward sit-down at a local cafe. Gongya is visibly sweating, clearly working up the nerve to drop a massive truth bomb. She finally breaks the silence, calling out to Yilin to get her attention. Gongya mentions she didn't realize Yilin and Ruoxi were already living together, but Yilin quickly clarifies she just visits and cooks there sometimes. That's when Gongya goes for the kill, asking what will happen if Yilin's family finds out their friendship is actually a full-blown romance. Yilin is caught in 4K, admitting she hasn't thought that far ahead, while Gongya hammers home the point that parents might not be so supportive of a lover as they are of a friend. Sensing the tension, Gongya quickly backpedals and apologizes for being rude. Yilin puts on a brave face, acknowledging that family expectations are definitely a major hurdle they have to clear. Internally, Gongya is already counting her wins, convinced that the family obstacle will be the ultimate deal-breaker for the couple. She stares Yilin down, thinking there's absolutely no way they can stay together once the truth comes out. Cut to the city skyline where the drama continues to unfold. Ruoxi is out shopping for gear, complaining about the insane prices while her companion roasts her for being a cheapskate. He asks if she and Yilin have finally ended their little tiff, but Ruoxi admits that Yilin is still dodging her like it's an Olympic sport. Her friend tells her to quit being so mopey and actually do something to fix her relationship. Ruoxi maintains her signature serious face as they navigate the crowded streets. Suddenly, a random guy bumps into her and starts acting like a total main character, calling her imprudent. Ruoxi isn't the one to play with, telling him that using big words won't hide his stupidity. While the guy's friend realizes they just messed with a high-level martial artist. The rude guy immediately short-circuits, apologizing profusely before running away to save his skin. Ruoxi and her friend are left standing there, wondering if they actually knew those weirdos from somewhere. Over at a restaurant called Pikapi, Yilin and Lucen are finishing up their date. Lucen is laying it on thick, trying to convince Yilin to stay out and see more of the street. Yilin tries to bail, saying her parents will worry if she's late. But Lucen is a master manipulator. He insists that a post-meal stroll is a must-do, pushing her to stay just a little bit longer. Internally, he's probably celebrating as Yilin finally gives in and agrees to the walk. Later, the group heads to a professional studio for a modeling gig. One of the girls is hyped to see what kind of camera Hoodoo can make her look like a pro, while Ruoxi remains her usual skeptical self. The club members tease Ruoxi about an apex predator getting close to Yilin, which earns them a look that could kill. Daylin greets the squad, looking like she's fully recovered from her recent drama. She tells everyone to get into makeup and change into the specific outfits she's picked out. The glow-up is real as the club members step out in their new threads, with the guys looking surprisingly decent. But the real showstopper is Ruoxi and Yilin appearing in matching plaid outfits, looking like a total power couple. Ruoxi keeps it brief, offering a simple thank you for the style. Daylin is all smiles, while Yilin just stands there looking like she's trying to process the matching outfit situation. Daylin eventually calls for a break, announcing she's going to go grab some snacks for everyone. She asks Ni to come along and help, leaving the girls to wonder how she's in such high spirits after being dumped. While walking outside, Daylin and Ni discuss the shortest routes to a full stomach and the quality of cafeteria food. However, the good vibes end instantly when Daylin spots a pink-haired girl holding hands with a new guy, leaving her completely stunned. Daylin is absolutely blindsided as she spots her ex-girlfriend out in the wild with some random dude. The girl looks like she's trying to avoid contact at all costs, while the new guy stands there looking completely confused by the sudden tension. Daylin's brain is basically short-circuiting as she stares them down, wondering if she's actually hallucinating her past right in front of her. Internally, she's screaming, "Are you serious right now?" But the guy just makes a lame excuse about slipping to justify why he was clinging to her so tightly. Meanwhile, back at the studio, the stylist is practically turning into an ice cube and demands a coffee run before she freezes solid. Ruoxi, looking like a total boss in her professional gear, volunteers to head out since the others are wearing short skirts that offer zero protection against the wind. The stylist can't help but throw some flirtatious shade, calling Ruoxi a hot go-getter, while Ruoxi just wants to get moving before everyone forgets she's still in the room. Ruoxi steps out into the freezing air, thinking that it's definitely colder than a penguin's pantry, when she spots a familiar face through the crowd. It's Ruru Dalan's ex, and the girl looks genuinely shocked to be caught in 4K by someone from her old life. Ruoxi isn't about to let her walk away without some answers, so she asks for a private minute, leaving the new boyfriend to stand around looking like a lost puppy. Ruru reluctantly agrees, knowing there's no escaping this awkward confrontation. They find a bench to settle the tea, and Ruru immediately starts bragging about her new hunky-dude bro boyfriend. She explains that they met online and things just took off, acting like the most natural pivot in the world. She claims he's a great guy who's totally in love with her, but Ruoxi isn't buying the happy ever after act and immediately brings up Dalan. Ruoxi reminds her that not too long ago, she was head over heels for the stylist and wouldn't shut up about her. Ruru's face drops as she admits she still loved her, but one day she just woke up and reality slapped her in the face. She realized that being in love isn't just sunshine and rainbows. It was way harder than she ever expected. She admits she just wasn't built to handle the constant judgment from society or the pressure of who she chose to love. She drops the bombshell that they broke up a month ago, and seeing Dalan's recent behavior makes her think they've both moved on for good. She tries to convince herself that everything worked out and they're both better off in their new lives. In her mind, she's convinced that a long-term relationship between two girls is just an impossible dream that eventually crashes. Ruoxi listens in silence, her expression unreadable as she processes this total surrender to societal pressure. Ruru doubles down, confirming that the breakup was her choice because she couldn't take the heat anymore. She even tries to downplay their history, claiming they never even did couple stuff besides the physical aspects. Ruru admits she just wants the traditional life, the marriage, the settling down things she thinks are basically impossible in her past life. Between the family drama and being a minor celebrity, she was tired of being a target and wanted to quit on her own terms. She laughs it off like it's just another breakup under her belt, trying to act like it didn't hurt. Seeing Dalan seem okay helps her sleep at night and kills the guilt of walking away from something real. Surprisingly, Ruru shifts the focus to Ruoxi and her red and badass partner, Fan Yilin. She genuinely hopes they can be stronger than she was and actually find the happiness she couldn't fight for. For a moment, Ruru looks almost peaceful, as if she's finally closed a chapter that was too heavy for her to carry. Ruoxi looks up at the sky, quietly agreeing that she wants that happiness too, regardless of the cost. When Ruoxi finally makes it back to the studio, Yilin is already waiting and complaining about how she's been gone for an eternity. Instead of a witty comeback, Ruoxi just pulls Yilin into a sudden, tight hug, catching her completely off guard. Yilin tries to play it cool with some banter about buttering her up for a gift, while the stylist sighs in the corner, once again feeling like she's totally invisible. The ghosts of the past are still haunting the scene as Ruru reflects on a relationship that lacked any real physical spark, or the deep connection lovers are supposed to share. She finally had to stop running and actually think about what she wanted out of her life. Between her own doubts and the crushing weight of family expectations, the pressure was just too much to handle. Back in the present, the morning vibes are much softer as Ruoxi is still lost in dreamland. Yilin stays awake watching her partner sleep with a look that says she's finally found her safe harbor. But the cozy atmosphere is short-circuited when the phone alarm starts screaming at 7:12 a.m. Ruoxi finally drags herself into the land of the living, yawning and wondering where Yilin disappeared to. It turns out Yilin is already on her grind, presenting a fresh breakfast like a five-star chef. Things get weirdly wholesome when Yilin names the eggs Eggward and calls him their son, only for Ruoxi to point out that they are literally about to eat their own offspring. While they're finishing their meal, Yilin drops a casual suggestion about going shopping after class. Ruoxi suggests just ordering stuff online to save time, but Yilin hits her with "I want a real date" card. Internally, Ruoxi is screaming, thinking it's foul play for Yilin to be this cute and beat her into submission with tiny fists of love. Yilin doubles down with the tickle fingers of love, and Ruoxi has no choice but to yield to the cuteness overload. Meanwhile, things are getting awkward for the side characters as Gong Ye tries to let a guy down easy, insisting she's nobody's muse. The guy is completely blindsided, thinking they'd actually built something over the last few weeks. Gong Ye hits him with the ultimate friend zone fatality, calling him a great study buddy. Being called a good person feels like a slap in the face to him as his world starts to crumble. Gong Ye tries to keep it professional, making it clear she never had those kinds of feelings. She offers a weak apology, hoping to end the conversation right there. The guy pretends to take it well, admitting his approach was all wrong. But the mask slips as he decides that if the soft approach failed, he's going to have to do things the hard way, officially entering his menace era. Later, Ruoxi finds herself trapped in a taxi during the absolute worst rush hour traffic. She's visibly tilted, realizing the car isn't moving fast enough for her liking. Instead of waiting it out like a normal person, she hears the click of the door lock. Ruoxi straight up bails out of the car in the middle of the street, leaving everyone stunned. The driver is screaming about his unpaid fare, but Ruoxi is already halfway down the block, sprinting toward her destination. The shopping date finally kicks off, and Yilin is glowing, loving the fact that she's walking around with such a gorgeous woman. Ruoxi plays it cool, joking that she should start charging high-quality appearance fees for this kind of service. They joke about Ruoxi being exclusive now, and when the topic of other girls comes up, Yilin jokingly asks who she has to kill to keep her territory. They stumble into a DIY shop where Yilin spots a weirdly adorable doll that she claims their god. The clerk explains they can print designs on anything, even faces on toilet seats if they're feeling chaotic. Ruoxi flips through the catalog, looking for something that isn't totally unhinged. The clerk watches them, commenting on how nice it is to see BFFs hanging out, comparing them to Sappho and her bestie. Yilin catches the reference and isn't about to let that roommate energy slide. She looks the clerk dead in the eye and corrects her, proudly stating that Ruoxi isn't her friend, she's her lover. With the relationship status officially set to not just friends, they finish their order and get the receipt, ready to pick up their custom items in a couple of hours. Ruoxi is absolutely vibing on their shopping date, clutching her bags while begging Yilin for just a little more time together before heading home. They decide to hit up a restaurant called Battle Holiday, where Yilin has to literally force feed her because she won't stop staring at her new phone case. Internally, Ruoxi is doing backflips, because the matching design is peak couple goals and she can't look away. When Yilin asks why she's so obsessed with the matching gear, Ruoxi just hits her with the obvious. Because we're lovers, duh, leaving Yilin totally blindsided by the directness. Checking her feed, Ruoxi spots her parents living their best lives on vacation and starts feeling a little salty about her own schedule. She goes on a full-blown tangent about her dream life, imagining waking up next to her favorite person every day and getting a pet to keep them company. She's already planning the annual vacation schedule like a pro-travel agent determined to make memories. From movie dates to watching the sunrise, she's basically scripted a whole rom-com for their life together. Yilin suddenly realizes Ruoxi isn't just rambling. She's actually planning their real-life future. Ruoxi catches herself and gets all shy, sporting a massive blush as she realizes she said the quiet part out loud. Yilin teases her for acting like a nostalgic grandma, but Ruoxi just wants her main character moment and tells her to let a girl dream. Yilin heads to the restroom, leaving Ruoxi to chill by the storefronts and guard the shopping bags. While waiting, Ruoxi finds herself standing outside a high-end shop called Dragon Bottle. She starts window shopping for rings, her inner monologue probably already calculating how many shifts it'll take to afford those karats. Meanwhile, the vibe shifts to pure adrenaline as Gong Ya is seen sprinting through the night streets of Shangyiji. She's looking stressed out of her mind, clearly desperate to find someone before things go south. Her companion is struggling to keep up, both of them huffing and puffing as they navigate the busy city lights. The guy is totally skeptical, wondering how they're supposed to find anyone in this massive sea of people. He suggests splitting up to cover more ground, but Gong Ya doesn't even wait for him to finish the sentence. She bolts down a side street like she's got a built-in GPS for trouble. Her partner can only watch her disappear, thinking she's relying on pure main character intuition to save the day. In a dark corner, things get ugly fast as the rejected suitor, Lu Sen, corners Ruru in an alley. This guy is a certified creep, calling her a feral cat and threatening to tame her like a total weirdo. Luckily, Gong Ya skids to a stop nearby, her ears picking up the sound of a struggle. Ruru tries to fight back, telling the loser to let her go, but he's convinced nobody can hear her screams. He starts monologuing about how helpless she is compare man, which is basically a massive death flag in any manhwa. Ruru is visibly disgusted as he mocks her for crying, thinking he's finally in control. But the tables turn instantly, a struggle breaks out, and the creep ends up doubled over in absolute agony after getting a taste of justice. Ruru is left shaking, the trauma of the encounter finally hitting her as the adrenaline fades. Just as she's wondering what to do next, Gong Ya arrives on the scene, proving that her intuition was right on the money. Yilin is clearly confused when Ruoxi starts acting all mysterious about her afternoon plans. Ruoxi drops the bombshell that she's planning a massive home-cooked meal for tonight, but Yilin isn't buying it, jokingly asking if she's just going to plate some takeout. Ruoxi gives her a look that says, "Really?" while Yilin internally wonders if the kitchen is about to become a crime scene. Ruoxi doubles down, insisting she wants to be the one making the yum noises tonight, and asks if Yilin is in or just watching. Even though it's only noon, Ruoxi decides she needs to leave right now to prep, leaving Yilin totally blindsided in the middle of the sidewalk. She waves a quick goodbye, claiming she's just heading out to grab some groceries. As Ruoxi hops into a waiting car, she calls Yilin a big dummy under her breath, clearly hiding a much bigger secret than just a grocery run. Inside the car, her friend is playing the role of the skeptical driver, asking why she's keeping this special meal a secret if it's not even their anniversary. Ruoxi's logic is simple. You don't need a holiday to make a day special. She's all about that surprise factor to keep the relationship from getting stale. Before they hit the supermarket, she tells him they need a quick mall detour for a really important gift, They pull up to a high-end shop, and the driver finally realizes Ruoxi is a total closet romantic. She tells him to stay in the car to avoid any misunderstandings, leaving him to complain that he's a handsome guy and his mom totally agrees. Meanwhile, the vibe shifts from sweet to straight-up horror in a dark alleyway where Ruru is cornered. Lucen is out here giving off major creep energy, gloating about how Ruru can't escape his maze. He brings up the fact that she kicked him earlier, mocking her for knowing male anatomy while his eyes go full psycho. Somewhere nearby, Ruoxi is frantically searching the streets, sensing that something is horribly wrong. She hears a noise and spins around, but it's just a stray cat looking for its next meal. Ruoxi's frustration is peaking as she realizes she might be losing the trail. Back in the alley, Lucen is still on his villain monologue, complaining about how much time he wasted tutoring Ruru just for her to reject him. He decides he's done playing nice and grabs her, telling her he'll just wait until she stops struggling. Ruru is absolutely terrified, her mind flashing back to Ruoxi's warnings as she realizes she completely ignored the red flags. She's a sobbing mess, apologizing to the Ruoxi who isn't there to save her. Lucen just smiles, announcing that it's finally his turn to take what he wants. Ruoxi is sprinting through the dark, her heart racing as she screams for Ruru. Ruru is crumbling under the weight of her own regret, finally seeing how much Ruoxi did for her. She screams for him to let go, her mind spiraling into what-ifs about if she had just believed Ruoxi from the start. Ruoxi is pushing herself to the limit, but the layout of the city is making it impossible to find the right alley. Ruru is broken, sobbing that she deserved to be turned away after how she treated her friend. Lucen leans in close, telling her to stop fighting so he can make her happy, and it looks like Ruru is out of options. Suddenly, Lucen's phone starts ringing with an unknown number, completely ruining his creepy moment. He picks up, sounding totally unhinged because he's kind of busy with a felony. The voice on the other end clearly drops some bad news, because Lucen starts yelling about someone named Ruoxi coming. He hangs up acting like a tough guy, but as he turns back to Ruru, his face goes pale when he realizes the situation just got way more complicated. Things are getting spicy because everyone and their mom literally can see that Yilin and Ruoxi are basically a married couple at this point. In the middle of class, Yilin's friend calls her out for being absolutely head over heels for the girl, and Yilin can't even find a comeback to save her life. The friend then drops a logic bomb, asking how Yilin is going to handle not staying at Ruoxi's place while her parents are in town, which completely blindsides Yilin because she thought their roommate situation was a secret. Internally, Yilin panicked. Is it really that obvious, or is my friend just a professional stalker? To make matters worse, her friend starts teasing her about still being a virgin despite living together, causing Yilin to nearly short-circuit before she reveals she's heading to lunch with her parents and Ruoxi. The scene shifts to the campus where the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Yilin spots Ruoxi waiting for her, and for a second, the world just stops. Even though they've only been apart for a single night, Yilin is already acting like she's returned from a 10-year war, admitting she's just way too used to having Ruoxi by her side 24/7. Soon, the parents show up, and the vibe is surprisingly chill as they exchange pleasantries and catch up on how Ruoxi has been doing. Ruoxi plays the part of the perfect student, claiming she missed dinner because she was busy slinging mud in her sculpture class, while the parents mention they know she lives in a suite apartment just 10 minutes from campus. But then, Yilin's mom drops a tactical nuke by casually asking if Yilin lives there too, leaving Yilin looking like she just got caught in 4K. While Yilin is sweating bullets, we jump back to the alleyway where things are getting violent. Lucen is currently eating dirt, looking absolutely wrecked after getting blindsided. He screams out, demanding to know who dared to jump him in the dark. Ruru stands there in total shock, her eyes wide as she watches the tables turn on her attacker. Lucen tries to scramble back up, but he's met with a strike so fast it looks like a literal spark of electricity hitting him. He gets slammed back into the pavement, groaning in pain as he realizes he's completely outmatched by this mysterious shadow. Emerging from the darkness, Ruoxi stands over him like a vengeful goddess, while Ruru trembles nearby with a torn stocking and a shattered spirit. Ruoxi's gaze is cold enough to freeze hell over as she walks toward the pathetic stalker, who is now visibly shaking. With a look of pure death energy in her eyes, Ruoxi asks him a single, terrifying question. What did you do to Yilin? Seeing her hero arrive, Ruru finally breaks down, tears streaming down her face as the weight of the trauma starts to hit her. Back on the main campus, the perfect lunch continues with the parents blissfully unaware of the alleyway carnage. Yilin is still playing that we live in different directions card, but her parents aren't buying the act, noting that the two girls are basically attached at the hip. Her dad starts raising death flags, warning Yilin that being so clingy might scare off any boys who want to date her, which makes Yilin internally scream, "That's literally the plan, Dad." To distract them, Yilin points out the building where Ruoxi is supposed to be having her sculpting class. Through the window, they actually see Ruoxi working on a bust, and she looks up to give them a friendly wave. Yilin beams with pride, claiming Ruoxi a genius at anything she puts her heart into, while her mom starts getting suspicious about why they, coincidentally, walked past this specific building. The mom doesn't hold back, looking Yilin dead in the eyes and asking, "Just how much do you like that girl?" She notes that seeing how silly and clingy they are together makes them look exactly like a couple. Yilin decides to test the waters, tentatively joking that since she does the cooking and Ruoxi takes care of her, they might as well be dating. The atmosphere immediately turns sub-zero as her mom snaps back, telling her not to even joke about that because it isn't funny at all. Yilin's smile instantly vanishes, realizing she just hit a massive homophobic parent wall. She quickly backpedals, calling Ruoxi her best friend to keep the peace, while her mom warns her that even best friends need to learn how to stop clinging to each other so much. Things are heating up in the alleyway as Lucen, despite being a total loser, still thinks he has the upper hand. He glares at Ruoxi with pure hatred, promising that he's going to absolutely wreck her for interfering. Ruoxi doesn't even flinch, hitting him back with a savage verbal low blow by calling him dickless, right to his face. This completely short-circuits the stalker's brain, and he lunges forward with a pathetic punch while screaming Ruoxi's name. It's an easy dodge for a pro, and Ruoxi counters with a devastating that sends him spinning. The impact is so heavy that spit and blood fly everywhere as his face meets her fist. Internally, she scoffed. Is that all this clown has to offer? She isn't done yet and snatches him by the collar to show him who really runs these streets. Looming over him like a final boss, she tells the little boy that it's time for him to disappear. But the coward plays dirty, grabbing a jagged rock from the ground and smashing it against Ruoxi's head in a desperate sneak attack. Lucen starts cackling like a deranged villain, mocking her for big bad martial artist, who got taken down by a simple stone. The scene shifts to a much calmer vibe as Yilin and Ruoxi ride an elevator together. Yilin is deep in her feelings, realizing that Ruoxi was 100% right about not coming out to her parents yet, as it would have been a total disaster. When they reach the door, Ruoxi starts acting super suspicious and insists that Yilin close her eyes before they go inside. Yilin is confused but plays along, letting herself be guided into the dark apartment. Ruoxi gives the signal, and suddenly the room is glowing with a surprise setup of fairy lights and balloons. Ruoxi looks a bit embarrassed, apologizing if the DIY decor isn't exactly Pinterest perfect. Yilin is stunned by the effort, but she wonders if there's a second part to this romantic ambush. That's when Ruoxi pulls out a bouquet of purple flowers, explaining that roses are way too cliché and wither too fast anyway. She holds them out nervously, her face flushing as she tries to be smooth. Ruoxi explains that these specific flowers represent eternal love, making the mood go from 0 to 100 real quick. Back in the grim reality of the alley, Lucen's ego trip is cut short when he realizes he's being watched. He looks up in absolute terror as another figure joins the party. It's a tall, intimidating guy who looks ready to bury him, greeting the shit stain with a cold stare. Lucen tries to keep his tough guy act alive, accusing them of being cowards for ganging up on him. He even tries to gaslight them, claiming he was just trying to hook up, and that since he didn't hit Ruro, it's not a big deal. The newcomer has zero patience for his excuses and instantly sweeps Lucen's legs, dropping him to the ground before threatening to call the police. The good student Fakad immediately crumbles as Lucen starts begging for mercy, terrified that a criminal record will ruin his life. He promises to transfer schools and never show his face near Yilin or the others ever again. The guy mocks him for folding like a lawn chair, while Ruoxi looks on with cold eyes, letting the trash finally realize he's been caught in 4K. The day starts with a classic breakfast run where Ruoxi is loading up on protein like she's training for a tournament, while Yilin is just trying to survive the morning. As they walk, Ruoxi snatches the bags, teasing Yilin for moving like a sloth and dragging her feet. They think they're safe to engage in some casual hand-holding while walking down the street, feeling the vibe of their new relationship. But the universe has other plans because they run straight into Yilin's mom, forcing Yilin to pivot into a professional liar by claiming they just happened to bump into each other. The mom, totally oblivious to the secret romance, invites Ruoxi to a farewell lunch before the parents head back home. Once they're alone, Ruoxi teases her for finally becoming a decent liar, though Yilin is stressed about the deception. Internally, she snapped. It's not like I have a choice in this house. Back at school, Yilin's friend spots the massive rock on her finger and absolutely loses it, screaming about how shiny the jewelry is. She demands to know the tea on when exactly this ring made its debut. Yilin tries to play it cool, but her friend isn't buying the casual act and asks what she meant by a big day. She straight up asks if this was a secret proposal, since rings usually come with a very specific question. Yilin nearly short-circuits, insisting it's just a normal gift between lovers and nothing more. Her friend isn't convinced, pointing out that the symbolism of a ring is pretty darn specific in this situation. She even wonders if Ruoxi is just playing house, without any real long-term commitment. Yilin tries to rationalize that a full-blown proposal would be way too much for where they are in life right now. But the friend drops a truth bomb, asking if she's even thought about the possibility of getting married in the future. Yilin gets hit with a reality check, knowing that for a couple like them, a guaranteed happily ever after isn't exactly a given. Her friend can see the mood shifting as Yilin stares at her hands. She tries to lighten the mood by reminding Yilin it's the 21st century and things will be fine. When Yilin invites her to lunch with the parents to buffer the tension, the friend nopes out immediately. She's got zero interest in that family awkwardness and decides to steer clear. Meanwhile, Gong Ya is walking through the city and starts noticing that romance is literally everywhere. She spots couples left and right, suddenly realizing the world is a lot more diverse than she initially thought. Internally, she wondered, are gay couples really this common, or am I just now noticing? Her brain starts connecting the dots when she sees Yilin and Ruoxi hanging out with two older people. She panics, thinking Yilin actually had the guts to introduce her girlfriend to her parents. Ruoxi spots her in the crowd and calls her over, effectively trapping her in the middle of this family outing. Before she can escape, Yilin's mom invites Gongya to join their dinner, thinking it's a great chance for college friends to get acquainted. At the restaurant, Ruoxi and Yilin decide to pull a classic move and head to the bathroom together, leaving Gongya completely stranded with the parents. Gongya is drowning in the awkwardness, regretting every life choice that led her to this table. Yilin's mom, meanwhile, watches them leave and remarks that going to the bathroom together is way too clingy. Gongya tries to play it off as a normal school thing to break the tension, mistakenly thinking the mom is enlightened about the relationship when she's actually totally clueless. Ruoxi is starting her day by absolutely throwing hands, treating her sparring partner like a human punching bag. She follows up with a high kick, so lethal it probably sent the poor guy's soul to the lobby. Gaofan, the gym president, finally hits the floor and begs for mercy, admitting that her kicks are definitely top tier. The coach has to call a mandatory break before Ruoxi actually ends the president's career, while Gaofan wonders what kind of pre-workout she's on to be this hype. Ruoxi just plays it cool, claiming she's well-rested, while internally she's thinking, if only you knew the power of a secret romance. Suddenly, Yilin appears at the gym entrance looking like a lost main character who accidentally walked onto the wrong set. The coach, who clearly spends too much time on the internet, asks she's the legendary Canadian girlfriend everyone talks about, forcing Ruoxi to rush over and claim her girl. Seeing Ruoxi run toward her with that athletic glow has Yilin's heart doing backflips. It's a total visual attack, and Yilin is caught in 4K blushing like a literal tomato. Ruoxi greets her with a smile, but she's also a bit confused. She asks Yilin why she's lurking at the gym instead of taking a nap at home. Yilin gets all shy and pulls out some study materials she allegedly needs to return. Ruoxi points out the obvious flaw in her logic exams are literally over, so why the sudden academic grind? Internally, Ruoxi chuckled. She's so bad at lying, it's actually cute. She then notices Yilin is carrying a bag big enough to hold a small child. Yilin admits she was worried Ruoxi would be exhausted from all the training. It turns out she didn't just bring books. She packs some homemade soup like the supportive partner she is. Ruoxi's heart melts instantly, and she invites Yilin in to sit down instead of hovering by the door. Gaofan can't help but chime in, asking if Yilin is there to be Ruoxi's personal cheerleader during the holidays. Ruoxi immediately roasts him, telling him he should find a fan of his own if he can actually find someone who likes him. Yilin then realizes she has even more gifts hidden in her bag of holding. Gaofan just stands there looking like a stunned NPC, realizing he's the ultimate third wheel in this gym. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Gongya is going through it, sighing into her pillow like she's in a tragic K-drama. Her roommates are convinced she's suffering from a failed romance with some senior from the art department, and they start giving her a lecture on not being a third party or a homewrecker. Gongya just listens to their advice about plenty of fish in the sea, while internally she's screaming, "You guys have no idea how complicated this secret relationship is." The struggle to keep a secret romance under wraps is real, especially when the gym president is acting like a total extra. Ruoxi isn't letting anyone slack off today, putting her students through the ringer and reminding them that they need to learn to walk before they can run. While Yilin is busy simping over how cool Ruoxi looks in coach mode, she gets a massive jump scare when her phone lights up with a call from her mom. After surviving the gym drama, the scene shifts to Ruoxi's place, where she's realizing she's a bit of a disaster as a host since she forgot to buy tea. Yilin doesn't care about the lack of refreshments and insists that plain water is more than enough. Ruoxi admits she was actually worried about Yilin getting lost and was 5 minutes away from heading to the station to find her. Yilin is still low-key cringing over an earlier doorbell incident, but Ruoxi tells her to lose the jacket and get comfortable while she heads out to grab some snacks. Just as things are getting cozy, Yilin drops a total bombshell. She brought a bag of groceries so Ruoxi can finally learn to cook for herself. Ruoxi's soul basically leaves her body as she collapses onto the couch, realizing her dream of a free, home-cooked meal has been replaced with manual labor. Internally, she grumbled, "I thought I was getting pampered, not sent to culinary boot camp." Yilin asks if she's always solo at home, and Ruoxi explains that her parents are actually working in a different city. While Yilin thinks living alone sounds like a total vibe with maximum freedom, Ruoxi admits that the novelty wears off when things get lonesome. She gets surprisingly deep for a second, mentioning how the entire house just feels cold and empty at the end of the day. Yilin is caught in 4K looking genuinely heartbroken for her friend's isolation, but then Ruoxi breaks the tension with a classic troll move, claiming she only orders delivery so she can force a random delivery guy to acknowledge her existence. Internally, Yilin sighed, and here I was thinking she was actually being serious for once. After a night of heavy lifting and heavier drinking, the crew finally wraps up their dinner, with Gaofan grumbling about the upcoming schedule while the girls wave him off. As they walk away, Yilin worries if the guy can even make it home in one piece, but Ruoxi isn't stressed, noting that a grown man should be able to handle a few drinks. The vibe turns sweet when Yilin admits she wasn't bored at all tonight because she spent the whole time just listening to Ruoxi talk. Sensing a moment, Ruoxi stops in her tracks and says she has something serious to drop on her. With a face full of gloom, Ruoxi reveals she might only have 1 month left, sending Yilin into a total panic before casually finishing the sentence by saying she meant her vacation homework is overdue. Internally, Yilin wanted to throw hands, thinking, "You really had me thinking this was a tragedy manga for a second." Yilin starts fuming over the heart-stopping prank, but Ruoxi just laughs it off, claiming she used that tone because she's not used to Yilin acting like such a responsible adult lately. Apparently, Ruoxi was actually feeling a bit nostalgic for the version of Yilin that gets flustered easily. Yilin tries to stand her ground, insisting she's already a mature adult, but her blushing face says otherwise. Things get heavy again when Ruoxi asks why Yilin has been so secretive lately, prompting Yilin to finally work up the courage to ask a burning question. Looking down at her hand, Yilin nervously asks if the ring Ruoxi gave her is just symbolic, or if it means something more. Ruoxi immediately switches into troll mode, gasping and asking if this is a sudden marriage proposal. While Yilin is short-circuiting from the embarrassment, Ruoxi hits her with a cheerful "I do," leaving Yilin looking like she just saw a ghost. Realizing she's been completely played again, Yilin can only mutter about how cunning her girlfriend is under the city lights. Fast forward to the kitchen, and the cooking lesson is off to a rocky start as Yilin tries to organize the veggies. When Yilin asks where the actual cooking tools are, Ruoxi gives her a blank stare that screams, "I've never touched a spatula in my life." After some frantic searching, Ruoxi triumphantly produces a tiny, sparkling fruit knife. Yilin stares at the toothpick-sized blade in deadpan silence, wondering how they're supposed to prep a full meal with that. Realizing her kitchen is a literal desert, Ruoxi panics and sprints out the door to buy actual supplies. Yilin is left standing there in an apron, stunned by how fast her girlfriend just bolted. Left to her own devices, Yilin spots a trash can overflowing with takeaway boxes, confirming Ruoxi has been living off delivery apps. Her top-tier health instincts immediately kick in, and she goes on a cleaning rampage, sweeping and scrubbing the entire messy apartment. The place goes from a disaster zone to sparkling clean in record time. But then Yilin realizes she might have overstepped by touching everything. Internally, she panicked. Wait, is it weird that I just rearranged her entire life without asking? Just then, Ruoxi returns with a bag full of spices and tools, stopping dead in her tracks at the sight of her transformed living room. It's a "what I gonna do" moment as the two realize their domestic life is already in full swing. Later, Ruoxi asks the big question. How many days is Yilin actually staying over? It turns out the whole squad is planning a mountain getaway, and between talk of local tyrants funding the trip and the terrifying prospect of bathing in buckets, the chaos is only just beginning. Ruoxi notices that Yilin is taking this cooking lesson way too seriously, looking like she's preparing for a culinary exam. Under the watchful eye of Chef Yilin, Ruoxi tries to master the art of the flat cut, though she looks more like a total amateur than a kitchen pro. Things immediately go south when the onion fumes hit, and Ruoxi starts rubbing her eyes with her spice-covered hands, forcing Yilin to step in before she blinded herself. Internally, Ruoxi thought she was doing great, but she was actually out here dumping a mountain of sugar into the bowl thinking it was salt. To make matters worse, she starts performing a one-woman show of Under the Sea with the shrimp, driving Yilin's blood pressure through the roof. After a quick transition and some actual effort, Ruoxi finally presents her masterpiece, while Yilin tries to stay optimistic about her own survival. The final product looks surprisingly edible, resembling a decent hot pot. Yilin digs in with a smile while Ruoxi waits for her 5-star review. However, the moment the food hits her tongue, Yilin's brain seemingly short-circuits from the flavor profile. Panicking, Yilin puts on her best poker face and claims it's a natural masterpiece, which immediately inflates Ruoxi's ego as she reaches for a bite. Realizing she needs to stop the disaster, Yilin tries to block Ruoxi's chopsticks in a high-stakes duel. A heavy silence fills the room as they lock eyes over the pot of doom. Ruoxi laughs it off, calling Yilin a greedy glutton for wanting to hog all the food for herself. But the second the delicacy touches Ruoxi's lips, her soul practically leaves her body. Ruoxi starts coughing up a lung, realizing they basically dumped a whole brick of salt into the mix. She's baffled that Yilin ate it with a straight face, calling her own creation literal poison. Yilin, being the ultimate supportive partner, claims it wasn't that bad if you just ignore the literal salt rocks. Ruoxi isn't buying the hype and prepares to toss the whole mess in the trash. Yilin desperately tries to save the meal by suggesting they just dilute it with more water, because wasting food is a major death flag in a domestic setting. Fast forward 2 water changes later, and the stew is now so bland it's basically hot water, leading them to finally give up and just order takeaway. As they settle in, Yilin mentions finding a mysterious photo in the cabinet during her cleaning spree. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Gong Ya is busy packing for the big mountain trip while her roommates watch like hawks. They start roasting her for taking extra days off just to spend time with her senior, making Gong Ya turn bright red in 4K. She tries to play it cool, claiming she's just going for professional insight, but her friends know she's totally capping. When they ask what she'd do if the guy confessed to her during the journey, she nearly has a meltdown. Internally, she's screaming, but her roommates keep pushing the agenda since she's always been the one being confessed to, not the one doing the chasing. One friend goes full relationship coach, explaining the science behind why a nighttime confession has a 90% success rate. Gong Ya starts daydreaming about her chance with Yilin, but the mood is killed when the roommates remember the senior might already have a girlfriend, leading them to label him a scumbag while Yilin sneezes miles away. The mountain trip is finally kicking off, but the vibes are already chaotic before they even leave the parking lot. Gao Fan and the crew are ready to roll, and Gong Ya is out here playing the ultimate supportive junior, handing out water to everyone like she's the team mom. Just when they think they're ready to move, the final member shows up, the leader Dylan, who arrives late with enough photography gear to film a National Geographic documentary. Meanwhile, some classmates are caught in 4K gossiping about the relationship between Yilin and the campus idol, Ruoxi. They're convinced there's something fishy going on, especially with how close the two have been lately. One of the girls vividly remembers the time Ruoxi basically crushed Yilin into her chest, an interaction that definitely didn't look like just friends. Internally, the girl is totally simping, imagining that the idol probably smells like a field of flowers and has the softest skin ever. The interrogation heats up as they corner Yilin, asking point blank if the two are actually dating. Yilin starts short-circuiting, blushing harder than a tomato and begging them to keep their voices down in public. When Yilin tries to claim they've just been spending time together, the friends call cap, pointing out that nobody spends that much solo time together without catching feelings. Yilin is sweating bullets, looking like a deer in headlights as the secret relationship faces its first major trial. The friends find it suspicious that a girl as perfect, funny, and fit as the idol doesn't have a boyfriend yet. They eventually drop the ultimate theory. Maybe the idol isn't into guys at all, which would explain why Yilin is still in the friend zone. This comment triggers a deep flashback for Yilin, who remembers a time when they truly believed they were just close friends. But then came the turning point, a moment filled with tears and a look of pure, raw desperation from Ruoxi that changed everything. It was an intimate, heavy moment that shattered the just friends boundary for good. Back in reality, the gossiping girls walk away, leaving Yilin to deal with the mental aftermath while they wonder what the royal brat, Dai, has been up to. Back at the trail, Gao Fan is looking a bit flustered himself as the group prepares to hike. Ruoxi is out here being a total menace, teasing Yilin about a ring and claiming he begged her to wear it, while Gong Ya watches the whole thing with a massive death flag feeling in her chest. Ruoxi then doubles down on the drama, pretending to be dizzy and weak just to get Yilin to carry her bags, despite being a literal martial artist who could probably carry the whole team. Gong Ya is starting to feel the sting of being the third wheel, realizing that the more she learns about Yilin, the further away he actually feels. As they trek into the forest, the bickering continues. Ruoxi and Yilin are basically flirting through insults while arguing over who should carry the heavy luggage. Gao Fan tries to be a gentleman and help Gong, yeah, but the leader Dylan is already snapping photos of the mess, calling out the obvious triangle relationship before they even reach the campsite. The awkwardness reaches a fever pitch when a surprise encounter catches everyone off guard. Instead of being off at some exotic vacation spot, the girls find themselves face-to-face at a high-end dessert shop where the freeloading friend decides to join the party uninvited. Internally, the girl in the red sweater screamed, "Who said I was paying for this?" as her friend shamelessly orders a mountain of expensive cakes. Trying to keep her dignity intact, she plays it cool and tells them not to worry about the bill since it's just a few sweets, while her friend stuffs her face with zero shame. The vibe shifts when the interrogation begins, and the group asks why Lam Ruoxi isn't there to act as a bodyguard. It's a valid question, since everyone knows those two are basically attached at the hip at all times. Yilin quickly explains that Ruoxi is currently grinding at the Wuxi Club for a major tournament, accidentally revealing she knows the idol's entire schedule down to the minute. Meanwhile, the mountain trip is officially in full swing as the squad finally finishes setting up camp. The guys are absolutely struggling with the heavy lifting, roasting the girls for packing like they were moving into the mountains permanently. Gong Ya is caught in 4K blushing as she tries to figure out how to snag a spot in the same tent as Yilin without looking like a total creep. Her dreams of a romantic night are instantly crushed when the group decides to throw all the girls into one giant tent together. As they settle in, her friends suggest she sleep in the middle, effectively making her the center of attention for the nightly gossip session. The girls start digging into her past, asking exactly how she managed to wiggle her way into the group's inner circle. Gong Ya explains that she actually met Yilin first, which definitely sets off some major flags for the rest of the group. Dylan listens to the story of their chance meetings at the theater and library, probably thinking this sounds like the plot of a generic rom-com. When they realize both Gong Ya and Yilin are in the music and broadcasting departments, they suggest a singing duet, while their friend realizes she needs to stop acting like a matchmaker before she makes things even more complicated. The training arc is hitting its peak, but the real fireworks are happening on the sidelines. Yilin arrives at the scene only to find Gong Ya and Dylan already having a standoff, and internally, Yilin is loving the vibe, Thinking these two have actually become besties, Ye immediately starts acting defensive, accusing Dai Lan of being a total stalker. Dai Lan isn't about to be bullied, firing back that she's only there to see her idol, Ruoxi. Gong tries to play it cool by claiming she just happened to be passing by, but she's clearly been caught in 4K. Yilin pops in to greet the duo, surprised they're both up before the sun. Gongya tries to throw Dai Lan under the bus to save face, but her explanation is weaker than a 1-bar Wi-Fi signal. To stop Dai Lan from spilling any more tea, Ye literally muzzles her with a hand over the mouth. Yilin just smiles through the chaos, hoping their presence will give Ruoxi the motivation she needs for the upcoming tournament. Ye begrudgingly follows along, likely wondering why she can't just be a normal human being for 5 minutes. Inside the gym, the atmosphere shifts from high school drama to high-stakes training. Ruoxi is in full beast mode, trading blows while her coach screams about sweeping the leg like he's a villain in a retro-current movie. Dai Lan is absolutely losing it over Ruoxi's sweet abs of fire, screaming loud enough to shatter glass. Ye is dying of secondhand embarrassment, wondering why her friend has zero chill in public. Internally, she scoffed. It's a gym, not a rock concert. She even tries to act like she's too refined for this blood sport, but her eyes are glued to the action. Finally, the coach calls for a lunch break, giving everyone's eardrums a much-needed rest. Ruoxi heads over the group, looking surprised to see the whole squad showed up to support her. She explains that with the tournament around the corner, she's strictly sparring with other girls to get used to the competition. Suddenly, Gaofan appears out of thin air, sniffing the breeze like a bloodhound, because he knows Yilin never shows up without snacks. It turns out Yilin actually came prepared with enough food to feed a small army. The girls are completely blindsided by the fact that she cooked an entire spread just for them. Gongya tries to pretend she isn't interested, but the food envy is hitting her hard. Gaofan is ready to inhale the meal, and Ruoxi reveals the secret menu, cheesy mac and fish. The spread looks like something straight out of a gourmet cooking show, making everyone's mouth water. Dai Lan is practically short-circuiting at how domestic and talented Yilin is. Even Ruoxi's sparring partner is impressed by the high-tier catering. Ruoxi dives in, confirming the food is an absolute 10 out of 10. When the partner is offered a taste, she politely declines, realizing this meal was basically a love letter in a lunchbox. Ye watches the wholesome interaction, feeling like the ultimate third wheel. She goes quiet, probably calculating her life choices. But before she can spiral into a mood, she hears her name. Yilin hands her a personal bowl, making sure she isn't left out of the feast. Ye takes a bite and is immediately converted, while Dai Lan teases her about Yilin bribing her way into everyone's hearts. Ruoxi notices Ye hesitating and tells her to blow on the food if it's too hot, showing some rare sweetness. Ye blushes, finally dropping the attitude and wishing Ruoxi the best of luck for the tournament, proving that even the frostiest hearts can be melted by good food and better friends. While Ruoxi is busy stuffing her face, Yilin has to remind her to actually chew her food before she starts talking. Outside, Ye is lurking in the shadows like a total mood killer, watching the group share a wholesome moment through the glass. She realizes these guys are actually legit friends, which is a massive contrast to the fake snakes she used to hang out with. Yilin catches her mid-exit, and Ye is totally caught in 4K looking suspicious. Yilin asks if she's bouncing early and wonders if something went wrong during training. Ye immediately gets defensive, asking why Yilin even cares and admitting she can't figure out what Yilin's deal is. Yilin just gives her a megawatt smile and says it's because they're friends, so she just wanted to make sure she was okay. Ye's brain starts short-circuiting at the mention of the F-word. Internally, she's reeling because Yilin's kind face is just way too pure for her to handle. She's stuck in a major internal conflict, seeing Yilin as her mortal rival while Yilin just sees her as a new bestie. She awkwardly announces she has business to attend to and needs to bail immediately. Yilin doesn't let her off the hook that easy, asking if she's still coming to support Ruoxi at the upcoming tournament. Ye agrees to show up, but before she leaves, she stops to call out Yilin's name one last time. She admits that Yilin managed to gain some ground on her this time around. But then, she turns back with a look of pure competitive determination. She screams that she won't let Yilin be the one to defeat her, leaving Yilin completely baffled and sweat-dropping. Ye sprints away like her life depends on it, while back inside, Dai Lan is still munching away and asking where the brat disappeared to. Yilin explains she had to head out early, which sounds like a total win to the rest of the group. Dai Lan thinks the girl was acting way weirder than usual today and calls it a straight-up miracle she didn't stay the whole time. Yilin can't even argue with that logic, internally sighing. Yeah, just a bit. Later that night at her fancy estate, the vibes are much more intense. Ye is lying in bed, but she's losing sleep thinking about how close Ruoxi and Yilin looked earlier. She decides that if Yilin is going to use gourmet food to win the group over, she'll just have to outcook her. She heads to the kitchen in her cat slippers with a cookbook, ready to master a simple egg dish. Things immediately go south when she fails the first step and cracks an egg all over the counter instead of the bowl. She tries to play it cool and keeps whisking the mess, determined to prove she's a 5-star chef in the making. She thinks she's finally got the hang of it and moves on to chopping onions while her blonde assistant watches her from the doorway. The assistant thinks the world must be ending just as Gong Ya accidentally slices her own finger. Gong Ya is basically in tears, dramatically claiming she didn't even need that finger anyway as she clutches her hand. Her assistant just stares at her with a deadpan expression, realizing her boss is a total disaster in the kitchen. Gong Ya is officially spiraling, feeling like a total NPC because she can't cook and thinks she's useless for only having her family's money. Her assistant, Manji, tries to shut down the pity party by telling her she's just been slacking on her potential while patching up Gong Ya's latest kitchen injury. As she breaks out the first aid kit, she asks why the sudden urge to become a master chef is hitting her now. Gong Ya plays it cool, claiming she just wants to match a friend who's a pro in the kitchen, though she's definitely just salty about Yilin's skills. Manji totally buys it and gets hyped, grabbing her hands and promising to turn her into a culinary legend. Gong Ya is blindsided by the sudden burst of enthusiasm from her assistant. Manji winks, claiming she's actually a secret beast in the kitchen, while Gong Ya looks like she's already regretting her life choices. After a quick celebratory hug, they pull up a recipe for fried rice to start the training arc. Gong Ya thinks starting with rice is a total skill issue and way too easy for someone of her status, but Manji drops some wisdom, explaining that even the simplest dishes separate the pros from the amateurs. Internally, Gong Ya realized she had a long way to go to reach the top. The final product actually looks decent and Gong Ya is feeling herself as she presents the bowl. Manji steps up to the plate to give the dish a first taste while Gong Ya watches like a hawk. Gong Ya waits with high expectations, hoping for a glowing 5-star review. Manji forces a smile and says it's so good, but the massive sweat drop on her face says she's fighting for her life. Just as Gong Ya is about to take a bite of her own creation, her phone starts blowing up with a familiar ringtone. Manji looks like she just got saved by the bell. Relieved she doesn't have to watch her boss realize the food is actually a biohazard. The scene shifts to a late-night call where the squad is discussing a major move. Gong Ya picks up, and it's Dailan on the other end of the line. Dailan suggests they should all link up for winter break to relax, though Gong Ya is immediately suspicious of how she's going to bankroll this adventure. Gong Ya tries to play hard to get, but as soon as Dailan mentions having their idol Ruoxi all to herself, Gong Ya does a total 180 and suddenly finds space in her calendar. Internally, she's fuming that Dailan knows exactly which buttons to push, but the trip to Greentown is officially on. Gong Ya repeats the name of the destination, a light bulb clearly going off in her head. Dailan complains that the place is a tourist trap and she's having a hell of a time finding a hotel room. Gong Ya tells her to stop worrying because she has the ultimate rich girl solution. She turns back to her assistant with a look of pure mischief. Gong Ya asks if the family still owns that villa in Greentown, and Manji confirms it exists but warns that no one has been there in ages. Gong Ya decides they're taking the whole gang there, mostly so she can show off her cooking skills and win over the group. Manji realizes she's just unleashed a kitchen nightmare on their unsuspecting friends, but it's too late to turn back now. Morning hits and Yilin is already looking like she needs a nap before the vacation even starts. Ruoxi, being the absolute unit she is, offers to carry Yilin's heavy luggage without breaking a sweat. Ruoxi makes it look effortless and mentions she's surprised Yilin actually agreed to come along and touch grass for once. The coach ordered the martial arts team to rest before the big tournament, so Ruoxi is looking forward to a nice, calm holiday with zero drama. Nearby, Dailan checks in on the rest of the crew as they load up. One of the guys clearly struggling under the weight of the bags but refuses to take the L, insisting that he's doing just fine. The winter break vibes are finally hitting, but the squad's road trip is starting with some serious manual labor. Dailan is already complaining about the heavy lifting, wondering why the Wuxi Club president is struggling so much with a simple bag. She starts roasting him, joking that maybe she should enter the tournament herself since strength clearly isn't a requirement. Their luxury ride finally pulls up, and the group is floored by the massive van provided by Gong Ya's family, which is basically a house on wheels. As they hit the road, Dailan is bouncing off the walls with excitement, but Gong Ya isn't having any of it and tells her to sit down and pipe down before she catches these hands. Ruoxi keeps it classy and breaks the silence by thanking Manji for being the designated driver for the trip. Manji mentions that Ruoxi's big tournament is coming up fast, wishing her luck as they cruise toward Greentown. To kill time during the long drive, Gong Ya breaks out a deck of cards for some Texas Hold'em, proving that even on vacation, the competitive spirit never sleeps. After a smooth ride, Manji announces they've finally reached their destination. The Dai Villa is a straight-up mansion, making their previous motel plans look like a total dumpster fire. The squad rolls up to the front door, feeling like high rollers as they prepare to settle into the massive estate. Dailan is practically drooling over the upgrade, while Gong Ya acts cool, though Manji notes it's been a long time since Gong Ya actually stepped foot in the family home. Even though the villa hasn't been used in a while, Manji assures them it's kept in proper order by the cleaning staff. Stepping inside, the interior is giving major old money energy with a staircase that looks like it belongs in a movie. Things get interesting when Manji drops the bombshell that there are only 3 bedrooms total, meaning the girls will have to sleep 2 to a room. This leaves the only guy in the group to be forever alone in his own room, which he's actually fine with because it means 0 distractions. However, Dylan realizes that a private villa usually means one bed per room, leading her to imagine some very spicy roommate scenarios between the girls. Internally, Gongya's brain begins short-circuiting as she blushes, thinking, I really am a dirty girl. To keep things fair, Dylan suggests drawing sticks to decide who gets paired up. Gongya starts doing the mental math, desperate to end up in the same room as her idol, Ruoxi. Ruoxi just stands there with a blank expression, probably wondering why everyone is sweating so hard over a sleeping arrangement. The vibe gets incredibly awkward as the girls overthink the 1 in 4 odds like they're playing a high-stakes game of poker. Ruoxi goes first and pulls a red stick, officially setting the stage for the roommate race. Gongya is about to make her move when Dylan suddenly panics, realizing her chances of winning are slipping away. Dylan jumps the gun, miraculously pulling a red stick as well and trying to drag Ruoxi upstairs before anyone can double-check. Ruoxi looks completely blindsided by the sudden rush, totally confused by the aggressive energy. The scheme falls apart instantly when Yilin drops the rest of the sticks, revealing that every single one of them was painted red. Gongya catches Dylan in 4K, screaming at her for being a bottom-tier cheater while Yilin tries to call for a fair redraw. Manji decides she's seen enough of this circus and heads out, leaving the goddess of fortune and her friends to settle their chaotic drama. The roommate war is officially reaching peak toxicity levels as the girls fight over who gets to bunk with the group's favorite martial artist. While Gongya and Dylan are busy screaming at each other over the red stick of destiny, Ruoxi is just standing there wondering why everyone is suddenly so energetic. Gongya is taking this way too seriously, treating a simple vacation like a high-stakes survival game where your roommate choice determines your entire future. Internally, Ruoxi is just thinking about how sharing a room with a friend should be a dream come true, totally oblivious to the romantic tension she's causing. Yilin, on the other hand, is currently short-circuiting as she stares into the void, completely blindsided when Ruoxi suddenly drops a hand on her shoulder. Seeing the other two are busy being absolute menaces, Ruoxi decides to play the system and suggests they sneak off to claim the best room while the chaos is still peaking. As they head upstairs, the villa's lobby is filled with the sounds of Gongyan and Dylan basically cursing each other out in a flurry of censored rage. They find the master bedroom, which is massive, but there's one tiny problem. It's a one-bed situation. Yilin's brain immediately starts buffering as she realizes they'll be sleeping inches apart. She begins spiraling, wondering if she's being too weird lately, and if sharing a bed is actually a massive death flag for her composure. Meanwhile, Ruoxi has zero chill and just faceplants onto the mattress like a literal child. Yilin is clutching her head, wondering why she's the only one having an existential crisis while her roommate is out here living her best life. Ruoxi rolls over with a grin and asks the million-dollar question. Which side of the bed does Yilin want? Poor Yilin is blushing so hard she might actually combust, stammering about how she's always slept alone and never had to think about bed-sharing etiquette. Sensing the awkwardness, Ruoxi gets worried she's being a creep and offers to sleep on the floor like a bodyguard. Yilin panics, shouting that it's not like that at all, forcing Ruoxi to just tell her to pick a side and get it over with. Cut to the other room, where the vibes are absolutely rancid. Dylan is literally marking a border on the bed like it's a DMZ warning Gongya not to cross the line. Gongya is disgusted, pointing out that if it weren't for Dylan's cheating scheme, she'd be with her idol right now instead of stuck with a troublemaker. Things get even pettier when they realize there's only one blanket, leading to a tug-of-war that would make toddlers look mature. Back in the main suite, the muffled sounds of the two besties screaming at each other about who has a larger backside filter through the walls. Internally, Yilin is just thinking, wow, they're really bonding, while Ruoxi just smiles at the supposed harmony. Since it's still early, Ruoxi decides they need some fresh air and suggests a little one-on-one walk. Yilin, being the voice of reason, asks if they should invite the rest of the squad. But Ruoxi immediately shuts that down, reminding her this isn't a middle school field trip where everyone needs to hold hands. They step out into Green Town, which is basically a forest with a few houses scattered around. Yilin is actually vibing with the fresh air, thinking this place is a total upgrade from the city. But as they wander deeper into a literal grove, Yilin's internal danger sensor starts pinging, worried they've wandered way too far from the villa. Ruoxi isn't worried at all, confidently claiming they'll be back before anyone notices they're gone. When Yilin asks how she knows the area so well, Ruoxi just gives her a mysterious look before spotting something that makes her eyes light up. Suddenly, the cool martial artist turns into bug enthusiast, sprinting toward a tree because she realized this place is a gold mine for beetles. Yilin is left standing there caught in 4K, watching Ruoxi disappear into the brush like she just saw a legendary Pokemon. Before Yilin can even process the shift in energy, Ruoxi is already scaling a tree with zero effort, completely ignoring the "be careful" warnings. Yilin can only watch in stunned silence, wondering how her romantic walk turned to a National Geographic special in under 5 minutes. Ruoxi and Yilin are out in the woods, trekking through the brush on a mission to find some local wildlife. Ruoxi finally scores a massive beetle and shows it off like a proud hunter, but Yilin is absolutely not about that life, especially when the bug decides to pull a pro-gamer move and land right on her forehead. Yilin immediately hits the panic button, screaming for Ruoxi to get the creature off her while she descends into a full-blown mental breakdown. Internally, Ruoxi is having a major throwback moment, remembering how she used to be the one scaring people with bugs back in the day. Seeing Yilin's pure terror, Ruoxi can't help but smirk, thinking about how Yilin looks exactly like she did when she was just a chaotic kid. The beetle eventually gets bored and flies away, leaving Yilin traumatized and shaking while Ruoxi just stands there laughing at the sheer absurdity of the situation. As they start walking back, the woods are peaceful, but the vibe between them is definitely a mix of post-trauma and hilarity. Yilin warns her that if she ever pulls a stunt like that again, it's going to be on sight, while Ruoxi just gives a low-effort apology while still giggling. To distract her, Ruoxi points out a weird tree deeper in the forest, playing the classic redirection card. While Yilin is busy looking for the tree, Ruoxi sneakily tucks a flower into her hair, showing off those martial artist reflexes for something wholesome for once. Ruoxi then jokes that a flower bloomed right where the beetle touched her, trying to lighten the mood with some grated cheese. Yilin isn't having it and roasts her back, telling Ruoxi she's growing grass where her brain should be, though deep down, they both know the flower actually looks pretty good. As they head back toward civilization, Ruoxi brags about how she used to be a total menace in the groves to stay out of trouble, making tree climbing her personality trait. Yilin scoffs, calling her part monkey, but Ruoxi tries to maintain her dignity by insisting she was a perfectly normal kid. They finally arrive back at the villa, spotting the rest of the squad waiting out front like a welcoming committee they didn't ask for. Gongya and Zion are standing there looking confused, probably wondering if the duo got lost or just decided to elope in the woods. Realizing they still have nature debris in their hair, Ruoxi and Yilin quickly snatch the flowers and grass out to avoid being caught in 4K looking like forest spirits. Zion demands to know where they've been, looking like a worried mom whose kids missed curfew. Ruoxi plays it cool, explaining they were just at a nearby grove, while Zion fumes internally cause her idol didn't invite her along for the adventure. The whole group decides to head into town, stumbling right into a massive crowd at a local festival featuring stalls with some very questionable names. Gao Fan is blindsided by the sheer number of people, but Zion realizes they've walked straight into the annual food fest she remembers from her childhood. Zion immediately drags a reluctant Gongya toward a tofu stall, while the two of them descend into their usual petty bickering about who's a large silo and who's too high class for street food. The stall owner, seeing their chaotic energy, offers them a 20% discount for being energetic out-of-towners, prompting Zion to step up and offer to pay for both of them. Gongya is completely stunned, wondering if the sun finally fried Zion's brain because the girl is actually being nice for once. Zion tells her to stop staring before it gets weird, insisting she's not a shitty friend who lets people treat her all the time without giving back. Of course, Zion can't stay sweet for long, walking away while joking that she just needs to keep her sugar mama feeling useful. Gongya takes a bite of the tofu, and despite her rich girl attitude, she has to admit that being treated by someone else actually feels pretty nice. She starts thinking Zion might not be a total lost cause, but before she can get too sentimental, Zion is already dragging her toward the next food stall like a human whirlwind. They eventually find Ruoxi and the others hovering around a sugar painting stall, watching a dragon being crafted out of liquid gold. Ruoxi mentions there's a shadow puppet show starting soon, and Zion's hype levels immediately redline as she prepares to charge into the crowd. However, the place is packed like a mosh pit, and when Zion tries to push through, she gets checked by a massive guy who isn't moving for anyone. Instead of catching hands, Zion switches tactics and pulls out the ultimate weapon: weaponized cuteness. She starts calling the guy Jeej and acting like seeing the puppets is her life's only dream, finessing the big guy so hard he actually blushes and clears a path for them. The festival is absolutely popping, but the crowds are a literal nightmare for anyone with personal space issues. Gaofan is basically getting pancaked by the mob while Zion realizes they've already lost half the squad in the chaos. Ruoxi and Yilin are currently fighting for their lives, trying to navigate the sea of people to find the others. Yilin is low-key having a sensory overload, realizing just how many bodies are packed into this narrow street. She starts to panic as the distance between her and Ruoxi grows, feeling like she's about to be swept away by the current of tourists. Just as Yilin is about to lose her cool, Ruoxi reaches back and snatches her arm, pulling her back to safety. Ruoxi isn't taking any chances and decides they need to hold hands so she doesn't lose her clumsy companion in the shuffle. Ruoxi keeps it practical but savage, telling Yilin to guard her assets because there are a lot of wandering hands in a crowd this thick. Yilin is caught in 4K being flustered, while Ruoxi doubles down on the trolling, claiming that traffickers would definitely find Yilin a tempting target. They finally manage to squeeze through to the puppet show, just as the narrator begins a tale about a beautiful princess. Ruoxi immediately starts throwing shade at the stage, wondering if Zion should sue for plagiarism since the story is way too familiar. Yilin tries to fire back, roasting Ruoxi by saying the puppet frog is actually a much better actor than she ever was. Ruoxi doesn't miss a beat, ruthlessly stating the puppet princess has a better figure anyway. Right before a massive dude completely blocks Yilin's view of the stage, Ruoxi asks if they should move to the front, but Yilin is too stubborn to admit she's struggling and says it's fine. After seeing a kid perched on a dad's shoulders, Ruoxi jokingly asks if Yilin wants a shoulder ride too, which earns her a very fast "shut it." However, the sight of the frog on stage triggers a core memory for Yilin, reminding her of the time Ruoxi played the frog and leaned in for that unforgettable kiss. Yilin starts overthinking, wondering why a silly puppet show is still living rent-free in her head after all this time. Internally, she admitted, "I can't forget how serious she looked when she said that." Ruoxi catches Yilin staring at her and immediately breaks the tension, asking if Yilin is daydreaming about how dashing she looked on stage. The duo finally regroups with the rest of the gang, who are annoyed they pulled a disappearing act. Later that night, the festival hype has died down and Gong Ye is lying in bed, sighing like her life is a tragedy. Ziyun isn't falling for the "I'm fine" act and demands that Gong Ye spill the tea immediately. Internally, Gong Ye was stunned, thinking, "Did I hear that right?" She actually sounded concerned. Ziyun quickly clarifies that she just wants the gossip so she can have a good laugh at Gong Ye's expense. Gong Ye responds by Spartan kicking Ziyun off the bed for trying to sit there with her filthy, unwashed self. While Yilin tries to wash off the day's stress in the shower, Ruoxi is already back in her own space, staring at a flower and looking uncharacteristically deep in thought. Flashback time. Young Gaofan was busy trying to flex his bug-catching skills on a massive beetle. Little Ruoxi was stressed out, telling him to slow down before he scared the thing off and ruined the hunt. Gaofan, acting like he was the main character, told her not to worry because he had everything under control. Surprisingly, he actually clutched up and grabbed the beetle without a problem. Ruoxi was hyped, practically begging him to let her see the prize as she reached out with both hands. But the celebration was cut short when Gaofan's foot slipped off the branch, sending him into a total freefall. Just before he hit the dirt, a tall red-haired guy named Sin swooped in for the save, catching the boy midair. Gaofan was safe, but he was still clutching that beetle like his life depended on it while he caught his breath. Xin teased the kid for trying to be a daredevil again, while Gaofan looked relieved to see his Xinjij had his back. Ruoxi, however, was on the verge of a meltdown, prompting Xin to reach out and try to calm her down. He insisted she stop calling him Gige and just use his name Xin, making it clear he wanted a different kind of bond. Things took a chaotic turn when the beetle suddenly ended up on Ruoxi's head, causing her to absolutely lose it and scream. She begged for help, but Xin wouldn't budge until she called him by his name, leaving Gaofan thinking the guy was a total weirdo for his weird power moves. Xin eventually took the bug off, explaining that he wanted to be the kind of friend she'd talk to even after she grew up, rather than just an older brother figure. To cheer her up, he pulled a magic trick, making little blossoms appear right where the bug had been. Ruoxi was instantly sold on the trick, while Gaofan sat there wondering if he was being replaced. Xin just gave a smug smirk, bragging about being the most handsome and cool older brother in the game. Gaofan, being a salty little kid, claimed he'd just ask his mom to get him an older brother of his own so he wouldn't be jealous. Back in the present, Ruoxi was staring at a flower and reminiscing about those childhood days with a pensive look. Her train of thought was broken when Yilin walked out of the shower looking like she just stepped out of a shampoo commercial. Yilin blinked, wondering why Ruoxi was staring at her so intensely. Ruoxi didn't hold back, straight up calling Yilin a fairy and telling her she looked gorgeous, which sent Yilin's blush into overdrive. Internally, Ruoxi was probably satisfied with the reaction as she gave Yilin a head pat and headed for her own shower. Yilin stood there, completely blindsided by the sudden riz and feeling the heat in her cheeks. She was caught in a loop of confusion, trying to process why Ruoxi was being so smooth. Internally, she screamed, "What the heck?" as she tried to regain her composure. While the water was running, Ruoxi was lost in her own world under the shower head. Suddenly, she called out from behind the door, startling Yilin, who was still reeling from the earlier compliment. It turns out the cool martial artist actually forgot her towel and needed Yilin to help her out, leaving Yilin to grab one from the cabinet and head to the door. After the ultimate awkward moment, Ruoxi tries to smooth things over by offering a half-hearted apology for her lack of clothing. She's actually the one feeling salty, complaining that her backside is killing her after Yilin's panicked reaction sent her flying. Yilin isn't having it, yelling about why anyone would open a door while totally exposed, which finally forces Ruoxi to admit she messed up. Ruoxi argues that since they're both girls, it shouldn't be a close-your-eyes emergency. But Yilin is internally screaming because her self-control is currently on life support. To lighten the mood, Ruoxi jokingly asks if Yilin is actually a man in disguise, which earns her a look of pure disbelief. The tension shifts from awkward to playful as they start a boob attack tickle fight, with Ruoxi laughing like she doesn't have a care in the world. However, Roxy's martial arts instincts kick in, and in a split second, she flips the script and pins Yilin to the bed. Trapped under Roxy's grip, Yilin is completely blindsided by how much raw strength her friend is packing. They eventually break apart, and as Roxy heads to the bathroom, Yilin is left alone with her thoughts, and some very suggestive background music playing in her head. She starts a mental exorcism, begging her wicked thoughts to leave so she can keep her cool. With her face feeling like a literal furnace, she decides she needs to wash up and reset. But the universe has zero chill, and Yilin accidentally walks in on Ruoxi while she's using the toilet. Another round of chaotic screaming ensues as they argue over who's the bigger prankster and why the door wasn't locked. Later that night, the two are tucked into bed, staring at the ceiling in a silence so thick you could cut it with a knife. Internally, Yilin is facepalming, thinking, way to go. Now I've made it even weirder. Just as she's about to spiral, Ruoxi turns to her and asks if she's still awake, followed by a suggestive, "Do you want to do something?" Yilin's mind goes straight to the gutter, leaving her stuttering for a response. Ruoxi starts cracking up, clarifying that she just meant talking, leaving Yilin feeling like a total clown. Ruoxi can't help but tease her for being so easy to fluster, bringing up the bathroom incident again just to see Yilin's face turn into a tomato. Ruoxi is just glad the lively atmosphere is back, even if it's at Yilin's expense. The energy eventually dips back into a quiet, contemplative mood as the night goes on. Desperate to keep the conversation moving, Yilin searches for a safe topic. She asks Ruoxi if her family is coming home to see upcoming Chinese New Year. Ruoxi's expression softens as she explains her parents are total workaholics, and she'll likely be spending the holiday alone. Yilin gets serious, pointing out that holidays are meant for the people who matter most. A heavy silence follows as Yilin quietly mentions that the people she used to spend holidays with aren't around anymore. Seeing the sadness in her friend's eyes, Ruoxi decides to shoot her shot, asking Yilin if she'd like to spend New Year's Eve together. Ruoxi drops the "I'm used to being alone" card to play it cool, but she's not letting Yilin off the hook, promising to call her on New Year's Eve to bridge the gap between them. Yilin isn't just listening, she's all in, promising they'll count down the seconds together over the phone so neither of them has to feel lonely. Suddenly, Ruoxi gets a bit overwhelmed by the intimacy and needs a breather, heading toward the bathroom while Yilin watches her leave with a confused expression. This moment triggers a core memory for Ruoxi, flashing back to a time she begged her sister not to leave her during the holidays. Her older sister was chasing those pro-martial arts qualifiers, leaving a young Ruoxi stuck in bed with nothing but a sorry and a broken promise. The abandonment issues were hitting hard back then, as Ruoxi realized her parents and her sister wouldn't be around for the big celebration. Internally, she felt like a total afterthought, realizing she was destined to spend the night by herself. Her sister tried to play it off with a "don't be mad" and a promise to call on the big night, but that's a weak consolation prize for a kid who just wants company. Adult Ruoxi remembers the disappointment of those empty phone calls that never quite filled the void of having someone physically there. Even her old mentor, called from the snowy city streets to check in, it still felt like she was living on the sidelines of everyone else's life. Back in the present, Ruoxi is in the hallway looking like she just ran a marathon, her face absolutely flushed from the emotional weight of Yilin's promise. Yilin is still awake in the dark, probably wondering if Ruoxi is having a midlife crisis or just got lost on the way back. When Ruoxi finally crawls back into bed, Yilin checks in on her, noting that she's been making way too many suspicious trips to the bathroom tonight. Ruoxi tries to play it cool, claiming she was just so happy about their New Year's plans that she had to go calm herself down. Yilin tells her to stop being so dramatic, and they finally settle in for the night, though both of them are clearly wide awake. But Yilin can't sleep because she's overthinking everything, wondering if Ruoxi is actually depressed or if she just offended her with what might look like a pity offer. Looking at Ruoxi, Yilin realizes that even the strongest, most easygoing people have their breaking points, and she suddenly wants to know every hidden part of her. The vibes are shifting fast, and Yilin's heart starts doing gymnastics as she stares at her sleeping friend, realizing the feeling in her chest is becoming impossible to ignore. A montage of all their chaotic moments, from accidental touches to shared smiles, starts playing in her head like a K-drama highlight reel. She realizes she's been running away from the truth for way too long, afraid to face the fact that Ruoxi has been living rent-free in her heart. Staring at Ruoxi's peaceful face, Yilin finally stops the mental gymnastics and lets the truth settle in. As their hands brush under the covers, Yilin hits the realization of a lifetime and admits to herself that she's officially in love. The next morning, Ruoxi wakes up looking like she survived a boss battle, completely disoriented and staring at the ceiling. She realizes the other side of the bed is ice cold and yawns, wondering where her roommate disappeared to so early. She wanders downstairs in a daze, still half asleep and looking for some sign of life. She finds the rest of the squad already feasting on a breakfast that Yilin apparently went out and scouted like a pro, while everyone else was snoring. Ruoxi is shook because Yilin is usually the one sleeping in, but now she's vanished on a solo walk. Ruoxi sips her milk, wondering if Yilin is trying to dodge her after their late-night bonding session or if she's just being weird. Meanwhile, Yilin is outside wandering the streets, her brain completely short-circuiting over her big discovery from last night. Every time she thinks about waking up next to Ruoxi, her face turns into a literal tomato and she nearly loses her balance. She starts losing it, clutching her head and begging her brain to stop replaying the romantic tension before she dies of embarrassment. Just as she's about to spiral, her phone starts buzzing with a call from the very person she's trying to hide from. Yilin's heart skips a beat, thinking Ruoxi might be worried about her, or perhaps feeling the same spark. But the romantic bubble pops instantly when Ruoxi screams through the phone for her to get her butt back to the inn immediately because they're all going fishing. The vibes are officially broken as the group hits the riverbank. And while the girls argue about who's a city slicker and who's a country bumpkin, Gao Fan realizes he's basically been demoted to the group's unpaid pack mule. Ruoxi tries to set the mood by praising the quiet scenery, but Yilin is clearly glitching and barely holding it together. Ruoxi calls her out for being way too tense, But Yilin's only defense is to get defensive and claim everything is totally normal in the least convincing way possible. When Ruoxi asks if she slept okay, Yilin just stares blankly like her brain is currently buffering. Internally, Ruoxi starts spiraling, wondering if she'd something embarrassing like snoring or accidentally punching Yilin in her sleep, while Yilin looks like she's about to jump out of her skin. Yilin tries to hide the internal screaming by laughing it off, telling Ruoxi she's worrying over nothing while her own heart rate is likely hitting triple digits. Gaofan interrupts the awkwardness to ask for help with the fire, and Yilin practically teleports over to him just to escape the tension. After spotting some big fish, Yilin decides she's had enough social interaction for the day and announces she's heading into the woods alone to find branches for the fire. The others offer to send backup, but Yilin insists she can handle the manual labor solo, leaving Ruoxi to sit and stew in the weird atmosphere. Zian watches the scene with a raised eyebrow, noting that it's super suspicious for Ruoxi not to be glued to Yilin's side right now. Then she notices Yilin's massive blush and has a total realization that something spicy must have happened between them last night. Panic mode Zion immediately ditches her fishing rod to chase after Yilin, desperate to get the tea on what's actually going on. She runs off with so much energy she doesn't even care that someone is shouting about a fish biting her line. In the woods, Yilin tries to tell Zion that the help isn't necessary, but Zian plays the not a useless princess card to justify sticking around. Zian is dying to ask for the details, but she finds herself getting surprisingly tongue-tied when it's time to actually speak. She finally manages to squeak out that she has a question. However, she completely chickens out at the last second, pivoting to a rant about snoring and blankets while internally calling herself a total coward. Yilin, being the absolute sweetheart she is, immediately offers to switch rooms so Zian can actually get some sleep. Zian is left stunned because her distraction worked a little too well and backfired immediately. She tries to backtrack, but Yilin is already convinced that the room swap is a great idea. Yilin insists that since Ruoxi is a solid sleeper, the switch is officially settled for tonight. She tells Ziyun they can finalize the plan back at the house to avoid making things awkward in front of the others. With that, Yilin heads back with her pile of sticks, leaving Ziyun standing there completely baffled. Ziyun watches her go, sensing that something is seriously wrong with Yilin's vibe. When asked if she's really okay with the switch, Yilin just gives a quiet confirmation. But her inner monologue reveals the truth. She can't handle staying in that room with Ruoxi for even one more night. Internally, she worries that if she stays, her behavior is just going to get even weirder. These new feelings are terrifying her down to her soul, and the more time she spends with Ruoxi, the more she feels like she needs to escape. The awkward tension is reaching a boiling point as the group settles in for a lakeside dinner. Yilin finds a flat spot perfect for a bonfire, noting that the area has clearly been used for camping before. Ziyun manages to reel in a massive catch with an assist from Ruoxi, while Yilin and Xiaoji stay far away from the action, soaking up the warmth of the fire. Internally, Yilin is buffering like a bad Wi-Fi connection, her brain completely short-circuiting as she tries to process her feelings. Before long, the smell of fresh fish roasting over the open flames fills the air. The squad gathers around for the feast, and Gaofan immediately tries to finesse an extra serving, claiming he deserves it for being the great provider. Ruoxi keeps it classy, offering the first pick to Xiaoji since she was the host who invited them all out. Then Ruoxi turns her attention to Yilin and hands over a skewer, catching the radio host completely off guard. When Yilin freezes up like a statue, Ruoxi jokes that she'll have to fight one-handed in her next tournament if Yilin doesn't take the fish, finally forcing a formal thank you out of her. Yilin looks like she wants the ground to swallow her whole, offering a shaky apology for her weird behavior. As the group packs up and heads back, Ruoxi and Gaofan bicker about whether they should have been greedier and kept more fish for later. Ziyun is still riding the high of a successful fishing trip, but Yilin is already plotting her tactical retreat. She pulls Ziyun aside and drops a bombshell. She wants to swap roommates and bunk with her for the night. Yilin tries to play it cool with a weak excuse, claiming Ruoxi was tossing and turning and talking in her sleep all night. Ziyun gives her a look that says she isn't entirely buying the bad roommate story, suspecting there's a much juicier reason for this sudden escape plan. Still, she agrees to the swap, complaining that her current roommate Xiaoji basically has heat vacuum feet that freeze her out of bed. Ziyun tells her it's fine, basically saying, "I got you, boo," since Yilin is clearly too embarrassed to face the idol herself. Back at the villa, the group is exhausted and ready to collapse. Ruoxi is blindsided when Ziyun catches her in the hallway to deliver the news of the roommate shuffle. The idol is visibly confused when Ziyun casually suggests swapping Xiaoji out for Yilin for the evening. Ruoxi just stares in silence, probably wondering why her roommate is suddenly acting like she's in a witness protection program. Yilin can't even bring herself to look Ruoxi in the eye, looking like she's caught in 4K and trying to manifest an exit strategy. To sell the lie, Ziyun claims she needs Yilin's magical fingers to massage her sore muscles after carrying the team during fishing. She even jokes about dooming Ruoxi to share a bed with the Sub-Zero, Ice Princess Xiaoji to avoid the smell of fish. Ruoxi shrugs it off, acting like it's no big deal, while Yilin looks like she just got hit with a massive reality check. The new roommate pairs head their separate ways, leaving Yilin feeling the weight of her own self-imposed exile. Later that night, while Ziyun is busy raging over a Pac-Man Battle Royale game, Yilin decides she needs a drink to calm her nerves. She sneaks down to the dark kitchen and finds a mysterious fruit punch in the fridge, but her midnight snack is interrupted when she hears a sudden noise behind her. Yilin creeps into the kitchen for a midnight snack but gets blindsided by a mysterious cough echoing through the dark. It turns out Ruoxi is just sitting there in the shadows like a main character in a thriller, nursing a drink and overthinking her life choices. Yilin tries to make a tactical retreat to avoid the awkwardness, but Ruoxi isn't letting her off the hook that easily. The martial artist drops a truth bomb, straight up asking if Yilin is actually mad at her. Ruoxi is clearly spiraling, wondering if she killed the vibe by falling asleep too fast the night before and ruining their good atmosphere. Honestly, she's been wrecking her brain all day trying to figure out why the energy shifted so hard. Yilin is stunned, realizing her subtle avoidance was actually a total fail that left Ruoxi feeling guilty. Ruoxi points out that it feels like Yilin has been doing her level best to stay away, and she just wants to know why. She begs Yilin to be real with her and at least explain what she did to deserve the cold shoulder. Yilin's brain starts short-circuiting as she blushes harder than a tomato, almost blurting out her true feelings right then and there. Internally, she panicked. Great, I'm 2 seconds away from spilling the tea on my own crush in a dark kitchen. Before the confession can land, the tension snaps and Yilin flees back to her room, realizing she almost caught herself in 4K. She dives under the covers to hide her shame, while her new roommate Xiaoji is confused why she's already trying to teleport to tomorrow. Yilin just gives a weak mumble from under the sheets, wanting the floor to swallow her whole. But Ruoxi's words are living rent-free in her head, specifically the part her being avoided all day. She's drowning in regret over the room swap, but at this point she's too deep in the lie to fix the mess she made. The next morning, Gao Fan is just vibing, completely oblivious to the heavy rom-com drama happening around him. Xiaoji is already packed and ready to bounce, so Ziyun tells her to make herself useful and grab some food at the convenience store. Xiaoji brags about finally getting some decent sleep now that she isn't sharing a bed with the chilly Queen Elsa. Ziyun is definitely not amused by the nickname, while Yilin walks into the room looking like she barely survived the night. Ruoxi pops up, looking surprisingly refreshed despite her late-night brooding session. Yilin puts on her best "I'm totally fine" face, claiming she's been up and ready for ages. Ruoxi notices she's acting way more energetic than yesterday, which is suspicious as heck given midnight drama. Yilin just keeps the fake smile plastered on, trying to gaslight everyone into thinking she's always this hyper. Ziyun isn't buying the act for a second, watching Yilin like a hawk as she heads for the stairs. Meanwhile, Gao Fan and Xiaoji are just sitting there wondering why the vibes are so cursed and why everyone has suddenly lost their minds. The holiday vibes are an all-time high, but Yilin is struggling to keep her cool while helping her mom with New Year's decorations. The tension spikes when her mom mentions that her bestie, Ruoxi, has a major competition coming up during the winter break. Yilin tries to play it off, confirming it's a martial arts tournament. But she looks like she's one awkward question away from a total meltdown as she stares out at the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Ziyun is busy playing detective, noticing that Xiaoji has been acting like a total ghost ever since they got back from Greentown. She watches as Ruoxi sits at her vanity in a trance, looking like she's buffering while trying to process some heavy drama. Internally, Ziyun is stressed out, thinking, usually this girl has zero chill and talks my ear off, but this silence is giving major death flags. She decides she needs to step in and distract her friend before the atmosphere gets any heavier. Ziyun tries to break the ice by bringing up how much fun the trip was, but she immediately calls Ruoxi out for looking like she just lost her favorite gacha game. Ruoxi tries to deflect, claiming she's just stressed about the tough opponents in the tournament prelims, giving a smile that is clearly faked for the cameras. Ziyun isn't entirely buying the tournament nerves excuse and tries to dig deeper into what's actually bothering her. The room goes quiet as Ruoxi stands up, clearly looking for an escape route from the interrogation. When Ziyun asks what's really the matter, the look on Roxy's face suggests she's carrying the weight of the world. She brushes it off with a "nah, it's nothing," and says she's just heading out to grab a drink. Telling Ziyun not to wait up, Ruoxi heads out, leaving her friend alone in the room to wonder why the squad vibes are currently in the gutter. Somewhere else, the stress is finally boiling over as Xiaoji has a full-on internal crisis, clutching her head and screaming at herself to stop overthinking every little detail. While a background monologue reminds us that school friendships are the easiest ones to keep before adulthood ruins everything, Gao Fan is stuck on New Year's cleaning duty. He checks his phone only to see Action being a total stage 5 clinger, complaining about being lonely while Gao Fan is busy polishing chandeliers. Ruoxi, however, isn't feeling the party spirit at all. She's rotting on her couch, staring at a group photo on her phone and missing the days before things got complicated. Back at Yilin's place, the girl is staring out the window at the New Year's Eve crowds, realizing the holiday has completely blindsided her. She's trapped in a spiral of regret, realizing she hasn't said a single word to Ruoxi since their last big blowout. The guilt is hitting different now because she hasn't even bothered to show up and watch Ruoxi train. Yilin stares at her phone, realizing that Ruoxi is also staying quiet, which is a clear sign that the two of them are officially drifting apart in 4K. She pulls up Ruoxi's contact info, remembering she promised to call for the New Year's countdown, but she's paralyzed by the fear that Ruoxi might have already forgotten about her. Internally, she scolds herself. I'm such a coward for avoiding her like this, but just as she's about to lose hope, her phone starts buzzing with an incoming call from Ruoxi herself. Ruoxi finally decides to stop the Cold War and hits up Yilin right as the New Year's clock is ticking down. Yilin is absolutely blindsided by the sudden incoming call, staring at her phone like it's about to explode. Her face is already turning into a tomato, and her heart is doing parkour in her chest as she realizes who's calling. Ruoxi teases her, noting that she was the one who had to make the first move after all the awkward silence. Yilin can barely form a sentence, stumbling over her words and admitting she definitely didn't see this coming. Ruoxi asks if she totally forgot their promise to call, while Yilin tries to play it cool by claiming she was just about to dial the number herself. As the TV countdown hits the final seconds, Ruoxi reminds her not to miss her upcoming martial arts tournament. Ruoxi shares her wholesome New Year's wish about family and success, then puts Yilin on the spot by asking for hers. Internally, Yilin tells herself, "You can do this. Yilin, be brave for once," and starts to confess her true feelings. But of course, the universe has zero chill, and a massive firework display goes off right as she opens her mouth, completely drowning out her confession. Ruoxi asks her to repeat herself because of the noise, but Yilin loses her nerve and settles for a generic Happy New Year instead. Later, Yilin drifts into a dream where she and Ruoxi are back in their school uniforms, surrounded by a soft glow. In this dream world, everything is simple as Ruoxi reaches out to her without any of the current drama. They share a warm, emotional hug, but the moment is cut short by the aggressive buzzing of her phone back in reality. Yilin wakes up in a daze, realizing the sweet moment was just a dream, and groggily answers the actual phone call. It's Ruoxi again, wishing her a bright and early Happy New Year, which sends Yilin into a panic as she pretends she wasn't just rotting in bed. Ruoxi then drops a bombshell by asking if she wants to go out shopping later that day. After Yilin enthusiastically agrees and hangs up, she starts short-circuiting, wondering if this is officially a date. She goes into full crisis mode, sprinting to her closet and stressing over her outfit, while regretting every fashion choice she's ever made. Standing at the meeting spot, Yilin is a nervous wreck, worrying that she's overthinking things and wishing they could just go back to how they used to be. Her internal monologue is interrupted when she spots Zion nearby, looking like she's also waiting for someone. Panicking that her date might be crashed, Yilin ducks behind a pillar to hide, wondering if Zion is also there for a secret meeting. She quickly realizes she's being ridiculous, thinking, wait, why the hell am I hiding like this? It's fine if she sees us, right? Zion eventually spots them anyway and immediately catches Yilin in 4K, calling her out for wearing makeup and making the situation 10 times more awkward. Ruoxi breaks the ice by explaining that Zion was the one who dragged her out for a shopping trip, hoping she didn't catch Yilin at a bad time. Yilin tries to play it cool despite her heart doing backflips, claiming she was just bored, but the vibe shifts when Ruoxi drops a casual bombshell by calling her beautiful. Ruoxi keeps the pressure on, teasing Yilin about whether she dressed up just for her, but the flirting is cut short when Zion demands a photo op with a giant mascot. Internally, Yilin sighed. She's exactly the same, but I'm the one losing my mind. After Yilin decides to stop overthinking and just vibe, the group heads to a cafe where Ruoxi asserts her dominance by threatening to sit on their laps if they don't secure a table while she grabs the drinks. Once they're settled, Zion wastes no time poking the bear, pointing out that Yilin and her idol are clearly back on speaking terms. Zion flexes her intuition, claiming she can read Yilin's emotions like an open book, and insisting that their recent drama was actually light work. The interrogation continues as Zion demands the tea on what really happened, making Yilin realize she might have been set up for a total friendship intervention. Just as Yilin considers opening up about the complicated history Zion helped start, Ruoxi returns with the refreshments and kills the heavy mood. The trio migrates to the arcade where Zion is already gassed from basketball, leading them toward a punching machine that catches Ruoxi's eye. Ruoxi reveals she's actually a veteran of the punching game from her younger days, leaving Yilin shook because she's never seen a girl actually step up to the machine before. With a competitive glint in her eye, Ruoxi gears up and demands a reward once she inevitably crushes the existing high score. The martial artist lets her fists do the talking, unleashing a series of heavy hits that send the digital counter skyrocketing past 400 kilograms. Despite landing in the top 3, Ruoxi is low-key salty about missing the #1 spot, while Zion and Yilin are busy being absolutely floored by her raw power. While Ruoxi eyes the top score with a challenge accepted look, some random trash talkers nearby start calling the current leaders noodle-armed nerds. A newcomer with a camo fit and zero chill enters the chat, claiming she'd go into hiding if her scores were ever that pathetic. Yilin and Zion are caught in 4K, looking completely offended by the audacity, but the mystery girl is already focused on her target. The stranger wins up and delivers a devastating blow to the machine that looks like it could have shattered a brick wall. The scoreboard lights up with a record-breaking 452, leaving Ruoxi staring at the new number one, with a look that says things are about to get personal. The arcade vibes are officially ruined as the camo-clad stranger keeps the trash talk flowing, basically telling Ruoxi that high scores are easy if you actually put in some effort for once. The girl gives a smug, questioning look, clearly enjoying the fact that she just ratioed the local martial arts expert. Ruoxi keeps her cool, deciding they've burned through enough tokens anyway. Internally, she sighed, "I'm not wasting any more cash on this drama." The stranger drops one last insult, telling idle Ruoxi to make the machine her bitch next time before walking off with her friend, because the whole scene is just too boring. Back outside, Ziyun is absolutely salty, calling the girl out for being a total brat and wondering why Ruoxi didn't just knock her into next week. Ruoxi plays the too pure card, explaining that her skills aren't for bullying randoms, even if they're annoying. But then she drops a bombshell. That girl wasn't just some random. Based on her form, she was likely a professional fighter. Deciding that's a problem for future Ruoxi, the trio heads to a theme park to shake off the arcade vibes. When they arrive, Ruoxi immediately targets the biggest roller coaster, while Yilin looks like she's about to see her life flash before her eyes. To help her cope with the fear, Ruoxi reaches out and locks hands with Yilin, providing that main character level of comfort. Ruoxi gives her a soft look, reminding her that there's a first time for everything, especially when it comes to adrenaline. Seconds later, the coaster is plummeting, and the entire car is filled with the sounds of people questioning their life choices. Yilin actually ends up loving the thrill, but Ziyun is quick to clown someone for screaming like a complete coward the entire time. Internally, Ruoxi was praying the ground would just swallow her whole. Ruoxi is looking visibly nauseous as they head over to the ride photo booth, which is basically a trap for public humiliation. They find their photo, and while Yilin looks fine, Ruoxi is caught in 4K looking like her soul has left her body. Internally, she groaned, "Delete that immediately." The scene shifts to a memory of a boy named Shin being told it's time to call it a day and head home. A heavy punch lands on a bag, showing the intense dedication behind the training. Sin is pushing through the exhaustion, determined to sharpen his skills no matter how much sweat it takes. When asked why he's torturing himself with this much training, he simply says he needs to be ready for whatever comes next. A younger Ruoxi watches him, wondering why anyone would willingly put themselves through that much physical pain just for a sport. Zin turns the question back on her, asking what actually motivated her to start her own training journey. She admits it was all because of him, reminding him of a noisy tournament he once dragged her to. Zin flashes back to his childhood, remembering the first time he ever stepped into a noisy arena. He didn't even care about the sport at first. He was just a kid looking for a way to skip class and have some fun. But watching those fighters trade blows in the ring did something to him, igniting a spark he never knew he had. In that moment, the lights in the crowd faded away as he found his true calling. He realized right then and there that boxing wasn't just a hobby, it was what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. Ruoxi is doubling down on her dreams in this flashback, telling Sin that she's officially making martial arts her entire life too. But Sin isn't buying the hype, hitting her with a reality check by saying it's just not in the cards for a girl, and that she shouldn't make life-altering choices so casually. He gives her a patronizing head pat and tells her she'll finally get it when she's older, leaving young Ruoxi fuming and ready to prove she's already old enough to throw hands. Flash forward to the present, and the future has finally arrived as Ruoxi lies awake staring at the ceiling, stressing over tomorrow's qualifiers. Her phone suddenly starts blowing up in the dark, vibrating across the bed and shattering her focus. It's her teammate on the line, acting like a total helicopter parent and reminding her be at the school gate on time or else. He claims he's only calling because the coach is breathing down his neck, but Ruoxi ignores the attitude and asks if he's seen the match lineup yet. The vibe gets heavy when she goes dead silent on the other end, prompting him to ask what's actually wrong with her. Internally, she's short-circuiting from the pressure, admitting that she honestly doesn't know how she's going to handle the heat. He tries to talk her off the ledge, promising that her months of brutal training will take over the second she steps into the ring. The next morning, the team bus is a total mood as the coach yells about not letting months of practice go to waste. While everyone else is tensed up, her teammate slides over and offers her a piece of white rabbit candy to take the edge off. Ruoxi is shocked he actually found the vintage snack, but he insists it's a lucky charm that'll keep her from catching an L. They pull up to the venue to find a massive crowd of students already waiting, including her friends who are hyped to see her dominate. Ruoxi plays it cool as usual, giving her worried bestie a confident nod before heading inside to face the music. In the locker room, the coach is laying down the law, telling the team to stay zen because being nervous is a one-way ticket to losing focus and failing. While the coach barks orders, the team's junior member is busy thirsting over the senpais, instead of focusing on the upcoming violence. Ruoxi isn't in the mood for games, bluntly reminding the girl that people are literally going to get punched in the face today, so she better keep the med kit handy. Despite the tough talk, Ruoxi is clearly feeling the jitters, looking a bit dazed as the match clock ticks down. Her teammate catches her looking like a deer in headlights and realizes she's spiraling again. Nearby, the competition is already going ham on the punching bags, making the locker room atmosphere even more intense. He asks her straight up if she's good, noting that she looks absolutely rough around the edges. She tries to play it off as just some first-time nerves, but he isn't buying her "I'm fine" act for a second as he places a hand on her shoulder. He gives her a firm squeeze and tells her to stop overthinking before she psychs herself out of a win. As he walks away, Ruoxi notices a little surprise left on top of her water bottle, another piece of that lucky candy. Staring at the sweet treat in her palm, she's suddenly hit with a massive wave of nostalgia that hits harder than a right hook. It's a total glitch in the Matrix moment as she remembers standing next to Xin when they were kids. Back then, Xin had offered her the exact same candy with that same smug, encouraging grin. Back in reality, her teammate is just hoping his months of being Roxy's personal punching bag finally pay off, while the junior girl is still stuck in her own little fangirl world. While the teammate thinks it's just a regular piece of toffee, Ruoxi knows it's the ultimate, best big brother bribe from her childhood. Back in the day, Xin claimed he was only there to witness her amazing performance at the sports festival, even though he was supposed to be in class. Her teammate caught him in 4K, immediately calling him out for playing hooky while Xin tried to laugh it off. The race kicks off with a bang, and Xin's probably more stressed than the actual runners. He starts screaming like a total madman from the sidelines, telling Roxy to leave those pipsqueaks in the dust or he'll never let her live it down. Once she crosses the finish line, he's already celebrating a massive victory feast, completely ignoring the fact that his other friend hasn't even run yet. He later claims he only yelled that loud because screaming old biddies in the crowd were drowning him out. Suddenly, his phone blows up with a call from friend A, who warns him that the teacher is on the hunt and his cover is blown. Internally, he panicked. Time to bounce before Dad finds out, as he cancels the victory meal and beats Cheeks back to school. As the sun sets on another day, the vibe at home gets surprisingly heavy. Xin finds Ruoxi sitting in the dark like she's starring in a tragic K-drama, looking completely miserable. He leans in to check on her, but she's committed to the silent treatment and refuses to utter a single word. She's puffing her cheeks out so hard she looks like an angry blowfish. Xin decides the best way to handle a pouting kid is to squeeze her face until she literally deflates. He even mocks her expression with his own scary face, which only makes her more annoyed. They end up sitting on the couch together, but the awkward tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Finally, Ruoxi starts to cave, admitting there's a reason she's been acting like a brat. Xin goes full chill older brother, lounging back and preparing himself for the inevitable drama. Ruoxi gets triggered by his casual attitude, screaming at him to make sure he's actually listening to her. He just looks at her with total nonchalance, wondering if she's finally done with her monologue. Internally, she fumed, "I'm pouring my heart out here," as he tells her he'll listen if he must. When she threatens to never tell him anything again, he just jokes about being off the hook for her homework. The real tea comes out in the kitchen. Their parents have ghosted the last 2 school meetings despite promising to go. Ruoxi explains that her teacher is a savage and threatened to make her copy the entire dictionary if they don't show up this time. Xin is actually blindsided by the harsh penalty and offers to go in their place to save her from the dictionary writing grind. He figures he looks old enough to pass for a college student, so the teacher will never know the difference. Ruoxi watches him prep dinner and asks if he ever gets tired of their parents never being around. Xin drops some major wisdom, telling her that life throws curveballs, so it's better to just face everything with a positive attitude. Inspired, Ruoxi says she wants to be just like him, but Xin ruins the moment by joking about gender reassignment surgery. Internally, she scoffed, "He's such a troll," before clarifying that she wants to follow in his footsteps. She wants the full rebel package-dyed hair, piercings, and martial arts, leaving Xin wondering how he's going to explain this to their parent. Teacher's on Roxy's back about her red hair and earrings again. Ruoxi goes full Oscar mode, spinning a sob story about parental neglect to dodge the lecture. She claims a lonely neighbor grandma was her only light. But then, disaster struck when the old lady got Alzheimer's. She invents a wild tragedy about a donut shop accident just to explain her hair and jewelry. Internally, she smirked, hook, line, and sinker. The teacher totally buys it, while Ruoxi credits Xin for her top-tier lying skills. Xin announces he's hitting a boxing match, so the squad tags along. He tries to ditch them, but they're glued to his side. Turns out the match is just him sweaty palming an arcade stick. Ruoxi and her buddy are stunned that the big fight is just pixelated combat. Xin's out here destroying casuals until a local thug steps up to the machine. Xin delivers a 10-hit KO like it's nothing. The dude is impressed and asks for his handle. Xin drops the name Ao Xiang, leaving his friends wondering if he's having an identity crisis. Xin tries to head out with the kids, leaving the thug looking like a loser. The vibe's toxic immediately. The guy offers a smoke, but Xin keeps it PG and declines. This triggers the thug, who thinks Xin is acting way too high and mighty. When Ruoxi mentions Xin is a real boxer, the thugs laugh like it's a stand-up routine. The leader challenges him to a real scrap, but Xin tries to play the weak kid card. Internally, he sighed, "Why do they always make it difficult?" He flashes a goofy smile to de-escalate. The thugs buy the act and mock him until Ruoxi calls them out for being idiots. The leader loses it and reaches for Ruoxi. Big mistakes and catches his wrist before he can even blink. The thug demands Xin kneel or keep playing, not realizing he's already cooked. Xin finally drops the act, telling them they just signed their own death warrants. This thug really thought he was the main character, taunting for staying quiet and questioning where his big talk went. Xin finally has enough and tells him to just shut up and throw hands. But the goon's punch is slower than a dial-up connection. Xin counters with a soul-crushing gut punch that sends the guy's soul straight to the loading screen. As the leader hits the floor, a chunky subordinate tries to get creative by using a bar stool as a weapon. Xin shuts that down instantly, leaving the pudgy attacker looking like he's reconsidering every life choice he's ever made. Terrified and covered in sweat, the thugs ask who he's working for, and Jin drops the name Black Bear, with a total poker face. The goons absolutely lose it, convinced they're marked for death by a legendary boss. While the group wonders who this mysterious figure is, only for Xin to admit he just made the name up because it sounded scary. Seriously, what was this pudgy frog-looking man even thinking bringing a chair to a fistfight? Ruoxi is low-key fuming that Xin was playing the Wek nerd card earlier, feeling like she was being totally blindsided by his act. Xin drops some heavy wisdom, explaining that martial arts aren't for showing off in meaningless street fights, and tells her to use her brain before her fists. He notices she's finally growing out of her timid phase, though he still can't help but treat her like a kid. Internally, Ruoxi sighed. Learning everything from this guy would take more than a lifetime. Even though he can be a total pain, his influence on her was undeniable. She holds onto the memory of his rare, genuine smile like it's a lucky charm. The scene shifts to a much heavier vibe as a stressed Ruoxi grips her phone, looking like she's about to short-circuit. A dark memory flashes back to her at a hospital, slamming her fist against the glass in a moment of pure desperation. Back in the present, she's in a locker room, struggling to keep it together while the weight of her past trauma hits her all at once. When someone checks on her, she quickly wipes her eyes and puts on a mask, claiming she was just checking on something. Internally, she whispered, "Don't overthink it, just focus," while staring at a small piece of candy. She takes a deep breath, trying to shake off the death flags, and heads out to the hallway. She's immediately intercepted by a girl with a sharp bob cut who claims Ruoxi looks a bit too familiar. The tension is thick as they exchange a cold glance, and the stranger suspects they've definitely crossed paths in the martial arts world before. The girl tries to flex her ego, asking if Ruoxi is nervous since it's her first time in a tournament this big. As Ruoxi walks away without giving her the satisfaction of a reaction, the rival scoffs, calling her boring. Under the blinding arena lights, the stage is finally set for a high-stakes showdown. The crowd is screaming for blood and demanding a knockout. But as the matches start, Ruoxi's friends are left wondering why she hasn't shown up yet. Ruoxi finally makes it to the staging area, but she's looking like she just ran a marathon in a sauna. Her teammate notices she's sweating buckets and asks if she's actually doing okay. She tries to play it cool, blaming the moisture on pre-match jitters while staring down the ring like it's a crime scene. Internally, she's fighting for her life as memories of being invited to old matches start flooding back, making her look like she's about to have a total meltdown. Meanwhile, in the stands, her friends are having a midlife crisis over some pom-poms. Apparently, one of them decided today was the day to become Ruoxi's unofficial cheerleader, much to the rest of the group's confusion. Back in the locker room, Ruoxi sheds her jacket, locking in and trying to find her main character energy. The announcer gets the hype train moving, introducing Len Ruoxi against Wuqi as her teammates bark last-minute advice about being quick. Stepping onto the canvas, Ruoxi realizes the spotlight is finally on her and there's no turning back now. But her opponent is none other than the bowl-cut girl from the arcade, who looks ready to ruin Ruoxi's whole career with that smug grin. The friends immediately recognize the melon-headed rival and start sweating, realizing the stakes just tripled. It's officially a grudge match as Wuqi smirks, claiming fate brought them together for this specific beatdown. The referee signals the start, and it's time to see if Ruoxi's training was actually worth the effort. Wuqi doesn't waste a second, throwing a heavy lead that has the teammates worried about her high-octane offense. The tension in the crowd is so thick you could cut it with a knife as everyone waits for Ruoxi to respond. Ruoxi stays light on her feet, planting her toes and looking for a gap in the defense. She finds her opening and connects a solid hit, sending the crowd into a total frenzy. But Wuqi isn't impressed, trash-talking Ruoxi for being all speed and absolutely zero power. Before Ruoxi can reset, Wuqi catches her with a brutal body blow that proves she wasn't just barking. Struggling to stay upright, Ruoxi flashes back to her mentor, teaching her the basics of pivoting and generating force from the ground up. She channels that energy into a massive straight punch that lands with a satisfying wham right on the money. Ruoxi goes full beast mode, unloading a bam 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 bam, flurry of strikes aimed at shattering Wuqi's rhythm. She remembers the mentor's words about finding flaws in a defense and his old promise to show her a real fight in the finals. But the mention of the finals triggers a massive death flag in her mind. Ruoxi remembers standing in a cheering crowd, feeling completely isolated and numb. The memory of that victory is instantly shattered by the gruesome sight of a car wreck and blood on the pavement. The trauma hits her like a freight train, short-circuiting her brain right in the middle of the action. With Ruoxi completely frozen by her past, Wuqi lands a crack of a hook that sends Ruoxi's head snapping back, leaving her bloody and totally blindsided. The match ends in a disaster as Ruoxi gets absolutely clapped by a devastating hook that sends her into another dimension. Her friends in the crowd can't believe their eyes as their starfighter hits the canvas in slow motion. It's a total knockout, leaving Ruoxi bloodied and unresponsive as the referee officially calls the match. Wukai gets her hand raised in victory while the crowd goes wild, but for Ruoxi's squad, the vibes are officially cooked. Backstage, the team tries to revive her with a cold splash of water before hauling her back to the locker room to recover. Even though the coach claims it was just a prelim match, the massive L is clearly weighing heavy on her. He tries to give her a pep talk to keep her head in the game, but Ruoxi reveals she was totally blindsided by thoughts of her brother. Internally, she's just done with the day thinking, I just need everyone to stop talking and let me disappear. The coach finally takes the hint and heads out, looking just as defeated as his student. In the hallway, he runs into Xuan, who's been waiting anxiously for any news on her friend. He tells her that Ruoxi already dipped and headed home, but the sight of Ruoxi's tears suggests she's nowhere near okay. Outside, the weather is matching the depression as a heavy downpour starts to soak the city. The group splits up to catch buses and taxis, still reeling from the massive upset they just witnessed. Standing alone at the bus stop, Xuan checks her phone only to see a wall of unread messages that Ruoxi is clearly ignoring. She stares out the bus window, wondering why her bestie is suddenly ghosting the entire squad. It wasn't just the loss that was weird. Ruoxi's whole energy was off, and the fact that her family was a total no-show only made things more sus. Even the other girls are glued to their phones in their taxis, hoping for any sign of life from their fallen idol. As night falls over the city, the rain doesn't show any signs of letting up. Back home, Xuan is still spiraling in bed, staring at a blank chat screen and wondering what Ruoxi is actually doing. She realizes that Ruoxi is likely sitting in the dark all by herself, which is a one-way ticket to a mental breakdown. Despite it being late and the weather being trash, she decides she can't just sit there and does a full gear up to head back out. She treks through the rain, constantly checking for a red receipt that never comes, fearing Ruoxi might have just passed out from exhaustion. When she finally reaches the apartment, the lights are completely off, making the place look like a total ghost town. She hesitates for a second, wondering if she's overstepping, but eventually works up the courage to ring the bell. She stands there in the silence of the hallway, praying that someone is actually home. When no one answers, she starts to think Ruoxi just crashed early, even though it's only 9:00 p.m. Just as she's about to give up and head home, she hears the distinct click of a lock turning from the other side. The door creaks open to reveal a shadow-covered Ruoxi, who looks like she's about to start her villain arc. Ruoxi coldly asks why she's even there, leaving Xuan absolutely scared stiff by her friend's terrifyingly dark aura. Outside, the rain is coming down in buckets as the drama shifts to Ruoxi's apartment. Ruoxi opens the door looking like she hasn't slept in a week, demanding to know why Xuan is out in a literal monsoon. Xuan is basically vibrating with anxiety, admitting she pulled up because Ruoxi has been ghosting her texts and calls like a pro. Xuan awkwardly hands over some soup, hoping to fix Ruoxi's mood with some warm calories, but Ruoxi just looks completely drained. Internally, Xuan was panicking. Please don't be mad that I just showed up unannounced. Just as Xuan tries to make a quick exit to stop being a pest, Ruoxi grabs her by the collar, telling her she doesn't actually have to leave yet. Inside, Ruoxi starts playing hostess, pouring drinks while explaining she just crashed on the couch, her phone on silent. Internally, she sighed. I really didn't mean to trigger a search party. Xuan tries to be the ultimate hype woman, telling Ruoxi that her knockout loss was just a fluke, and she was probably just nervous for her first big match. Ruoxi actually cracks a rare smile and thanks her for being a real one and checking in. This sends Xuan into a total blushing meltdown, trying to play it cool while her face turns into a literal tomato. Ruoxi notices the soup is getting cold and Xuan is basically a drowned rat, so she tells her to go take a shower. Xuan immediately starts short-circuiting, wondering why Ruoxi is being so casual about her bathing at her place. Xuan tries to dodge the offer, but Ruoxi isn't having it, even offering her own clothes since Xuan's gear is totally soaked. Xuan tries to flex that she's too built different to get sick, but a massive sneeze catches her in 4K immediately. Cut to Xuan later, drowning in one of Roxy's oversized hoodies and feeling like the situation is getting a little too intimate. She looks out at the rain, realizing she's basically trapped there until the storm stops gatekeeping the outdoors. As she sits in the silence, she starts noticing some major Depression core vibes about Roxy's lifestyle. The place is massive but totally empty, making her wonder why Ruoxi chooses to sleep on a couch when she has multiple bedrooms available. A massive thunderclap shakes the house, making the empty rooms feel even more haunted by silence. Xuan gets hit with a sudden wave of pure loneliness, realizing that the girl who usually looks like she doesn't have a care in the world is actually living in a void. Internally, she was heartbroken. Has Ruoxi really been this alone this entire time? Suddenly, she hears a movement by the door and looks up, wondering if the cold atmosphere is finally about to break. Xuan tries to play it off, claiming she's totally fine because she brought an umbrella. But Ruoxi isn't buying the act, pointing out that Xuan showed up looking like a drowned rat despite the umbrella and reminding her that the train station is a massive hike from the apartment. Xuan suggests catching a bus or a taxi, even offering to walk all the way to a main intersection just to find one. That's when Ruoxi drops some major creepypasta energy, mentioning that taking a cab on a stormy night is basically the opening scene of a slasher flick. Right on cue, a massive bolt of lightning shakes the whole building with a deafening boom. Xuan stands there completely speechless, probably rethinking her entire life path as the storm rages outside. Ruoxi offers to walk her out as a thank you for the food, but Xuan tells her to stay put and rest for her upcoming match. Internally, Ruoxi is done with the back and forth, joking that she doesn't want to wake up to see Xuan's face on a missing persons report the next morning. Xuan counters that it's just as dangerous for Ruoxi to walk back to the apartment alone in this weather. Seeing no other way out of the deadlock, Ruoxi casually suggests that Xuan should just spend the night. Suddenly, Xuan's brain is doing backflips as she realizes she's being invited for a sleepover at her crush's place. She spirals into a full-blown mental crisis, realizing she's already wearing Ruoxi's clothes after a bath, and now they might be sharing a bed. Internally, she's screaming, "Is this a dream or a trap?" While Ruoxi just wants to know if she prefers the window side or the house side of the mattress. When Ruoxi asks if she wants to change into more comfortable pajamas, Xuan gets even more flustered, realizing it's already weird enough wearing someone else's gear with absolutely zero underwear. Trying to pivot from the awkwardness, Xuan asks if Ruoxi is hungry and offers to cook. Ruoxi tells her to stay put, deciding she'll whip up some egg noodles for a late-night snack herself. Ruoxi claims it's an easy dish to make and she doesn't mind the effort. Xuan watches her, still feeling a bit awkward about the whole situation. Internally, Xuan is squinting at her friend, wondering if Ruoxi is acting a little more off than usual tonight. The noodles come out looking like a 5-star meal, and Xuan is ready to dive in. She's pleasantly surprised by the taste, noting that unlike the rock of salt Ruoxi served her last time, these flavors are actually balanced. Ruoxi credits her brother for the cooking skills, explaining he taught her how to survive on her own. Xuan picks up on the vibe immediately, noticing that Ruoxi seems way closer to her brother than her actual parents. Since Ruoxi keeps bringing him up by accident while staying silent about her folks, Xuan concludes that her brother must be the most important person in her life. Realizing she might have overstepped into personal territory, Xuan quickly apologizes for making assumptions. Ruoxi just smiles, telling Xuan she's actually really good at reading people just like her brother was. That compliment hits Xuan right in the feels, leaving her momentarily stunned and blushing. She tries to hide her face, telling Ruoxi to hurry up and eat before the food gets cold. But Ruoxi just offers her her own noodles. Xuan starts short-circuiting over the indirect kiss, potential, panicking about saliva while begging for a subject change. After finishing the meal, Xuan insists on doing the dishes so Ruoxi can head to bed after her rough day. Ruoxi brushes it off, acting like being in the ring for a few minutes wasn't a big deal at all. Even though Ruoxi is acting like she's fine, Xuan can't help but remember the brutal knockout and worries she's poking at an old wound. Xuan goes quiet, her mind racing with concern for her friend's mental state. As she scrubs the plates, she struggles to figure out what's actually going on behind Ruoxi's stoic mask. She realizes Ruoxi is just burying her emotions deep to avoid talking about them, which makes Xuan feel like they've regressed back to being regular friends, instead of something deeper. While Ruoxi winces in pain from her injuries in the bathroom, Xuan is left staring into the distance, wondering if a regular friend is the only title she'll ever have. Xuan is currently doing some Olympic-level overthinking, worried that her presence is becoming a total burden to Ruoxi. Her internal monologue gets cut short when Ruoxi catches her talking to herself like a crazy person, leading Xuan to panic and claim she was actually rapping. Internally, she screamed, "Great job, now she thinks I'm a SoundCloud reject." Ruoxi isn't buying the hip-hop career for a second, but she lets it slide and tells it's time to go brush her teeth. In the bathroom, Xuan finds a brand new toothbrush waiting for her and thinks Ruoxi is being a total MVP. However, she quickly realizes the cup isn't new, meaning she's basically sharing an indirect kiss, which causes her entire brain to short-circuit. She collapses by the sink, face redder than a fire truck, trying to convince herself she's just exaggerating the situation. Before she can stop blushing, the universe decides to mess with her and the power cuts out, leaving her completely stranded in the dark. Outside, the storm is going full beast mode, with lightning strikes turning the sky into a strobe light. Back in the main room, Xuan is sitting up in the dark, way too nervous to actually lie down next to her crush. Ruoxi notices she's freezing and tells her to get under the covers, making Xuan's heart do backflips as she finally slides in. Trying to break the tension, Xuan asks why Ruoxi chooses to sleep in the living room instead of an actual bedroom. Ruoxi admits she just feels safer not being alone, which immediately makes the vibe heavy and leaves Xuan feeling like she asked something she shouldn't have. Ruoxi finally opens up about her knockout loss, admitting she looked pathetic, but Xuan immediately defends her, calling her cool and imposing in the ring. The mood takes a dark turn when Ruoxi suddenly asks if she should just give up on martial arts entirely. She's still haunted by her rival's words about having no power, and Xuan can see the disappointment and worry written all over her face. Xuan admits she isn't a fighting expert, but she tells Ruoxi that quitting now would basically trash all the hard work she's seen her put in since day one. She tells the fighter to stop spiraling and remember the real reason she started practicing in the first place. For Ruoxi, the answer is simple. She started training because of her brother, Xin, and that bond is something that will stay with her forever. Another massive thunderclap shakes the apartment, punctuating the emotional moment. Xuan starts worrying that she put her foot in her mouth by being too serious, but Ruoxi just laughs and gives her a playful forehead flick. Ruoxi smiles, admitting she didn't expect such a deep pep talk from her friend. In the ultimate halting move, Ruoxi looks Xuan in the eye and confesses that since she's always alone, she's actually really glad Xuan stayed with her tonight. Yilin is currently having a total meltdown because Ruoxi is way too close for comfort. With her heart doing Olympic-level gymnastics, she can't focus on anything except Roxy's breathing and the fact that she smells suspiciously good. Internally, Yilin is short-circuiting, wondering why the usually tough martial artist is suddenly acting so vulnerable and asking for advice on quitting. As Roxy drifts off, Yilin stays wide awake, caught in a classic case of being down bad while staring at her friend's sleeping face. She can't help but think that up close, the girl who usually spends her days kicking people for a living is actually stunning. Losing all chill, Yilin decides to scooch just a little bit closer in the dark. Now they're practically sharing the same air, and the romantic tension is high enough to power the whole city. Suddenly, Roxy whispers a soft thank you, making Yilin's heart skip a beat. But the vibe gets nuked when Roxy reveals she's been awake this whole time, declaring she won't give up and leaving Yilin absolutely mortified that she was caught staring. The next morning, the storm has finally cleared and the sun is out. Outside the apartment, everything looks peaceful, but inside, things are still a bit awkward. Yilin wakes up to find her bedmate gone, wondering if the whole night was just a fever dream. It's not even 8 a.m. yet and the power is still out, proving that the universe really wants them to stay in the dark. Just as Yilin is thinking about heading home, she remembers her clothes are currently MIA. That's when Roxy walks through the door, looking way too refreshed for someone who just survived a blackout. She's brought breakfast and milk, acting like a total wife, while telling Yilin to go wash her face before they eat. Yilin is stunned by the sudden domestic service. While brushing her teeth, she can't stop thinking about how much this feels like they're actually living together. Roxy is already at the table, looking calm and collected while she waits. She actually refused to eat until Yilin joined her, which is basically a death flag for Yilin's heart. To keep from exploding, Yilin starts overreacting about how much she loves the brand of milk Ruoxi bought, internally screaming, "Just act normal." A few hours later, it's time to head out. Ruoxi is heading to the arena early to support a teammate, and she expects Yilin to tag along as her +1. But there's a major wardrobe crisis. Yilin is still wearing Ruoxi's oversized hoodie. Since the power is dead, the washing machine is holding Yilin's actual clothes hostage in a watery grave. Ruoxi casually tells her she'll just have to keep wearing her clothes for the day. Yilin tries to explain the technical difficulties with this plan, pointing out that she's missing some very important layers. Ruoxi finally catches on, realizing Yilin is worried about bouncing and jiggling around the arena without any support. After a transition, the two finally head out for the match. As they leave the apartment, Ruoxi shows she has zero chill by asking what it feels like to go commando in public. They hop into the elevator, with Yilin wishing she could just evaporate into the floor. She stands there awkwardly, trying to ignore the draft. But then Ruoxi points out that they're basically wearing matching outfits today, leaving Yilin completely red-faced and caught in 4K. The morning commute is an absolute nightmare, and Ruoxi is just vibing while the world moves around her. The subway is packed tighter than a can of sardines, and the constant kerchak of the tracks is clearly grating on Yilin's nerves. Ruoxi can't help but laugh at how tense her bestie is, but Yilin is already at her limit, blaming Ruoxi for the wardrobe disaster she's currently rocking. Ruoxi doubles down on the teasing, mentioning she should have just let Yilin borrow her sports gear, even if the cup would be a loose fit in the chest area. Internally, Yilin screamed, "Is she really trying to roast my measurements in public?" But before she can clap back, the train slams on the brakes. As passengers nearly fly across the car, Ruoxi casually catches Yilin with one hand, like it's a standard Tuesday. Yilin is totally blindsided by the girl boss energy and finds herself blushing at just how strong Ruoxi actually is. Ruoxi leans in with a smug grin, commenting that the physical contact felt pretty nice, which earns her a quick slap to the face. Trying to be practical for once, Ruoxi suggests Yilin just grab a handle so she doesn't turn into a human pinball. Yilin just stands there like a statue, refusing to move even after being warned about another sudden stop. She's being stubborn for no reason, leaving Ruoxi to wonder if her friend's brain has officially short-circuited from the embarrassment. Ruoxi takes one look at her and realizes that Yilin is basically too short to reach the handles comfortably in those oversized sleeves. Instead of making her struggle, Ruoxi offers up her own arm as a stabilizer. She tells Yilin to just hold onto her, looking way too cool for a crowded subway ride. Yilin is caught in 4K, looking absolutely mesmerized by the gesture. Ruoxi explains that raising her arm in those massive clothes would be a total fail, so this is just the logical play. Internally, Yilin melted. Why does she have to be so smooth about it? As she finally gives in and grabs hold, they head toward the exit as the train finally pulls into the station. Walking through the crowd, they look less like friends and more like a main character couple on a date. Seeing other couples linked up makes Yilin realize exactly how this looks to everyone else on the platform. She suddenly panics, wondering if she's accidentally triggered a romance subplot in the middle of a rush-hour commute. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Ziyun is waiting with her usual high energy intensity. She's joined by another girl who clearly isn't thrilled to be sharing the sidewalk. The two start bickering about who the real side character is until they spot the duo approaching from a distance. Xian immediately goes into full fangirl mode, gluing herself to Ruoxi and checking her face for any battle scars or missing teeth from yesterday's match. Ruoxi handles the chaos with a laugh, while the other girl sees with jealousy in the background. The vibe shifts instantly when Xian notices Yilin's outfit is literally swallowing her whole. She points out that Yilin looks like she's wearing a tent and asks if she somehow shrunk 3 inches overnight. Yilin tries to act natural, but she's failing miserably while Xian to measure her like a science project. Ruoxi decides to help by stepping in to explain the situation, while Yilin dies of embarrassment. Ruoxi drops a massive bomb, claiming the clothes shrunk, because Yilin was so cold last night, leading the group to immediately suspect they spent the night together. The arena is absolutely electric as the crowd loses its mind, screaming for blood and a knockout. While the match heats up, Yilin notices Ruoxi isn't with her team and asks why she's chilling in the stands instead of being ringside. Ruoxi is just vibing with the crowd energy, and Yilin is relieved to see her bestie finally looks like her usual self again. Ruoxi drops some expert analysis, calling it early that the blondie in the ring is about to catch an L because he's gassing himself out on offense. The tension between the two girls is palpable as they watch the fight unfold with laser focus. A rival girl with a bowl cops up to add her 2 cents, explaining that focusing only on offense is basically an invitation for an opponent to exploit a massive opening. Yilin is clearly caught off guard by the sudden expert commentary, while the rival girl just smirks she's the main character. She makes it clear she's only there to scout Ruoxi's match later that afternoon, basically throwing down the gauntlet. After the melonhead leaves, Ruoxi jokes that the girl threatened to punch her pretty face if she loses again, internally thinking, maybe she just thinks I'm too pretty for my own good. Before the big match, Ruoxi's teammates give her a quick look over to make sure she's ready to handle business. Ruoxi steps into the ring looking absolutely shredded, and honestly, those abs are a total cheat code. While Ruoxi locks into her killer mode, Yilin and the squad are in the front row, ready to lose their voices cheering for their girl. The fight is a total blur of action as Ruoxi starts handing out fades like they're on sale, proving she's in a league of her own. Yilin remembers how worried she was about Ruoxi's mental state after the last fight, but seeing her now, all those doubts are completely gone. As Ruoxi lands a devastating blow, Yilin realizes that the unstoppable version of her friend is officially back and better than ever. The tournament bracket is looking thin as Ruoxi breezes through her opponents, fueled by the insane hype from her fangirl squad. The ref officially calls it, and just like that, Ruoxi has punched her ticket to the finals with 0 effort. Later that evening, Yilin starts buzzing, pulling her away from her thoughts as she stares at the screen. It's a call from the champ herself, and Yilin can't help but pick up with a massive, goofy grin. Ruoxi's back at the dorms, casually changing while teasing Yilin for calling to congratulate her before she's even won the final trophy. Yilin plays it safe, saying she didn't want to be a bother at the arena, but Ruoxi isn't buying the lack of sincerity over a phone call. Ruoxi starts role-playing a dramatic victory hug, making Yilin absolutely short-circuit from embarrassment as she screams into the phone. Ruoxi gets a bit more serious, wondering if Yilin actually finds it embarrassing to be happy for her success. The silence on the line is heavy as Yilin tries to find the right words without sounding like a total simp. She finally blurts out that no one would be happier for Ruoxi than her, before internally screaming, "Why can't I just say something normal for once?" Ruoxi just gives a soft, "Thank you," clearly feeling the love, even if things are getting a little too wholesome for comfort. To break the tension, Yilin mentions how hyped Ruoxi's brother will be, though Ruoxi looks like she's got more on her mind than just family. Under the moonlight, someone else is trying to get through to the same number, but they're only getting a busy signal as the mystery deepens. The regional finals of the high school blood sport are finally here, and the scoreboard shows the ultimate grudge match, Ruoxi versus Wu Qi. Ruoxi's fan club is losing their minds in the stands, realizing she's facing the exact same final boss, who humiliated her in their very first match. While some are just happy she made it this far, her ride-or-dies are praying she doesn't get psychically wrecked by the rematch. As Ruoxi steps into the ring, she's locked in, acknowledging that she's already evolved into a high-tier fighter. She takes a final breath to center herself, knowing that winning this fight is the only way to prove her comeback is the real deal. One fan in particular has absolutely zero chill, screaming that she wants Ruoxi to literally bathe in her opponent's blood while the guys just watch in awe of the girl's terrifying dedication. The atmosphere turns icy as Ruoxi stands face-to-face with her bowl-cut rival, Wu Qi, who looks ready to end her career all over again. The crowd is a bit weirded out by how close the two are standing, wondering if Wu Qi is secretly another one of Ruoxi's obsessive fangirls. Ruoxi keeps her cool, ignoring the noise and remembering her coach's advice to stay patient and not rush in like a total amateur. The bell rings, and the fight signals both girls charging across the mat with explosive speed. Wu Qi isn't playing around and immediately lands a heavy blow that connects right with Ruoxi's face. Ruoxi fires back with a flurry of light punches, but her friends start panicking, worried she's repeating the same mistakes that got her cooked last time. However, Wuki quickly realizes these hits are different. Ruoxi isn't swinging for the fences, she's using light, distracting jabs to short-circuit her rhythm. Ruoxi launches a massive hook, but Wuki manages to block the whop just in time, feeling the raw pressure of the attack. The spectators note that while Ruoxi's basics are top tier, Wuki still thinks her own defense is an impenetrable fortress that Ruoxi can't possibly crack. Seeing what looks like an opening, Wuki goes for the kill, but Ruoxi suddenly trips, making it look like she's completely sold the bag. Internally, Ruoxi recalls her brother's voice, reminding her that heavy hitters are the easiest to bait if you can tempt them into making one big mistake. In a split second, Ruoxi pivots and delivers a massive pow right to Wuki's jaw, sending the crowd into an absolute frenzy. The high-stakes gamble paid off perfectly, leaving Wuki shook and realizing she's been caught in 4K by Ruoxi's dirty deception. The finals are heating up as Ruoxi and Wuki start trading heavy fire in the center of the ring, neither side willing to back down. Wuki is absolutely tanking hits and throwing back haymakers, leaving the spectators wondering if Ruoxi can even handle this level of raw power. Ruoxi is forced into a desperate defensive shell, but her friends are starting to panic as she gets backed into a corner with no room to breathe. Wuki charges in like a freight train, landing a brutal punch that sends Ruoxi's head spinning and leaves her dazed. The crowd is literally screaming for blood, forcing Ruoxi to dig deep just to stay on her feet and lunge back into the fray with a heavy gasp. Wuki notices the shift and tightens up her guard, realizing that Ruoxi is actually getting more motivated the more she gets hit. Wuki's plan is simple: keep the pressure on and push Ruoxi back until she makes a desperate move that can be capitalized on. A sickening crack echoes through the arena as their gloves collide with maximum force, and Ruoxi's face contorts in pure agony. Back in the corner during the break, Ruoxi's hand is looking like a swollen mess, but her brother, Xin, is already calculating how to turn Wuki's stamina drain into a win. Meanwhile, Wuki is looking smug in her own corner, ready to end this match the second the bell rings for the next round. Seeing his sister in such bad shape, Sin suggests throwing in the towel because, at the end of the day, it's just a game to him. Internally, Ruoxi scoffed. Just a game? Tell that to my bruised ribs, as her eyes burn with a new level of determination to keep fighting. Round 2 kicks off with Ruoxi looking like a woman possessed, stepping back into the light ready to risk it all. She immediately goes for a high-risk heavy punch, but Wuki slips the strike like she's a pro at dodging rookie mistakes. Wuki mocks her for the desperate opening and lands a nasty counter blow that nearly puts Ruoxi on the canvas. Her coaches are screaming for her to find her rhythm, but Ruoxi is too busy eating another heavy right hand from the defensive specialist. Memories of being told she has a weak mindset flash through her head, fueling her refusal to quit when the stakes are this high. Ruoxi plants her feet and steadies her stance, proving to Wuki that she's way tougher than anyone gave her credit for. Wuki notices Ruoxi has switched her focus to her right hand and assumes the left is completely out of commission, so she starts dodging with ease. Thinking the fight is just being dragged out, Wuki starts to get sloppy as her own movements slow down from exhaustion. But just as Wuki thinks she's won, Ruoxi reveals the ultimate bait and switch by unleashing a devastating strike with her injured left hand, leaving her opponent completely blindsided. The crowd is absolutely losing it because Ruoxi just bamboozled everyone by landing a massive hit with the hand they thought was broken. Wuki is sent straight to the floor, and the referee starts the count as the audience realizes they've been played. The ref steps in to control the chaos, but Wuki isn't ready to call it quits, glaring at Ruoxi like she's the final boss in a video game. Ruoxi is gasping for air, her body reaching its limit, while Wuki feels the sharp throb of her injuries but refuses to back down. Instead of being intimidated, Wuki is actually hyped, throwing a massive haymaker with a grin that says she's here for the smoke. Ruoxi realizes she's too slow to dodge the incoming strike and braces for the impact. She takes the hit, but immediately counters with a punch that sounds like a car crash, catching Wuki right in the face. Even after taking a heavy hit to the jaw, Wuki just keeps smiling, looking like a total battle maniac. She stands her ground, blood dripping from her forehead, completely locked in on the fight. The crowd is stunned that she's still upright, but Sin and Yilin can see that both fighters are running on pure fumes at this point. This isn't even about the tournament points anymore. It's evolved into a straight-up brawl where neither girl is willing to yield an inch. Yilin watches in horror, realizing that this bloodbath won't end until one of them is physically unable to get back up. Ruoxi's vision is blurring, but her spirit is still screaming for the win. She remembers back to when she was the one questioning why anyone would push themselves this far for a simple trophy. Internally, Yilin is short-circuiting, wondering why Ruoxi is risking permanent damage for an amateur tournament. The fight continues with brutal exchanges, each blow looking more painful than the last as they trade hits in the center of the ring. Looking at Ruoxi's battered face, Yilin can't understand why this win matters so much to her. She wants to cheer her friend on, but the sight of the carnage is becoming too much to handle. She's practically begging for the match to end just so Ruoxi can finally stop being a human punching bag. In a flashback, Ruoxi remembers seeing her brother Sin covered in bandages and scolding him for getting wrecked over a game. Sin had just shrugged it off, telling her she should be celebrating his spot in the finals instead of nagging him. When she asked if he'd let her do the same, he promised to support her 100% if it was something she truly cared about. Back then, Ruoxi had just rolled her eyes and left for her own match, not fully grasping his passion. Now, in the heat of the moment, she finally understands that drive as she connects with another clean strike. Suddenly, an announcement blares through the stadium. Lan Yangson is missing from his own match. The red team wins by forfeit, and a confused Ruoxi pulls out her phone as the bad vibes start to set in. She answers the call, only for a voice on the other end to ask if she's a relative of her brother, signaling that something has gone horribly wrong outside the ring. The fight is reaching a fever pitch, and Ruoxi is on her last legs, gasping for air like she just ran a marathon in a sauna. Even Wu Qi has to give it up, flashing a bloody grin and admitting that Ruoxi is a top-tier monster of an opponent. Internally, Ruoxi is short-circuiting as her body screams in pain, and she desperately tries to channel her brother Sin's grit just to stay conscious. The peanut gallery is catching the bad vibes too, with the experienced fighters noting that her breathing is totally trashed, and she's officially running on a 0% battery. Her teammates are watching with their hearts in their throats, terrified that she's about to collapse. Her legs are basically jelly at this point, visibly trembling as she struggles to keep her balance on the canvas. Wu Qi is actually blindsided that Ruoxi is still raising her fists, wondering if this girl has a literal death wish or just zero quit in her. Deciding to end the misery, Wu Qi charges in for a final haymaker, recognizing that Ruoxi's thirst for the win is actually terrifying. But Ruoxi's eyes suddenly lock in, catching the movement in slow motion despite her exhaustion. She slips the punch and loads up a counter, thinking to herself, I am not losing this. Catching hair in 4K. Ruoxi lands a monster strike that sends Wu Qi's soul straight out of her body and onto the floor. The ref calls the match immediately, and while the crowd erupts, one guy in the stands is definitely crying over his lost betting money. The adrenaline finally bottoms out, and Ruoxi drops to her knees as her team rushes the ring to celebrate their new champion. Later, Ruoxi's fan club is hovering outside the locker rooms, worried that the scary coach is going to chew them out for trespassing. But it's nothing but gold medals and good vibes inside, as the coach actually offers to treat the whole squad to a massive hot pot dinner. Ruoxi is just relieved the torture is over, while her junior is low-key inspired to be a legend, just like her minus the fractured face, of course. The coach spots the girls lurking in the hallway and invites them to the party, because the more the merrier when someone else is paying. Ruoxi catches Yilin's eye and gives her a "we made it" smile that instantly melts the tension. Her #1 fan immediately goes into full tackle hug mode, screaming about how much of a total boss her idol was out there. The guys tell her to chill out and save that energy for the food before she accidentally breaks the winner. Ruoxi heads for a quick bathroom break to clean up, while her friend happily offers to be the champion's personal bag carrier. Walking into the restroom, Ruoxi runs right into Wu Qi, who's currently trying to patch up the damage at the mirror. Wu Qi isn't even salty about the loss, jokingly showing off the artwork Ruoxi left on her face. She keeps it 100, admitting that Ruoxi's skills were a far cry from the amateur performance she was expecting. Ruoxi tries to play the "I just got lucky" card, but Wu Qi tells her to drop the fake humility and own the win like a champ. Internally, Ruoxi thinks it was a coin flip, but Wu Qi knows the truth. Ruoxi just had that main character energy and wanted the victory more than anyone else. After a grueling battle, Wu Qi and Ruoxi exchange a handshake of mutual respect, with the former opponent hoping they can face off in the ring again someday. Her teammates joke that they almost called a rescue team because she took so long in the restroom. But the mood quickly shifts to peak celebration as the night begins with a massive cheers. The coach wastes no time praising Ruoxi for the gold while lightheartedly roasting Gao Fan for his perpetual silver status, eventually pouring drinks for the whole crew despite the girls' surprise at how open-minded he is. The conversation turns to Ruoxi's rising fame, with the group reminding everyone of her legendary Frog Prince play performance, while Yilin sits there absolutely dying of embarrassment. After only a few sips, Xu Ziyun turns into a total menace, grabbing a bottle like a microphone to conduct post-tournament interviews with everyone at the table. Internally, Ruoxi sighed. She's definitely a lightweight. When asked why they study martial arts, the guys give the usual answers like to get chicks or to stay in shape, while Gao Fan deadpans that he's just a mama's boy following orders from his all-seeing mother. The spotlight finally hits Ruoxi, with the team realizing they actually have no clue what motivated their champion to start training in the first place since she's always been so private. After a tense silence that has everyone leaning in, Ruoxi drops the ultimate main character line, shouting with a grin that she does it simply because it's just so cool. The table erupts in laughter at the perfectly simple answer, though Gao Fan stays quiet, seemingly lost in his own thoughts while finishing his drink. Amidst the chaos, Yilin clutches a wrapped gift in her lap, wondering if the vibes are right to finally give it to her best friend. She hesitates, her eyes darting toward Ruoxi as she tries to find the perfect opening to break the ice without making things awkward. Someone mentions how proud Ruoxi's family must be of her victory, causing the champion's expression to momentarily flicker as she thinks about her missing brother. Ziyun continues to be the life of the party, teasing a blushing Yilin for being a secret booze-hound, even though it's her very first time touching the stuff. Stuffed to the brim with hot pot, the group eventually spills out onto the street, refusing to let the night end and immediately suggesting a karaoke marathon. The squad is all in, ready to terrorize the local karaoke bar with their questionable singing voices. Ziyun rallies the girls, insisting that the more people they have, the harder they can rock the joint. But before the singing starts, Ziyun decides they need a sugar rush and drags the girls into a nearby 7-Eleven for some emergency ice cream, while Gao Fan offers to buy Ruoxi a drink. Her attention is snatched by a little girl nearby bragging to her brother about winning 3rd place in a dance contest. Hearing the little girl promise to get 1st place next time in exchange for a reward sends a sharp pang through Ruoxi's heart, and Gao Fan immediately notices her mood hitting rock bottom. He looks at her with concern, realizing the celebration just became a major trigger for her personal trauma. Ruoxi decides she's hit her limit and tells Gao Fan she's calling it a night, asking him to make up a lame excuse for the others while she slips away into the shadows. When the girls emerge with their treats, they're blindsided to find their idol gone, but Gao Fan covers for her by claiming she just ran out of gas. Walking away from the lights and laughter, Ruoxi lets the mask slip, the silence of the street feeling much louder than the party she just left. As she heads home alone, she's haunted by memories of her brother Sin, realizing that winning the championship feels empty when the one person she wants a reward from is still nowhere to be found. The karaoke party is in full swing, but while the rest of the squad is busy belting out "Hold Me Close," the vibe in the room is anything but cozy. While the group is hyped, Ruoxi and Yilin are stuck in their own heads, looking like they'd rather be literally anywhere else. Yilin finally breaks the silence, checking in on her friend who clearly isn't feeling the party spirit. She asks what's wrong since Ruoxi looks like she just saw a ghost, but Ruoxi tries to play it off as no big deal. Internally, Yilin is absolutely not buying the "I'm just picking a song" excuse and tries to force some life back into the champion. Ruoxi watches Ziyun live her best life, thinking that girl could find a way to party even if she was trapped at the bottom of a well. That's when another teammate calls her out for being glued to her phone the entire night. The interrogation continues as the girl asks if everything is actually okay, leaving Ruoxi sweating bullets. Realizing her cover is blown, Ruoxi decides to make a break for it, thanking her friend for being able to read her so well. The team is bummed she's dipping out so soon, but Ruoxi claims she has some personal business that just can't wait. Meanwhile, Yilin had been planning a sweet surprise, writing a simple "Congrats Ruoxi" card to go with a carefully wrapped gift. Later, she's pacing the hallway, wondering why she hasn't heard back, and if she's overstepping by showing up uninvited. She guesses Ruoxi might just be crashed out after the big fight, but the worry is still eating at her. Suddenly, Gao Fan blindsides her in the hall, asking why she's leaving the celebration so early. When she admits she's heading to Ruoxi's place, he's totally shook that she even knows the address. Yilin explains that Ruoxi has been acting super off lately, and she's just trying to be a good friend. Gao Fan gets a serious look, mentioning that Ruoxi is probably just caught up in some heavy memories. Yilin immediately jumps to the brother, knowing he's the source of all this emotional baggage. Gao Fan explains that Ruoxi probably just wanted her brother to see her win, so he could finally be proud of her. He even drops the bombshell that this distraction is exactly why she choked during her first match. Yilin recalls Ruoxi saying the three of them were inseparable back in the day. Gao Fan goes cold, asking if the brother has even bothered to reach out recently. Yilin cautiously brings up what she knows, mentioning Ruoxi's claim that he simply left her behind. Gao Fan looks like he's short-circuiting, his expression turning incredibly dark. Yilin keeps talking, hoping Ruoxi isn't still holding a grudge since they were so close. She thinks that if Gao Fan knows where the brother is, he should probably spill the beans. Since Ruoxi already opened up to her, Yilin feels like she's ready for the truth. Gao Fan realizes it's top the secrets and give her the full, tragic story. He finally drops the ultimate reality check. Sin didn't run away, he actually died 2 years ago, leaving Yilin completely paralyzed with shock. Yilin is absolutely blindsided by the news that Sin isn't just missing, he's been dead for 2 years. She tries to play the denial card, arguing that Ruoxi always smiled when talking about him, but Gao Fan drops the cold hard truth that the smile was just a mask. Internally, Yilin realized she'd been living in a completely different reality while her best friend was carrying a mountain of grief. Gao Fan explains that Ruoxi's shaky performance in her first match wasn't just nerves, it was the trauma of that day coming back to haunt her. The story shifts back to a gloomy, overcast day when Gao Fan was stuck in cram school, bored out of his mind. His phone starts buzzing mid-lesson, and when he picks up, he's ready to complain about being in class. But the voice on the other end is terrifying. Ruoxi is gasping for air and can only choke out the name of a hospital. Gao Fan's stomach drops, because Sin was supposed to be at the most important match of his life right then. He doesn't even wait for the teacher to finish her sentence before he grabs his gear and sprints out the door. As he races toward the central hospital, he tries to gaslight himself into thinking it's just a minor injury, like a broken bone or a couple of knocked-out teeth. He bursts into the room expecting to see Xin giving him a cocky grin. But the sight of Ruoxi's back tells him things are way worse. The realization hits Gao Fan like a freight train as his eyes go wide with horror. There's no witty comeback waiting for him, only the sight of Sin's cold, blood-stained body, and Ruoxi collapsed on the floor in total despair. Ruoxi is deep in the first stage of grief, desperately shaking her brother and telling him to quit playing around. She clutches his arm, begging him to just wake up already. But Sin is gone, his face battered and lifeless, showing the brutal reality of what happened during that final match. Ruoxi starts screaming, her voice cracking as she demands to know why he isn't answering her. She looks at Gao Fan with eyes full of tears, pleading with him to help her wake him up because this can't be real. Internally, she's bargaining with the universe, promising not to be mad if he just opens his eyes and stops joking. Gao Fan can only watch as the doctors stand by, the silence in the room confirming that this was no prank. Ruoxi finally breaks down completely, and Gao Fan has to swallow his own tears just to keep from making her collapse even harder. That day changed everything, leaving Ruoxi as a shell of herself while Sin's jacket lay abandoned on the floor. Before the tragedy, Sin was the ultimate hype man, always promising to take care of his sister and keep a positive attitude no matter what life threw at them. Back in the present, it's clear the tournament wasn't just a trophy hunt for Ruoxi, it was a straight-up obsession to feel close to her brother again. Yilin catches a taxi, her mind racing as she realizes the weight of the secret Ruoxi has been lugging around. She remembers all the times Ruoxi gave vague answers about Xin being far away and realizes she completely missed the death flags. Yilin starts spiraling, feeling like the worst friend ever for constantly bringing up Xin and unknowingly twisting the knife. She's a sobbing mess in the back of the cab, wondering why Ruoxi would let her ramble on about him without saying a word. She reaches the apartment complex, her shadow looming against the elevator door as she prepares for the most painful confrontation of her life. The doors slide open and she steps out, her heart hammering against her ribs as she approaches the unit. She quietly lets herself into the dark apartment, spotting Ruoxi's bare feet on the cold floor. Ruoxi turns around, looking surprised to see her friend standing there in the middle of the night. Things just went from 0 to 100 real quick. Back at the apartment, Ruoxi is sitting in total darkness, refusing to flip the switch because she claims the sudden light will wreck her eyes. She tries to play it cool, asking Yilin why she isn't out at karaoke with the rest of the team, then awkwardly pivots to ask if Yilin is here to finally honor their agreement. Ruoxi reminds her about that one phone call where Yilin promised to do whatever she wanted if she won the championship, though she quickly adds it's totally fine if Yilin ghosted on that memory. But Yilin isn't here for games. She steps up and pulls Ruoxi into a sudden back hug. She starts showering Ruoxi with praise, calling her the absolute goat and saying she's truly the best. Internally, Ruoxi is probably screaming for her to stop, especially when Yilin says there's nothing Ruoxi can't handle, leading Ruoxi to claim she's even better than her brother Shin now. Yilin's vibe shifts instantly, and she asks Ruoxi point blank if she's crying, but Ruoxi just laughs it off like a pro. Ruoxi tries to gaslight the situation, wondering out loud if Yilin thinks her words were actually moving enough to cause tears. But Yilin isn't buying the strong girl act anymore and grabs her. Ruoxi tries one last desperate deflection, joking about Yilin hiding her bed, but the mask is officially slipping. The tears finally start streaming down Ruoxi's face, leaving Yilin looking absolutely blindsided. Even as the waterworks start, Ruoxi keeps trying to play it off, touching her face and acting like she isn't currently short-circuiting. It's a total wreck as she stares into the distance with eyes full of grief. Yilin tells her to just let it out because keeping all that trauma bottled up is literally poisoning her heart. She can see the visible pain Ruoxi has been carrying since the match. Suddenly, the tables turn and Yilin starts bawling her eyes out too, telling Ruoxi she doesn't have to face this nightmare alone. Ruoxi is low-key confused, wondering why the person telling her to cry is currently winning the Olympic gold for sobbing. Yilin is caught in 4K feeling like a total clown for constantly bringing up Sin's name without realizing he was gone. Ruoxi realizes the secret is out and asks if Yilin finally knows the truth about Sin. Yilin is drowning in guilt, wishing she'd known sooner so she wouldn't have kept poking at Ruoxi's open wounds. But Ruoxi drops a heartbreaker, admitting she actually enjoyed Yilin talking about Sin because it made it feel like he was still around. She asks Yilin if she's ever actually lost someone close to her, getting deep into the philosophy of grief. She explains that when everyone you love is healthy, you just take their presence for granted. Yilin listens in silence as the weight of Ruoxi's lonely struggle finally hits home. We see a flashback to the aftermath of the tragedy, where everyone else in Zin's life just moved on like it was nothing. Ruoxi couldn't her head around how they could just delete him from their lives and act like he never existed. To keep his memory alive, she started doing everything he did, trying to see the world through his eyes. She forced herself to adopt his cautious yet carefree attitude, masking her pain with his signature easy grin. But despite her efforts to be his living legacy, no one else would even mention his name anymore. She felt like the only person left on the planet who actually remembered him, so she decided to live her life as a tribute. Winning this championship was the final goal Zin ever set, and she finally checked it off the list. But as the crowd cheered for Ruoxi, she realized they weren't seeing her brother at all. And she finally breaks down, admitting that the one person she truly wanted to celebrate with is never coming back. The heavy atmosphere finally starts to lift as Yilin drops some major truth bombs, explaining that Ruoxi's parents never actually forgot about Shin. They were just trying to protect her from more pain. She assures Ruoxi that moving on doesn't mean erasing her brother's existence, but rather honoring the person he was. Even though Yilin never met the guy in person, the way Ruoxi talks about him makes it feel like they were already close friends. While holding her hands, Yilin reminds her that she has done an incredible job keeping his memory alive all these years. Ruoxi finally lets the mask slip completely, admitting that she just wanted to hear her brother tell her, "Good job, kiddo," one last time. Yilin offers a comforting head pat, telling her that Sin would want her to ditch the sadness and live her life with a genuine smile. The two share a tearful embrace as Yilin tells her it's finally okay to let the heavy burden go. Internally, Yilin makes a silent vow to be the reliable person Ruoxi needs, promising herself that she'll stay by her side no matter what. The next morning brings a much-needed fresh start under a clear, bright sky. Back at home, Yilin is busy mopping the floors and reflecting on the emotional roller coaster from the night before. She remembers Ruoxi thanking her and admitting that even though she knew the truth deep down, she just couldn't bring herself to let go. Yilin had used Ruoxi's own logic against her, reminding the champion that high school is too short to waste on negativity and living in the past. Seeing Ruoxi finally crack a real, peaceful smile was the ultimate win. However, in the present, Yilin is absolutely dying of embarrassment, wondering if she sounded like a total cornball with her righteous speech. Her spiral into self-cringe is cut short when her phone starts blowing up. It's Gao Fan calling to reveal that Ruoxi wants to get the whole squad together for a group hangout. Yilin can't help but smile, feeling a massive sense of relief that the vibes are finally back on track. The crew meets up at their usual spot, and Ruoxi rolls in a bit late, blaming her bad timing on not taking the subway. The group immediately starts grilling her about why she pulled a disappearing act after their last dinner. They also call out Yilin for vanishing, but the conversation quickly shifts to their other friend who apparently got so wasted she had to be dragged home in a cab. The banter turns into a full-on roast session when Shaoji claims she was only drinking to drown out the owl screeching singing from her friends. Gao Fan watches the chaos and notes that both Ruoxi and Yilin seem to be in surprisingly good spirits today. When the topic of a movie comes up, it turns out Ruoxi called everyone out without having an actual plan for what they were going to do. But the real jump scare happens when Gao Fan mentions he's busy catching up on vacation homework, causing Ruoxi to realize she's completely forgotten about her studies. The squad is having a total midlife crisis over their unfinished schoolwork, and everyone agrees that Ruoxi is absolutely cooked. Ziyun is acting suspiciously calm for someone facing academic execution, claiming she has a secret weapon hidden in her arsenal. That weapon is Yilin, who basically speed-ran the entire curriculum and finished her work before the new year even started. Even Dai tries to act like she's on top of things, but her poker face crumbles the second she's caught in 4K, admitting she only finished some of it. Ruoxi suggests a group study session, but Gao Fan immediately calls out Ziyun for just wanting to copy Yilin's hard work, though Ziyun prefers to call it enhanced assistance. After some banter about Gao Fan's non-existent love life, the group decides to congregate at Xiaoji's place to finally get their lives together. Dai tries to play hard to get, but she folds faster than a lawn chair the moment she realizes she won't be an inconvenience. Ruoxi turns on the charm to make sure Yilin is actually cool with the plan, practically begging for her help. Internally, Yilin is short-circuiting with joy at the thought of more Ruoxi time, while the rest of the group wonders if Gao Fan's pillow is his only calc tutor. Fast forward to the day of the study session, and Yilin is navigating the subway while Ruoxi checks in on her via phone. Ruoxi gives her the coordinates to Exit A, sounding like she's leading a top-secret mission. The Exit A sign looms ahead as Yilin prepares for their meeting. Yilin is secretly thrilled that she managed to time her arrival perfectly with her favorite person. Suddenly, she hears her name called out across the station. Ruoxi comes charging in with enough main character energy to power a small city. Surprised Yilin is already there. They catch up on the rest of the group's whereabouts, and Ruoxi immediately offers to be the muscle and carry Yilin's heavy bag. It turns out the bag is loaded with homemade snacks, and Ruoxi is practically drooling at the thought of Yilin's top-tier cooking. Yilin explains she even tries to help Ziyun with study notes, though Ziyun still manages to flop every test like a professional slacker. Ruoxi jokes that Yilin is such wife material, she might just have to snatch her up herself, leaving Yilin blushing and accidentally leading them the wrong way. Meanwhile, Gao Fan is checking his phone at 10:05. Looking annoyed because he's actually being punctual for once. Inside the house, Ziyun is already diving into the snacks, looking like she's found heaven in a cookie. She's ready to propose to Yilin's cooking on the spot, while Ruoxi notes that the flavors have leveled up significantly since last time. Yilin modestly admits she was experimenting with a new recipe she found online. The source is a channel called Bitchin' Kitchen, which apparently everyone in the room has been binge-watching. This triggers a traumatic flashback for Dai, who remembers her own kitchen nightmare attempting the same recipes and wonders if she watched a parody by mistake. Gao Fan finally arrives after a tragic taxi ride and refuses the food, claiming he's only there for the academic grind. Ruoxi is already in copy-paste mode, bragging about her years of experience in the art of copying homework when her phone suddenly pings. A message flashes on the screen saying, "I'm back, baby." and the entire group goes into a state of total shock at the unexpected drama. The "I'm back" message has the whole room in a panic, but Ruoxi tries to play it cool, insisting it's probably just a wrong number. She flashes her phone to the group like she's beating the allegations, showing off an unknown number to prove she isn't secretly dating anyone. Ziyun finally backs off from the interrogation, and Ruoxi immediately pivots the group back to the real mission, cheating through their massive pile of homework. Ziyun decides to head out for a drink refill, leaving the group to their academic grind, while Ruoxi cheers her on for being a top-tier friend. But once she's alone in the hallway, Ziyun's poker face slips as she opens a drawer and finds a suspiciously well-wrapped gift. Internally, she sighed, "Why is this still sitting here?" As she stares at the box with a look that screams unresolved feelings. After a moment of hesitation, she grabs the gift and hides it behind her back, looking like she's about to pull off a low-budget heist. Seeing Ruoxi and Yilin laughing together in the other room only makes her grip the box tighter, her mood plummeting instantly. She spots a trash can nearby and considers throwing the whole problem away, but she just can't bring herself to do it. Standing there in total silence, she looks like her brain is short-circuiting over what to do with the evidence. Suddenly, a wild shadow appears behind her, nearly sending her soul into the afterlife. It turns out to be Dai, who catches her red-handed and immediately wants the tea on what she's hiding. Dai claims she was just looking for the bathroom to avoid an accident, but she's not buying that's nothing excuse for a second. Ziyun starts sweating bullets as Dai keeps pressuring her to show what's behind her back, clearly sensing a secret. Panicking and caught in 4K, Ziyun pulls a pro-gamer move, shoves the gift into Dai's hands, and bolts like she's being chased by the cops. Dai is left standing there completely blindsided. And to make matters worse, the impact on her abdomen means her bladder is officially at critical mass. Meanwhile, Ziyun makes it to the fridge to grab some soda, trying to act like her heart isn't beating out of her chest. Internally, she grumbled, "I couldn't have given it to her normally anyway," trying to justify her chaotic delivery. When Dai finally returns to the group, she's rocking a brand new red scarf that has everyone doing a double take. Ruoxi is instantly jealous, asking where she got such an expensive-looking piece while Ziyun dies of embarrassment in the corner. Dai catches on to the awkward vibe and gets a smug look in her eye, realizing she has all the leverage. She starts roasting Ziyun for being too shy to hand it over, leading to a full-blown tug of war over the scarf until the homeowner arrives to stop the madness. Over in the kitchen, Ruoxi is busy teasing Yilin for having the domestic skills of a professional maid while she washes dishes. Ruoxi even suggests Yilin could just roll around on the floor to sweep, internally thinking she'd probably look adorable doing it too. Before Yilin can clap back, Ruoxi is called away to help the others, leaving Yilin and Ziyun alone in the kitchen. Ziyun watches her, the atmosphere between the two remaining girls getting thick with unspoken tension. Out of nowhere, Yilin drops a bombshell, admitting that she's actually a little jealous of Ziyun. She points out that Ruoxi seems to have a massive soft spot for her, leaving Ziyun completely stunned by the observation. Ziyun tries to process this sudden reality check, but she's immediately summoned back to the group, leaving Yilin alone with her thoughts. The clock is ticking and the grind never stops as the group tries to finish their mountain of homework before the deadline. While Yilin is buried in her books, she can't help but replay the suggestion that Ruoxi might actually be down bad for her. Internally, she's short-circuiting, wondering if her feelings are actually that obvious to everyone else in the room. Ruoxi catches her staring and gives her a look that says, "Is there something on my face?" When Ruoxi flashes a smile and tells her to slow down with the page turning, Yilin's brain goes into full defensive mode, convincing herself it's just a platonic bestie vibe. Meanwhile, the boys are shamelessly speed-running their assignments by copying off Ziyun, who's basically acting as the group's academic lifeline. Ziyun gets gassed up for her cute handwriting, but Yilin is stuck in her own head, dismissing any romantic hope as pure wishful thinking. The vibe gets chaotic when the girls realize the homework they're copying might be totally wrong, leading to a sudden panic. It's a total mess as they scramble to fix the errors, and Yilin watches Ruoxi handle the stress with her usual cool, collected energy. Even so, she can't help but wish she was more than just another friend in the crowd to the popular athlete. Fast forward to the subway ride home, where the squad starts splitting up for the night. Ruoxi thanks Yilin for the massive carry on the homework. Impressed by how fast they managed to finish, she calls the group study session a classic high school rite of passage, even though winter vacation is officially in its flop era and ending way too soon. As the train pulls into the next station, Ruoxi gets a serious look in her eye, like she's about to drop some major news. Yilin points out that they've reached the station, fully expecting Ruoxi to hop off and head home. But Ruoxi just drops a casual, "I'm staying on to hang with you longer," like she didn't just stop Yilin's heart. She calls out Yilin for looking stressed and admits she's sticking around just in case Yilin needs to vent. Yilin tries to play it cool and denies being in her feelings, while Ruoxi starts digging through her bag for a secret weapon. It turns out to be a piece of candy, a nostalgic treat from a friend named Jin that's guaranteed to make anyone feel better. Ruoxi tells her to stop living in the past and focus on the now, teasing her about the night they both got emotional together. Then she drops the real bombshell. She simply wants to be around Yilin a little bit more. Yilin is absolutely stunned and asks why she'd suddenly want to go out of her way like this. Ruoxi claims she doesn't really know the reason, but figures Yilin just has a healing aura, that people naturally gravitate toward. Yilin's heart is doing backflips in 4K as she blushes harder than a tomato, clutching the small candy like it's a sacred relic. Back home, she's still staring at the wrapper in bed, replaying Ruoxi's soft goodbye over and over in her head. She starts aggressively rolling around on her mattress, screaming into her pillow, because she can't believe the main character actually said those words to her. The hype is so real she literally rolls off the bed and hits the floor, but even the physical pain can't stop her from reflecting on how wild this winter break has been. She finally eats the candy, savoring the small win, and realizes she's actually hyped for school to start just so she can see Ruoxi again. School is back in session, and Yilin is actually hyped to get back into the grind. Internally, she vibed with her reflection, thinking it had been an eternity since she last rocked the school uniform. While the sun shone over the campus, she hits the grounds with a massive grin, literally inhaling that beautiful campus smell like it's a top-tier fragrance. However, the main character energy fades when she realizes she's way too early to catch her crush at the gate, so she dejectedly heads toward Class 2-2 instead. During the lecture, Yilin is absolutely lost in the sauce, replaying Ruoxi's promise to see her at school on a mental loop. Her classmate has to physically snap her out of her trance, because the teacher wants to explain a logical dilemma, leading Yilin to go on a full-blown, unhinged rant about the injustice of Yuri baiting in fiction. The teacher is definitely not paid enough for this, telling Yilin that her shipping obsession is borderline criminal, before sending her back to her seat to stare longingly out the window. Later, Yilin is on a mission to find Ruoxi, but comes up empty-handed. Internally, she scoffed, "Of course, when I'm actually looking for her, she's ghosting, but if I had one bad taquito, she'd be barging into the bathroom in 2 seconds." She runs into Ziyin, who is busy complaining about being left all alone, but Yilin just cracks a joke about her bathroom emergency before noticing Ziyin is holding snacks. Ziyin brags about her new cooking skills from watching Bitchin' Kitchen, and reveals she's got a special delivery for the school's idol, Ruoxi. The duo marches over to Class 2-5, but the main attraction is nowhere to be found. A classmate drops the bombshell that Ruoxi actually took the day off, which is a total red flag for the first day back. Meanwhile, at a sleek apartment complex, a lone suitcase sits by the door, signaling that someone is either arriving or making a quick exit. Inside, the vibe is grim, with meds and water left out on the table, while someone on a phone call sounds like they're feeling absolutely terrible. The clock hits noon, and whoever is in bed is clearly struggling to even hold their phone steady. Back at school, Yilin is deep in her feelings, staring at the empty desks and feeling blindsided by Ruoxi's broken promise. Ziyin hands over the leftover snacks as a consolation prize, but right then, Yilin's phone finally buzzes with a notification. Ruoxi finally texts back, admitting she managed to catch a nasty cold, leaving Yilin looking like she's just been caught in 4K. Fast forward to sunset, and Yilin is at Ruoxi's apartment building, planning to play nurse and cook up some porridge for her sick crush. As she waits for the elevator, she's low-key simping, imagining how shocked and happy Ruoxi will be to see her. The elevator dings, and Yilin plays the Good Samaritan, holding the door open for a stranger. A stylish girl with long pink hair steps in, giving Yilin a bright thank you. The stranger asks Yilin to press the button for the 8th floor, and Yilin complies, realizing they're both headed to the exact same spot. Yilin notices the girl is hauling a massive bag that smells like heavy-duty Chinese medicine ingredients. The elevator hits their floor with a ding, and the tension in the small space starts to rise. Yilin politely lets the pink-haired girl exit first, earning another quick thanks. The girl turns around, curious if Yilin is a neighbor she hasn't met yet. Yilin explains she's just visiting and asks the girl lives on this floor, which she confirms with a smile. The two of them walk down the hall and stop dead in their tracks in front of the exact same door. Yilin starts short-circuiting, sweating bullets as she tries to play it off like she just got off on the wrong floor to avoid a massive misunderstanding. Yilin finds herself in a total main character moment when she's caught off guard at the door by both a sick Ruoxi and a random pink-haired stranger. The mystery girl immediately starts fangirling over Yilin's school uniform, practically vibrating with excitement as she admits she's dying to see Ruoxi in one too. Once they head inside, the stranger starts playing the perfect host, handing Yilin some slippers while carrying a massive haul of supplies. Ruoxi tells the pink-haired girl to chill out before she scares their guest away, finally acknowledging that she's surprised Yilin actually made the trip. Yilin just plays it cool, explaining she heard about the fever and wanted to bring over some supplies to help out. The vibe gets domestic fast as the pink-haired girl starts lecturing them on the proper way to take medicine. She's a total traditionalist, brewing up a pot of Chinese medicine while roasting Western pills for having way too many sketchy side effects. Even though she admits the brew tastes like a sewer-soaked boot, she's committed to the grind to get Ruoxi healthy. The pink-haired girl reveals she was the one who pulled the sick day card for Ruoxi, who was trying to play tough despite her condition. But Ruoxi isn't letting her off the hook, pointing out that this girl is actually the reason she has a fever in the first place. To make up for the biological warfare, the stranger apologizes and promises to handle all the cooking until Ruoxi is back on her feet. Suddenly, the mystery girl realizes they haven't even swapped names yet, and she's ready for the formal introduction. Ruoxi introduces Yilin first, then drops the most disrespectful nickname for the newcomer, Pinky. The girl, whose real name is Chen Yai, tells Yilin to ignore the Pinky nonsense and just call her Yai. Internally, Yilin was short-circuiting, thinking, This house is full of big personalities, and I'm just here with the groceries. Ruoxi invites Yilin to stay for a meal, and Yayi immediately teleports to the kitchen to whip up a chaotic menu of lutefisk and cabbage. Looking at Yayi's chaotic energy, Yilin asks if they're related, since Yayi is basically a pink-haired clone of their other slacker friend, Ziyun. Ruoxi shuts that theory down, explaining Yayi is just a friend who's crashing at her place for a bit. Yayi tells Yilin to just park it and relax like a true guest while she and Ruoxi handle the kitchen business. When the food finally hits the table, the group prepares to dig into the mystery meal. The aroma is definitely unique, but things get even more awkward when Yilin asks for utensils instead of chopsticks, making Ruoxi wonder if she's forgotten her own heritage. It turns out Yayi is actually from Canada and has zero chopstick skills, which finally explains why she's such a fish out of water. The vibe at the dinner table gets a lot more interesting when Ruoxi drops the bomb that Yayi wasn't just a friend abroad, but her actual tutor. Yilin is low-key blindsided because Yayi looks way too young to be teaching anyone, but Yayi just laughs it off, explaining she's only a sophomore in college who took the gig for some extra cash. After Yilin finishes her meal and watches Ruoxi suffer through some nasty-tasting medicine, she decides it's time to head out while Yayi plays the concerned mom role, warning Ruoxi not to stay out in the cold. Even though she's still recovering, Ruoxi insists on walking Yilin to the station, proving she's a total real one, even when she's running a fever. Ruoxi claims that sketchy Chinese medicine actually did the trick despite the terrible taste, leaving Yilin a bit skeptical but relieved. As they walk, Yilin notes that Yayi is basically a walking sunshine machine, and Ruoxi agrees that her infectious energy is impossible to ignore. They finally reach the subway entrance, with Yilin admitting that Yayi's personality is definitely contagious. As the train approaches, Yilin does a final vibe check, asking if the star athlete is actually going to show up for class the next day. Ruoxi flashes a killer smile and promises she'll be there with bells on, leaving Yilin blushing like a total amateur. Yilin watches her walk away, feeling a rare moment of peace as she says her goodbyes. But the peace doesn't last long because Yilin's brain starts short-circuiting, wondering if Yayi is actually some master catfisher from Canada. She starts overanalyzing how close the two of them looked back at the apartment, acting like they've shared a lifetime of secrets. Her thoughts drift back to 2 years ago, a time when things were clearly falling apart for her friend. Internally, Yilin is spiraling, realizing that Yayi was the one who supported Ruoxi when her entire world was ending. It's clear Yayi is a pro at taking care of people, and Ruoxi probably leaned on her more than anyone else during that dark period. Yilin can't help but wonder if Yayi saw a vulnerable side of Ruoxi that no one else has ever been allowed to see. The jealousy starts hitting different as Yilin questions why Yayi is even staying at the apartment if she's originally from this city. She tries to shake it off, telling herself she's being a total paranoid mess and that friends crash with each other all the time. But then a sudden realization hits her like a truck. Ruoxi only has one bed in that entire place. Suddenly, Yilin is caught in 4K imagining the most proactive sleepover scenarios, getting herself all worked up over a situation she totally invented in her head. She literally has a mental breakdown on the subway bench, clutching her head and screaming internally because she's officially lost her damned mind. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Yayi is waiting by the door like a hawk the second Ruoxi walks back in. She immediately grills her on why a simple walk to the station took so long, wondering if the taxi wait was really that bad. Ruoxi keeps it casual, but Yayi is already teasing her about how sweet she is for walking her little friend all the way to the subway. When Ruoxi starts picking out her uniform, Yayi is genuinely shocked that she's pushing herself to go to school while she's still sick. Ruoxi claims she's just keeping a promise, but Yayi sees right through her, mocking her for suddenly caring about learning over her health. To make matters worse, Yayi starts devouring the cookies Yilin brought, ruthlessly teasing Ruoxi about how she can't even eat them yet. They start bickering about who's responsible for the fever in the first place, and Yayi asks for the lore on how Ruoxi and Yilin actually met. Ruoxi explains that she actually met Yilin's noisy club president friend first, flashing back to a time when Yayi tried to scout her as an art model. Back then, Ruoxi was in her leave me alone era and wanted absolutely nothing to do with school or its people. Yayi is still salty about it today, complaining about how she even twisted her ankle chasing her. But Ruoxi just shuts down the drama and tells her to go sleep in the spare room, officially debunking Yilin's one-bed nightmare. Yilin is currently caught in 4K overthinking her life choices, regretting that she didn't just drag Ruoxi to the doctor herself the day before. Internally, she grumbled, "If I knew she already had a live-in chef, I wouldn't have even bothered showing up." As the girls gossip about whether their idol is still too sick to attend class, Ruoxi pulls a total stealth mission and spawns right behind them. She claims she's right as rain, though Yilin is low-key convinced Ruoxi is actually a cat with 9 lives that needs a bell attached to her. When Ruoxi mentions she's skipping the canteen because a friend brought her a homemade lunch, Yilin's jealousy sensors start redlining. Ruoxi reveals the mysterious chef is Yayi, who just moved back to China, and Ziyun is immediately down for a group meetup. Ruoxi jokes that Yayi is more like a mom than a friend, which just makes Yilin feel even more like a useless side character in her own story. The scene shifts to the school grounds where the lunch handoff is out to go down. Yayi is already waiting with the goods, greeting Yilin like they're old besties. Zion, however, has absolutely no chill and is instantly blindsided by Yae's top-tier visual. She's out here calling Yae a grade-A hottie and trying to scout her for her club on the spot. As they all get settled, Zion explains the classroom hierarchy while Yae tries to figure out why everyone is calling Ruoxi an idol. It turns out Ruoxi used the same fake name, Aojian, on both of them, proving she's been recycling her BS aliases for years. Internally, Yilin is just staring into the void, thinking these two are total peas in a pod. Yae finally reveals the legendary bento, and it looks so good that Ziyun is ready to die a happy high schooler after just one bite. While the girls dig in, Yae points out that the soup is actually medicine she brewed that morning, reminding Ruoxi to stay on top of her recovery. Yae is basically the MVP of domesticity, offering her cooking to everyone while Zion acts like she's found heaven in a box. But Yae's mom Dar goes off when she notices Yilin is acting a bit weird and barely touching her food. She asks if Yilin is going through a puberty-induced existential crisis, but Yilin tries to play it off as regular spacing out. Yae offers herself up as a mentor for any puberty problems before dropping a total logic bomb, asking if Ruoxi gave Yilin her cold last night. This comment sends Ruoxi into a total short circuit. While Ziyun's jaw hits the floor, Ziyun immediately goes into interrogation mode, demanding to know if Yilin spent the night at Ruoxi's place, while Yilin tries to explain that her saliva isn't actually poison. To change the subject and celebrate her return to the motherland, Yae suggests a night out, but Ruoxi has to clock in for her part-time shift at the cafe. Later that evening, Ruoxi is back in her element, serving up drinks while looking like a total main character in her waitress uniform. Yae is loving the look, while Zion reminisces about how this cafe is where the chaos started, specifically when Yilin almost ended Ruoxi's career by hitting her with a door. They joke about how Yilin used to think Ruoxi was a delinquent, and Yae adds fuel to the fire by teasing Ruoxi about her tough appearance versus her actually having good grades. Back at the cafe, Yae is busy exposing Ruoxi's past, laughing about how the bad student was actually a total fraud who needed constant looking after. Internally, Ruoxi just wanted to disappear, thinking, can we not do this in front of my friends? While Ruoxi plays it cool with a drink, the group learns these two have been a duo for over 2 years. Suddenly, Ziyun has a breakthrough, realizing she's definitely seen Yae's face before. It turns out Yae posted a photo of them on her social media wall back in the day, proving Ruoxi has always had that effortless main character energy. As they head out, Ziyun is basically simping for Yae, praising her looks and how she's the ultimate big sister type. Yilin, however, is stuck in her own head, feeling like the vibe is shifting. She watches Zion wave goodbye, realizing that Yae is a special person who showed up when Ruoxi needed her most. Internally, she felt a pang of defeat, thinking, I really missed the boat by 2 whole years. Back at school, Yilin is moping at her desk, feeling like the odd one out now that everyone is obsessed with Yae. She worries that without any major club events, she's losing her only excuse to hang out with Ruoxi every day. Just then, Ruoxi appears at the classroom door, looking much better. She invites the girls to a special lunch, because Yae sent her some homemade fish and chips. Yilin is totally blindsided by the invite, but quickly agrees, trying to keep her cool. In the cafeteria, Ziyun is losing her mind over how good the fries are, finally realizing that chips in English doesn't always mean a bag of Lay's. The conversation shifts to Ruoxi's time abroad, and Yae offers to tutor her since Ruoxi's English is apparently a disaster. Mid-sentence, Ziyun lets out a massive sneeze, immediately accusing Ruoxi of passing on her germs. Yilin reflexively offers her some cold medicine, but Ziyun catches her in 4K, wondering why she's suddenly carrying a pharmacy in her bag. Yilin starts sweating bullets, trying to play it off as a coincidence. But Ziyun isn't buying it, realizing this the Band-Aid incident all over again and that Yilin bought the med specifically for Ruoxi. Ruoxi notices the panic and realizes Yilin is a terrible liar when she's cornered. Internally, Ruoxi was genuinely annoyed, thinking, if you had the good stuff, why did you let me choke down that bitter Chinese sludge? A flashback reveals Yae had lectured Ruoxi on the benefits of traditional medicine over quick-fix Western pills. Back in reality, Yae realizes Yilin didn't speak up because she didn't want to disrespect the medicine Yae had already prepared. Yae is touched by the gesture, realizing Yilin was just trying to be a supportive friend without stepping on any toes. While Yae praises her for being a good girl, Ziyun is left in the dark, wondering when Yae was even at Ruoxi's house to begin with. The tea gets even hotter when Zion connects the dots to a "I'm back, baby" text Ruoxi received earlier. Ruoxi is dying of cringe, telling Yae to never send a message like that ever again. Yae just pouts, explaining she only used the cheesy line because Ruoxi never lets her use cute nicknames. Internally, Ruoxi just sighed. At this rate, my reputation is never going to recover. Ziyun and Yilin are strolling through the halls, still riding the high of some top-tier fish and chips that Ziyun knows she's going to regret later. Seeing Yilin acting all moody, Ziyun drops some truth bombs, telling her that being a shrinking violet isn't going to get her what she wants. Yilin is basically short-circuiting as Ziyun explains that standing still is the ultimate enemy of progress. To prove her point, Ziyun suddenly halts her momentum to make Yilin pay attention. She flexes her wisdom by walking ahead, telling Yilin to stop being a jelly bean, and realize she's not getting rid of her bestie that easily. Internally, Yilin wondered if Zion swallowed a dictionary of philosophy, but the redhead just claims she's always been this deep. Meanwhile, Yae is out on the streets, carrying a meal like she's on a secret delivery mission. She's replaying the moment she caught Yilin in 4K, realizing the student council ace actually has a massive heart hidden under her cold exterior. It's clear as day that Yilin's emergency medicine was definitely for Ruoxi, making Yae realize she's got some serious competition in the caring department. Looking at a photo of a sleeping Ruoxi on her phone, Yae sighs, thinking that loving this girl is a full-time, high-stress job. Back at the apartment, Ruoxi walks into the smell of a home-cooked meal, immediately comparing Yae's cooking to a dish Yilin once made for her. Yae tries to dig for tea, noting that Yilin seems like the shy, quiet type compared to the chaotic energy of Zion. Ruoxi explains that their bond started when Yilin thought she was a total delinquent, but Yae finds the whole slow burn story absolutely mid. Yae pushes further, pointing out that Ruoxi has clearly let Yilin into her personal bubble for a reason. Ruoxi admits she was there for Yilin during a crisis, and the two have a mutual save-me pact going on. But then, Ruoxi drops the ultimate bombshell. She actually broke down and cried in front of Yilin. Internally, Yae was screaming, but she keeps it cool as Ruoxi explains that the sad stuff is all in the past now. Yae quickly changes the subject to her own homeless situation, claiming she's staying put while her family is away. As night falls on the city, the two share a quiet moment over dinner, bonding over their similarly distant families. Later that night, Ruoxi is still grinding on her homework when Yae wanders in, wondering why Ruoxi doesn't just go to bed. Yae questions why Ruoxi is even staying in this big, empty place alone instead of joining her family in Canada. Ruoxi isn't having the deep talk, calling Yae Pinky and telling her to scram so she can finish her work. Yae lingers at the door for a second, her playful mask finally slipping. She retreats to her room, her mind racing with thoughts she thought she'd buried years ago. Lying in bed, the memories of the past start flooding back, proving that some feelings never truly stay dead. While catching some air by the water cooler, Yilin and Zion are plotting their next move when Ruoxi suddenly teleports into the conversation, ready for whatever chaos they're cooking up. The big idea on the table is a group picnic, and while Yae looks a bit blindsided by the sudden social invitation, she's not exactly saying no. Yilin sells the dream, promising a chill vibe at the park with a side of pigeon watching, and the squad is officially sold on the plan. Of course, a picnic means a potluck, and while Zion is busy demanding cookies and temple meals, Ruoxi has to keep it real and admit that her cooking is a literal biohazard. Internally, she probably thought, unless you want a one-way ticket to the ER, keep me away from the stove. Yilin doesn't miss a beat, suggesting that Yae can step in as the ultimate kitchen coach to save them all from food poisoning. Ruoxi is totally down for the lessons, and Yae can't help but notice that Yilin finally has some life in her eyes again, looking way less like a depressed protagonist. As they wrap up the details, someone makes a snide remark about how fickle women can be, but the hype for the weekend is already too real to kill. Fast forward to the park, and it turns out Yilin wasn't capping the pigeons are out in full force, minding their own business for now. Zion finds the perfect flat spot to set up camp, and Yilin gives the green light, just happy to finally be out of the house. While they get settled, Yilin checks her phone like a hawk, wondering if the rest of the crew is ghosting them or just running late. Right on cue, Ruoxi and Yae show up walking arm in arm, looking like they stepped straight out of a squad goals Pinterest board. They apologize for the delay, explaining that food prep was a whole struggle even with an early start, but they didn't come empty-handed. Ruoxi reveals her secret weapon for the day, a bag of crumbly bread specifically meant for their feathered fans. Yilin counters with some top-tier sushi rolls she made herself, proving she's got that main character domestic energy. Zion is absolutely living for the vibes, popping a soda and making a toast to good food and even better friends. The wholesome energy takes a sharp turn when the pigeons realize there's a buffet in town and start swarming the group. Yae thinks it would be a great idea to crumble the bread and toss it into the air, but Zion executes the move right into a headwind, which is a massive tactical error. Suddenly, it's a scene out of a horror movie as the entire squad gets caught in 4K by a literal cloud of hungry birds. Zion is fighting for her life in a feather-filled fever dream, while Yae is laughing so hard she's scared to even open her eyes. Mid-chaos, Yilin and Yae share a look through the flying feathers, probably wondering how their peaceful picnic turned into a battlefield. Eventually, the sky rats get their fill and clear out, leaving nothing but a few floating feathers and a lot of emotional damage behind. Zion is ready to choose violence and roast every bird in the park, while Ruoxi tries to pivot back to flirting, asking Yilin for a practical reward for her protection. The romantic tension is immediately nuked when Zion points a finger and starts wheezing with laughter. It turns out Ruoxi got absolutely sniped by a pigeon, and she's now officially a shithead in the most literal sense possible. Ruoxi loses her mind as the realization sinks in, begging Yilin for help before the bird gift seeps into her scalp. They rush to the nearest bathroom, the Casa de Caca, fittingly enough where Ruoxi has to scrub her hair like her life depends on it, as she complains about having to wash her hair for the rest of eternity. Yae watches her closely, sensing that despite the literal mess, something about Ruoxi's vibe has fundamentally shifted. Yae points out that the Ice Queen Ruoxi has finally thawed out and opened up to the world. She notes that her friend is finally touching grass and accepting reality instead of living in her own bubble. Internally, Yae realizes that even the most stubborn people eventually change. Ruoxi admits she couldn't stay the same forever, but the sentimental moment is immediately ruined when Zion starts clowning her about the bird poop incident. Ruoxi decides to choose violence, chasing Zayun around with her contaminated hand while the girl screams for her life. When the chaos settles, Ruoxi tries to snag a sushi roll, but Yae plays the wash your hands card, leading to a hilarious dare to smell the poop hand for proof of cleanliness. Yilin saves the day with disposable chopsticks, but Yae is stuck in her feels, realizing she might have fumbled the bag by giving up on Ruoxi too easily in the past. Seeing Ruoxi's genuine smile makes Yae regret not putting in more effort to break down those walls back in the day. While the others argue over whether to use high-tech electric bubble blowers or go old school with lung power, Yae mentions how Ruoxi seems to have found her spark again. Then Yae decides to stir the pot, asking Yilin if she actually likes Ruoxi. She starts with a "you see" that screams she's about to drop some heavy lore. Yae admits she likes Ruoxi a lot too, sending Yilin into a silent panic. She quickly adds the "just as friends" disclaimer, but the atmosphere remains incredibly tense. Yae goes on to say Ruoxi is basically the ultimate dream partner for anyone, but then she hits Yilin with a savage reality check. Don't get trapped in a fantasy because Ruoxi is just a friendly tease to everyone. Yilin realizes Yae is speaking from personal experience, and Yae doesn't even try to hide it. She drops the ultimate bombshell: she was actually dumped by Ruoxi, and it was a brutal exit. Yae admits she was a total disaster after the breakup, right as Ruoxi and Zion return with bubble wands. Ruoxi senses the weird vibe and asks what's up, but Yae just plays it off as standard girl talk. Ruoxi remains totally oblivious, wanting to take aesthetic photos of the bubbles for the gram. The tension is so thick you could cut it, especially when a bubble pops right in Yilin's face, leaving her completely stunned by the information overload. Yilin needs a tactical retreat to the restroom, leaving Ruoxi wondering if she just got hit with a random death stare. Yae just watches the fallout with a neutral expression, knowing she just nuked Yilin's mental state. In the bathroom, Yilin is absolutely short-circuiting while staring at her reflection. She's losing it because she thought Ruoxi had zero dating history, but it turns out her friend is a low-key heartbreaker. She struggles to understand how they can even be friends after such a brutal breakup. As Yilin tries to process what this means for Ruoxi's preferences, she finds herself spiraling into deep thought. Suddenly, Ruoxi appears right behind her in the mirror like a jump scare. Reflecting on the chaos she's walked into, Ruoxi's inner monologue is basically a loud scream of "I'm in danger." The bathroom confrontation is reaching a boiling point after Yae dropped the bombshell about Ruoxi's heartbreaker past. Ruoxi catches Yilin hiding out, checking to see if she's okay since she's been acting super sus lately. Internally, Yilin is short-circuiting because Ruoxi's friendly vibe now feels like a major red flag, so she tries to cut the conversation short and escape the awkwardness. Ruoxi tries to bridge the gap and find out what's wrong, but the atmosphere is colder than a freezer. Finally, Yilin reaches her limit and snaps, asking Ruoxi why she has to be so incredibly nice to literally everyone she meets. Ruoxi is totally blindsided by the sudden heat, but Yilin immediately backpedals, realizing she's making things even weirder. While Ruoxi thinks Yilin is just craving more attention, Yilin is actually realizing she's been playing a game with rules she doesn't even know. Internally, she lamented, "I'm already too deep into this fantasy for any warning to help me now." Yilin plays the "I'm just under the weather" card to end the interrogation, and they finally decide it's time to head back to the group. Ruoxi is left standing there, looking like her brain is still trying to buffer the emotional glitch that just happened. Back at picnic, the vibe shifts to group photo time, and the girls drag a very reluctant Yilin into the middle of the frame. Zion flashes a bright smile for the camera while Yilin just tries to keep her soul from leaving her body. Ruoxi stands there looking perfectly photogenic, completely unaware of the mental breakdown she's currently causing. Yae checks the shots on her phone, acting like the ultimate supportive big sister to the group. The mood lightens when Zion noticed grass on Yilin's head, and Ruoxi jokingly claims a fairy must have put it there. Yae laughs off the childishness, while Yilin remains caught in 4K looking completely miserable and drained. Zion then offers to take a photo of the exes, and Yae is more than happy to strike a pose with her former flame. Yae gets super clingy, grabbing Ruoxi's arm for a full-body portrait shot that definitely screams unfinished business. But the roles reverse when Zion spots grass on Ruoxi's head this time around. Ruoxi doubles down on the fairy story, making Zion wonder if the star athlete has finally lost her last 2 brain cells. When the picnic finally wraps up, Ruoxi insists on escorting the sick Yilin home, even though it's totally in the opposite direction of her own place. Yae actually encourages the idea, telling Ruoxi to go ahead while she heads back home solo. Panicking at the thought of a private interrogation, Yilin rejects the offer and grabs Zion as her emergency human shield. Zion is confused about why she's suddenly the chosen one, but she goes along with it as the bus pulls up to the stop. Ruoxi waves them off, telling Yilin to text her as soon as she gets home, which only adds more fuel to Yilin's internal fire. Once they're on the bus, Zian points out that taking the slow rit home is a weird choice, and notes how Ruoxi was willing to ditch Yayi just for Yilin. Zian teases that Ruoxi is clearly playing favorites, and is very partial to our resident academic ace. Internally, Yilin is spiraling, thinking, I should be thrilled that she cares, but the more she acts like this, the more terrified I get. She's left staring at the floor, completely lost and confused by the mounting lore of Ruoxi's secret past. After the picnic, Zian is vibing and feeling herself, but Ruoxi is looking totally checked out. Zian calls her out for being lost in space, mentioning that Yilin was acting super sketchy earlier. Ruoxi listens as Zian explains that Yilin was totally fine 1 minute and then flipped a switch the next, leaving them both wondering what went wrong. Meanwhile, Yilin is back home and definitely not getting any beauty sleep as she stares at the ceiling. She's currently spiraling, convinced that Ruoxi and the former tutor, Yayi, definitely had a thing in the past. Internally, she groaned, Great, I'm competing with the ex-girlfriend who's still in the picture. She remembers Ruoxi being a total fairy to her, but now she's convinced Ruoxi is just a professional player who's friendly with everyone. Yilin realized she had started to expect special treatment, only to realize she was just another face in the crowd. The thought of being just one of Ruoxi's many fans is enough to make her want to crawl into a hole and stay there. The next morning, Ruoxi tries to bring that main character energy by greeting Yilin at the gate. She tries to be the ultimate wingman for herself, throwing an arm around Yilin like they're besties. But Yilin isn't having it, telling Ruoxi to get new material when she tries to use the same old jokes. Ruoxi notices she looks like a zombie and asks if something is up, only for Yilin to claim she just didn't sleep well. Ruoxi tries to tease her, asking if she was busy dreaming about her all night, but Yilin just leaves her hanging. Internally, Yilin is done with the games, giving Ruoxi the absolute coldest side-eye in history. She walks off without a word, leaving the school's star athlete looking like a confused puppy. Since Ruoxi has the emotional range of a teaspoon, she just assumes Yilin is cranky because Aunt Flo is visiting. Inside classroom 2, the tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Zian tries to get the tea on what happened yesterday, but Yilin hits her with the classic "it was nothing" lie. To make things even weirder, Yilin announces she's ghosting them for lunch to meet some other people. Cut to the cafeteria, where Ruoxi and Yayi are eating together, realizing Yilin is a total no-show. Zian is left eating her noodles alone, wishing she knew what was actually going on in her friend's head. She tells the others that Yilin mentioned being confused, but refused to elaborate. While Zian focuses on her lunch, Ruoxi's gears finally start turning. She asks Zian if she wants her usual Vitasoy, making a move to head out. Suddenly, everyone wants a delivery service, with Zian and Yayi demanding drinks since she's already up. Ruoxi stalks through the hallways looking way too serious for a juice run. She can't stop thinking about Yilin's outburst about her being too friendly with everyone. Internally, she realized, maybe being a golden retriever isn't the flex I thought it was. She heads outside to the quietest part of the campus to find her target. There's Yilin, hiding under a tree and stress-eating a melon bun in total isolation. But her solo lunch is cut short when Ruoxi looms over her, having finally tracked down the girl who's been dodging her all day. Ruoxi isn't about to let Yilin ghost her without a fight, so she tracks the academic ace down to her secret hiding spot. She immediately catches Yilin in 4K, calling her out for claiming she was meeting others, when she's actually just sitting here solo. The atmosphere is straight up rancid as they stand there in an awkward standoff, neither wanting to back down. Internally, Yilin is short-circuiting, but she tries to play it cool by asking Ruoxi why she's even out here. Ruoxi takes a seat and tries to lighten the mood by joking about Yilin feeding non-existent campus pigeons, but Yilin just hits her with a silent stare. Ruoxi claims she was just volunteered for a drink run, but Yilin coldly tells her she shouldn't keep her real friends waiting. Ruoxi isn't taking the hint, pointing out that Yilin is literally just out here eating dry bread by herself like a hermit. Yilin doubles down on the lie, claiming she's totally waiting for someone, and there's no reason for Ruoxi to linger. She then hits Ruoxi with the ultimate get-lost question, asking if she wants her to leave. For a split second, Yilin's heart wavers and she almost says no, but her jealousy takes the wheel and she gives a firm, cold yes. Ruoxi finally hits her limit, telling Yilin she's impossible to figure out and straight up asks what she's so afraid of running away from. Yilin is absolutely blindsided by the truth bomb, her composure totally shattered. Ruoxi stares at Yilin's lunch, realizing she's fighting a losing battle for now. She decides to throw in the towel, telling Yilin she'll head back to the others since she's clearly being a nuisance. As Ruoxi walks away, Yilin is left to spiral in her own thoughts, wondering if she really is just a coward. Internally, she admits the truth. She's hopelessly in love with Ruoxi, but has been doing the absolute most to hide it. The real reason she's running is the ultimate death flag. She's terrified that even if she gets what she wants, she'll end up like Yayi. In Yilin's mind, Yayi is on a whole different level of maturity, possessing the legendary strength to stay friends with Ruoxi, even after getting dumped. Realizing she doesn't have that kind of backbone, Yilin decides to keep their relationship exactly where it is to avoid a total heartbreak disaster. Back at the canteen, Ruoxi is nursing her drink and looking like she just lost a high-stakes boss fight. Zian notices her idol is totally zoned out and asks what happened in the outside world, but Ruoxi just plays it off. Yayi is skeptical, asking if the canteen moved to another zip code because the drink run took forever. When Ruoxi admits she ran into Yilin, Yayi immediately goes into interrogation mode, demanding to know her location. Zian is equally pressed, wondering why Ruoxi didn't just drag the loner back to the group. Ruoxi sighs, explaining that Yilin clearly wanted zero part of her, which leads Zian to blame her for whatever crime she committed. Yayi goes quiet, sensing that the tension between the two is reaching a breaking point. Ruoxi is left frustrated, internally grumbling that if she actually did something wrong, she'd love to be clued in. Meanwhile, back on the bench, Yilin is still wallowing in her self-imposed isolation. Suddenly, Xiaoji appears out of the blue, wondering why the top student is sitting out here like a protagonist in a sad anime. Xiaoji admits that being alone is basically her brand, so she's not even bothered by the lack of company. Seeing a fellow loner, Xiaoji decides to join the party, telling Yilin it's a coincidence because she's alone too. The school drama is reaching a boiling point as Yilin continues her masterclass in ghosting. Xiaoji is naturally confused as to why Yilin is flying solo today instead of hanging with the usual squad. Yilin casually mentions that the others are probably grabbing a bite together, but Xiaoji smells cap and asks there's actual beef between her and Ruoxi. Yilin plays it cool, claiming she just felt like sitting out, though Xiaoji thinks she should have just dragged Ruoxi along by ear. Meanwhile, Ruoxi and the gang are on a total manhunt, with Zayn roasting Ruoxi for her dropping IQ lately. They pull up to the usual spot only to find it completely deserted. Ruoxi is left scratching her head, wondering if Yilin already dipped back to class after finishing her meal. Little do they know, Yilin and Xiaoji are pulling a stealth mission in the bushes like they're in a spy movie, hiding without a second thought. Xiaoji watches them leave from the shadows, wondering why she's even following Yilin's lead on this. Xiaoji immediately asks about the pink-haired wench walking with the group. Yilin explains that's just Yayi, Ruoxi's friend from overseas who basically acts as her personal chef. Before the gossip can get any juicier, the school bell hits them with a loud reality check to get back to class. With afternoon classes looming, Yilin decides to secure a lunch buddy for the next round. She asks Xiaoji if she's down to eat together tomorrow, catching the loner completely off guard. Xiaoji just stares in silence, probably processing that she's been promoted from a random bystander to an actual friend. Over at the school gate, Yayi prepares to head out for the day. The girls say their goodbyes, but Ruoxi has some serious real talk to deliver. She tells Yayi to stop the daily lunch deliveries because the constant travel is a massive time sink. Internally, Ruoxi is probably thinking, the food is fire, but this is getting ridiculous. She reminds Yayi that she has a research project to handle and shouldn't be wasting her precious time in China on catering. Ruoxi basically tells her to get her priorities straight and put that energy back into her schoolwork. Yayi takes the feedback in silence, looking like she's recalculating her entire life plan. Finally, she gives in, admitting that Ruoxi might actually be onto something for once. The next day, Xiaoji is stuck in class listening to some truly bottom-tier jokes from her classmates. She's looking like she's about to short-circuit from boredom when she hears her name. True to her word, Yilin actually shows up at her desk to collect her new lunch partner. The rest of the class is caught in 4K staring, shocked that the academic ace is hanging out with the girl who treats books like they're poisonous. They start chatting about the canteen food, which Yilin notes technically meets government standards, but tastes like cardboard. They hit the cafeteria only to find a line long enough to reach the next city, which is way too much of a vibe killer for them. Yilin suggests they ditch the crowd and find somewhere else to eat. They walk past the hungry masses, with Xiaoji feeling a bit awkward about the sudden change in routine. They finally settle down under a tree for some peace and quiet away from the chaos. Xiaoji thinks this is just a chill, quiet meal, but Yilin is a woman on a mission. As they start eating, Yilin drops the ultimate truth bomb and asks the one question Ruoxi is dying to know. Why are you avoiding her? Xiaoji starts dropping truth bombs about how common it is for girls to get a little too possessive over that one special friend. She tells Yilin that it's actually pretty normal to feel some type of way when someone is constantly hovering around Ruoxi. Yilin stays quiet, looking like she's about to short-circuit under the shade of a massive tree. Suddenly, she flips the script and asks Xiaoji if she's also crushing on Ruoxi, catching Xiaoji completely off guard. Xiaoji tries to play it cool, claiming Ruoxi is just peachy keen, but her nervous face says she's caught in 4K. Yilin isn't buying the casual act and admits that her own feelings are on a completely different level. She explains that the way she likes Ruoxi isn't like the rest of the fan club. Staring off at the school building, she prepares to lay all her cards on the table. Then, she finally says the quiet part out loud. She's actually in love with her. Internally, she's freaking out, thinking, great, now she's going to think I'm a total weirdo. She confesses that by the time she realized what was happening, she was already past the point of no return. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is wondering where their star student ran off to. Zian points out that Yilin has been acting like a total ghost lately and suggests that Ruoxi should be the one to make the first move and invite her out. Back at the confession tree, the atmosphere is heavy enough to sink a ship. Xiaoji is visibly shook that Yilin just came out and said it without any hesitation. Yilin starts spiraling, explaining how she had this whole normal life planned out that didn't involve these feelings. She admits that she used to think it was wrong for a girl to like another girl. She spent so much energy trying to ignore her own heart and keep things platonic. But at this point, the denial phase is officially over because she just can't lie to herself anymore. She's dying to tell Ruoxi the truth, but the fear of ruining everything has her paralyzed. Seeing the usually composed Yilin start to break down in tears is a total gut punch. Xiaoji looks like she's physically hurting just listening to this emotional meltdown. Through the sobbing, Yilin repeats it one more time. She is absolutely in love with Ruoxi. Xiaoji finally finds her voice. But instead of a hug, she gives Yilin a reality check, telling her to stop wasting time talking to her and go tell the person who actually matters. She warns her that bottling up these feelings is just a form of self-torture that's going to end badly. Xiaoji loses her chill completely, demanding to know why Yilin is still running away from her own happiness. Yilin is stunned into silence while Xiaoji white-knuckles her drink like it's a lifeline. Xiaoji goes full savage, yelling that if Yilin keeps second-guessing herself, some other girl is going to swoop in and snatch Ruoxi away. Tears start streaming down Xiaoji's face as well as she warns that by the time Yilin thinks she's ready, it'll be too late and she'll be left with nothing but regrets. She tries to dial back the intensity, claiming she's just worried about her friend's future. But then she calls Yilin an absolute idiot for just sitting there like a statue. She tells her to get her head in the game and go find Ruoxi right now before the window of opportunity slams shut. Yilin finally stopped playing hide-and-seek with her feelings. After dropping the ultimate truth bomb on Xiaoji under the shade of the trees, she realizes that running away was a one-way ticket to Regret City. While clutching her snack tin like a total lifeline, Yilin decides it's officially time to stop being a coward and face the music. As she walks away with a new sense of purpose, a single tear falls into her food, marking the end of her era of hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, back on the bench, Xiaoji is having a total emotional meltdown. Internally, she screamed, "I'm such a clown for letting her dump all that heavy stuff on me." But the message definitely hit home because as Yilin struts through the school hallways, Xiaoji's warning about running out of chances is living rent-free in her head. She knows that if she keeps stalling, she's going to end up catching a massive L while someone else moves in on her girl. Internally, she locked in, thinking no more running, it's time to face the final boss of my own heart. Right on cue, she gets blindsided by Ruoxi in the corridor, who looks just as caught off guard by the sudden encounter. Ziyun, acting as the ultimate hype woman, is just hyped that the squad is finally back together, and immediately starts pressuring them to hang out over the weekend. Ruoxi turns the spotlight on Yilin, flashing a look that says she's genuinely interested in whatever she has to say. Panic mode Yilin kicks in, and she blurts out that they should just skip the crowds and chill at her place instead. Ruoxi mentions she's been leveling up her cooking skills and wants to test out some new recipes on the group. She gives Yilin a smile that could literally power a small city, admitting she's always down for some of Yilin's cooking. Yilin manages to keep her cool just long enough to confirm the Saturday plan. Zian is absolutely stoked that the mission was a success, and for the first time in ages, Yilin feels like things might actually go her way. Looking back, she realizes she was being a total idiot for avoiding her friends and letting her anxiety run the show. Fast forward to Saturday, and the plan immediately hits a snag. Ziyun bails at the last second, giving the most legendary dog-at-my-homework-style excuse about her family tree being a mess. Before Yilin can even process the betrayal, the doorbell rings, and she finds herself face-to-face with Ruoxi. Ruoxi immediately brings the banter, joking about the lack of a towel this time, before the realization hits that they are officially flying solo. Yilin explains that Ziyun is currently lost in her own family lore, and the tension in the room starts to spike as they realize it's just the two of them. When they walk into the kitchen, Ruoxi is absolutely floored by the mountain of baked goods Yilin prepared, asking if she was planning on feeding an entire army. Since Yilin's parents are pulling a double shift, the girls realize they're about to go into a serious carb coma if they don't find some backup eaters. Ruoxi tries to recruit Gao, but when he answers the phone trying to sound like a tough guy, she immediately roasts his lack of facial hair and tells him to stop acting. She offers him a metric ton of free calories to come over, but he's too busy sweating it out in the middle of a basketball game to accept. After he hangs up, Ruoxi sighs, realizing that between the family tree drama and the basketball game, they're stuck with a room full of food and a whole lot of unspoken feelings. With the house finally quiet, Yilin tries to play the perfect host by offering to handle the dishes herself. But Ruoxi isn't having it, insisting that friends should help each other out while flashing a grin that has Yilin's heart doing gymnastics. Yilin stands there in awkward silence, feeling the weight of the unspoken tension filling the kitchen. Ruoxi notices the hesitation and offers a deal. If Yilin really feels that guilty about the help, she can just pay her back with a favor. Yilin is immediately blindsided, wondering what kind of request is about to drop. Ruoxi's big payment is just a tour of the bedroom, where she immediately roasts Yilin for how insanely neat the place is compared to her own disaster zone. While scanning the shelves, Ruoxi spots a familiar frog plushie and realizes Yilin bought a matching one for herself, just because she thought it was cute. Ruoxi starts getting all nostalgic about the old days of them playing together, but Yilin quickly points out it's only been a few months, not years. Ruoxi admits that even if the time was short, so much drama has happened that it feels like a lifetime ago, and Yilin can't help but agree. Ruoxi picks up the frog and starts using a goofy voice to interrogate Yilin, asking what a pretty thing like her actually does for fun in a room like this. Yilin doesn't miss a beat and gives the most academic ace answer possible, claiming she just studies so the slower students have something to copy later. Ruoxi loses it laughing at the serious response, while internally Yilin realizes that before meeting Ruoxi, that boring answer wouldn't have even been an act. Ruoxi finally hits the recharge button and flops onto Yilin's bed, mentioning how long it's been since she slept in a room that actually felt like a home. Internally, Yilin feels a pang of sympathy, knowing Ruoxi has been stuck crashing on a living room couch lately. The mood shifts when Ruoxi asks if Yilin ever misses her parents who are working abroad. Yilin admits she's thought about moving back to be with them, but she's decided she likes her life here much better. Ruoxi stares at the ceiling, looking uncharacteristically pensive. She confesses that meeting Yilin is one of her favorite recent memories, then asks if Ruoxi had any close friends before moving to Canada. Ruoxi explains that Gao is more like a brother than a friend, and that there was really only one person who mattered back then. She starts talking about Yai, a girl who looked after her in Canada and someone she deeply admires for being so independent. Ruoxi clearly sees Yai as the ultimate goal, someone who can live her life to the fullest even when she's completely on her own. As the plushies sit silently on the shelf, Yilin watches Ruoxi, realizing the conversation has hit a lull. It turns out Ruoxi drifted off mid-sentence, leaving Yilin to wonder if she'll ever be in the same league as someone like Yai. Internally, she notes that while Ruoxi acts tough, she can't cook or clean to save her life, making Yilin desperately want to be the one to take care of her. Yilin gently tucks her in, making sure she's comfortable as she sleeps off her exhaustion. She stands by the bed, caught between the quiet room and the girl who has completely turned her world upside down. Yilin stays there for a moment, just watching Ruoxi breathe in the soft light. Internally, she simps hard, thinking, she looks so pretty when she isn't talking. Suddenly, Ruoxi's eyes snap open, catching Yilin in 4K. Ruoxi asks with a smirk if Yilin was just standing there watching her and smiling the whole time, sending Yilin into an absolute panic. Yilin screams in embarrassment, accusing Ruoxi of faking it, while Ruoxi casually claims she was just resting her eyes the whole time. The accidental date ends with Yilin's dignity in tatters after being caught red-handed staring at her crush. The romantic tension is officially hitting a boiling point as Ruoxi wakes up from her nap, feeling refreshed and noting that Yilin's bed is surprisingly comfy. Yilin tries to play it cool by threatening to kick her to the floor next time to keep the sheets clean, but Ruoxi isn't buying the tough act since Yilin was the one who tucked her in so sweetly. Ruoxi decides to lean into the teasing, asking if Yilin has a massive crush on her, which leaves our academic ace completely speechless and blushing like a tomato. Suddenly, Yilin's brain short-circuits and she leans her head right against Ruoxi, catching the athlete completely off guard as she notes Yilin is getting unusually shy. They lock eyes in a high-stakes staring contest where neither wants to blink first. Both of them are visibly flustered now, with the atmosphere in the room becoming thick enough to cut with a knife. Yilin finally breaks the silence, whispering a cryptic, "What do you think?" while looking like she's about to explode. She repeats the question, but before Ruoxi can even process what's happening, Yilin's social battery hits 0, and she ducks her head in pure embarrassment. Unable to handle the heat, Yilin pulls a classic, "Gotta go," and bolts for the bathroom, internally screaming at herself to calm down because she's losing her mind over the vibe they just had. Left alone in the room, Ruoxi is left staring at the door, wondering if she actually just caught the cold and distant Yilin blushing in 4K. A little later, the duo heads outside, and Yilin tries to act like nothing happened, claiming she's only hanging out because she has nothing better to do. Ruoxi suggests taking the bus or the subway, and Yilin practically votes for the subway, just because it's a faster way to escape the awkwardness. They walk through the city streets in a silence that is anything but casual. Ruoxi eventually decides the bus is the move, and Yilin just goes along with it, probably too distracted to argue. Once they're on the bus, Yilin is staring out the window like she's in a melancholic music video until Ruoxi asks her what's on her mind. Yilin decides to stop running and asks Ruoxi what she meant during that weird encounter in the park bathroom the other day. Just as things are getting deep, a passenger boards the bus, putting their intense conversation on a temporary hold. Ruoxi immediately shows off her main character energy by giving up her seat to the lady, earning a sweet smile and leaving Yilin staring in awe. Standing there like a total heartbreaker, Ruoxi looks completely at ease while Yilin's heart rate continues to climb. When they finally hop off, Ruoxi stretches and remarks that the bus was way faster than she expected. Yilin knows it's now or never, so she stops Ruoxi in her tracks, stating she has something important to say. She brings it back to the park incident and takes a massive deep breath, preparing to drop a truth bomb. Internally, she's terrified, but she manages to blurt out that she wants to know Ruoxi better than anyone else. With her face turning bright red, Yilin doubles down on her feelings. She confesses that she wants to stay by Ruoxi's side and stack up as many shared experiences as possible. Ruoxi is stunned by the sudden emotional dump, but Yilin snaps back that this isn't sudden at all. She admits these thoughts have been living rent-free in her head for a long time, dating back to when they first met. Yilin confesses she doesn't even know when the shift happened or how long she's been spiraling. She's putting all her cards on the table, hoping that this leap of faith will finally bridge the gap between them. After that intense confession, Yilin is left standing there looking like a total tomato while Ruoxi plays it cool. Instead of a dramatic romantic movie moment, Ruoxi keeps it grounded, telling Yilin that they aren't bodyguards, they're just two people who have each other's backs. She adds the ultimate kicker. There's nobody who knows her better than Yilin does. Yilin is completely blindsided by the compliment, stuttering out a really, as her brain basically short-circuits. Ruoxi just smiles, wondering if this simple desire to stay together was really the big secret that's been bugging Yilin all this time. The tension is way too high for our girl Yilin, so she starts physically pushing Ruoxi toward her building, telling her to get upstairs already. Ruoxi teases her for getting shy again, but eventually, they exchange their goodbyes. As Ruoxi disappears into the elevator, Yilin realizes her big confession might have been a bit too subtle, and Ruoxi probably thinks they just leveled up their friendship. Still, she can't stop thinking about Ruoxi saying nobody knows her better. Internally, she's doing a massive victory lap because this means she's officially ranked higher in Ruoxi's life than the perfect Yae. She knows she might be a bit of a hater for thinking like that, but she'll take the win. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Ruoxi isn't exactly as relaxed as she seemed. She stands alone in the living room, staring at an open notebook like she's recalculating her entire life. Back outside, Yilin's luck runs out instantly when she bumps right into Yae. It's awkward city. Yilin tries to act natural, explaining she was just walking Ruoxi home, while Yae mentions she knew Ruoxi was heading over to Yilin's place today. Yilin hits her with a nervous, any hoozle, and tries to make a break for it before things get even more uncomfortable. But Yae isn't letting her off the hook that easy. She stops Yilin and asks if they can have a quick chat. Yilin is basically sweating bullets, but she follows Yae to a nearby bench. The two rivals sit under a pergola in what can only be described as the most awkward silence ever. Yilin tries to break the ice with some weak small talk, asking if Yae was out to buy something. Yae gets real and admits she's actually out for a smoke to clear her head. She doesn't want to stink up Ruoxi's apartment, even though Ruoxi says she doesn't mind the smell. Yilin is low-key shocked by the smoking habit, but she figures it's just a cool college girl living abroad thing. Yae then drops the real news. She's heading back to Canada soon, and she's actually feeling pretty reluctant about leaving. This trip home has triggered a massive wave of nostalgia and regret for her. She tells Yilin that she feels like she completely fumbled a major opportunity in the past. Now she's done being a coward and wants to fight for what she wants. She drops the ultimate bombshell. She loves Ruoxi in a romantic way. Yae admits she's loved her for a long time, but her own fear kept her from ever making a move. She vents about how Ruoxi is either impossibly dense or just a really good actor. Because no matter what Yae did, Ruoxi always kept her firmly in the friend zone. Yilin is stunned, realizing Yae's earlier hints about their close relationship were actually just a total cap. Yae admits it was all just wishful thinking on her part. Yilin can hardly believe what she's hearing. The perfect rival was never actually in a relationship with Ruoxi at all. Yae confirms that sadly, there was never anything romantic between them. But Yilin's relief is short-lived. Yae declares that before she leaves for Canada, she's going to stop being a coward and finally tell Ruoxi exactly how she feels. The love triangle tension is officially reaching a boiling point as Yae drops a reality check on the bench, reminding Yilin that Ruoxi is also a girl and asking if that doesn't worry her. But Yae isn't interested in playing it safe anymore. She's decided to confess her feelings because she refuses to live the what-ifs before she leaves. She explains her strict life rule. People are either friends or lovers, and once you cross that line, there is absolutely no going back. Internally, she's kicking herself for accidentally putting Ruoxi in the friend category, but now her greed for something more is making it impossible to stay there. Yilin can only sit in stunned silence, wondering where Yae finds the sheer audacity and bravery to take such a massive leap. Later, as Yilin rides the bus home, she feels completely eclipsed, realizing the gap between her hesitation and Yae's resolve is a literal canyon. She collapses onto her bed the second she gets home, finally hearing the death flags in her head as she remembers the warning that one day she'll stop running only to find she's already too late. Meanwhile, the mood is much lighter at the apartment where Ruoxi is absolutely losing it laughing at the TV. Yae joins her and Ruoxi jokes that the only way a Dane Cook special is actually funny is if the TV is turned off. Ruoxi notices that Yae's recent doom and gloom face seems to have vanished into thin air. Yae plays it cool and guesses that Ruoxi must have finally made up with Yilin to be in such a high-tier mood. Ruoxi admits things are looking up, but she's curious how Yae even knew, only for Yae to reveal she caught Yilin looking suspiciously happy downstairs earlier. Then, the mood shifts instantly when Yae casually mentions she's heading back to Canada. Roxy is totally blindsided, asking if the research project is even finished, while Yae teases her about being sad to see her go. Roxy immediately starts planning a legendary last meal or a wild outing involving archery or even basketball, jokingly suggesting they'd need hazmat suits to deal with their chaotic friends. But the games end there as Yae gets a serious look in her eyes, telling Roxy there's something she needs to say. Back in the dark, Yilin's phone sits abandoned on her bed. She's currently a mess on the floor, curled up in a ball of pure regret. She can't stop replaying Yae's vow to be clear and direct without any of those vague hints Yilin usually hides behind. It finally sinks in that Yae didn't give up because she was rejected. She just refused to let her past inaction haunt her anymore. Yilin is convinced she's been caught in 4K by her own cowardice, certain that the confession has already happened. Internally, she spirals, thinking that Roxy would have to be absolutely crazy to turn down someone as outstanding as Yae. The waterworks start flowing as she calls herself useless for wasting every single opportunity to speak up, fearing she's destined to be alone. Suddenly, a vibration cuts through the silence, making her heart nearly short-circuit. It's an incoming call from Roxy, and Yilin looks like she's just seen a ghost through her tears. She answers the phone, desperately trying to swallow her sobs so Roxy doesn't hear the mental breakdown in progress. Roxy asks if she was already asleep, then drops the ultimate invitation, asking if she can slip out for a drink right now. Yilin heads out into the night, her brain running marathons as she wonders why on earth Roxy called her out so late. Despite the confusion, her heart wins the debate because honestly she just really wanted to see her face. She arrives at the local Starbucks, spotting Roxy already waiting inside and looking like the main character of a lo-fi hip-hop radio stream. The tension is immediate as Roxy offers to buy her a drink. But Yilin isn't here for the caffeine. She's here for the truth. She turns down the beverage and tells Roxy she's ready to listen to whatever is on her mind. They sit down in a corner of the cafe, the silence between them becoming so heavy, it's practically a third person at the table. Roxy grips her coffee cup like it's the only thing keeping her grounded, clearly struggling to find the right words. Finally, Roxy breaks the ice with some light small talk, asking Yilin what her actual plans are for the future. Yilin gives the most "I've checked out" response possible, claiming it doesn't really matter where she ends up. Roxy goes quiet for a moment, her expression turning serious as she processes that answer. She tells Yilin that she's always thought she would absolutely crush it if she pursued the arts. Roxy even suggests attending an art school, but Yilin isn't buying the casual vibe. Internally, she's rolling her eyes. Why are we talking about my career path at midnight? Yilin starts spiraling into a pit of despair, convinced that Roxy's silence about Yae means the idol's confession was a total success. She feels like she's already lost the race, thinking, I literally just told her today I wanted to know her better, and now I'm getting sidelined. She starts to feel embarrassed, assuming Roxy called her here just to give her a polite thanks but no thanks and end their connection. The meeting seems to wrap up as they head outside and Roxy offers to walk her home since it's getting late. Yilin is caught in 4K with her own disappointment, realizing that during the entire talk, Roxy didn't drop a single hint about what happened with Yae. Part of her is actually relieved, though. She knows if Roxy had confirmed she was dating Yae, she would have absolutely folded and started crying on the spot. She declines the walk, insisting that taking a taxi will be much faster. Just as Yilin is about to make her escape, Roxy stops her, looking like she's finally ready to drop the real reason for this meeting. When Yae's name finally leaves Roxy's lips, Yilin's heart does a backflip into a dumpster fire. Internally, she screams, "Oh, so now she brings it up. I am literally not mentally prepared for this rejection." Yilin takes a massive breath, trying to exhale her anxiety and deciding that even if she's friend-zoned, she'll try to stay by Roxy's side. She asks what about Yae. Ruoxi looks her straight in the eye and starts talking about their living situation. She drops a total bombshell. Even though they live together, they sleep in separate rooms and Yae is strictly staying in the guest room. Yilin is completely blindsided, her brain short-circuiting as she realizes Roxy dragged her out at midnight, just to clarify her roommate's status. Roxy admits that this roommate update was basically the whole point of the meeting. She tells Yilin that she suddenly remembered she hadn't mentioned that detail before. Ruoxi gives a soft smile, explaining she just didn't want there to be any misunderstandings between them, leaving Yilin standing there in total shock. Finally, the moment fans have been waiting for arrives as the tension between these two reaches a literal breaking point. Outside the cafe, Yilin completely throws caution to the wind and pulls Roxy into a bold, unexpected kiss. Time seems to stand still as they lock lips, leaving Roxy absolutely blindsided by the sudden move. When they finally pull apart under the glow of the street lamp, the silence between them is heavy enough to crush a car. Roxy stands there, looking like her brain just experienced a fatal 404 error. Yilin, despite her face being redder than a ripe tomato, manages to thank Roxy for clarifying the situation with Yae. She admits that ever since they met, she's been acting strange, second-guessing every interaction, and trying to run from her own feelings. Internally, she was screaming at herself to stop talking, but the words just kept flowing. With a soft, genuine smile, Yilin confesses that regardless of the chaos, she's finally happy to have the truth. Ruoxi can only stare back in stunned silence, her usual cool composure completely shattered. Before things can even more awkward, Yilin bids her goodnight and makes a quick exit, promising to see her tomorrow. Cut to the next morning, and it's clear that someone didn't get the memo about beauty sleep. Yilin lies awake in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling while her brain replays the kiss on a 24/7 loop. Even as her alarm starts blasting lyrics about wanting to get with someone, she doesn't move a muscle. She eventually reaches out to swipe her phone at 6 a.m., looking like a total zombie. As the dawn light creeps into her room, she can't stop the flashbacks of the night before from hitting her like a freight train. Internally, she lamented, "I didn't get a single wink of sleep, and now the sun is already up." Walking to school, Yilin is a nervous wreck, debating whether she should act normal or just take the initiative and say hello. She then has a full-blown mental breakdown in the middle of the sidewalk, cursing her past self for being so impulsive and attacking Ruoxi with her lips. Of course, the universe has zero chill, because the moment she steps into the hallway, she runs right into Ruoxi, who is there way earlier than usual. Ruoxi looks up from her cleaning duties and calmly offers a "good morning, Yilin." Yilin's brain immediately short-circuits, the words "good morning" echoing in her head like a broken record. She stammers out a reply, asking why Ruoxi is there so early, while internaling for the floor to swallow her whole. Ruoxi mentions she couldn't sleep much either, leading to a painfully awkward conversation about sweeping the floor. Yilin can't stop herself from repeating the word "cool," like a malfunctioning NPC. Internally, she scolded herself. "Stop saying cool, you absolute dumbass. She probably thinks you've lost it." Despite the embarrassment, Yilin can't help but steal a quick peek at the girl who's been occupying her every thought. Ruoxi catches her looking and gives her a soft, gentle expression that makes Yilin think such a look should be straight up illegal. Panicked by the eye contact, Yilin announces she's going to go clean her own classroom and tries to make a break for it. She starts walking away, her heart still doing Olympic-level gymnastics in her chest. Suddenly, Ruoxi calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. With a slightly shy look, Ruoxi asks if they can have lunch together today. Yilin is frozen for a second, her eyes widening as the offer sinks in. She finally shouts back aloud, "Okay." As the school day officially begins with a brand new vibe. Yilin is acting way too #blessed for someone who just survived a romantic meltdown, and her sudden urge to do chores has Ziyun smelling a rat. Ziyun isn't buying the act for a second, wondering if Yilin has finally lost it, or if she needs to pull the literal restraints out of her locker. Internally, Yilin is sweating bullets while trying to play it cool, but Ziyun's skeptical face says she's already been caught in 4K. Suddenly, Ziyun's detective brain kicks into high gear as she realizes the vibes are officially compromised. She calls Yilin out for humming like a Disney princess, sending Yilin into a total panic where she accidentally leaks the kiss tea under the guise of asking for a friend. Ziyun immediately assumes someone's their tongue down her throat, forcing a blushing Yilin to backtrack and claim it was just a face kiss between close friends. However, Ziyun drops a major truth bomb, explaining that if the person who got kissed is standing there with a dumb look on their face, it's definitely not just friendship. She whispers that someone just lit the flames of love under Yilin's seat before laughing off the entire interrogation like a total troll. Fast forward to the lunch bell, and the girls are ready to head out to find some grub. Ziyun starts digging for more tea, asking who Yilin was meeting for those secret solo lunches the other day. Yilin gets all sentimental, thinking about how she really needs to thank Ruoxi for not ghosting her after the big confession. They bump into Ruoxi in the hall, who looks like she's on a mission rather than looking for a lunch date. Ruoxi tells them she has to hit the school gate first, and the girls are instantly curious about what's waiting for her there. Turns out Yae is waiting outside with a mystery delivery, and Ziyun 100% down for a field trip to see her favorite idol. Ruoxi is chill with the extra company, even if Yilin is feeling a bit like a tag-along in this high-stakes social dynamic. They make it to the gate and spot Yae standing there, looking like she just stepped off a fashion runway. Yae apologizes for the delay, explaining that the traffic was such a nightmare she had to get dropped off at the intersection. She hands over a lunchbox made from Ruoxi's leftovers, but the real jump scare is the massive suitcase she's dragging along. Plot twist of the century, Yae is officially leaving them and catching a flight back to Canada this afternoon. She's finished her research project and is ready to head back to the land of hockey and Celine Dion, leaving the group stunned. But the departure isn't all smooth sailing as Ziyun notices Yae's feet are literally bleeding because she chose fashion over function with her new shoes. Ruoxi and Ziyun immediately rush off to find a band-aid to save Yae's heels, leaving the two rivals alone in a vacuum of pure silence. Yilin is internally screaming about being left alone in this awkward situation, but her heart skips a beat when Yae finally breaks the tension by calling her name. Just when things couldn't get any more awkward, Yae drops a massive truth bomb, revealing that she's actually finished the research for a project. It turns out Yae isn't just a returning idol. She's a psych major who's been treating this whole trip like a field study on interpersonal attraction and love. Internally, Yilin was short-circuiting, thinking, wait, have I been a lab rat this whole time? as Yae admits her main research subject was actually Ruoxi. She even has the audacity to thank Yilin for being such good material over the last few days, basically confirming that Yilin's emotional roller coaster was just data for her grade. Seeing Yilin's soul leave her body, Yae teases her, asking if she's really that devastated to see her go. But then Yae gets surprisingly real, mentioning that Ruoxi absolutely hates it when Yilin looks sad, a fact that actually makes Yae a little jealous. Yilin stands there, completely blindsided by the sudden shift in tone. She can only manage to stammer out a question, asking what exactly there is to be jealous of. Before the conversation can get any deeper, Ruoxi and Xian return with the supplies, and Yae quickly slaps a bandage on her heel. She jokes about keeping the gangrene away before checking her watch, and realizing her time is up. It's officially time for her to bounce, and the atmosphere among the group turns heavy. Yae gives Ruoxi a final head pat, warning her to stop living off delivery food and actually take care of herself for once. Ruoxi just smiles, jokingly asking who made Yae her mother. Yae takes one last long look at the girl she's leaving behind, her expression unreadable. With a final wave and a demand for less talk and more transcontinental flying, she starts heading toward new life. As she walks away, the distance between them feels like a physical weight. Ruoxi calls out, offering to drive her to the airport one last time. But Yae doesn't even turn around, simply declining the offer with a casual nah. She insists she'll be fine on her own, leaving Yilin and the others watching her silhouette fade into the distance. But then we get a flashback that recontextualizes everything, showing the moment Yae finally confessed her feelings to Ruoxi. Sitting on the couch together, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ruoxi listened in silence as the words finally came out. However, the response was a total death flag for Yae's heart, as Ruoxi hit her with the ultimate "I love you too," as the best big sister ever. Talk about being sibling-zoned in 4K. Yae tried to play it off by hitting Ruoxi with a pillow, acting offended that she was being called old just to hide the pain. Later that night, as Yae headed for bed, she decided to throw one last wrench into the works. She warned Ruoxi that Yilin was under the impression they were sharing a bed and suggested she set the record straight. Ruoxi, ever the oblivious one, didn't see why it was a big deal, prompting a final, tired goodnight from Yae. Ruoxi sat alone in the dark, her mind racing with the realization of the mess they were in. She looked at the empty space beside her, feeling the weight of the secrets she was keeping. The silence in the room was deafening as she processed Yae's warning. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Yilin, who is currently losing it and crying her eyes out in the dark. Ruoxi's phone buzzes, and when she picks up, all she hears is a stifled sob on the other end. It's Yilin, asking if she's sleeping and then pleading for her to slip out for a drink. Ruoxi looks conflicted, the guilt of the bed-sharing misunderstanding clearly weighing on her. She knows this is a bad idea, but she can't just leave Yilin hanging. She quietly makes her way through the dark apartment, her shadow stretching across the floor. The living room is ghost quiet as she prepares to sneak out. Little does she know Yae is standing right behind her door, listening to every single footstep. As the taxi pulls away with Ruoxi and Yilin inside, Yae is left alone in the dark, huddled on the floor of her room. Realizing that no matter how much she changed, she could never change the way Ruoxi saw her. A week has passed since Yae bailed to Canada, and while life in Shanghai is moving on, Yilin is finally being honest with herself about her own feelings. Things between her and Ruoxi have shifted into a new gear, which Xian notices immediately when she catches Yilin lugging around a massive food container at school. Xian thinks she's finally getting a free meal from her bestie, but Yilin shuts her down instantly, revealing the feast is actually for Ruoxi. When Xian asks when she became a personal chef, Yilin explains she's tired of Ruoxi living off delivery apps like a total degenerate, so she's taking over the meal prep. Internally, Xian was probably wondering if she missed a whole season of this drama as Ruoxi stared down the massive metal container in disbelief. Yilin just gave her a calm looking like she's been playing the doting housewife role for years. Even though Ruoxi claimed she couldn't finish it all for lunch, Yilin had it covered with an insulated box for dinner, leaving Xian feeling like a total third wheel. It's hard to say exactly when the vibe shifted so hard between these two. Xian pointed out that just a few weeks ago, Yilin was dodging Ruoxi like a debt collector, but now they're practically inseparable. Ziyun tried to bait her into a blushing mess by mentioning heartfelt poetry and general naughtiness, expecting a classic freakout. But the old Yilin was nowhere to be found. Instead, she just smirked and hit Xian with a lady doesn't kiss and tell, leaving her friend's jaw on the floor. Internally, Xian sighed, I actually kind of miss the quiet, somber, timid Yilin. The duo headed out to the courts where Yilin made sure to secure some room-temperature water for her idol. Ruoxi was out there looking like a pro, while Xian went full hooligan mode, screaming for her to wreck their shit and kill them dead. It was just a friendly scrimmage between classes, but Xian was treating the guy Gao Fan like a mortal enemy while Ruoxi got ready to dominate the game. Ruoxi was basically a cheat code on the court, and Yilin was cheering so hard that even the guys started wondering if the stuffy Yilin had been replaced by a newer, more intense model. After being forced to sub in at the last minute to even out the teams, a sweaty Ruoxi walked over to grab the water Yilin had ready for her. There was a brief moment where time seemed to slow down as Ruoxi looked at her friend with a soft expression. She gave a gentle thanks, but the peaceful moment was interrupted by Ruoxi calling out her name. Suddenly, a stray bottle came flying toward Yilin's head, but Ruoxi's martial arts reflexes kicked in as she snatched the projectile out of the air like a total boss. After threatening to give Gao Fan's number to a stalker for his terrible aim, Ruoxi turned back to Yilin, who was currently short-circuiting with impure thoughts over how cool her friend was. Yilin explained she specifically brought room-temp water, because drinking cold stuff while exercising is a total rookie mistake. Ruoxi looked genuinely surprised by how much thought Yilin was putting into her health. She told Yilin she didn't have to keep buying water since the class provides it, before heading back to carry her team once more. As Yilin cheered her on like a dedicated fangirl, Ziyun and Gao Fan could only watch from the sidelines, realizing this relationship was getting curiouser and curiouser by the second. The ship is officially leaving the harbor, and Ziyun is here for every second of it. Yilin tries to play it cool by asking if Ruoxi is working at the cafe later, hoping for some one-on-one time, but she gets hit with the news that the shifts were shuffled. The group stands there in an awkward silence that's loud enough to wake the neighbors. Sensing the vibe is dying, Ziyun chimes in about a new budget-friendly restaurant that's supposedly a banger, suggesting they all grab a bite. Ruoxi is worried about Yilin's family having dinner waiting, but Yilin is already halfway out the door, claiming she'll just tell them she's with friends. Internally, Yilin was screaming, "I am not missing this date, even if it's a group hang." Ziyun is loving the energy and immediately starts dragging the resident, forever alone member Gao Fan into the plan. Gao Fan tries to use his mom's cooking as an excuse to bail, but Ziyun goes full savage, threatening to turn his cat into shoelaces if he doesn't show up. She tells the girls that Gao Fan is actually thrilled to go, even though he looks like he's being marched to his doom. As they walk, Ziyun turns into a full-blown paparazzi, snapping a photo of the two leads from behind, because the springtime of youth aesthetic is just too peak. Gao Fan, being a total buzzkill, asks what's so special about a view of two backs. Ziyun just gives him the "are you for real" stare, wondering how one person can be this dense. She tells him he's destined to die alone and then yells at the couple ahead to stop making out, even though they're just walking. Once they hit the restaurant, the food starts flowing, and Ziyun notes that Yilin has a legendary metabolism since all that fuel goes straight to her. Well, let's just say she's well endowed. Ruoxi is surprised to see Yilin crushing beef since she's been a fish person lately, but Yilin admits she'll make an exception for meat this good. Then the moment happens, Ruoxi reaches over to wipe some grease off Yilin's face, sending Yilin into a total system restart, while the third wheels watch in 4K. Yilin tries to recover by offering Ruoxi a prime cut of meat, essentially feeding her in public. Gao Fan and Ziyun just sit there like NPCs, watching the main characters live their best lives. Ziyun decides this dinner needs a heavy dose of liquid courage not for her, but to loosen up the lovebirds. She calls the server over to start the party, while mentally calling Gao Fan a dense mother effer for not catching the hint. Yilin and Ruoxi are genuinely confused by Ziyun's chaotic energy, and Ruoxi checks in to see if Yilin can even handle a drink. Yilin agrees to a little bit, but the mood shifts when both their phones start buzzing, and Ruoxi has to step away to take a call. As soon as the protector is gone, Gao Fan and Ziyun lock onto Yilin like heat-seeking missiles. The silence is heavy enough to crush a soda can. Ziyun wears a smirk that she knows exactly what happened under the covers last night. She calls Yilin a dog for making such insane progress and demands a status report, while Gao Fan's brain is still buffering. Ziyun makes it clear she's been shipping this for months and won't be denied the launch details, finally causing Gao Fan to realize the ship has actually sailed. Yilin is absolutely short-circuiting, screaming that they aren't together while her brain turns into mashed potatoes. Ziyun tells her to take a breath and reboot, while Gao Fan admits he's actually impressed Yilin managed to bag the school's biggest idol. Yilin is mortified that her secret is out, but Ziyun drops a truth bomb. It's obvious Ruoxi feels the exact same way. Ruoxi returns just in time to see Yilin desperately trying to shush her friends before the secret gets leaked to the source. Yilin tries to act natural, asking about the call. Ruoxi seems a bit dazed for a second before snapping back and proposing a toast to celebrate Gao Fan finally being relevant on social media. After the group dinner, the squad is feeling the vibe of the night, with Ziyun being absolutely floored that Ruoxi is still standing after all those drinks. Ruoxi just plays it cool, claiming her high tolerance is literally in her DNA, while Yilin tries to play off her own condition. Even though Yilin claims she barely touched her glass, her face says otherwise, and the group isn't buying her "I'm sober" act for a second. Ziyun tells Yilin to stop capping about her sobriety, while Gao Fan, the ultimate oblivious wingman, almost ruins the mood by offering to walk Yilin home himself. Ziyun immediately catches the death flag and fakes a dizzy spell to drag the dense Gao Fan away, leaving the floor open for Ruoxi to smoothly volunteer for escort duty. Yilin tries to call out Ziyun's own bright red face, but the chaotic wingwoman is just glad her ship is finally sailing smoothly. As the group splits up, Gao Fan is so lost in the sauce that he starts leading Ziyun in the completely wrong direction. Now alone, Ruoxi suggests they skip the taxi and just walk, thinking the fresh air will do them some good. She teases Yilin, saying she doesn't want her hurling all over some poor driver's back seat after that massive meal. Yilin fires back that she ate half a cow and cleaning that would be a nightmare, leading to a playful deal where Yilin will have to walk Ruoxi home once she finally sobers up. The mood shifts into a heavy silence as they walk down the street together. Yilin steals a glance at Ruoxi's profile, her heart doing absolute gymnastics. Her mind flashes back to their legendary kiss, and internally she's still reeling, thinking, I can't believe I actually did that. She's low-key short-circuiting, wondering why Ruoxi hasn't even mentioned the kiss since it happened. Yilin spirals into a full-blown panic, terrified that no matter who brings it up, the vibe is going to be awkward in 4K. Staring at Ruoxi's back, Yilin desperately tries to read her mind, wondering if the fact that Ruoxi didn't push her away means the feelings are mutual. She's screaming internally for Ruoxi to just say anything to end the suspense. When Ruoxi asks if she's feeling dizzy again, Yilin stammers out a confused, maybe, while internally crying over how Ruoxi can't see her obvious mental breakdown. Ruoxi stops and offers her arm, telling Yilin to just hold on to her if she's struggling. Yilin's brain completely freezes, her soul practically leaving her body at the sudden invitation for physical contact. Deciding to finally be proactive, Yilin reaches out and grabs Ruoxi's sleeve, taking her up on the offer before she can overthink it. They continue walking, now closer than ever, and Ruoxi looks a bit caught off guard by the sudden closeness. Yilin worries that her bold move might have made things weird, but she realizes the silence feels different than before. To her, Ruoxi actually seems a bit more tender and protective than usual. They make a quick pit stop at a convenience store where the clerk gives them a loud, eccentric welcome and Ruoxi picks up some milk. She hands the carton to Yilin, explaining it's to help her sober up so her parents don't think she's been out hanging with a crowd of delinquents. Touched by the thoughtful gesture, Yilin realizes she isn't ready for the night to end yet and asks Ruoxi to walk with her just a little bit longer. Yilin is officially playing the damsel in distress card, claiming she's feeling nauseous from the drinks just to extend their walk near the park trees. She immediately folds on her own lie, admitting it was just a desperate excuse to hang out longer, because Ruoxi's sweet gesture with the milk was basically a health potion. To kill the awkward tension, Yilin starts roasting Ruoxi for being a literal human windbreak, joking that she's so tall she's blocking the entire breeze. Ruoxi hits back with the ultimate height shaming, reminding her that she only reaches eye level when she's standing on her tiptoes. While Ruoxi attributes her height to years of sports, Yilin's brain is doing backflips over the tiptoe comment, immediately flashing back to kiss they shared. The vibe shifts instantly as their hands start grazing each other in the dim light. Ruoxi looks visibly shook by the contact, looking like her internal processor just hit a 404 error. Yilin locks in, deciding it's now or never as she stares ahead with a massive blush. She finally makes her move, sliding her fingers into Ruoxi's palm. They fully commit to the moment, locking fingers and refusing to look at each other. Both of them are walking in a total daze now, looking like two NPCs whose AI just short-circuited from pure cuteness. Ruoxi finally breaks the silence, pointing out that Yilin's hand is actually freezing. She tries to blame the chilly river breeze, but the bright red blush on her face is definitely telling a different story. Yilin plays it smooth for once, claiming she'll keep Ruoxi's hand warm as compensation for making her walk the long way home. The romantic atmosphere is suddenly threatened when a random couple walks past them on the path. The woman immediately clocks them, whispering to her boyfriend about the two girls holding hands. They start gossiping about whether the girls are actually together, which is basically a massive red flag for any secret romance. Yilin gets self-conscious and tries to pull her hand away, but Ruoxi isn't having it and doubles down on the grip. Ruoxi calls her out, asking if she's already giving up on the whole keeping her hand warm promise. Internally, Yilin is screaming, is she actually being this bold right now? They keep walking in silence, their palms getting sweaty, but neither is willing to be the first one to let go. Yilin starts wondering if this is a sign that Ruoxi finally has real feelings and isn't just being a protective friend. They eventually make it to the apartment, and Yilin offers a polite thanks for the escort. Ruoxi tells her to get some rest, but there's still one major problem. The star athlete still hasn't let go of her hand, and Yilin is losing her mind over the mixed signals. Yilin decides to shoot her shot, suggesting they should both aim for the same university so they don't have to part ways after graduation. Ruoxi is worried her grades are way too trash to keep up, but Yilin jokes she'll just bomb her own exams to stay on her level. Before the night ends, Yilin decides to go for the gold and nervously asks if she can have a hug. The tension between these two is finally reaching a breaking point as Ruoxi stands there for a beat, processing the sudden request for a hug. Finally, she gives a soft sure, and Yilin doesn't hesitate to dive right in for the kill. It's a full-on embrace, and Yilin is definitely making up for lost time by squeezing her like a plushie. Ruoxi notices a faint scent of alcohol on her, which Yilin admits, though her face is buried way too deep in Ruoxi's shoulder to care. Internally, Yilin was short-circuiting. I wish this moment could last forever, as she finally pulls away to say goodnight. As they separate, the air between them is thicker than a plot twist in a mid-season finale. They lock eyes, and for a second, it feels like the rest of the world just stopped existing. Yilin is holding on like her life depends on it, refusing to let the main character energy fade away. She looks up, her heart doing gymnastics, as the atmosphere gets dangerously romantic. Then she finally drops the absolute bomb. She really, really loves her. But just as the riz hits its peak, some random neighbor starts screaming about dogs in heat and getting a hose, absolutely nuking the mood. Panic mode activated, Yilin starts stammering thanks and flees the scene before she can be caught in 4K by the local boomers. Internally, She was screaming, "Oh my god, I'm getting way too bold, I almost kissed her." She practically teleports toward her apartment, trying to cool down her burning face before parents see her. When she finally walks through the door, her parents are chilling on the couch, looking way too observant for comfort. Her mom's radar is immediately up, asking if a boy walked her home, but Yilin quickly denies it while hiding her goofy grin. Then comes the classic Asian parents special, a lecture about focusing on studies and saving the dating for college. Yilin just nods along with a serious face, internally sighing because her romantic life just got a massive, under construction sign from the authorities. Once she's safe in her room, a notification breaks the silence. She scrambles to the window, peering out into the night like a total stalker. There she is. Ruoxi is still standing down there on the street like a loyal bodyguard. Ruoxi is just chilling with her phone, looking cool and collected as always. A text pops up explaining that she just wanted to make sure Yilin didn't faint or get lost before seeing her bedroom light turn on. Yilin types back a quick reply to prove she's alive, feeling like she's in a teen drama. Down on the street, Ruoxi gives a final wave before finally heading off into the night. Yilin waves back, eventually sitting on her bed and staring at her phone like it's a sacred relic. She can't stop thinking about the feeling of their hands being locked together earlier. The memory of them walking like a real couple is living rent-free in her head. But then the existential dread kicks in as she asks herself the ultimate question. What exactly is their relationship status? Back at school, even her friend Zion is getting tired of the slow burn drama, wondering if Ruoxi is ever going to make things official. Ziyun is calling out Yilin for being the one speedrunning their relationship progress lately. Ziyun explains that at some point, the realization of their mutual feelings just clicked in her brain. She compares it to how Yilin fell for Ruoxi without even knowing it, but Yilin is more focused on what that says about Ruoxi's actual feelings. Ziyun points out that the usually cool idol has turned into a total cirque du awkwardness, meaning the feelings are definitely mutual. She suggests that this time, Ruoxi might actually be waiting for Yilin to be the one to make the first move. Yilin tries to play dumb, but Ziyun isn't having it as they wrap up their talk in classroom 5. Walking through the halls, Yilin is totally short-circuiting over whether she should actually speak up first. She passes some guys gossiping about a student from class 2, who is finally living as her true self, proving that big changes are possible. Suddenly, she spots Ruoxi rocking a fresh braid and heading toward the exit. Yilin gathers her courage and asks to walk out together, catching Ruoxi's attention. The tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife as they stand face to face. Yilin mentions that their resident wingwoman, Ziyun, already ditched them and threatened her not to follow. With no third wheel in sight, it's just the two of them alone in the quiet hallway. They start walking, but the silence is incredibly loud. Internally, Yilin nervously thought, okay, don't mess this up now. She notices Ruoxi is glued to her phone and wonders if this is the right moment to drop the big question. Yilin is convinced that if she just opens her mouth, she'll finally get the answer she's looking for while Ruoxi keeps scrolling. Ruoxi takes a deep breath, looking like she's finally ready to speak up and break the ice herself. But just as she's about to say something, a random guy teleports into the frame and totally ruins the vibe. He's all smiles, acting like he didn't just walk into a private moment. Ruoxi is visibly annoyed and asks why he's still at school instead of at his martial arts club. When he tries to invite himself along for their walk, Ruoxi shuts him down so fast he probably got whiplash. He takes the hint and flees for his life before Ruoxi's aura deletes him. Ruoxi asks if Yilin was about to say something, but Yilin chickens out and asks about the bus instead. While the guy realizes he almost caught a hands-on threat to his life, the scene shifts to the bus rolling through the sunset. Yilin stares out the window, her mind still racing about their status. She can't stop thinking about the missed opportunity back in the hallway. They sit side by side, but Ruoxi is still busy tapping away on her phone. Yilin sneaks a peek at the screen, curious about what's so important. She finally mentions that she's never seen Ruoxi this focused on her phone before. Ruoxi casually replies that there's just been a lot to talk about lately. When Yilin asks who is on the other end of the line, she's clearly feeling a bit jealous. Ruoxi catches the vibe and asks if Yilin is worried. She laughs it off, explaining it's just her family checking in to make sure she's still alive. Yilin asks if she told them about her latest test scores, which are usually a sensitive topic. Ruoxi admits that's one subject she definitely avoids talking about with her parents. Yilin then asks the big question about college plans, and Ruoxi drops a bombshell. She wants to go to the same school as Yilin. Yilin is blindsided and says she wants that too, but Ruoxi doubles down to show she's not joking. Yilin looks her in the eye and confirms she's being 100% serious as well. She reminds Ruoxi of the promise they made to each other to stay together. Ruoxi tells Yilin to just pick her dream school, and she'll follow her there no matter what. Even if the academic gap is huge, Ruoxi is determined to work her tail off to catch up and stay by Yilin's side forever. Yilin is absolutely shook that Ruoxi actually wants to follow her to the same university. Even though the future feels light years away, Ruoxi isn't backing down from the challenge. High school senior life is basically a boss fight with infinite homework, but Ruoxi's energy is unmatched. Seeing her girl so determined, Yilin can't help but smile thinking, who is this and what did she do with the lazy athlete? To seal the deal, Yilin pulls out the ultimate binding contract. They lock pinkies under a sunset sky, making it official. It's university or bust for these two. Later that night, the lights are still on because Yilin is too hyped to sleep. She hits up Ziyun, who is totally blindsided by the late-night call. Ziyun listens to Yilin giggling like a maniac and wonders if her friend finally lost her last 2 brain cells. Yilin is just vibing, thanking her wingwoman for the pep talk that actually worked. Ziyun immediately jumps to conclusions, asking if they're finally official or if the idol finally confessed. When Yilin says no, Ziyun starts short-circuiting, demanding to know where Yilin is and if she's done something stupid. Internally, Yilin laughed. Chill out, I'm not that wild. She tells Ziyun that she got something even better than a confession, a rock-solid promise. Back at school, things seem normal on the surface, but Yilin is still overthinking that kiss from a while back. Even though they aren't shouting their feelings from the rooftops, lunchtime feels way more wholesome now. Yilin is finally relaxing, convinced they're both on the same page about their future. Ruoxi might look cool and composed, but Yilin catches those subtle vibes. Every time Ruoxi lets her guard down, Yilin falls even harder, her heart doing backflips over the smallest gestures. Ruoxi starts grinding on the books, swearing she'll level up her grades on her own. Yilin is still the academic carry though, prepping notes and suggesting a study date for Friday. But Ruoxi is acting a bit sus, constantly glued to her phone and zoning out during class. When Yilin asks, Ruoxi just brushes it off, saying she'll explain everything later. Yilin is fully convinced they're going to sail through exams together until the plot thickens. She walks into class ready to hand her the most cracked study notes ever, thinking Ruoxi's thick head really needs them. But when she checks her phone, the vibes are off. She looks around and realizes Ruoxi's seat is completely empty. She stops a classmate to ask what's up. The girl looks confused, confirming that the big red athlete didn't show up at all. Apparently, Ruoxi just ghosted the entire school day without a word. Yilin tries to play it cool, thanking the girl while her internal panic meter starts rising. Walking through the empty halls, Yilin feels the sudden weight of Ruoxi's absence. She's majorly disappointed that Ruoxi didn't even drop a text. A few days pass, and Ruoxi is still pulling a disappearing act, leaving Yilin to wonder if something actually went wrong. Every time Yilin reaches out, she gets the cold shoulder or at least the "I'm busy" shoulder. The short, vague replies are giving major red flags. Even the "I'm all good" texts feel like a total cover-up for whatever drama is actually going down. Lying in bed, Yilin is making wild guesses about why Ruoxi is hiding from her. Just when she's about to lose it, a text dings. Ruoxi is inviting the whole squad to dinner. It's a typical Ruoxi move to hide in a crowd, but Yilin is just relieved. She heads out into the night, ready to finally get some answers from her mysterious girl. The bombshell finally drops, and Yilin looks absolutely blindsided by the news. The atmosphere at the table turns ice cold as the group realizes Ruoxi is actually planning a one-way trip back to Canada. Ruoxi tries to play it cool, explaining that her family is demanding she move back in with them immediately. Yilin is left speechless, while the rest of the squad grills Ruoxi on why she's been ghosting school for the past few days. It turns out this wasn't a last-minute decision, and Ruoxi had been sitting on this secret while they were hanging out. Internally, Yilin is screaming, "What happened to our pinky promise about graduating and going to the same university?" The guys wonder if there's some hidden family drama causing this sudden exit, but Ruoxi remains tight-lipped. She just looks away, refusing to give up the full story or show any emotion. Apparently, her parents want to micromanage her studies, and she's scheduled to fly out as early as next week if nothing changes. When asked if she's ever coming back, Ruoxi gives a vague answer that basically feels like a final goodbye to the entire group. Yilin forces a smile that's clearly fake and excuses herself to the ladies' room before she has a total meltdown. She walks away from the table, needing a second to process the fact that her future plans just went up in smoke. Ruoxi catches the vibe and knows she's completely messed things up with her best friend. She tells the others to start ordering the food while she goes to check on Yilin. Instead of the bathroom, Yilin is actually out on the balcony, staring at the city lights and trying to keep it together. Ruoxi finds her and tries to break the tension, joking that the restaurant might get miffed if she thinks the balcony is the toilet. She quickly drops the act, asking Yilin why she's really hiding out here in the cold. Yilin turns around, looking like she's about to short-circuit from the stress. She puts on her best "nothing's wrong" mask and claims the room was just getting a bit too stuffy. Yilin flips the script, asking Ruoxi why she followed her out if she's so busy leaving. Ruoxi finally drops the facade and offers a sincere apology, looking Yilin straight in the eyes. Yilin tries to be the ultimate supportive friend, telling Ruoxi that it's great her family cares, and she'll probably have a better learning environment abroad. Ruoxi stays silent, clearly feeling the weight of the moment and the guilt of breaking her word. Yilin mentions the promise they made and Ruoxi insists that she hasn't forgotten about their pact. But reality hits hard and Yilin realizes that a promise doesn't change the fact that her person is moving across the world. She asks for one final confirmation and Ruoxi delivers the crushing blow. She's definitely leaving next week. Acting like a total pro, Yilin pats Ruoxi's shoulder and tells her she better keep up the hard work without a tutor to nag her. She jokes about heading back for the food since it's Ruoxi's treat, desperate to lighten the mood before she cries. Internally, she's falling apart, sensing that Ruoxi was actually waiting for her to beg her to stay. The distance between them feels like a canyon as they stand in the quiet hallway, unable to say what they really feel. Internally, Yilin sighs. I can't be the person who holds her back when her family and future are on the line. She decides to keep her feelings locked away, choosing to be a supportive friend instead of being selfish. The dinner ends with hollow cheers and forced smiles, leaving Yilin to realize their university pact was basically a scam. Even if this is the end game, she's determined to hoard those memories like a digital hoarder. Internally, she's over the drama, thinking, at this point, her opinion of us is irrelevant. Dealing with Ruoxi's flaky behavior is basically a full-time job she's been doing for years. She didn't even need to ask why Ruoxi was leaving because the answer was already written on the wall. Time skips forward as the reality of the departure starts to blur into focus. Back at school, the fan club is panicking about missing the idols, flight, and scrambling for excuses to ditch class. While the others are stressed about finding the perfect gift, Yilin gatekeeps her choice like a pro. She suggests the group goes shopping together, playing the role of the perfect, supportive friend. Internally, she's just trying to keep the peace while her heart is short-circuiting. The squad agrees to hit the mall, unaware that the main duo is basically on life support. Fast forward to the airport, where the gift-giving ceremony is in full swing, and the don't forget me energy is at an all-time high. Ruoxi plays it cool, promising to keep the souvenirs right by her bed. When the next friend hands over a package, Ruoxi jokes about not actually dying, trying to kill the funeral vibes. Zian is clearly caught in 4K being a total softie despite the fussy act. Even the resident guy friend gets roasted for giving boxing gloves and looking like he's about to cry. Ruoxi doubles down on the banter, threatening to catfish him from Canada just to keep things spicy. Then, the spotlight hits Yilin as Ruoxi asks for a contribution to the luggage. Yilin hands it over with zero confidence, but Ruoxi hits her with that "I love everything you give me" line. They trade small talk about home-cooked meals and jet lag, avoiding the massive elephant in the room. The group makes one last plea for her to stay in touch as the departure clock ticks down. Yilin's face is a total mask of stoicism, but her brain is screaming. A heavy silence drops between them, and Ruoxi lingers as if she's waiting for Yilin to finally break character. Ruoxi finally calls it, thanking the squad and promising to send back some Canadian loot. When the friends ask for a final deep thought, Ruoxi just tells them not to be late for class. She softens the blow by telling everyone that meeting them was the highlight of her life. The waterworks start for the side characters, but Ruoxi reminds them it's not an exile. It's finally time. Ruoxi tells Yilin she's heading out, and Yilin can only manage a stay safe like a total NPC. Yilin watches her walk away, the realization finally hitting that this isn't a drill. Ruoxi blends into the crowd at security, leaving a massive void in her wake. Yilin looks absolutely blindsided as the reality of a Ruoxiless world sinks in. She stares at the back of her head, finally admitting that her idol is actually gone. Suddenly, the core memories start hitting like a freight train, from their first meeting to Ruoxi's promise to change her life. She remembers every time Ruoxi protected her or reached out a hand during their late-night shifts. That smile and the "I'll always be here" promise now feel like a massive death flag for their relationship. Standing there clenching her hands, Yilin realizes she might have missed her only shot to say what actually mattered. The airport is for flights, not feelings, but Yilin is about to break every rule in the book. She reaches her breaking point as Ruoxi walks toward the gate, and before her brain can catch up to her lungs, she screams her confession at the top of her voice. The entire terminal stops dead in its tracks as she bellows "Lan Ruoxi" across the crowded floor. Her friends are absolutely blindsided by the sudden outburst, while Yilin yells that she'll wait for her to come back no matter what. She watches Roxy's back as she continues walking, feeling like she just threw her heart into a void. The security line eventually swallows Ruoxi whole, leaving Yilin standing there like a main character in a tragic season finale. The squad looks on in stunned silence, probably wondering if Yilin finally lost her last marble. Suddenly, her phone lets out a sharp chime. Checking her lock screen, Yilin sees a message from Ruoxi that simply says, "I heard you." Her eyes go wide as the realization hits her like a freight train. Then comes the second notification, "Me too." The stoic academic ace finally crumbles, sobbing right there in the middle of the airport while staring at her screen. She watches the gate one last time, the weight of the confession finally lifting from her chest. Internally, she was screaming, "Why did I wait until the 99th minute for this?" As she buries her face in Zayun's shoulder, it's a bittersweet scene as the narrator notes that humans are stubborn creatures who only face their hearts when they're at the point of no return. Later, Yilin reflects on why she kept her mouth shut for so long. She didn't want to be the reason Ruoxi gave up on her future, knowing Ruoxi was already fighting tooth and nail just to survive the move to Canada. She chooses to believe in the promise Ruoxi made before the flight took off and refuses to blame her for leaving. Fast forward to a whole year later. Summer has arrived, and the world looks a lot different now. Yilin is busy writing a handwritten letter to Canada, joking about how the postman might spill coffee on it or a moose might eat it. The group is still hanging out, even though the university dynamic has shifted everyone's lives. Ziyun managed to survive cram school, and is now heading off to college to basically be pretty for a living according to her own goals. Gaofan is heading to his kicking college, and Yilin still can't believe his weird gift choices for the group. Xiaoji is off to a secluded all-girls school, which Yilin sarcastically compares to a fish factory. As for Ruoxi, Yilin knows she's probably being frustratingly cool over in the Great White North. She wonders if Ruoxi had to pass a hockey challenge to get into school or if she's just wearing a toque 24/7. Yilin starts planning her own trip, joking that she needs to save up enough beaver pelts to afford the visit. She boards a high-speed train, ready to start her own university life, but she has one last secret goal tucked away in her mind. Internally, she smirked, "Canada better get ready for me," as she decides to aim for grad school abroad just to be with her girl. The train speeds across the countryside as Yilin arrives at her new campus. She's determined to grind through her studies so she can eventually reunite with her favorite athlete. She's basically on a mission to conquer Canada by any means necessary. Suddenly, a smooth voice behind her drops a legendary, cringy pickup line about her body. Yilin turns around, ready to roast whoever had the audacity to use such a dusty line on her. Her eyes practically pop out of her head when she sees the face of the speaker. Standing there with a massive grin is none other than Ruoxi herself. Ruoxi casually explains that grad school in Canada is a total ripoff and suggests Yilin just stays with her instead. Yilin stands there, completely short-circuiting as her brain tries to process the miracle. The shock turns into pure, unadulterated emotion. She drops her pink suitcase and breaks into a sprint, the waterworks starting all over again. She tackles Ruoxi into a massive hug right in the middle of the walkway, catching her in 4K with this public display of affection. "How are you even here?" she cries, clinging to her like her life depends on it. Ruoxi just smiles, reminding her that she made a promise to come back. And honestly, that terrible pickup line actually worked like a charm.